Super Devouring System Chapter 4466 to Chapter 4548. This 10 million meters long object, which looked like a piece of land that was thrown out of a star by someone in anger, was indeed the shell of the sub-blood black tortoise. This time, as soon as Xianxia and the old pig spirit rushed into the black tortoise forbidden area, the master had not shown up yet, but he had directly activated the bloodline power in his body and showed his terrifying strength. As soon as the oppressive aura spread out, it immediately alarmed the sub-blood black tortoise and the other space bug. The space bug at the second level of the venerable realm did not dare to show up at all, but the sub-blood black tortoise had a plan to escape in an instant. Relying on the fact that his shell was hard enough, he decided to take a risk. He retracted his limbs, head, and tail into the shell, and then activated the bloodline secret technique to disguise this huge shell as a star land with a radius of 10 million square meters. Even a universe master would not be able to find anything wrong with it when he used his divine sense to investigate. The sub-blood black tortoise was very confident about this, because this was one of his bloodline powers, and it was also a life-saving means of escape. Unfortunately, after Xianxia used his divine sense to investigate, even though he didn't notice anything amiss, he was still able to guess what was going on after some thought. An 8th-level venerable actually did such a thing that makes people speechless. You really live up to your reputation as a coward, boom. The next moment, the giant space violent ape, with a body of 6 million square meters, let out a disdainful and mocking voice. Then, its shoulders shook slightly, and it teleported in the blink of an eye, blocking the path of the huge shell. Without saying anything, it directly hit the shell. Without saying a word, it threw a punch. Bang! A rumble that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. The fist of the starry sky violent ape directly smashed onto the enormous tortoise shell that was shooting over, causing it to abruptly stop in midair. However, to Xianxia's surprise, although the huge shell that was disguised as a star land suddenly stopped in the void under the force of his punch, the expected explosion scene did not appear. It appeared. The sub-blood black tortoise's shell actually withstood the full force of the violent ape's punch. This was understandable. Even though the current space-raging ape had the combat power of a second-level universe master, with the terrifying blood energy of Pangda's 6,000-mile-long body, its combat power was comparable to that of a third-level universe master. However, this sub-blood black tortoise was actually not weak. It was an 8th-level universe knight, and it only needed a small breakthrough to become a 9th-level universe knight, which was the so-called half-step universe master. Moreover, among the 10,000 races in the universe, the black tortoise race had the best defense, which was comparable to that of the void tortoise. And now, this sub-blood black tortoise had given up attacking with all its strength to activate all its power to launch a defense. Black tortoise, and did not show its head. Under such circumstances, even space-raging ape, whose combat power was comparable to that of a third-tier universe master, couldn't destroy his tortoise shell with a full-powered punch. It was completely reasonable. Violent ape, you're indeed very strong, but if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have let out a shocking roar when you rushed into the black tortoise forbidden land. At this moment, seeing that the space violent ape's full-force punch had failed to break its shell, the sub-blood black tortoise, who was hiding in its shell, finally felt relieved. You're only a second-level universe master now. That's just the result of performing some kind of secret technique. Luofeng's voice was transmitted from Tortoise's shell in no time. Since it's a bloodline technique, it can't last forever. Once your power drops, it'll be time for me to kill you. By the end of his sentence, there was no fear in the sub-blood black tortoise's voice. Instead, there was a hint of complacency and ferocity. He actually threatened Xianxia. This was clearly a warning to him, telling him to be tactful and take advantage of the fact that his cultivation hadn't returned to normal to quickly leave. He didn't want to drag this out any longer and lose his life in the end. Such confidence stunned Xianxia. Then, his divine sense voice immediately sounded, "You damn bastard, you're quite good at judging the situation. Just now, when you saw that the situation was not good, you immediately retreated into your bastard shell and ran away. Now that you have something to rely on, you immediately changed your attitude." As he spoke, the space violent ape flipped its right hand and took out the Shen-known medicinal pestle from its undying world. Of course, it was not in the form of a medicinal pestle, but in the form of a big-headed black stick. Holding the big-headed black rod in his right hand, Xianxia's voice instantly became cold and stern. What a pity, the kind of reliance you have. It doesn't seem to be very reliable. Hong. The moment he finished his sentence, the big-headed black stick was lifted up by the space-violent ape. With all its strength, it smashed down on the giant shell in front of it. The momentum of this attack was so great that even the space trembled because of the swing of the big-headed black stick. Although the sub-blood black tortoise could not see the scene outside, he had been observing with his spiritual sense. At this moment, when he saw this scene, a cold gasp could be heard from the giant shell. Facing the big-headed black stick, the sub-blood black tortoise's heart, which had just calmed down, jumped up to his throat in an instant. He cried out involuntarily, "What treasure is this? How can it be so powerful?" Hiss. Look at this aura, it's clearly a primordial treasure. Bang. Gotcha. Before he could finish his sentence, the big-headed black stick had already smashed into the tortoise's shell. An earth-shattering sound accompanied by an incomparably clear sound, like the sound of bones shattering, rang out. Looking down, he saw that the stick had smashed a huge hole in the center of the tortoise's shell, revealing an oily black head that was looking up at him with eyes filled with endless fear. Awoo! With a big hole in the giant shell, the sub-blood black tortoise immediately cried out in pain. He knew that there was no point in hiding anymore, and he might die even faster. Thinking about that, the sub-blood black tortoise quivered. It stuck its shiny bald head out of the hole and begged for mercy, "Master Violent Ape, please spare me, Hong." In the air, a huge explosion sounded out. As the tortoise's shell was smashed apart, the inferior blood black tortoise, who had just revealed its head and was about to beg for mercy, let out a wail. Its enormous body exploded with a bang, and it was directly blasted into a bloody mist by Xianxia's big-head black rod. The giant shell was also completely blown up. After all, this giant shell was also a part of the sub-blood black tortoise's body. Xian did not want to miss it and cause this venerable blood essence to be damaged. Whoosh! On the other side, Xian took out his big-headed black stick and smashed the tortoise shell of black tortoise sub-blood into pieces. Then, he immediately swung his club a second time. Taking advantage of the moment when the sub-blood black tortoise stretched out its shiny black head and was about to beg for mercy, he smashed it with his club, causing it to explode into a cloud of blood and directly ending the battle. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in less than 10 breaths of time. On the other side of the space, Old Pig was rushing toward another giant star in front of him. That should be the lair of the other universe master of Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, which was also the lair of the Spacebug clan, who was at level 2 of this realm. However, due to the solid punch of Space Raging Ape, the tortoise shell of Black Tortoise sub-blood was not destroyed immediately, which was beyond Old Pig's expectation. As a result, the old fellow's figure, which was originally flying away, suddenly stopped halfway. He turned around and looked in Xian's direction. In the next few breaths of time, Space Raging Ape attacked twice. Holding the infamous big-headed black stick, it exploded Black Tortoise sub-blood into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, Old Pig let out a sigh of relief. He curled his lips and muttered something in a low voice. Then he turned back and rushed toward the giant star in front of him again. However, it was also at this instant that an unexpected change occurred. Wung, a strange buzzing sound that was extremely low and deep, but the frequency was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Then, in the giant star in front of them, which was suspected to be the lair of Spacebug race, a scorching white light suddenly burst out. The light was so scorching that both Old Pig and Space Raging Ape, who was further away, instinctively closed their eyes. At the same time, their hearts skipped a beat as an extremely bad feeling rose in their hearts at the same time. Time passed too quickly. The two of them were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the scorching white light, so they instinctively closed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes again, the scorching white light that burst out of the giant star in front of them had completely disappeared. Even the majestic atmosphere that originally enveloped the entire giant star disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed in the first place. At this moment, Old Pig's expression changed greatly, and Xian's heart sank. He didn't hesitate at all, and his terrifying divine sense, which was at the second level of the Universe Master, immediately swept toward the star in front of him. In less than a tenth of a breath, the entire giant star was searched, but there was no trace of that second-level bug race. Instead, there was an extremely strange energy left in the void space. It was obviously the unique wave frequency energy of some kind of space bug race. Damn it, he couldn't have escaped, right? Bugs are the most difficult to deal with, and their unique wave frequency functions are all. I didn't expect to meet one today. His ability to escape is too awesome. In the void space, Xianxia's godly consciousness voice was heard, and it was filled with unwillingness and annoyance. At the same time, his godly consciousness left the giant star in front of them and was pushed to the maximum, extending in all directions. This was something that could not be helped, because until now, Xian did not even know which direction his opponent had escaped in. There was no trace at all to follow. The unique wave frequency ability of this second-level night space bug race was too strange. Too strange. Brother Bao Yuan, this is all my fault. At this moment, Old Pig had already shot over from afar. His huge body had returned to a height of 30 meters, and his face was filled with resentment. He looked embarrassed and annoyed. This failure had caused his original smug look to disappear. He blamed himself in a low, muffled voice. I was distracted just now. Otherwise, if I had rushed to the nest star of that bug race earlier, I would have been able to stop him. After all, judging by the way he escaped just now, he must have needed time to activate it. A few breaths of time is enough for a universe knight to do a lot of things. Forget it, but we have to be more vigilant. With the escape of this second-level bug race, the news of this incident will be leaked out very soon. Since the enemy had already escaped, there was no point in saying anything more. Xian waved his hand. As he spoke, he had already broken free from the 8th transformation of Devil Ape, and his body returned to a height of 30 meters. Then he said, let's immediately search the nest star of the Black Tortoise, then leave and find a random place, to kill another night-level ferocious beast. Old Pig's face was full of depression. He nodded and did not say anything more. Xian didn't delay any longer and directly charged towards the largest star on the left side where the blood Xian tortoise had appeared. After entering the atmosphere, his powerful divine sense spread out, and after searching for a while, he waved his hand and saw everything that could enter his eyes. All the training resources were swept into the undying world within his body. After doing all of this, Xian charged out of the planet's atmosphere. He didn't stay for a moment longer and immediately left the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area with the Old Pig spirit, hundreds of billions of miles away from the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land. In the border region of the Milky Way star field, there was an intermediate supreme forbidden land called the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Although the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land was a forbidden land for ferocious beasts and not the star field of the ancient survivors, in fact, the so-called ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were all from the bug race. More than 80% of the 5,000 ferocious beast stars were nests of the bug race. The most powerful being in charge of the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land was a universe master from the bug race. His entire body was like a rainbow crystal, so he was known as the Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. This Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug was at the 3rd stage of the Universe Master level. Besides him, there was another 1st stage Universe Master in the Forbidden Land. He was also from the Space Bug race, but he was not a Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. Instead, he was completely red. This race was called the Blood-Devouring Demon Bug. These two Universe Masters were the most powerful beings within the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, where the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land was located. Below them, there were 6 Universe Knights in the Forbidden Land, and they were all from the Space Bug race. It could be said that the entire Forbidden Land was a gigantic bug nest, so the other ferocious beast races in the space did not dare to trespass in this Forbidden Land. Only some special ferocious beasts that lived together with or were parasitic on the bug race would dare to enter this Forbidden Land. These beasts were like fish in water in this territory of the bug race. Xiao, xiao, 2 sounds pierced through the air, and 2 bug race beings rushed out from the interior of this gigantic star. They were both Universe Knights. One was at the 9th level of perfection, while the other was at the 2nd level of perfection. The one who spoke was a level 2 Universe Knight, and he was also the one who had just escaped from Black Tortoise Forbidden Land. There was a reason why this rank 2 insect clan Venerable had been guarding the Black Tortoise Forbidden Ground instead of the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Ground occupied by the insect clan. At this moment, the 9th rank Venerable who had rushed out of this giant ferocious beast star with him was his father. Back then, the 2nd rank Venerable was the bloodline he had left behind outside the Forbidden Land of Crystal Rainbows. After many twists and turns, he had formed a deep friendship with that pseudo-blood black tortoise. That was why he hadn't returned. In other words, if he escaped back to Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land with the bloodline technique in his body, it would be like returning to his mother's home. It was no wonder that as soon as he escaped, he immediately sent out a voice transmission to complain to the master of the Forbidden Land, the Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug, who was a level 3 universe master, Xiao. Along with the appearance of the father and son, 5 enormous beings rushed out of the other 5 giant stars in Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. They were the other universe knights of Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Previously, there were only 6 universe knights. If one were to include the second stage universe knights who had fled back to their parents' home and would most likely never leave again, there were now a total of 7 universe knights in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. At this moment, with the appearance of all 7 universe knights, a figure rushed out from the 2 largest ferocious beast stars on the left and right sides of the Forbidden Land of Crystal Rainbow. All of them were over 100 million feet in size. Although their shapes were different, they all looked like insects. The one on the left had a body that looked like a rainbow crystal. It was incomparably resplendent. It was the Crystal Rainbow Demon Insect. The one on the right was a first-stage bloodthirsty demon bug that was completely blood-red in color and looked extremely ferocious. Is Black Tortoise Forbidden Land also in trouble? At this time, with the appearance of the Crystal Rainbow Demon Insects, a low divine sense voice, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, rang out. The voice was obviously very soft, but it enveloped the entire vast Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, clearly transmitting into this area. It entered the ears of the beasts and bugs. Not long ago, a space-raging ape and a space porcupine attacked White Tiger Forbidden Land, and both the sub-blood white tiger and the rattlesnake leopard were killed. Besides White Tiger Forbidden Land, a few other Forbidden Lands were attacked. According to incomplete statistics, in the past year or so, at least 6 or 7 universe knights have been killed in the Supreme Forbidden Lands along the coast of Milky Way star field. That space porcupine's origin is clear. A year ago, it was only an undying emperor. It must have met with some kind of opportunity to break through and become a universe knight. However, there are no clues about the origin of that space-raging ape. It seems to be from a power on the other side of Milky Way star field. As for their purpose, we still don't know at the moment. However, that berserk ape relied on his bloodline secret technique to barely reach the level of a universe master. He poses no threat to our Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. At this point, the Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug's words suddenly paused. When it spoke again, it was clearly colder. However, that berserk ape's bloodline secret technique is quite extraordinary. It actually allowed him to directly leap into the universe with the power of a universe knight. Universe Master, this technique is unheard of. Go, the 7 of you, move out and head in this direction. I used the Bug Clan technique to deduce that space-raging ape and space porcupine are in the area between these 2 directions. As he spoke, he raised one of his claws and pointed twice to the right in front of him. The angle between the 2 directions was about 30 degrees. After you find them, don't act rashly. Immediately use the Bug Clan technique to report the exact coordinates. When the time comes, I'll personally come and capture them. After saying that, the Crystal Rainbow Demonic Insect didn't say anything else. Its huge body bloomed with a blazing 7-colored light. When the light dissipated, it had completely disappeared. It should have returned to the star nest in the deepest part of the forbidden area ahead. At the same time, the blood-devouring demon bug's body emitted a bloody light and disappeared in the same way. In the next instant, faint air-breaking sounds were heard as the 7 insect venerables in the Forbidden Land of the Crystal Rainbow moved out. They turned into faint lights and darted toward the 30-degree angle indicated by the Crystal Rainbow Demonic Insect at high speed. However, although the 7 insect clan venerables moved out at the same time, they were clearly heading in different directions. Although the area indicated by the Crystal Rainbow Demon Insect was only in the shape of a fan with a 30-degree angle, the further the outer edge of the fan extended, the more it became. Even if the 7 Bug Clan Knights spread out and were in charge of searching from a smaller angle, there were still too few of them. As for who would be able to coincidentally bump into the space-raging ape and the space porcupine in this fan-shaped area, no one knew. In fact, it was hard to say whether this was a kind of luck or bad luck at the moment. After leaving the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, Xian and Old Pig rushed all the way to a beginner Supreme Forbidden Land on the right side. At the moment, he already had 9 pieces of Night Blood Essence in his hands. He was only 1 piece away from his original goal of 10 pieces. And with the escape of the Level 2 Bug Clan Knight in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, the news of him and Old Pig hunting Universe Knights everywhere would spread very quickly. Anyway, they were bound to be exposed, so Xian did not care. He had already discussed with Old Pig that they would head to a beginner Supreme Forbidden Land in front of them and kill a Universe Knight at lightning speed. Then, they would leave immediately. From the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land to the nearest beginner Supreme Forbidden Land, the two of them would need at least 6 to 7 days to travel at full speed. This should be the time when the news would spread. Although it was a little risky, it should be enough. However, only 2 days after leaving the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, Xian and Old Pig realized that something was wrong. The number of space beasts in the void space suddenly increased. It should be noted that when he and the pig demon were rushing to the primary forbidden areas, they were always on the edge of many forbidden areas on this side of the Milky Way star field. Usually, the number of ferocious star beasts in this area was very small. Now that this situation had suddenly happened, it was obviously abnormal. If there was no accident, it should be related to the Level 2 Bug Clan Knight that escaped. 10 million miles ahead of them, 4 or 5 space beasts were roaming the starry sky. The most powerful one was a second-level Undying Emperor, and the other 4 were all late-stage Undying Emperors. No one knew where these 5 powerful space beasts came from, but they were wandering aimlessly in the starry sky. Apparently, they were searching for something. All of a sudden, a shocking explosion was heard. A few million miles to the right of these 5 space beasts, a space raging ape that was only 30 meters tall suddenly appeared and threw a punch at them. The power of the raging ape had obviously reached the 3rd level of the Night Realm, and it was far beyond what these 5 space beasts could withstand. Pung, 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 5 bangs rang out in succession without any suspense. All 5 of the ferocious beasts were blasted apart, transforming into a bloody mist that spread out. Xiao. After withdrawing his punch, the raging ape waved his hand, and a sharp sound broke through the air. An incomparably majestic and invisible force enveloped an area of 10 million miles, sweeping the bloody mist that had just spread out into his body. He started to condense blood essence. Refine. With this punch, he left a wisp of remnant soul in one of the 5 ferocious beasts of space. Now, this remnant soul was taken away by the raging ape, and he started to search its soul. After that, the raging ape turned the remnant soul of the space beast into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. At this time, the raging ape's face was already very gloomy. The raging ape was Xian. At this time, after he had blown up the 5 space beasts with one punch and started to search for the information he wanted, ripples appeared in the starry sky not far away, and Old Pig, who was 30 meters tall, scurried over. He asked, "Brother Raging Ape, how is it? What's the situation?" "We've been targeted by an intermediate starry sky forbidden area." Nodding his head, Xian continued, "Furthermore, this crystal rainbow forbidden area is the base camp of an enormous bug clan. There are 2 universe masters and 6 universe knights." "Oh, that's not right, the 2nd-level knight that escaped from the Black Tortoise forbidden area has also joined in. Now, and they have 7 universe knights." "These 7 universe knights have all been sent out to search this area," said Luo Feng. "It seems that the 2 universe masters from the Bug Clan have mastered some sort of secret technique that allowed them to deduce our approximate location." "That's very likely. The Zergs are the most troublesome existence to begin with. Not only are they disgusting, but they also have all kinds of strange methods that are hard to guard against. It's normal for them to have this kind of secret deduction method." Hearing this, the expression on Pig Spirit's face became dignified. After pondering for a while, he said, "Then what should we do now? There are already 7 universe knights here. Although we are not afraid, the moment we make a move, we will immediately be triggered. Be careful. When the time comes, as long as one of the 7 universe knights discovers us, they'll send a message immediately. The Bug Clan's communication technique is very mysterious. Since the Universe Master in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land dared to send 7 universe knights out to search for us, he must be confident of receiving us. I rushed over as soon as I received the message. There shouldn't be any suspense about this. Didn't that level 2 universe knight from the Bug clan escape in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land? Speaking of this, Pig Spirit seemed to suddenly think of something. He changed the topic and asked, by the way, what are the cultivations of the 2 universe masters in this intermediate supreme forbidden land? Even if they want to hunt us down, they can't send out both universe masters. One of them has to stay behind to guard the forbidden land, which is why, you old geezer, this time you're thinking of the same thing as the Star Master. Turning his head to look at the old Pig Spirit, the corners of Xianxia's mouth slowly curled into a sneer. Of the 2 universe masters in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Area, one is at the first level of the realm, and the other is at the third level of the realm. If there are no accidents, when they receive the message, they will immediately rush over. The one who will arrive will definitely be the level 3 Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. Speaking of this, he licked the corner of his lips, and his tone suddenly became playful. Level 3 Universe Master? If I were to perform the bloodline technique of 9 changes of Demon Ape to the 9th change, I would also have the cultivation level of level 3 of this realm. And if I were to add the terrifying power of blood within my huge body of 60 million miles, my true combat power would be comparable to that of a level 4 Universe Master. But if it's just this, it seems a little risky. Since I have decided to make a move, I have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I can't give him any chance of survival. If so, I will have to make another small breakthrough. Then, under the 9th change, I will be at level 4 of the Universe Master level, but my true combat power will be at level 5 of the Universe Master level. Then, when I reach level 5 of this realm, I will be able to kill him, who is only at level 3 of this realm. Then what are we waiting for? Isn't it just a small breakthrough? For a freak like you, it's nothing out of the ordinary. After listening to Xianxia's analysis, old Pig Spirit immediately became excited. He kept urging Xianxia to find a quiet place and start the breakthrough immediately. This time, they were going to kill a Universe Master, and he was only a Universe Master who had just become a Universe Master. Even if he wasn't qualified to make a move, it was worth bragging about being able to participate. How could he not be excited? Immediately, the two left their original location. After half a day, they saw a huge abandoned planet in the void space of the universe ahead. This is the place. Guard outside and inform me if anything happens. After giving his instructions, Xianxia didn't hesitate any longer. With a flash of his body, he rushed into the huge abandoned planet. In a valley, he waved his hand and took out the Shennon cauldron. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the Shennon cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged. Shoo shoo shoo, one after another, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. They were all the cultivation resources that Xianxia took out from the undying world within his body, including the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. After doing all this, Xianxia activated the domain of the Shennon cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed all the resources into his stomach. At this moment, a new round of breakthrough was in full swing. Hua la la, almost in the next instant, the sound of shackles could be heard coming from within his body. This time, unexpectedly, there were 2 shackles that appeared. This was clearly the rhythm of another 2 consecutive breakdowns. Perhaps it had something to do with Xianxia's recent multiple battles with Universe Knights. What followed next was a walk in the park. Xianxia activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body and performed a large circulation in his meridians to accumulate energy. 7 days later, when all the energy had been refined, the 2 shackles were broken with just one impact. As the extremely thick shackles were finally completely broken, the anticipated system notification sounded in Xianxia's mind one after another. With this breakthrough, Xianxia's combat power rose again. Previously, his original body was only a 2nd-level knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape, he could instantly reach the 3rd-level knight level. If he performed the 9 demon ape changes again and reached the 9th change, his combat power would immediately soar to the 3rd-level Universe Master level, and now, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape, Xianxia would instantly reach the 5th-level knight level. If he performed the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape changes again and directly entered the 9th change, His peak combat power would reach the 5th level Universe Master level, which was already the middle stage of this level. However, in reality, if he included the terrifying power of blood and energy in his enormous body under the 9th change, Xianxia's combat power would be comparable to that of a 6th level Universe Master level. As a being at the pinnacle of the middle stage of this level, he could only kill a 3rd level Universe Master level 1. A pinnacle early stage crystal rainbow demon bug, no accidents would happen. Who would have thought that there would be another 2 consecutive breakdowns? It seems that this time, there will be no more suspense in killing that 3rd level Universe Master crystal rainbow demon bug. Opening his eyes, Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. The 2 consecutive breakdowns this time had come at the right time, and it had completely reassured him. Besides, other than that 3rd level Universe Master crystal rainbow demon bug, I'll be able to kill at least a few of the 7 Universe Knights from the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. That way, I'll have more than a dozen pieces of Night Blood Essence in my hands. I'll be able to refine them. The number of level 26 treasure pills that I'll be able to produce will be unprecedented. At this point, Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Previously, I've been sneaking around and didn't even dare to reveal my true combat power. I was worried that I'd attract the attention of the Universe Masters from the Intermediate Supreme Forbidden Land. But now, it's time to show my power. With the end of this great battle, that 3rd level Universe Master from the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land has been killed. The previous situation of being cautious of the consequences should come to an end. Swish. After saying that, Xian waved his hand and directly took the Shinnon cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, into his body. With a flash of his body, he instantly rushed out of the giant abandoned star under his feet and came to the universe void outside. 5th Order Venerable? In the distance, the old pig who'd been lying dormant in space all along had rushed over at the first possible moment, and he was instantly stunned when he noticed that the aura emanated from Xian's body was actually at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed, and he exclaimed, "It can't be, Brother Bao Yuan, right? It's only been 7 days, and you actually broke through 2 levels in succession?" Right now, Xian was in the state of activating the Devil 8 bloodline in his body. In this state, his cultivation had increased by a level. Therefore, since his current cultivation was at the 5th order, Xian's true cultivation should be at the 4th order Venerable realm. One had to know that before he went into seclusion, he was only at the 2nd order Venerable realm. If he didn't break through 2 small levels in succession, what else could he be? Xian nodded indifferently as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yes, it's just luck. I was careless and broke through 2 small levels in succession. Pfft. I don't want to live anymore. These words almost made the old pig vomit blood on the spot. When he looked at Xian again, his eyes were clearly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Speaking of this Exalt realm, I clearly broke through before you, but now, you're already at the 4th order of this Exalt realm. However, I'm still at the 1st order. No, after this matter is over, I won't care about anything else. I'll bury myself in seclusion and break through a few small levels first. Don't worry, after killing the Crystal Rainbow Demon insects, we'll immediately return. This Star Master will bring you to my base camp. Nodding, Xian had no objections to this. Whether you're in seclusion or wandering around, from now on, you'll be in charge of the base camp. After all, other than the level 26 treasure pill used to break through to the Universe Master level, we still need the level 27 treasure pill used to break through to the Universe Supreme level. And to make a level 27 treasure pill, each one requires 5 drops of essence blood of Universe Masters, condensed from all the blood and energy of a Universe Master after his body exploded. Xian shook his head and sighed. His face was filled with helplessness. In other words, just to make the level 27 treasure pill that you and I need, we'll need to kill 10 Universe Masters. The Crystal Rainbow Demon insects that are about to be killed are one of them. Even so, we're still short of 9. This Star Master doesn't have the time to stay in the base camp. A level 27 treasure pill? Can smoothly break through to the Universe Supreme level? Hearing this, the old pig's eyes instantly emitted a green light. He stared blankly at Xian and muttered softly, as if he was in a dream, "Heavens, am I dreaming? There's no doubt about the level 26 treasure pill now, but I really have it. Can I become a universe supreme in one day? See. That's a being only slightly weaker than the great beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the primordial era. Definitely a big boss. Oh. Thank you, Brother Bao Yuan. It's Old Pig's greatest fortune to know you. At the end of his speech, the old man seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly patted his chest and said sternly, "Don't worry, after this matter is over, I, Old Pig, will take charge of our rear base camp and will definitely take care of your backyard for you. As for you, Brother Bao Yuan, capable people do more work, and I don't have the ability to do that. The great task of killing universe masters and collecting 10 drops of essence blood of universe masters will be handed to you. Do your best, Old Pig. I have faith in you. Get lost." Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and didn't hesitate any longer. He turned around and shot towards the void of the universe in front of him. With his current cultivation level, there was no longer any suspense in killing a level 3 crystal rainbow demon insect. Hence, the time to lure the snake out had arrived. 2 days later, in a star domain extremely far away from the border of the Milky Way star domain, there was a large number of Bug Clan members roaming the void space. These Bug Clan members were obviously searching for something. Low buzzing sounds could be heard from their bodies from time to time. This was a sign that they were activating the bloodline talent in their bodies and communicating with each other. This was a sign that they were searching for something. As far as the eye could see, even though the bugs weren't densely packed, there were definitely more than enough of them. However, the strongest of them were only at the level of an emperor. It could be said that after the accident in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area last time, whether it was Yi Xian or the Old Pig spirit, their vigilance towards these space bugs had long since risen to the extreme. The strange abilities of the arachnids were endless, and they were all different, making it impossible for people to guard against them. Last time, a small second-order venerable had actually successfully escaped. As for Yi Xian, he was unable to find out where the other party had escaped to. One had to know that this hadn't happened when he killed level 8 knights. From this, one could see a spot. Even though they had been following them for half a day, they still hadn't found a single bug knight. However, Yi Xian and Old Pig weren't in a hurry. This time, they had a huge goal, including a few universe knights and a universe master. It was worth it to wait a few more days. Really, sure enough, 2 days later, the Zerg army that was searching ahead suddenly buzzed loudly. All the Zergs stopped and crouched in the void, motionless. It exuded an aura of incomparable respect and fear. It was as though an extremely powerful being was about to descend, and they were waiting respectfully to welcome him. Yi Xian and Old Pig, who were hiding in space far behind, immediately raised their guard. Under such circumstances, if there were no accidents, a universe knight was about to descend. After all, the leader of this bug army was already an undying emperor. However, at this moment, this undying emperor was obviously like the other bugs, crouching in space without moving at all. He didn't seem to be any less respectful. In fact, the fear that emanated from his body was even greater than that of the other insectoids. A being that could make an undying emperor behave in such a manner, if it wasn't a universe knight, what else could it be? Wang. Soon, the buzzing sounds were heard again. In the space to the right of this bug army, a beam of white light suddenly descended. After a flash, a gigantic space bug appeared. It was entirely white, no wonder it could emit such an intense white light. As for its body, it was at least 30 million feet tall, and the energy emanating from its body was that of a level 2 universe knight. Upon seeing this, both Yi Xian and the Old Pig spirit were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. A rank 2 venerable insect? Could it be the one that escaped from the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land not long ago? He didn't expect to meet them so soon. This time, Yi Xian did not intend to make a move. He decided to give this opportunity to Pig Spirit. After all, he was the one who had lost the stage 2 venerable insectoid last time. Now, it was only right for the Pig Spirit to settle this matter. Otherwise, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Although the two of them did not communicate with each other using their godly consciousness, there were space bugs everywhere, and the biological wave frequency of the bug race was quite mysterious. Even if universe knights communicated with each other using their godly consciousness, there might still be some clues. That said, although there was no communication between the two of them, it was clear that there was a tacit understanding between them. Awoo! In the next moment, Xian remained motionless, but the old pig spirit suddenly rushed over. Before his figure even got close, a long howl filled with monstrous anger rang out. Along with the howl, he stomped the space in front of him with all his might. Li! Wang! An extremely sharp howl rang out, and the stage 2 venerable insectoid was so frightened that his body trembled. Immediately, a loud buzzing sound rang out, and the burning white light on his body surged again. It was clear that he wanted to use this bloodline talent to escape immediately like the last time. If I let you escape this time, how am I going to survive? Almost at the same time, the old pig spirit's godly consciousness voice rang out, and he stomped the ground with all his might. Pung! A huge roar was heard, and the burning white light splashed in all directions. The stage 2 venerable master's body completely exploded. No wonder his body could emit such a burning light. This fellow's blood was burning, and at this moment, it spread out and lit up a large area. In the space. Xiao! The old pig spirit retracted his hooves and took a deep breath. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a majestic invisible force enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. The red blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into the old pig spirit's body, compressing it into a bead. This bead was the size of a human head. Wang, wang. This scene was too sudden. The countless insectoids in the surrounding space all fled in all directions. As they fled, they let out a loud buzzing sound. They were clearly calling for help, in a mysterious way unique to the insectoids. All of this was what Xian and the old pig spirit wanted to see. Therefore, although the old pig spirit could easily kill the insectoid emperor that was escaping, he did not do so. Instead, he turned around and rushed in another direction, pretending to chase after the insectoid emperor. A few insectoid emperors. After all, as an insectoid emperor, this insectoid emperor's communication ability must be stronger. It could help Xian and the old pig spirit attract more targets faster. Wang! Bao Yuan, you're going to die today. Sure enough, after a dozen breaths, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the space on the right in front of him. Along with the buzzing sound, a godly consciousness voice that was filled with endless grief and indignation instantly descended. It was the father of the level 2 insectoid knight. He was also 30 million feet tall, and his appearance was exactly the same as the level 2 insectoid knight from before. The light emitted from his body was also intense and white. However, his cultivation level was much more powerful. He had already become a level 9 universe knight, which was equivalent to a half-step universe master. If he had not become a half-step universe master, he would not have dared to show up even though he knew that Xian and the old pig spirit were here. From his point of view, including the information gathered by the outside world, the Starry Sky Violent Ape, which had been carrying out hunting missions in various elementary Supreme Forbidden Lands recently, was only at the first stage of the Universe Master realm. Besides, this was not his real cultivation level. Instead, it was forcibly raised by some mysterious and powerful bloodline technique. Therefore, this pinnacle insectoid knight believed that his half-step universe master level and the Starry Sky Violent Ape's barely raised combat power were not much different from each other. Besides, he had used the bloodline technique of the insectoid race to inform the crystal rainbow demon bug right away, so he would be here in 20 breaths at most. Even though there was a certain gap in power between him and the Starry Sky Violent Ape, it should not be a problem for him to hold on for 20 breaths. The newcomer was a pinnacle universe knight at the peak of the 9th stage. Even though the old pig spirit had already activated the 3rd transformation of the bloodline technique of demonic pig 9 change and had a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the universe master realm, he was far from being a match for the newcomer. He immediately retreated far away. At the same time, Xian, who had been hiding his aura all this while, showed up. 9 changes of demon ape. 6th change. Along with this roar, a huge explosion came from the space ape's body. Within a breath of time, his body had completely expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. At that moment, the power in the space ape's body was rolling like a roaring river. His limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying force that made people look askance. Within half a breath of time, the space ape's body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded to 30 million meters at an extremely fast speed, which was 60,000 miles. As his body expanded, the aura of cultivation spread out from the space ape's body rose at the same time. From a 5th-level knight to a 2nd-level universe master, all of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a 5th-stage knight had transformed into a 2nd-stage universe master. This was simply a nightmare. The entire boundless void fell into a dead silence. All the escaping space bugs crouched down and shivered. Yi Xian had his own considerations as to why he chose the 6th change instead of the 9th or 8th. After all, the 3rd-level universe master hadn't arrived yet. If he displayed the combat power of a 5th-level universe master, the enemy would be lucky if he didn't turn around and flee when he smelled danger. How could he still arrive? In fact, even if he had the combat power of a 3rd-level universe master like the enemy, Yi Xian still didn't feel safe enough. Only a 2nd-level universe master was just right. On one hand, he could let the 3rd-level crystal rainbow demon bug arrive without worry. On the other hand, he could have enough advantages when facing this half-step universe master and ensure that he could finish him off in the shortest time possible. See? You actually broke through one level? The half-step universe master in the space millions of miles ahead was indeed fooled by Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian display the combat power of a 2nd-level universe master, he instinctively thought that Yi Xian had recently broken through one level and used the secret bloodline technique. Only by performing this mysterious bloodline technique would he be able to achieve the cultivation level of a 2nd-level universe master. Compared to the level 1 universe master not long ago, he was one level stronger. However, even though it was only a difference of one stage, it was still an extremely heavy burden to him. In the face of a powerful being at the 2nd-level universe master level, even if the other party had only used some kind of mysterious bloodline technique to forcibly raise his power within a short period of time. However, with his half-step universe master cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for him. The difference between a 1st-stage universe master and a 2nd-stage universe master was too great. Earlier, he still had the confidence to forcefully hold on for 20 breaths of time, but now, he didn't even have the confidence to forcefully hold on for 3 breaths of time. At this moment, he thought of fleeing. He didn't want to die before the crystal rainbow demonic insects arrived. As this thought surfaced in his mind, the body of this half-step universe master instantly lit up with dazzling white light. A low and rapid buzzing sound resounded, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety to rise within the body of this half-step universe master. Don't you think it's a little too late to escape now? This kind of thing has already happened in the hands of Old Pig. If it happens again in the hands of this Star Master's face. How can this Star Master accept this? So, you can die now. Hong. As the disdainful and mocking voice was heard, the raging starry sky ape rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside the insect clan Venerable. Then, it suddenly threw a punch. A deafening explosion was heard coming from the void. Not far away, the Venerable one from the insects shrieked as its humongous body exploded like an ant. It did not have the chance to react at all as it was blown up by the punch. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Xiao, after withdrawing his punch, Raging Star Ape immediately waved his hand, and a sharp air-piercing sound resounded. A boundless, invisible force rolled out from Raging Star Ape's body and enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. The dark red blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Then, he immediately sent it into the Shinnon cauldron to start refining the blood essence. Previously, when he left the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area, the number of venerable blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached a total of 9. Just a moment ago, he killed another second-order insect clan Venerable, which could be considered to have reached 10. Now, with the addition of the blood essence of a peak Venerable, Yi Xian had a total of 11 blood essences in his hands. 11? With a dim light flashing in his eyes, Yi Xian murmured softly, revealing uncontrollable excitement, especially when there's a top-grade blood essence condensed from the blood essence of a peak Venerable. In this case, if there are no accidents, the probability of refining 9 level 26 treasure pills will be more than 50%. This is clearly the rhythm of making a fortune. Screech, almost at the next instant, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from the end of the void space in front of him. Along with this scream, a low buzzing sound that was so fast that it was almost unimaginable also came from the same direction. It was like the sound of thunder, rolling over. There was also an incomparably powerful aura of pressure mixed within it. It was also a universe master, but it was stronger than the current space-raging ape, which was only at stage 2. This was obviously the terrifying force of a stage 3 universe master. At this moment, after a slight pause, Old Pig shook his body, and without hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled in the opposite direction. He didn't want to stay here any longer. A battle between 2 universe masters, to him, was definitely the rhythm of a battle between gods. If he really stayed too close, he would most likely end up as a little brat who would suffer. At this moment, Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and his heart started to pound. At this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Not long ago, he had never thought that there would be a day when he could become a universe master, but now, he stood there with incomparable calmness, waiting for a universe master to take the bait and kill him. The feeling in his heart was so wonderful that it made him feel as if he was in a dream. A brilliant ray of 7-colored light appeared in front of Xian, who was slightly distracted, and he suddenly realized that at this moment, he was in a state of being in a trance. It was as if his state of mind had an epiphany, and there was an obvious improvement in his state of mind. This was really a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that a moment of distraction in the midst of setting up a trap to kill a strong enemy could elevate his state of mind. This was simply. No one else could do this. Long. Hundreds of millions of miles away, a dazzling rainbow-colored light shot toward them. The light was too dazzling, illuminating a vast expanse of the void. It was only when it was hundreds of millions of miles away that one could see it clearly. It turned out that this rainbow-colored light with a diameter of 100 million miles wasn't a light ball at all. It was a real object, a space bug with a humongous body. The bloodline of this bug was obviously very special, and anyone who saw it would be able to understand its extraordinariness. Its body was crystal clear, like the purest crystal, and this crystal wasn't just a single color. Instead, it was extremely dazzling, glowing with rainbow-colored light. As for the space insectoid, which gave people the illusion that it was a crystallizer life form, the aura of cultivation that spread out from its dazzling and enormous body was equally terrifying. It was a third-stage universe master. Compared to the raging space ape, it was even stronger by a small level. Raging space ape, I didn't expect you to make another breakthrough. At this moment, with the arrival of the crystal rainbow demon bug, an extremely deep but confident voice came from the space in front of it like rolling thunder. Unfortunately, even so, you're still only a second-stage universe master. You're already. Although my body is huge and I possess a terrifying amount of vital energy, and I might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a being at the 3rd level of this boundary. However, I have been at the 3rd level for 1,000 years. I am only one step away from the 4th level of Universe Master. Hand over your bloodline technique, and I mean all the profound meanings. Today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will personally kill you and search your soul. I can also obtain most of your divine ability profundities. You, make your choice. Hell. Is a 3rd-stage Universe Master very strong? Look at how cocky you are. Raising his head and roaring, Yi Xian's mocking and disdainful voice sounded out from within the starry sky berserk ape. Besides, who told you that this Star Lord is only at the 2nd rank? 9 changes of Demon Ape. 9th change. The next moment, there was a loud roar, and a huge explosion came from within the raging space ape. In less than a breath, its body had completely expanded, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river. Endless murderous intent surged from its limbs and bones, and an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura was formed. In half a breath, the raging space ape, which was originally only 30 million feet tall, expanded to 100 million feet tall at an incredible speed. 100 million feet tall, which was 60 million miles, this was a distance of 60 million miles. Even the largest giant star would be reduced to a tiny dot in comparison. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of cultivation exuded from his body soared as well. In the blink of an eye, he became a 5th-level universe master from the previous 2nd-level universe master. Everything had happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a 2nd-rank Eternity Lord had transformed into a 5th-rank existence. It was so unreal, like a nightmare. In an instant, the entire vast void space fell into a dead silence. All the space bugs who hadn't managed to escape in time were lying on the ground, trembling. Some of the weaker beings couldn't even withstand the pressure of a mid-stage universe master emanating from the space-raging ape. Pung! Pung! The sounds of explosions kept coming, and these weaker space bugs exploded and died. In the distance, that mass of light, which was 100 million miles wide, was emitting dazzling, 7-colored light. It was shooting toward the raging space ape, but at that moment, it seemed to be frightened and stopped abruptly in the void space. It stopped in the void space of the universe only 200 million miles away from the raging space ape. Immediately afterward, a divine sense voice filled with endless horror and disbelief suddenly came out from this dazzling 7-colored light cluster. What? A 5th-stage universe master? That's impossible. Wang, the divine sense voice that sounded like an exclamation had just sounded when a strange buzzing sound that was extremely low, but the frequency was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end sounded again. 200 million miles ahead, the huge light sphere that was 100 million miles wide suddenly shone with an even brighter 7-colored light. It was very similar to the movement of the 2nd-stage venerable insect before it tried to escape in the black tortoise forbidden land. Obviously, the crystal rainbow devil bug intended to flee at this moment. It had come here to seize the mysterious bloodline secret technique possessed by the stellar gorilla, and it didn't want to die here instead. Along with this thought, the crystal rainbow demon bug's body instantly lit up with an even brighter 7-colored light. A low and rapid buzzing sound rang out again, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety to rise in the hearts of those who heard it. Sigh. You brought this upon yourself. I didn't want to find you, at least not now. But you came to me yourself. Seeing this scene, the starry sky berserk ape sighed. Xianxia's divine sense immediately sounded out, since you're here, why leave? Everything today should end now. Boom, after this divine sense voice that was filled with disdain was transmitted, the raging starry sky ape's shoulders shook as it charged out in the next instant. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the crystal rainbow devil bug, and suddenly, he threw out a punch. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge explosion sounded from the void. The crystal rainbow demonic insect, which was only at the 3rd stage of this realm, didn't even have the chance to wail when facing the 5th-stage star violent ape, which had a 6th-stage battle prowess. Its enormous body instantly exploded like an ant. It didn't even have time to react before it was blasted apart by a single punch. In an instant, the incomparably huge and terrifying 7-colored body completely exploded into a brilliant bloody mist, and then spread out. Swish! Retracting his fist, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10 million li. The 7-colored bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into Xian's body. After that, it was immediately sent into Shenong Cauldron by Xian to begin the blood essence condensation. This was the first blood essence he had obtained from a universe master level ferocious beast's body after it exploded into a majestic bloody mist. This was the blood essence of a universe master level ferocious beast. It was the blood essence of a universe master level ferocious beast. The first one was a good start. This meant that the next target Xian was going to hunt would be of a higher level. Universe Masters, huh? It seems that compared to Universe Knights, there are even fewer of them. Hua, ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. As the crystal rainbow demon bug was killed, there was an uproar in the void space far away, and countless shrill, ruthless howls could be heard. The large number of space bugs that were still lingering in the void fled into the distance like stray dogs. There were also space beasts that were lingering in the distance. They didn't come from the crystal rainbow forbidden land. They were extremely shocked, and they transmitted their godly consciousnesses one after another. What? A 5th-level universe master? This violent ape is going against the heavens. What bloodline technique is this? How could it allow a universe knight to possess such terrifying combat power in an instant? His body is so huge. Although his cultivation level is only at the 5th level, his body is so majestic that it makes one's hair stand on end. He's at the 6th level of this realm. Just one strike, and he killed a 3rd-level Universe Master Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. How many people can fight against such a being? We can't afford to offend him. Amidst the exclamations, all the space beasts that were watching the battle in the void space far away left in the blink of an eye. After all, the being they were watching was a being that was as powerful as a 6th-level Universe Master, and he had always been known for his bad temper. Violent Ape was known for his bad temper. If he really stayed here and angered him, he would definitely end up dead. Hell. At the same time, in the void space far away, an extremely excited howl could be heard. Pig Spirit, who had returned to his original height of 30 meters, and his power had dropped to the level of a 2nd-level Universe Master, ran back. He looked so excited that it was as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline. Brother Bao Yuan, you've become famous in one battle. Congratulations. The moment he arrived in front of Bao Yuan, the old pig spirit began to congratulate him. There was saliva at the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of envy and jealousy. His tone was also very emotional. Alas, I just don't know when this old pig spirit, will have this kind of ability. He killed a 3rd-tier Universe Master, yet his true cultivation level is only that of a Universe Knight. That's unbelievable. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. With a thought, he broke free from the 9th Devil Ape transformation. There was nothing he could do about it. His massive body was several times larger than the largest star. It was too eye-catching. Very soon, his body returned to its original height of 30 meters, and the aura emanating from his body dropped back to that of a 5th-level Universe Knight. After that, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and sighed regretfully, what a pity. Although we killed the Crystal Rainbow Devil Bug and obtained a blood essence of the Eternity Lord, only 2 of the 7 venerables of the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Area came, so we missed out on 5 venerables. Blood essence. Don't miss it. The moment Yi Xian finished speaking, Pig Spirit jumped up immediately. These are 5 venerables. If we collect them all, we can make another level 26 treasure pill. Now, the strongest great beings in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land have all been annihilated, and the only Universe Master left in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land is a blood-devouring demon bug that is only at the 1st stage of this realm. In for a penny, in for a pound, we might as well go all the way and destroy their lair. This way, besides the 5 venerable blood essences, we can also obtain a Aeon Lord blood essence. Yi Xian's eyes lit up the moment he heard Old Pig Demon's words. That's right. Anyway, the power of a 5th-stage Universe Master has already been exposed. Many of the space beasts in the distant end of the void space saw it. In that case, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to do something big and then immediately go into hiding? Once he heard Old Pig Demon's words, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Besides, the Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug has just been killed. This is already a big deal. Because this Star Master had just exposed himself, yet he actually dared to immediately run to the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land to hunt. And I'm afraid that this kind of opportunity will not appear again in the future. Because as time passes, even if we go into hibernation and don't show ourselves for a period of time, including the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, the other strongest Forbidden Lands will all be affected because of today's battle. Yi Xian had already made his decision. The temptation of a single drop of Eternity Lord blood essence was simply too great. Even if he were to refine a single level 27 treasure pill that would allow him to break through to the Universe Supreme level in the future, he would still need to collect 5 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence. Alright. Currently, he only had 1 drop of Eternity Lord blood essence. If he could get another one, this mission would be 40% complete. He would be close to halfway, it's decided, then. After entering the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, this Star Master will be in charge of that blood-devouring demon bug, and you will be in charge of temporarily delaying the other Universe Knights in the Forbidden Land. I hope those 5 fellows have already returned. After saying this, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He concealed his body right away, and with a flash, he shot into the distance. Howl, Old Pig was extremely excited. He raised his head and let out a long howl as he followed closely behind. On the way to the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian and Old Pig did not use their fastest speed to travel, as the 7 Universe Knights in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land had all been sent out to conduct a search. Right now, it would take a certain amount of time for them to return to the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Since they had decided to annihilate the 5 Universe Knights from the Spacebug clan, then Xian and Old Pig could only wait until they returned to the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land before making their move. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In fact, no matter how slow they were, it only took them 7 days to arrive at the border of the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. However, Xian secretly sneaked in to investigate. He discovered that other than the first Universe Master blood-devouring demon bug, there were still 5 other Universe Knights in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Of the 5 Universe Knights left, only 3 had returned. The remaining 2 were obviously still on their way back to the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Hence, the 2 of them lay in ambush in the distance at the border of the Forbidden Land and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 3 days. Within 2 days, the 4th Universe Knight had returned, and the last Universe Knight had just passed through the border of the Forbidden Land and entered the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land 4 hours ago. At this point, the 5 Universe Knights from the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, as well as the first Universe Master from the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, had all returned to their nest. The time was finally ripe for the final big hunt. Hell, 9 transformations of demonic pig. 3rd transformation. After receiving Xian's signal to make his move, Old Pig did not hesitate at all. He immediately let out a roar and entered the 3rd transformation of 9 transformations of demonic pig. His body instantly expanded from the original height of 30 meters to about 30,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The power within his body also increased by 3 small levels. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 5th level of Universe Knight. Hell. 9 transformations of demonic pig. 9th transformation. Pung. As the bloodline power of the 9th transformation was fully activated, the power within the body of the ferocious ape started to surge like a roaring river. His limbs and bones were filled with an endless amount of ferocious energy. Within half a breath, his body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, started to expand at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already 60 million miles tall. As his body expanded, the aura of cultivation within the body of the ferocious ape started to climb as well. From a 5th level knight to a 5th level Universe Master, xiao. After that, 2 thunderous sounds broke through the air. Old Pig Demon and Xian rushed into the Forbidden Land of Crystal Rainbow, one on the left and one on the right. They had already discussed this beforehand, so there was no hesitation at all. Old Pig Demon rushed straight to the nearest giant star. The Universe Knight in charge of this star was a level 2 bug clan member. With his level 5 strength, he could destroy it within a few moves. As for Xian, he rushed straight to the deepest part of the Forbidden Land of Crystal Rainbow. There, in the void space to the right, there was a giant, blood-colored star of ferocious beasts. It was the nest of the only remaining Universe Master in the Forbidden Land of Crystal Rainbow, the 1st level blood-devouring demon bug. In an instant, the entire Forbidden Land of Crystal Rainbow fell into a dead silence. Within the thousands of stars of ferocious beasts, countless space bugs were dumbfounded, as though they had been struck by lightning. There had been too many shocks recently. One after another, it was simply too much for humans, no, bugs, to handle. A few days ago, the news of the death of the Crystal Rainbow demonic bug, the strongest Crystal Rainbow demonic bug in the boundless Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, had just arrived. Countless space bugs in the boundless Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land had yet to recover from this extreme shock. And now, a new round of shocking changes had suddenly descended upon them. After a short period of dead silence, a voice filled with endless despair rang out, accompanied by a low buzzing sound and a shrill howl, a Universe Master. And a 5th level one at that. It's that violent ape, the violent ape is here. Wang. It's over, the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land is completely finished. The previous large-scale search clearly angered this violent ape. After killing the Crystal Rainbow demonic insects, it actually killed its way here. This clearly shows that its anger hasn't subsided yet, and it wants to wipe out the entire Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Screech. Damn it. I shouldn't have offended him earlier. Starry Sky ferocious apes have always been known for being ruthless and ferocious. Such an existence can't be offended, run. The forbidden land of the crystal rainbow is hopeless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. In an instant, the entire vast forbidden land of crystal rainbow was in an uproar. Within the numerous ferocious beast stars nearby, countless space bugs were suppressed by the terrifying force of a universe master emanating from the body of Violent Ape. They couldn't move at all. It was impossible to escape. Among them, there were even some with weaker cultivation bases. The moment this terrifying pressure approached their bodies, they had already exploded and died. In an area that was still far away, within the numerous ferocious beast stars, countless space bugs rushed out of the atmosphere. They didn't even look back as they fled for their lives outside the forbidden land. Among them was the strongest being within the forbidden land of Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, that first-level universe master blood-devouring demon bug, Xiao. A piercing sound pierced through the air. In the distance, at the end of one's line of sight, a bloody cloud rushed out of the atmosphere of the gigantic, blood-red star on the right side of the void space. It didn't even make a sound as it shot out in the opposite direction of where Violent Ape was coming from. A universe master was so cowardly that he didn't even have the intention to howl. Instead, he buried his head and fled for his life. This really made Yi Xian's jaw drop. Hell! You're so afraid of death. What a waste of your reputation as blood-devouring demon bug. With a furious roar, Violent Ape's body disappeared from where it was. When it reappeared, it was hundreds of millions of miles away, directly blocking the path of blood-devouring demon bug. Wung, a deep buzzing sound rang out, and blood-devouring demon bug's body came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, a scorching red light bloomed from its body. It was clear that he had activated the secret bloodline technique in his body and was trying to use it to escape. Even a third-level universe master like Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug couldn't escape from my hands, said Violent Ape. You're only at the first level of this realm, yet you want to escape? Don't you think you're being a little too whimsical? Hong, at the same time, he rushed out with a shake of his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside blood-devouring demon bug. Without warning, he threw a punch. As expected, a deafening roar rang out. Not far away, blood-devouring demon bug let out a wail. Its gigantic body exploded with a loud bang. It was blown apart by the punch. Its gigantic body completely exploded into a cloud of bloody mist and dispersed. Xiao, an invisible force swept out in all directions. Violent Ape waved his hand, and a piercing sound rang out. The bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him. After absorbing it into his body, he sent it directly into Shenong Cauldron to start condensing. At this moment, he was ferocious, and his demonic power was unparalleled. Alone, he ran amok in an intermediate supreme forbidden area. Countless space bugs were scared out of their wits. Hell! At the same time, near a giant star in the distance to the left, an excited howl rang out. Immediately after, Pig Demon's voice rang out. Brother Violent Ape, I've already taken care of one of Pig Demon. There are 4 more. I'll keep an eye on one. As for the other 3, I'll leave them to you. Hearing that, Yi Xian turned around. Pig Demon, who had just killed a universe knight, was now rushing toward his second target. This bug had the power of a third-level universe master, yet it was still no match for Pig Demon. There was no need to worry at all. As for the other 3 powerful venerable realm insectoids, they had long since rushed out of the ferocious beast planets they were guarding. They split up into 3 different directions and used their fastest speed to flee out of the forbidden land of crystal rainbows. Among the 3 universe knights, the one with the highest power was an 8th-level universe knight. Its speed was extremely fast, and the one most likely to escape was him. Xiao, with a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, his body vanished from where it was in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 8th-level universe knight, blocking his escape route. The next moment, before the enemy could react, Space Violent Ape's gigantic right fist suddenly struck out. Boom! An explosion sounded out in the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. This arachnid sovereign of the 8th step didn't even have the chance to make a sound before his entire body exploded into a blood-green mist. Just as it spread out, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent it into the air. The battle had only just begun. In less than the time it took an incense stick to burn, it had already come to an end. A universe master at the 5th stage was too powerful. He could run amok in a supreme forbidden land, and an intermediate one at that. If that 3rd stage crystal rainbow demonic bug was still here, even though he and the blood-devouring demonic bug would still be unable to avoid death, 1 or 2 of the remaining 5 insect clan venerables would most likely take the opportunity to escape. Now, the 5 insect venerables were all killed without exception. Xiao. With the arrival of Old Pig Demon, 2 blood beads the size of a human head shot toward Yixian, who had shrunk to a height of 30 meters and whose power level had dropped to the 5th stage universe master level, and he took them into his body with a wave of his hand and sent them to Shennon Cauldron. Then, he started to condense the blood essence. At this point, the number of Eternity Lord blood essences that Yixian used to refine a level 27 treasure pill had reached 2. He was only 3 away from the minimum requirement of 5. He wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't even swallowed a level 26 treasure pill yet, so there were still 5 more minor breakthroughs before it arrived. There was still time, so he could take his time to collect them. Although the difficulty was high, the minimum requirement of 3 wasn't too high. As long as Yixian's power increased, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take the risk. As for the blood essences of universe masters required to make a level 26 treasure pill to break through to the level of universe masters, he had accumulated a whopping 16 blood essences. Previously, he already had 9 blood essences. Then, after killing all 7 universe masters in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, he obtained another 7 blood essences, making a total of 16 blood essences. Among the 16 blood essences of universe masters, 1/3 of them were from the later stage of the universe master level, and 1 of them was from a top-grade universe master level at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. In this way, if the divine known 9-colored flames were to be included, Yixian would be able to refine at least 10 level 26 treasure pills out of these 16 venerable blood essences. This was definitely a done deal. In fact, the probability of making 12 pills was around 60%, and 13 pills was 50%. If there were 14 of them, there would only be 30% left. With so many level 26 pills, it should be enough for Yixian. Furthermore, it was not enough for the short term, but for the long term in the future. After all, a level 26 treasure pill represented the birth of a universe master. Even now, Yixian did not dare to imagine that he would have 10 universe masters under his command. That was too frightening, simply giving people a dreamlike feeling, too unreal. Brother Bao Yuan, we have to move faster. Just as Yixian was sighing inwardly, Pig Spirit reminded him, with such a huge commotion, the news will spread very quickly. The insectoids are very good at communicating. We only annihilated the universe knights, said Luo Feng. There are still quite a few emperors we didn't bother with. Now that they've all run far away, what if they report to the other intermediate forbidden lands? If a few more universe masters come, it'll be a headache for you. Loot everything and leave immediately. Yixian nodded without hesitation. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly into the nest of the blood-devouring demon bug. After a round of looting, he immediately rushed to the nests of the other insectoid knights. In a short 2 hours, everything was over. This time, Yixian obtained a huge amount of top-notch training resources. Immediately after, the 2 of them met up and left the forbidden land of Crystal Rainbow immediately. They transformed into 2 faint streaks of light and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the end of the void space. To Yixian, this phase of the hunt had come to an end temporarily. What he had to do now was to return to the base camp. After the 2 of them left, about a few hours later, from 4 different directions around the forbidden land of Crystal Rainbow, 4 dim figures of different sizes, but their entire bodies were shrouded in a layer of fog. One after another, they shot toward the forbidden land of Crystal Rainbow. They plunged straight into the forbidden land of Crystal Rainbow. These were 4 universe masters, and their cultivation levels were not weak. They were all above level 5 of this realm. Among them, there was even a terrifying being who was a level 9 complete universe master, which was equivalent to a great being who was a half-step universe supreme. In fact, these 4 powerful universe masters had obviously rushed over after receiving news of the unforeseen event in the forbidden land of Crystal Rainbow. They clearly knew that there was a ferocious ape whose combat power was comparable to that of a level 6 universe master. If they were not at level 6 of this realm, they would not have dared to come over so easily. At this time, the 4 powerful universe masters who had arrived were obviously all from intermediate Supreme Forbidden Lands or even advanced Supreme Forbidden Lands in the surrounding star fields. However, at this moment, their bodies were all shrouded in a layer of fog, so it was impossible to discern their specific identities. Their origins. The reason why they had come together was obviously because of Xianxia's ferocious massacre, which had already alerted them. It could even be said that they felt threatened. Otherwise, as powerful universe masters, why would they care about the business of others? After a round of investigation, there were no clues, not even the slightest trace of the ferocious space ape's whereabouts. These 4 powerful universe masters fell into a short period of silence. Shortly after, there was a series of low godly consciousness voices that rang out one after another. "This raging ape is not simple," he said. Although his power as a universe master was forcefully increased by some unknown bloodline technique, he did not leave any traces behind. Even we could not find any clues, so we can see that he did not leave behind any clues. This person is definitely not easy to deal with. That's right. According to the investigation, at first, he only hunted undying emperors. After that, he started to hunt universe knights. And when he first started to hunt undying emperors, the power he displayed was only that of a universe knight. That must have been after using the bloodline technique. His cultivation level after using the bloodline technique. That's right. If he already had the cultivation level of a universe master at that time, why would he need to hunt puny undying emperors? He wouldn't even be able to enter the eyes of a universe master. In other words, his cultivation level grew from undying emperors to universe knights in a short period of slightly more than a year. And it seems that he is still at level 5 of the universe knight realm. What a terrifying speed. It's only been slightly more than a year. It's just a matter of a few seconds, and the change in him is so earth-shattering. This ferocious ape has a huge secret on him. His cultivation speed is terrifying, and he also has such a powerful bloodline technique. It's too tempting. Everyone should be tempted, right? Let's not make this public. We'll investigate in secret. When the time comes, if we find anything. Fellow cultivators, please don't act on your own accord. Otherwise, if you really die, the loss will outweigh the gain. That's right. This is a matter of great importance. Everything should be done safely. Let's find a way to capture this ferocious ape first. Xiao. After leaving the forbidden land of the crystal rainbow, Xian and the old pig immediately concealed their figures and even concealed their auras. They did not make any stops along the way and directly rushed to the Source Nest planet located in this remote area in the depths of the primordial void. Shen Base Camp. Xian was originally a little worried about the old pig and did not intend to bring him to the Source Nest base camp so easily. But now, the two of them had experienced many battles, and the old pig's performance was not bad. Moreover, he had also tasted the sweetness. Whether it was the level 26 or 27 treasure pills in the future, he would definitely not give them up. He had long been loyal to Xian. Therefore, there was no need to worry about this matter anymore. What's more, after a period of hibernation, Xian would leave the Source Nest base camp again. It was not good for there to be no powerful existence to guard this place for a long time. If he was discovered, it would really be a disaster. Therefore, bringing the old pig back to the Source Nest base camp and letting him guard this place in the future was also a decision made by Xian after careful consideration. A month later, Xian finally returned to the Source Nest base camp. He did not stop on the surface of the planet, but directly entered the interior of the planet with the old pig. Hiss. Brother Violent Ape, when I looked from the outside, I thought it was an abandoned planet. It's just a little bigger. As soon as he entered the interior of the planet, the old pig immediately gasped. After entering, I realized that something was wrong. The energy aura here is clearly primordial chaos. This power. Could this be a Source Nest star? Xian nodded and did not say much. Damn. There are only a total of 5,000 Source Nest stars in the entire primordial void, and basically all of them are nurturing a future demon god level existence. Moreover, all of them are protected by a layer of primordial law power. Just like the Milky Way star field, even the Primordial Supreme and the Primordial Supreme. I'm afraid they won't be able to break in. I didn't expect that you would actually steal one, and even destroy the demon god seed nurtured within it. You took it as a nest and a secret base. This is truly a reckless waste of natural resources. At the end of his words, Old Pig Spirit shook his head and sighed with regret. Yi Xian was still smiling without saying anything. If this old guy knew that the most powerful demon god in these 5,000 nests that gave birth to chaos demon gods was actually Yi Xian. Who knew how envious one of his doppelgangers would be? He reckoned that beating his chest and stamping his feet would be considered a light punishment. Most likely, he would cry and shout that he wanted to commit suicide. While they were talking, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Hour arrived. When they saw Yi Xian's current strength, all of them sucked in cold breaths of air. As for Yi Xian, he was also shocked by what he saw. What scared him was the giant life fortress of the Wild Dragon's ship. The last time he left, the giant life fortress was already very big. It occupied the entire core space of the Source Nest planet. Now, in just a few years, the Wild Dragon battleship size had actually increased by a lot. It had already occupied 1/3 of the space inside the Source Nest star. In other words, although the Source Nest star still looked like a mud rock layer on the surface, the innermost 1/3 had actually been replaced by the Wild Dragon ship. From the looks of it, one day, the entire Source Nest star would be replaced, and that day was probably not too far away. As for the strength of his subordinates, they didn't disappoint Yi Xian. A few years ago, when Yi Xian left, there were only 10 emperors and more than 100 marquises in the Source Nest star's base camp, but now, there were already 2 emperors, dozens of emperors, and 700 to 800 marquises. This was also because before Yi Xian left, he had already distributed a batch of elixirs of various grades to help them break through to the next level. Otherwise, if he hadn't returned, these guys would probably be stuck at the peak of the 9th level, unable to break through. As for the 8 great guardian deities, they were originally all at the late stage of the immortal realm. But now, after a few years, because Yi Xian had left them with a large amount of top-grade purple gold treasures, the 8 great guardian deities had all stepped into the conferred king realm. Even Yi Xian was quite surprised by the speed of their breakthrough. Flying Centipede had already become an emperor, and Silver G had also reached the late-stage emperor level. Their progress was extremely gratifying, and what Yi Xian was most concerned about was the advancement of the 20,000 demons led by Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu. It could be said that in the past 10 years, this batch of demon powerhouses who had followed him first had been in seclusion almost all the time. Ever since the arrival of the battleship legions from the 3 main star planes in the Mulberry Tree star field, they hadn't shown their faces again. However, Yi Xian had provided them with a huge amount of cultivation resources, and all of them were top-grade items. He had also distributed many elixirs of various grades that were used to break through to the next level, and now, Yi Xian had left for a few years. When he returned again, Gui Hai Dao and the other important demon subordinates had all come out of seclusion. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately understood their cultivation strength and was quite gratified. After these years of seclusion, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Neibashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Suifeng Tai, and the others had all reached the emperor level. Even Ing Tai was the same. He was already an emperor. The remaining 20,000 demon powerhouses were all above the universe grade. Among them, there were about 2,000 ordinary undyings and 500 marquises. This was definitely an extremely terrifying elite army. Once it appeared, it would definitely shock everyone. However, Yi Xian was still not satisfied. In his expectations, all 20,000 demon powerhouses had to be at least ordinary undyings. As for marquises, they had to be at least a quarter, kings had to be at least 1/20th, and emperors had to be at least 100. One of them, this way, the 20,000 demon powerhouses would all be at the undyings level. Among them, 5,000 were marquises, 1,000 were emperors, and 200 were emperors. In addition to their tacit cooperation and battle formation, this was a truly terrifying and boundless undyings army. Perhaps it was still very far away from that day, but at least now, Yi Xian could see hope. He didn't disturb the 20,000 demon subordinates too much. Instead, he distributed a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, such as 9 colored godly medicines, and let them disperse and enter the wild dragon's ship, which had grown to half the size of the source nest star. Zhu Zue continued his seclusion. After circling around, Yi Xian found a quiet place and prepared to refine the level 26 elixir, Xiao. As he waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Immediately after, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly went to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, 16 infant fist-sized pieces of night blood essence appeared in his right palm. After everything was ready, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade precious materials required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes. At the same time, in the inner space of the Shinong cauldron, at the bottom of the central domain volcano, whoosh, 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 as the sound of the air breaking rang out one after another, the densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the cauldron in the sky above the central domain volcano. They directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly paused for a moment before hovering there. Shockingly, it was the various top-notch materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for this level 26 treasure pill. Whoosh, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out, and in the next moment, a majestic Shinong 9-colored flame held out from the pool of flames at the bottom of the central region volcano below these top-class resources. In the howling wind, the 9-colored flame sea condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. It was small and quaint, exuding an extraordinary aura. Then, this small cauldron formed purely from the Shinong 9-colored flame. The blood essence of the fierce beasts and other materials that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small cauldron with a radius of only 10 feet. From then on, the refining of the level 26 treasure pill officially began. Just one level 26 treasure pill was enough to make a cultivator at the peak of the 9th order become a universe master in an instant. One could imagine how important and precious it was. And this was the first time Yi Xian was refining a level 26 treasure pill, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. He controlled everything with all his heart. He made a series of alchemy hand seals, which turned into obscure and mysterious runes, and carefully entered the cauldron. Inside the 9-colored cauldron, time passed slowly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom, suddenly, above the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, a huge roar was heard. The cauldron formed purely from the Shinong 9-colored flame dissipated instantly. Like a great river, the 9-colored flames roared and rushed back into the flame pool below. What remained above the pool of flames were 13 round beads that were the size of an infant's fist. They glowed with 9 colors, and their surfaces were covered with a layer of dreamy halo. They exuded an ancient and heavy aura. A level 26 treasure pill. It was a level 26 treasure pill that could allow a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Night Realm to break through to the level of Universe Master within a short period of time. There are really 13 of them? The moment this cauldron of pills was refined, Yi Xian's voice came from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron on top of the volcano in the central region, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Among the 16 venerable blood essences, 1/3 of them were from the late stage of this realm. There was even a blood essence of a 9th stage great perfection venerable. If the Shinong 9-colored flame's power was included, then the divine Nong 9-colored flame's power would be greatly increased. According to Yi Xian's previous deduction, once the cauldron was started to refine these 16 venerable blood essences, at least 10 level 26 treasure pills could be produced. Even the probability of 12 pills being produced was about 60%, and 13 pills was 50%. Now, 13 pills were produced, which happened to be about the same as Yi Xian's deduction. This meant that in addition to the one he consumed himself, in the future, Yi Xian would have 12 more universe masters under his command. Of course, Old Pig Spirit was definitely one of them, there was no doubt about it. Even though he was only at the first level of the Universe Night Realm now, he was still far from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Night Realm after swallowing a level 26 treasure pill. However, in this hunting operation, Old Pig Spirit had put in a lot of effort, so this level 26 treasure pill that belonged to him would be rewarded by Yi Xian later on. Only then could that old fellow be completely at ease in the Source Nest's headquarters and take charge of the rear. After calming down his excited heart, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out 13 small jade bottles. He stored the 13 precious level 26 treasure pills in them and then stored them in the undying world within his body. After that, he stood up and walked out of the Shinnon cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a thought, the cauldron transformed into a ray of light and rushed into his body, disappearing from sight. After doing all this, Yi Xian went straight back to the top-level central control room of the Long Yi ship's life giant fortress. He had arranged for Old Pig Spirit to stay here previously. Soon, Yi Xian would leave again, and while he was away, Old Pig Spirit would stay here to take charge. Therefore, Yi Xian issued an order to Old Pig Spirit to grant him a secondary level of authority. In the future, when Yi Xian wasn't here, Old Pig Spirit would stay in the top-level central control room of the Long Yi ship's life giant fortress. Of course, Yi Xian only granted him a secondary level of authority. Old Pig Spirit could only give orders while the Long Yi ship's life giant fortress was in the Source Nest's headquarters. It was absolutely impossible to drive it away. This kind of order would be directly rejected. Wang, the light screen of the space gate flickered, and Yi Xian's figure appeared. With a single step, he arrived at the top-level central control room of the life giant fortress. Seeing his arrival, Old Pig Spirit, who was strolling at the side, immediately rushed over. His eyes were glowing with a green light, and he looked as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. Moreover, it was the blood of a rooster. "Brother Bao Yuan, it's only been half a month, and you've succeeded?" Although Yi Xian didn't ask what exactly it was, he understood what he meant. For this old fellow to be so anxious, other than a level 26 treasure, what else could it be? When this Star Master makes a move, how can it not succeed? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out a small jade bottle from his undying world. He transformed into a jade green light and shot it towards Old Pig Spirit. At this moment, Old Pig Spirit was so excited that his body trembled slightly. After all, this level 26 treasure meant too much to him. He was only a first-order venerable, yet he was holding a supreme treasure pill that would allow him to break through to the Universe Master level within a short period of time after reaching the 9th-order venerable level. Who wouldn't be excited by such a thing? See this aura. Old Pig Spirit stretched out his hoof to catch the small jade bottle. He immediately removed the stopper and poured out a treasure that exuded a strong aura of a Universe Master. Its surface was enshrouded in a dreamy 9-colored mist. At this moment, even with his level of cultivation and state of mind, Old Pig Spirit's breathing immediately quickened. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and after saying half a sentence, he was at a loss for words. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak. "Oh, Brother Bao Yuan, you don't say. Now that I've gotten the treasure pill, I want to try swallowing it." Yi Xian's words clearly provoked the Old Pig Spirit. The old fellow's face was full of anger as he raised his head and let out a long howl. However, he didn't refute anything and directly admitted it. "No, I have to go into seclusion. I clearly broke through to the venerable realm before you, but now you're already in the 4th order while I'm still in the 1st order. If this continues, I'll be thrown further and further away from you. Who knows when I'll be able to swallow this 20, level 6 treasure pill. If this continues, I'll definitely die from hunger." After saying that, he raised his 4 hooves and instantly shot off into the distance. At the same time, his voice that was filled with unwillingness still sounded from afar. "Brother Bao Yuan, just leave this Source Nest base camp to me. Even if I'm in closed-door cultivation, I'll appear at the first possible moment if anything happens. Take a rest and quickly get the Aeon Lord's blood essence. When you leave, you don't have to say goodbye to me. I'm in a hurry to go into seclusion. Thank you for your hard work, brother." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared into the distance. No one knew where he went into seclusion in the central control room on the top floor of the giant fortress. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly before turning around and rushing in another direction. He had indeed decided to leave soon, but before he left, there was one more thing to do, and that was to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. Soon, Yi Xian's figure shot out and entered a continuous mountain range. The giant fortress of life was now 1/3 the size of the Source Nest star, and its interior used spatial folding technology, so even just one layer was vast and boundless. Yi Xian found a valley in this mountain range area, then without hesitation, he directly summoned the farmer god Cauldron with a wave of his hand. His figure flickered as he stepped into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged, whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, turning into rays of light that hung in front of Xian. They were all the cultivation resources that Xian took out from the undying world in his body, including the 9-colored divine medicine and a large number of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, were dazzling. After doing all this, he directly activated the farmer god cauldron's domain's power. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, it was easy to swallow them all. At this point, a new round of breakthroughs had finally fully unfolded. Clang, clang, the shackles a shackle, but this time, shackles tts shackle. This was expected. This was to be expected. After all, he had just received 2 consecutive breakdowns not long ago. Needless to say, Xian skillfully activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body, and began to circulate it in his meridians, accumulating strength. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When all the energy had been refined, it only took one impact for the shackles that had appeared in his body to break. As the shackles were completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, Universe Knight level 5. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current level, Universe Knight level 5. 5th Order Venerable. The breakthrough this time had undoubtedly caused Xian's battle prowess to soar once again. After the previous breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached 4th Order Venerable Realm. Once he activated the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline power in his body, his cultivation would instantly rise to 5th Order Venerable Realm. If he were to perform 9 changes of Demon Ape and reach the 9th change, his power would immediately soar to that of a 5th-level Universe Master. However, after this breakthrough, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 6th Order Venerable after activating the Devil Ape bloodline in his body. If he were to execute the bloodline power of 9 Demon Ape transformations and enter the 9th transformation, his peak combat power would be equivalent to that of a 6th-stage Universe Master. This was already the pinnacle of the middle-stage Universe Master level. He was only one step away from becoming a late-stage Universe Knight. However, if one were to take into account the terrifying blood essence energy within his massive body of 60 million kilometers under the 9th transformation, Xian's current pinnacle combat power was comparable to that of a 7th-stage Universe Master. Even if he encountered an 8th-stage Universe Master, he could guarantee that he would not lose. Only when he encountered a 9th-stage pinnacle, which was equivalent to a half-supreme, would he be a threat. After calming down his excited emotions, Xian stood up and stepped out from the mouth of the Shen cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored the cauldron into his body. After doing all this, he did not disturb Old Pig Demon. This old fellow was indeed stimulated. Besides, the level 26 treasure pill that he had already obtained was also a form of motivation for him. During this period of time when he was overseeing the Source Nest headquarters, with Old Pig Demon's temperament, if there was nothing important, he would definitely not come out of seclusion. Instead, he would grit his teeth and stay in seclusion to break through. Xian believed that perhaps the next time he returned, Old Pig Demon's cultivation level would most likely be that of a late-stage Universe Knight, even if he had not yet reached the level of a Universe Master. Regarding this, he was quite optimistic about Old Pig Demon. After obtaining a level 25 Knight treasure pill, this old fellow had broken through from level 6 Emperor Undying to level 1 Emperor Undying very quickly, and he did not disappoint Xian. Soon, Xian walked out of the top-level central control room of the Life Giant Fortress of Wild Dragon ship. He had originally planned to leave, because whether it was the 20,000 demon elites led by Gui Hai Dao, the 8 Vajra warriors, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver G, or his trusted subordinates, such as the 8 Vajra warriors, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver G, not long ago, Xian had distributed a large number of top-level cultivation resources, especially the 9-colored godly medicine that they had never seen before, so all of them had gone into seclusion excitedly. Even the more than 10 million ferocious beasts in the army, except for those who happened to be on duty, were basically all in seclusion on the level of the Life Giant Fortress that was open to everyone. Although this source nest star was extremely huge, and there were many demon great beings and space beasts stationed here, in fact, it had always been extremely quiet. All of the subordinates in the headquarters were mainly in seclusion on a daily basis. Under such circumstances, Xian would be bored if he stayed here, so he might as well start his journey earlier. However, to his great surprise, just as Xian walked out of the central control room of the Life Giant Fortress and was about to rush to the surface of the planet where the Source Nest headquarters was located, an unexpected figure appeared in front of him. It was as if this figure had been waiting for him there for a long time. Ordinary, this figure was none other than Ying Tai, whom Xian had never paid much attention to. "What's the matter?" Xian turned to look at Ying Tai and frowned. "If there's nothing important, I'll go on a long journey." He still didn't want to come into too much contact with Ying Tai. However, since the other party was arranged by his side by the Immortal Empire's imperial advisor, Dr. and since then, he had always been well-behaved and didn't make any strange movements, so Xian couldn't be bothered with her. More importantly, with his current cultivation and strength, even if Ying Tai had any ill intentions, Xian would be able to completely ignore it. They weren't on the same level at all. In fact, even if the imperial tutor of the Undying Dynasty, Dr. was here, facing Xian, the situation would be the same. No matter how strong Dr. was, according to Xian's analysis, he shouldn't be as strong as a universe master. "I've been crowned emperor," nodding his head, Ying Tai suddenly said. Xian was startled and suddenly felt a little strange. "I know that." "What's wrong?" "Being at the emperor level means that one's divine sense is extremely strong." Ying Tai's face was still calm and composed. She continued, "Actually, when I first entered the Hongmeng Void, I had a kind of divine sense that seemed to be calling for me, but at that time, my strength was still weak, so my divine sense wasn't very strong. But as my strength increased over the years, especially after becoming an official level Undying, because of the strength of my divine sense, I felt that kind of calling getting stronger and stronger. After being crowned emperor, the calling from my divine sense would appear every once in a while, and it's extremely strong. So, this time, can you take me with you? I have a feeling that as long as I go out for a walk, I'll be able to find the calling." "The source of the calling power." "The calling power from the unknowns?" Xian didn't expect that she would look for him and say this. He frowned immediately. After becoming an official level Undying, especially an emperor level Undying, the divine sense of a strong warrior in space would greatly increase. He naturally knew this. From this perspective, there was no loophole in Ying Tai's words. But in fact, Xian didn't believe her words at all. She was different from Shueben, who also left because he felt some kind of calling power. She was different from all the other flesh and blood life forms. Ying Tai wasn't a flesh and blood life form at all. She was from the Tianji clan. Since she wasn't a flesh and blood life form, how could she feel the calling of the bloodline? Of course, the Tianji clan was a very strong clan now, but it was a new clan that was born in the Hongmeng Void, and this was the Hongmeng Void, which was ancient. Tianji clan's clan. How could Ying Tai feel it here? The so-called calling power from the unknowns, unless, as this thought flashed through his mind, Xian's expression immediately changed. His eyes also revealed a cold light. Could it be that the Heavenly Legacy clan has also entered this primordial chaos void? If Ying Tai wasn't lying, then this was the only possibility. Moreover, the Tianji clan had disappeared from the three main planes of the Starry Sky realm for many years, and now, even Xian had been in the Hongmeng Void for more than 10 years. It was entirely possible that the missing Tianji clan had also entered the Hongmeng Void due to some sort of fortuitous encounter. It was possible. Thinking of this, a dark light flashed within Xian's eyes as he instantly raised his guard. Given his current level of cultivation, if he were to perform the ninth transformation of the bloodline of 9 demon ape within his body, he would possess the pinnacle combat power of a 6th-level universe master. He was just one step away from becoming a late-level universe master. Even so, Xian didn't dare to let his guard down against the Tianji clan. On the one hand, it was out of habit. After all, he had always subconsciously regarded the Tianji clan as his true enemy. Although he did not view them as favorably as the heavenly Tao of the untainted land, he had never neglected them. Furthermore, the patriarch of the heavenly fate race, De, had always been mysterious. Although it was unlikely for his cultivation to reach the level of a universe master, it had to be known that the heavenly fate race had disappeared for so many years. All these years, Xian's own cultivation had been exploding. Even the army under his command had been reborn. They were far from what they used to be. However, if he could do this, why couldn't De? Was the Tianji clan destined to stay where they were? This was a very difficult race to deal with. De was only a robot created by Xingbo, the pioneer of human technology. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he was able to create such a shocking scene and become one of the three great space masters. He was the only overlord of the space. Even the entire human race couldn't compete with him alone. They had to join forces with other races in the second universe to establish the Myriad Luo Federation. Only then could they be on par with him. This showed how terrifying the Tianji clan and De were. If De really brought the entire Heavenly Fate clan into the Hongmeng Void, even if it was only the fragment of the untainted world outside the Hongmeng Void, given the rich resources there, De and the Heavenly Fate clan would definitely develop at an astonishing speed. It was hard to predict what kind of level they would have reached. It's not the Tianji clan. However, to Xian's surprise, the moment he finished speaking, Tai shook his head without hesitation. His tone was very firm. The summoning power I felt was definitely not related to the Tianji clan. Because I am no longer a member of the Tianji clan. I am no longer a member of the Tianji clan. I am from the automaton race. Ah? Automaton race? De's automaton race? This answer surprised Xian. All along, he had been sure that Tai was from the Tianji clan. However, now that he suddenly said that he was from the automaton race, Xian was a little confused. Although the Tianji clan was the same as the automaton race in that they were intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness and evolved into mechanical life forms, the Tianji clan belonged to De, and the automaton race belonged to De. The two of them were fated to be mortal enemies. There was no need to say much about the precautions they took against each other. Under such circumstances, as a member of the automaton race, how could Tai have infiltrated the Tianji clan? It was impossible for the emperor not to have noticed this. In the beginning, I was indeed from the Tianji clan. However, later on, in the imperial capital of the everlasting dynasty, the clan leader, who was the imperial preceptor, De, had already changed my core source code. From then on, I was no longer a member of the Tianji clan. I see. After listening to Tai's words, Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of realization appeared on his face. Since Tai had said so, he naturally understood everything. Xian also had an electronic doppelganger. If he was not mistaken, that electronic doppelganger should have already infiltrated the headquarters of De's machine race. Therefore, Xian understood electronic life forms like the Tianji race and the machine race quite well. Although the bodies of the so-called electronic life forms were equally important, they needed to undergo modifications time and time again to make the specific form of their existence, which was the mechanical body, more and more powerful. However, to the electronic life forms, the true core of their existence was actually a string of extremely complicated data source codes. The mechanical body could be changed at any time. It could be changed time and time again to make it stronger. However, this string of extremely complicated data source codes was the root of their existence. It was just like the soul of a physical life form. As the leader of the machine race, it was naturally understandable that De had this kind of ability to changing Tai's core source codes. After Tai's core source codes had been changed, it was as if the soul of a physical life form had been changed. Naturally, she was no longer a member of the Tianji race. Instead, it was as if her soul had transformed and she had become a member of the machine race. After understanding all of this, Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes flashed again. In that case, the mysterious summoning power you felt should be related to the machine race? Could it be? De has already brought the machine race into this world, he entered this primordial chaos void? No. It's also not the machine race. What made Xian stunned again was that this time, Tai actually shook her head again. Moreover, whether it was the expression on her face or the light in her eyes, they were all incomparably resolute. There was no trace of hesitation. Clearly, she was also very sure about this. This time, Yi Xian was not happy. He felt as if he had been played. He had been so shocked that his emotions were on the rise and fall. After all this fuss, it turned out that Ying Tai was just spouting nonsense. You played me? With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. There was also a strong sense of hostility in his tone. He said unhappily, "You're not from the Tianji race or the machine race, but you insist that you felt a mysterious summoning power." "Humph, you're an electronic life form." "It's an electronic life form. Could it be that it has the bloodline of another race?" Facing Yi Xian's doubt, Ying Tai remained calm and composed. The expression on his face remained firm as he shook his head. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "To be precise, this summoning force allowed me to feel the aura of the Creator." It should be. Yi Xian nodded and said, "To be more precise, this summoning force made me feel the aura of the Creator. It came from the Master of Creation. He is still alive, in this primordial chaos void." "Creator? What?" Yi Xian was stunned once again. He subconsciously replied, then his expression changed drastically. "You mean Xingbo?" This was obviously the only answer. Whether it was the Tianji race or the machine race, they were all created by the pioneers of the human race's technology. In fact, even the leaders of these two races, De and Dr, who stood at the peak of the electronic life form, were personally created by Xingbo. Therefore, to all the electronic life forms, Xingbo was undoubtedly a supreme existence like the Creator. Whether Yu Tai was from the Tianji race or the machine race, it was meaningless to call him the Creator. Moreover, as a member of the life form race created by Xingbo, it was normal for Yu Tai to feel his aura. Yi Xian had thought of all the possibilities before, but he had not thought of this. This was because, in his understanding, the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, had fallen long ago, and he had been dead for tens of thousands of years. If De had not betrayed the human race, killed Xingbo, and led the Tianji race in a rebellion, how could the current situation of the three main starry skies have developed to the way it did? Perhaps even the Myriad Net Federation would not have appeared. All of this was common knowledge in the three main starry skies of the current world, but now, Yu Tai told Yi Xian that she felt the aura of Xingbo, the creator of the electronic life form, and that there was a strong calling from the unseen world that was guiding her to pursue him. This was simply shocking. If Xingbo had not died, how could he have allowed all of this to happen? How could he have allowed De to lead the Tianji race, which was growing stronger day by day, and eventually dominate the three main starry skies of the three main starry skies? Even the entire human race was chased out of the first universe and moved to the third universe. It should be known that Xingbo was known as the technological pioneer of the human race. To the entire human race, he was like the god of technology. If he really did not die and witnessed all of this with his own eyes and did nothing about it, to the entire human race. Then, to the entire human race. That would mean. It was simply tantamount to the collapse of faith. Even if Yi Xian did not belong to this starry sky and came from somewhere else, he still could not accept this kind of thing, let alone the people of the human race who had been born and raised in the three main starry skies of the current world. After calming down with great difficulty, Yi Xian took a deep breath. When he looked at Yu Tai again, his expression was extremely solemn. "Are you really sure that the unseen calling power you felt is the so-called Creator Star, Bo?" "No, I can't be sure if it's the Creator himself. This is just my intuition, an extremely strong intuition." Yu Tai shook her head. "But I can at least be sure that this calling power is definitely related to the Creator, and definitely not from the Tianji race or the machine race." "Alright, that's enough." After saying that, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. "This time, I'll take you out with me. Every once in a while, I'll let you out. I hope you can find the source of this unseen calling power." Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yu Tai's figure disappeared in an instant. She was taken into the Shinong cauldron by Yi Xian. Even though he had decided to bring this girl along, Yi Xian still couldn't let her follow him all the time. After all, Yu Tai's current cultivation was only at the conferred king realm. It was no exaggeration to say that for the current Yi Xian, her cultivation strength was really no different from a burden. After doing all of this, Xian's figure flashed, and he immediately rushed out of the star core of the nest star under his feet. After arriving on the surface of the base camp, he directly rushed into the distant void, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, he was going to the most powerful forbidden area and the most powerful star domain around the Milky Way star domain. Blood Sea Forbidden Land was an intermediate supreme forbidden land. However, unlike the other intermediate forbidden lands, there was only one universe master in Blood Sea Forbidden Land, although there was a universe master guarding it. In fact, other than the Lord of the Blood Sea who guarded the forbidden land of the Blood Sea, there were no other living beings in the vast forbidden land of the Blood Sea. Perhaps there had been in the past, but now, they had all been swallowed up and turned into Blood Sea puppets of Blood Sea Master. Blood Sea Master's cultivation level was the same as Xian's current pinnacle state, which was the 6th stage Universe Master. In fact, his original body was a Blood Sea. It was said that during the previous primordial era, the most powerful demon god who created the universe, Pangu, had turned into a pool of filthy blood after his body exploded. Back then, Pangu, who possessed the laws of the universe, was the most powerful being among the 5,000 demon gods during the previous primordial era. He held a gigantic axe and split open the sky and the earth. Since then, the universe had been created. However, after splitting open the sky and the earth, the universe had run out of energy. His body and primordial spirit had all collapsed, and a pool of filthy blood had sputtered out and landed in a desolate star domain in the primordial era. After countless years, this pool of filthy blood had its own meaning and slowly grew. Today, it had reached the level of a universe master and called itself Blood Sea Master. In his previous life, Blood Sea Master was only a pool of filthy blood of Pangu, the most powerful demon god in the primordial era. However, in this life, the new primordial era was about to arrive, and Blood Sea Master was unwilling to just be a pool of filthy blood in the body of a chaos demon god. Therefore, in the past countless years, he had tried to find the nest stars in the primordial era where the chaos demon god of this era was born. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. The primal chaos seeds in the nests that he found had already sprouted. As a result, these nests were all protected by an invisible force of the primordial law, just like the mother planet. It was the same as the Milky Way star field. With his cultivation, he could not break it at all. The Lord of the Blood Sea, who was disappointed that he could not obtain a single source hive star and stole the primordial destiny of this era, rushed to the Milky Way star domain in a rage. He occupied a vast primordial void in a certain area around it and called himself the Lord of the Blood Sea. That area was listed as a forbidden area in the Blood Sea. Because he had the power of a universe master, from then on, among the many forbidden lands surrounding the Milky Way star field, there was one more intermediate forbidden land. At that time, there were still a large number of ferocious beasts in the thousands of ferocious beasts in the Blood Sea Forbidden Land. However, after the Lord of the Blood Sea settled in that void and sealed it as the Blood Sea Forbidden Land, in just a short 10,000 years, the ferocious beasts and the thousands of ferocious beasts in that area all became ferocious beasts. All the space beasts were swallowed up by a sea of blood. Because of this, the power of the Lord of the Blood Sea skyrocketed from the 4th level Universe Master 10,000 years ago to the 6th level Universe Master today. However, from then on, there were no other life forms in the Blood Sea Forbidden Land. There was only a boundless blood sea that fluctuated in size and size. This boundless blood sea was the true body of the Lord of the Blood Sea. All these years, almost no life form dared to enter the Blood Sea Forbidden Land without permission. This was because all the ferocious beasts and the primordial survivors who entered were all swallowed up by the boundless blood sea and turned into the Lord of the Blood Sea to improve his power. The flesh and blood resources of power. Of course, the Lord of the Blood Sea had thought of leaving the Blood Sea Forbidden Land and going to other forbidden lands in the starry sky to start swallowing and killing. However, even with his ferocious nature, he did not dare to do such a thing lightly. After all, there were many supreme forbidden lands around Milky Way star field. Although he was ferocious and powerful, he was not invincible. A few universe masters at the same level as him would be able to crush him easily. He did not dare to incur the wrath of others. The Blood Sea Forbidden Land was Yi Xian's next target. Under the state of the 9th change of Demon Ape, Yi Xian's peak power was only at the 6th level Universe Master level. However, because of the boundless power of the blood in his 60 million mile long body, his true combat power was comparable to that of a 7th-level Universe Master level. This way, Xian chose the Lord of the Blood Sea, who was also at the 6th-level Universe Master level, as his opponent. Once the battle started, he could ensure that he could defeat his opponent and tap into all his potential. This battle would be a hardy one. He would definitely be able to sharpen himself in the bloody battle that he was looking forward to. Besides, there was another reason why Xian chose the Blood Sea Forbidden Land as his next target. Now, under the state of the 9th change of Demon Ape, his peak power was comparable to that of a 6th-level Universe Master level. Because of the boundless power of the blood, his final combat power was comparable to that of a 7th-level Universe Master level. However, at the same time, his 60-million-mile-long body was too big, and it was extremely inconvenient. If he were to encounter a situation where he had to maintain his powerful cultivation level of a 6th-level Universe Master level and conceal himself, Xian would have a huge headache. If he could shrink his 60-million-mile-long body under the state of the 9th change while maintaining his 6th-level Universe Master level without dropping, even if he couldn't reach a height of 30 meters, it would only reach a height of 30,000 meters. To Xian, this was a huge deal. It was absolutely significant. Even if he would lose the boundless power of the blood in his boundless body, to Xian, it would definitely be worth it to increase his overall combat power by 1 level. Sometimes, the difference of 1 level's combat power wasn't too important. However, whether he could maintain his state of concealment was often an extremely crucial factor and effect. After fully comprehending the essence and meaning of the 9th change of Demon Ape, Xian took some time to deduce the bloodline ability of the 9th change of Demon Ape. He wanted to find a way to shrink his body size without affecting his increase in combat power. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. However, Master of the Blood Sea gave him hope. He seemed to have a similar bloodline technique. His original body was a pool of filthy blood from a chaotic demon god. It was as boundless as the sea. That was how the name of Master of the Blood Sea came about. However, according to the information that Xian had obtained, Master of the Blood Sea could transform into a vast and endless sea of blood and could also transform into a single drop of blood in an instant. In an instant, it condensed into a small drop of blood. It was incomparably easy and unobstructed. Although ordinary experts of the starry sky, including humans and beasts of the starry sky, could change their sizes, they basically all had their limits. Even Xian couldn't do it with a small drop of blood and an endless canopy that was like an entire vast star field. He could transform between the bloody sea as if it was a game. The forbidden land of Blood Sea was right in front of him. Even though Xian was still at the edge of the forbidden land of Blood Sea, he could already feel a towering, bloody aura coming from the void space in front of him. At this moment, he had activated his Demon Ape bloodline and transformed into a raging space ape, but he hadn't activated his 9 Demon Ape transformation bloodline technique yet. He was 30 meters tall, and the aura emanating from his body was that of a 6th-level Universe Knight, Xiao. With a sway of his body, Xian didn't conceal his figure at all. Even his aura wasn't concealed in the slightest as he directly charged into the Blood Sea forbidden area. In an instant, as he rushed into the forbidden land of Blood Sea, the murderous, bloody aura became even stronger. At the end of his line of sight, a boundless blood sea the size of a star field appeared in his sight. Xian had only seen such a creature that was as large as a star field in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen Bao and other supreme primordial divine abilities. Even when he saw the giant void tortoise in his previous life, the giant void tortoise wasn't in its complete form. Although it was huge, it was only about 60 million miles long when Xian was in his 9th transformation. It could be said that in reality, this was the first time Xian had seen a single creature with such an enormous body. It was as vast as a star domain. Even Xian's 60 million kilometer figure under the 9th transformation wouldn't be too eye-catching if he were to throw it into this vast sea of blood. Who, huh? A raging space ape? A 6th-level Universe Knight? At this moment, following Xian's arrival, the originally calm sea of blood in front of him instantly became calm. Monstrous waves of blood soared into the sky, accompanied by an incomparably cold voice of divine sense that swept towards Xian. How many years has it been since a life form from the outside world dared to enter the forbidden land of Blood Sea? Speaking of which, the last time I swallowed blood and flesh was almost 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that I would be able to swallow a Universe Knight level space raging ape today? This is really a pleasant surprise. These voices clearly came from the Lord of the Blood Sea. That guy had taken Xian, who had intruded into the forbidden area of the Blood Sea, as his flesh and blood. If you want to devour this Star Lord, you'll have to see if you have such good teeth. Don't end up being devoured by this Star Lord instead. 9 Transformations of the Demonic Ape. 9th Transformation. After replying with disdainful words, the next moment, a roar rang out and a huge explosion came from the galaxy-violent ape's body. In less than a breath of time, his body had completely expanded. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. Invisibly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura. In half a breath of time, the raging ape, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded to a height of 30 billion meters at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of cultivation that permeated the raging ape's body rose at the same time. From a 6th-level universe knight to a 6th-level universe lord in the blink of an eye, all of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a 6th-level universe knight had transformed into a 6th-level universe lord. In less than half a breath of time, his power had increased by an entire realm. It was simply unbelievable and unheard of. Huh? Is this the power of the bloodline technique? Seeing this scene, in the boundless Blood Sea, there was another exclamation of surprise. The Lord of the Blood Sea seemed to be interested in the bloodline technique that Xian had suddenly displayed, which could instantly increase his power by an entire realm. After a short moment of silence, a roar filled with unwillingness and excitement rang out from the boundless sea of blood in front of them. Roar. This is not fair. In terms of size, how can you compare to me? But why is it that after your body expanded, your cultivation strength also increased, directly rising by a large realm? As for this Lord, I have such a vast sea of blood, but no matter how it changes, no matter how vast and majestic it is, my cultivation strength is still the same. This is not fair. I am formed by the filthy blood and the body of the strongest demonic godly treasure. My bloodline is extremely noble. Why can a small raging ape like you have such a miraculous bloodline technique, while I can only change my size and devour hell? But it doesn't matter. Raging ape, as long as I devour you, I'll naturally get your miraculous technique. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect to get such a good deal today. Who? Hua, la, hong. As the last voice was heard, in the boundless blood sea ahead, countless gigantic blood waves that were larger than giant stars surged into the sky. In the end, they gathered together and formed a gigantic blood palm that was like a curtain in the sky, slapping towards Xian's head. The aura is indeed astonishing. It's so huge that even this Star Lord's 60 million strong body is like a small dot compared to this blood palm. Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the blood-colored palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. As he spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a pity, although the momentum is astonishing, no matter how majestic and huge this blood palm is, the aura of its power is still in the end. It's still only a 6th-stage universe master. As such, it's destined for a tragic ending. Today, I will harvest the 3rd blood essence of Universe Master. Hong, with that last sentence, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward the sky blood palm that was crushing toward him. He raised his right arm at this moment, and with a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, he suddenly smashed it upwards. Hong, long, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Facing Xian's punch, which was comparable to a 7th-stage universe master's, the gigantic blood palm that was as huge as the sky collapsed in an instant. Not only that, but even the entire blood sea that was connected to the wrist of the blood palm seemed to have undergone some kind of huge explosion. Countless blood-colored waves splashed in all directions. Such a majestic and endless blood sea that was like a star domain was actually shattered into pieces by the might of Xian's punch. It was no longer connected. Hell. This is impossible. Raging ape, you actually injured me? With just one hit, Blood Sea Master's bloody sea was torn apart, and he was severely injured. His original power of a 6th-level Universe Master dropped to 4th-level Universe Master in an instant. Although the cracked body of the Sea of Blood could still be reassembled, under such circumstances, facing a terrifying violent ape with the battle prowess of the 7th level of this realm, this kind of opportunity to turn back and recover, and then reassemble the cracked body of the Sea of Blood into one again, it would be very difficult to do so again. Hell! Bao Yuan, you're hurting this lord. You can't escape. Do you really think I don't know where you come from? He. I pretended not to know you just now to confuse you. Soon, you will be surrounded. In the shattered Blood Sea, the Lord of the Blood Sea's strange laughter rang out once again. There was a strong sense of complacency in it. You're courting death. Of all the people you could have targeted, you actually chose me. My original body is an endless bloody sea, and my life force is too strong. As long as this bloody sea still exists, my consciousness will have endless energy. You can't kill me. At least, before they arrive, there is absolutely no possibility of that happening. Hell, in the end, a heaven-shaking roar sounded out. In the vast sea of blood in front of them, 5 figures slowly stood up from the monstrous waves of blood. In the end, they transformed into 5 blood-colored demons that were similar in size to the current Yixian. They were in 5 different directions, and there was a smaller bloody sea supporting their feet. They actually trapped Yixian and surrounded him in the middle. In that case, this Star Lord seems to have been targeted by someone? Yixian was clearly surprised by the words of the Lord of the Blood Sea, but after pondering for a moment, he immediately understood. Since the matter from before had already been exposed, it was only natural for people to be concerned about it after the news spread. After all, other than the threat he represented, Yixian had a bloodline secret that could immediately cause his cultivation to rise by an entire realm after using it. The technique was also very coveted. According to this speculation, he was now being targeted by quite a number of universe masters, and this group of fellows had most likely reached some kind of agreement in secret. Blood Sea Master's words proved this point. He must have used some kind of secret technique to send out the news of Yixian's arrival. The other universe masters would be here soon. At that time, Yixian would most likely encounter an unprecedented crisis if they were to be surrounded. Although he had the interstellar coordinate jumping ability, if multiple universe masters were to attack him at the same time, they might interfere with this jumping ability. This was a risk that Yixian could not and did not want to take. That was why he had to get rid of Blood Sea Master as soon as possible and escape before the other universe masters arrived. The Lord of the Blood Sea is only SOSO. How disappointing. Since that's the case, it's time for everything to end. Boom, a disdainful and contemptuous voice came from Bao Yuan's mouth. The next moment, he rushed out with a shake of his shoulders. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the blood demonic god. Swish. At the same time, a few 9-colored flames rushed out from within Yixian's body. They expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a few multicolored endless seas of fire that surrounded the 5 blood-colored demon gods that were surrounding him. They separated. The next moment, Bao Yuan rushed toward one of the blood demonic gods and punched out. Pung. What happened next was as expected. A huge roar came from the void space. At this very moment, Blood Sea Master, who had transformed into a bloody demonic god, had dropped to the 4th stage universe master level. Facing Bao Yuan, who had the combat power of a 7th stage universe master level, he didn't even have the chance to wail in agony. His huge body exploded. In the blink of an eye, his huge and terrifying 7-colored body exploded into a brilliant bloody mist and spread out. Xiao. After ending all this, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and a boundless, formless force rolled out from his body and covered an area of tens of millions of miles. The bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Then it was immediately sent into Shenong Cauldron by Yixian to start the blood essence condensation. This was only one of the bodies of Blood Sea Master. There were still 4 more. Yixian did not stop. His huge body disappeared from the spot and appeared behind the 2nd blood demonic god in the blink of an eye. Similarly, he punched out a simple punch. Then he waved his hand and absorbed the blood essence of the blood demonic god that had exploded into his body. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 5 blood demonic gods with huge bodies were left. Seeing Yixian so fierce, the 3 blood demonic gods finally showed signs of panic and fear. Without saying a word, they turned around and tried to escape. One of the blood-colored demon gods seemed to be testing the waters as it charged directly into the nine-colored sea of fire that was trapping it behind. Ah, screech! Almost at the same time, an incomparably mournful howl sounded. The huge body of the blood demonic god, under the burning of the nine-colored flames of Xianxia, was like ice and snow that had encountered the scorching sun. In an instant, it was an endless discomfort. In the shrill howl, it completely melted and disappeared. This scene was too horrifying. The other two blood demonic gods were so scared that they were stunned on the spot. They did not dare to move at all. Xian, on the other hand, didn't have any intention of stopping. His terrifying figure flashed twice in a row, and in a short span of 2 breaths, he arrived at the side of the two blood-colored demons and blasted them apart with a single punch. Xiao. After everything was over, Xian waved his hand. The 9-colored flames in the surrounding void instantly turned into a wisp of flame and rushed into his body. Following that, as he waved his hand again, the blood demonic god sea that was torn into pieces in the void was all wrapped up by an invisible force and absorbed into Xian's body. Immediately, he sent it to Xianxia cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. At this point, he finally had 3 pieces of blood essence of Universe Masters in his hands. He was already more than halfway there. He only needed 2 more pieces to ensure that he would be able to obtain a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Time is of the essence. I don't know how many Universe Masters have been summoned by Blood Sea Master, but at least there is definitely more than one. I can't take too many risks. For now, it's better to leave as soon as possible. After doing all of this, as Xian softly muttered, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body. This time, the coordinate jump point he locked onto was not near the Source Nest planet's base camp. Instead, it was near the Source Nest star that nurtured his most powerful body. Not long after Xian left, in less than 2 hours, 6 figures of varying sizes appeared from different directions around the Blood Sea Forbidden area. However, their entire bodies were shrouded in a layer of fog. Dim light and shadows continuously shot over. They were 6 Universe Masters, and none of them were weak. They were all above level 5 of this realm. After rushing over, they didn't hesitate and plunged headlong into the forbidden area of Blood Sea. Among the 6 of them, there was even a terrifying being who was a Universe Master at Pinnacle Level 9, which meant that he was a great being at Half-Step Universe Supreme level. These 6 beings could be said to be extremely powerful, but they had all received a secret message from Blood Sea Master. They rushed over. They were all from intermediate and even advanced supreme forbidden areas in the surrounding star fields. However, at that moment, all 6 of them were shrouded in a layer of fog, so it was impossible to tell where they came from. The reason why they came together wasn't just because of Xian's brutal slaughter. It had already aroused their vigilance, and it could even be said that they felt threatened. As powerful Universe Masters, if it was only because of this, they wouldn't have bothered with the business of others. Their real target was the bloodline technique of 9 transformation devil ape, which was in Xian's possession. Out of greed, these 6 powerful Universe Masters rushed over as soon as they received the message from Blood Sea Master. However, they were still one step too late. After all, the distance was too far. By the time they arrived, Xian had already left. At that moment, the 6 Universe Masters carried out a round of investigation, but they didn't find any clues. They couldn't even find a trace of where that ferocious space-raging ape had gone. Such an outcome seemed to be within their expectations. Feeling disheartened, the 6 powerful Universe Masters all sank into a short period of silence. Shortly after, a series of low and deep voices reverberated one after another. Our prey seems to be extremely cunning. I'm afraid he won't be so easy to deal with. That's right. Previously, in the forbidden area of Crystal Rainbow, because the distance was too far, and we weren't prepared beforehand, we waited for him to leave for 6 hours before we arrived. In the end, we couldn't find any trace of him, and we didn't even know where he went. It's the same this time. Today, we were prepared, and we received the message from Blood Sea Master. In less than 2 hours, we arrived, but he was already gone. When the Lord of the Blood Sea sent the message, he clearly hadn't died yet. In other words, in less than 2 hours, not only did this savage ape kill the Lord of the Blood Sea with lightning speed, he even left calmly. In such a short time, no matter how powerful his spatial secret technique is, it's impossible for him to not leave behind any traces at all. From this, it can be seen that aside from the enviable bloodline secret technique that can instantly raise one's cultivation by a whole realm, this savage ape most likely he also possesses a secret technique that allows him to travel a great distance in a short time, or even within a breath. Besides, I'm afraid he's not just a 6th level universe master. Blood Sea Master was originally a great being at 6th level universe master, and due to the uniqueness of his original body being a vast bloody ocean, his true combat power is at 6th level universe master level. His true power is comparable to that of a level 7 universe lord. Even so, he was still killed by this raging ape in a short period of time. From this, we can infer that this raging ape's true combat power is at least at the 7th level universe master level. Besides, he most likely has some kind of powerful killing technique. Luo Feng muttered. Everyone, we have to be on high alert. This is a late-stage universe lord, and he's even stronger than some of us. If we're blocked by him alone again, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the others to arrive. More importantly, after this battle, with Blood Sea Master's death, he'll definitely search the soul of the remnant soul. This way, we'll be out in the open, and he'll be on high alert. He might even know that other than Blood Sea Master, we'll be out in the open. Who else is plotting against him? I don't know why, but I suddenly have a bad feeling. When the 6 universe masters that secretly remembered Yi Xian were gathered in the Blood Sea Forbidden area that was already empty, Yi Xian had already used the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title of the Devouring system in his body. In an instant, he crossed the distance of the endless void space and returned to the depths of the primordial star field, near the origin nest star that nurtured his most powerful body. Within the primordial star field, there were only 2 interstellar coordinate jump points imprinted by Yi Xian. One was in the universe void space near the origin nest base camp, and the other was near the origin nest star that nurtured his most powerful body. At that moment, with a faint flash of light, Yi Xian's body appeared instantly, but he was no longer in the 9th change of demon ape form, which was 60 million miles in size. Instead, he returned to his original size of 30 meters. Of course, his power level dropped back to that of a level 5 universe knight. After leaving the forbidden area of Blood Sea with ease, Yi Xian was completely relieved, but there was an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in his heart. At that moment, he thought of Ying Tai again, and because of that, he thought of Xing Bo, who was known as the pioneer of the human race's technology. The swallowing system in his body was created by Xing Bo. Back then, when Yi Xian was still fighting in the 3 main planes of the starry sky and his own cultivation was far from reaching his current level, Yi Xian had always been amazed and shocked by the strength of the devouring system. Even to the extent of being overwhelmed with shock. But now, as he entered the primordial star field, his power was getting stronger and stronger, and this feeling of shock didn't diminish. Instead, it was stronger than before. In this primordial star field, even a universe master couldn't directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body and instantly cross the endless void space to arrive at the location where the interstellar coordinate was imprinted. That showed how powerful the swallowing system was. Other than being powerful, what Yi Xian felt more strongly about was, in fact, its mystery. Xing Bo, who was known as the pioneer of the human race's technology, was actually able to create such a heaven-defying thing. Then, what level was his own power level? In other words, if Xing Bo was really so powerful, how could he be betrayed by DE and then killed? If everything was fake, if Ying Tai's divine instinct was right, then what was Xing Bo's purpose and intention for doing all this? Was it really like what the swallowing system said, just to select and cultivate the strongest elites of the human race? After some hesitation, Yi Xian could only sigh and shake his head. He decided not to think about it for the time being. He decided to search the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master first. Xiao, with a sway of his body, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian circled around the source star that nurtured his strongest clone and confirmed that everything was the same as before. There was no abnormality. After that, he heaved a sigh of relief and directly flashed forward at full speed. In just a short period of half a day, he saw an abandoned star in the void of the universe ahead. Without hesitation, he entered the core of the star and sat down cross-legged. He started the soul search immediately, and the results were out. Within the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master, there was indeed everything that Xian wanted. On the one hand, it was related to the universe masters from other intermediate supreme forbidden lands. They had already set their eyes on him and formed an alliance within their small circle. Blood Sea Master wasn't originally a member of this small circle, but because he was alone, he was determined by the close to 10 universe masters in the small circle to be the target of the attack of the ferocious ape. Therefore, those fellows informed the Lord of the Blood Sea of this matter, which could be considered as roping him in. They also gave him a promise that if the Lord of the Blood Sea of meritorious service in this matter, they would obtain a powerful secret technique that could raise one's cultivation base after the ferocious ape was ambushed. He would have a share. The Lord of the Blood Sea had indeed sent out the message at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Xian's strength and ended up being killed. After he was killed, his remnant soul was searched by Xian, and all the universe masters in the small circle were completely exposed to Xian. His remnant soul had detailed information about which supreme forbidden lands these universe masters came from, what their power levels were, and what the basic situation of the supreme forbidden lands were. Besides, as a powerful universe master, Blood Sea Master had a much better understanding of all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme starfields surrounding the two sides of Milky Way star field. Xian couldn't compare to him. Now, all of this was seen through by Xian. To him, this was definitely a big gain. The information he obtained was very important for his next move. In addition, through the remnant soul of the Lord of the Blood Sea, Xian had another great harvest. The Lord of the Blood Sea had transformed into a sea of blood, and any changes could be as small as a drop of blood when it was small, and as large as a star field when it was large. The profound mysteries of the secret technique. For all of this, the remnant souls in the sea of blood had detailed information. After Xian copied it, he directly threw it to the Devouring system in his body and immediately had the system use it with his own 9 transformations Devil-Ape Bloodline secret technique. Combine and deduce. After completing all of this, Xian let out a long breath and sank his mind into it. He pushed the terrifying divine sense of a universe master to the limit and cooperated with the deduction. With the help of Xian's powerful spirit, it only took 2 days for everything to be completed. Xian had already comprehended the bloodline technique of the 9 demon ape transformation, and after combining it with Blood Sea Master's Blood Sea technique, it finally reached perfection. Xian had been unhappy with the fact that he couldn't control the size of his body when he was in the bloodline technique state. But it was completely solved. He decided to try it out immediately. Xiao, a faint sound of air braking was heard. With excitement in his heart, Xian rushed out of the abandoned star and into the universe void space outside. At this moment, he was in the state of activating the bloodline technique of the 9 demon ape transformation, but he hadn't activated it yet. His body was 30 meters tall, and his power was at the 5th level of Universe Night. 9 demon ape transformation. 9 demon ape transformation. Almost at the next moment, a roar was heard, and a huge explosion was heard from within the body of the space-raging ape. Within a breath's time, his body had completely expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was surging like a roaring river, and his limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura. Within half a breath's time, the raging ape's originally 30 meters tall body had expanded to 30 billion meters tall at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles tall. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of the raging ape's cultivation rose at the same time. From a 6th-level universe knight previously, it had become a 6th-level universe master in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, with a thought from Xian, his terrifying figure, which was originally 60 million kilometers long, instantly shrank until it was about 3 meters tall. Only then did it stop. In fact, this wasn't the limit. If Xian wanted to, he could even shrink to the size of a drop of blood. However, although his body had changed so much, at this moment, he was only 30 meters tall, and the aura of the space-raging ape was still that of a 6th-level universe master. It didn't fall because of the shrinking of his body. However, under the terrifying size of his 60 million miles tall body, the level 1 combat power that was boosted by the endless and majestic aura had disappeared. However, this didn't matter at all. In comparison, Xian felt that the convenience brought about by his current body size was more practical and substantial. Overjoyed, he immediately changed his mind again. This time, it was to enlarge. Within a breath's time, his body had shrunk to a height of 30 meters. In an instant, he expanded at an extremely fast speed. He didn't stop even when he was 60 million miles tall. It was only when he expanded to an area of several billion miles, like a small star sector, that Xian changed his mind. When he changed his mind, he stopped. However, this still wasn't the limit. If he wanted to, he could continue to expand until he was comparable to a large star sector. In this way, although he couldn't compare to the size of the complete void tortoise, there wasn't much of a difference. This isn't the limit of the bloodline power that has reached the perfect state. There are other changes, as Xian murmured softly. With a change of mind, his terrifying body, which had a radius of several billion miles, changed again in an instant. This time, Xian changed his own form. From a terrifyingly large space-raging ape, he changed into a vast and boundless sea of blood. Immediately after, with another change of mind, this vast sea of blood, which was like a small star sector, instantly shrank at an extremely fast speed. It only stopped when it was reduced to a tiny drop of crimson blood. This was truly a myriad of changes. To Xian, this was simply too significant. In the future, if it was necessary, he could change his body size at will. He could even directly evolve into a crimson sea of blood of the same size as he wanted. This was simply a great contribution to concealing his origin and background. That's not right. The Blood Sea technique obtained from the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master is not complete. Suddenly, Xian had a flash of inspiration. After pondering for a while, he immediately frowned. After all, what was left behind was only a remnant soul, or perhaps, even the master of the Blood Sea himself hasn't fully comprehended the Blood Sea secret technique. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been different. At this point, Xian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and a sense of relief welled up in his heart. If there were no surprises, the truth should be the latter. In other words, the Lord of the Blood Sea himself hadn't comprehended the Blood Sea secret technique to the extreme. During the previous battle, Blood Sea Master had been severely injured by Xian, and after his power had dropped to 4th level Universe Master, he had transformed the entire vast Blood Sea into 5 blood-red shadows. Afterward, these 5 blood-red shadows had all been destroyed by Xian one by one. At that time, Xian had not thought much about it, as the 5 blood-red shadows had all been trapped by his Shenong 9-colored flame. They had been separated from one another, so there was no way for them to form an encirclement. Under such circumstances, even if there were 50 of them, it would be meaningless, let alone 5. They would all be destroyed by Xian one by one, but now that he thought about it, Xian suddenly realized that the 5 blood-colored demonic shadows were all at the 4th level of the Universe Master level. In other words, this kind of Blood Sea secret technique could create an avatar, and the avatar's combat power wouldn't be weaker than his own. This was already extremely frightening. Although the number of Blood Sea bodies created by this technique could not be too many, otherwise, it would be practically invincible. For example, the Lord of the Blood Sea had only created 5 clones back then, including one of his original bodies. However, even if there were only 5 bodies, if Xian had not used Shenong 9-colored flame to trap them separately but had gathered them together, and their power had not dropped from before, then, the situation that Xian had faced at that time was that he had been besieged by 5 6th-level Universe Masters. If that had been the case, the final outcome of this battle was obvious. This was also why Xian still felt a sense of lingering fear when he thought about it now. Fortunately, the Lord of the Blood Sea did not use this secret technique in the beginning. This was probably because he had underestimated his opponent. On the other hand, it was because he had not fully comprehended the power of the Blood Sea secret technique. When he used it, there would be some problems. There would be a slight price to pay. Thus, he had not performed it at the very beginning. Instead, it was like a life-saving technique, and he had only performed it at the very last moment when he had to put his life on the line. No wonder Blood Sea Master, who is all alone and poses a certain threat, has been hibernating in the forbidden land of Blood Sea all this while. The Universe Masters in the surrounding forbidden lands have not attacked him. After thinking for a while, Xian finally understood the reason and could not help but sigh. It seems that this level of power of the Blood Sea technique is known by all the universe masters in the surrounding Forbidden Lands, and they are quite fearful of it. That is why they have not attacked him. Attacked him. After saying this, Xian did not say anything else. With a flash of his body, he transformed into the Blood Sea again. Shortly after, from 3 different directions of this vast Blood Sea, 3 gigantic figures rose from the Blood Sea. These were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the space-raging ape. The other was a skeleton body without any flesh and blood. It was merely a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless amount of ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The other was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the form of a raging ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely 2 rays of purple light. It was extremely eerie. These 3 demon bodies, in the complete form of the ancient demon ape, were a trinity, and their backs seemed to be glued together. However, although Xian had made use of the Blood Sea technique to divide the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 bodies of the Blood Sea, the cultivation level of these 3 bodies had all dropped to that of a 3rd-level universe master. Now, he was in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demon ape. If this experiment was successful, these 3 demon ape bodies should all have the cultivation level of a 6th-level universe master. Splitting one into 3 without any change in cultivation level was akin to suddenly having 2 more copies of himself, and they could join forces with the original body to fight against the enemy. This way, the level of power of the Blood Sea technique was meaningful. And it was so significant that it was shocking. But now, although he had completed the process of splitting one into 3, including the original body, the cultivation level of the 3 bodies had all dropped to that of a 3rd-level universe master. This was meaningless. Not only was it meaningless, but it was also asking for trouble. Just as I expected, Blood Sea Master didn't deduce this level of power of the Blood Sea technique to the extreme. Even when I merged it into the bloodline technique of the 9 changes of demon ape, the fusion wasn't perfect and comprehensive. After a test, Xian was finally sure of everything. As he murmured to himself, he was instantly freed from this state. The 3 demon bodies that had just been divided merged into one, and then they merged into the Blood Sea. Finally, the Blood Sea shook and disappeared, and the body of the space-raging ape appeared. It was about 3 feet tall, and the aura emanating from its body returned to that of a 6th-level universe master. Even Blood Sea Master himself hasn't fully comprehended this level of power of the Blood Sea technique, said Xian. Hence, the relevant information and profound meanings obtained from his remnant soul are meaningless. I can only rely on myself to deduce it bit by bit. At this point, Xian's face showed a hint of helplessness. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This isn't as simple as simply merging the profound meanings he comprehended with the bloodline technique of the 9 changes of demon ape. It requires a lot of time, and now, the devouring system in my body is still trying to deduce the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill. This matter can't be delayed for too long. After all, I already have 4 drops of Universe Master Blood Essence that are used to make the level 27 treasure pill. At this point, Xian sighed faintly. It seems that I can only wait for the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill to be deduced before I deal with this matter, as for now. At this point, Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and an incomparably cold murderous aura burst out from his body. Even the soft mutterings in his mouth revealed an endless chill. Those universe masters still want to hunt down this star master. This is simply too much. This is unforgivable. Previously, it was fine if I didn't know, but now that I know about this matter, I even know the origins and details of all the participants. Then, it's time for this Star Lord to launch a counterattack. From the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master, Luo Feng had found that there were a total of 11 universe masters who had set their eyes on the ferocious ape. They had secretly formed an alliance and had roughly discussed the distribution of benefits after the ferocious ape was captured. Of course, what they were most interested in was Bao Yuan's bloodline technique, which could forcibly increase one's level of cultivation in a short period of time. Other than that, there was also the secret behind Bao Yuan's rapid increase in power. According to the agreement of these 11 fellows, after Bao Yuan was captured, the 11 universe masters, as long as they contributed, would be able to share these secrets. And this was under the circumstance that they didn't even know that Bao Yuan had a large number of treasures, such as Shinnon Cauldron. If they had known, the distribution of benefits wouldn't have been so simple. However, among these 11 Universe Masters, Blood Sea Master had already been annihilated, so there were only 10 left. Of these 10 Universe Masters, 4 were from 3 senior Forbidden Lands, and they had more than one Universe Supreme backing them up. Yi Xian didn't intend to provoke them for now. He would keep them in mind first. As for the other 6 Universe Masters, they were all from intermediate Forbidden Lands. Although they were more or less acquainted with 1 or 2 Universe Supreme Masters, since they weren't subordinates, Yi Xian wouldn't consider them at all. He decided to take turns visiting these 6 Universe Masters. If he could find a chance to kill them, that would be the best, but if he couldn't kill them, he would at least go to their base camp and make a scene to express his attitude. He, Bao Yuan, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he had any ill intentions, he'd better think twice. Measure. Of course, among the 4 Universe Masters, the first 2 he visited were already listed by Yi Xian as targets that he had to kill. He already had 3 pieces of blood essence of Universe Masters. Refining a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill required at least 5 pieces of blood essence of Universe Masters, and now he only had 2 pieces left. These 2 pills could only be obtained from the first 2 targets. This was because the first target had a higher chance of successfully killing them if they were caught off guard. And later on, because there were already people in trouble, they would all be on high alert. By then, it would be impossible to successfully kill them. Yi Xian's first target was a space rat. The strength of this space rat was also extraordinary. It had already reached the 5th level of the Universe Master. Even the current Yi Xian, under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, had a 6th level battle prowess, in addition to Pang Da's terrifying fleshly body that was 60 million kilometers long. Plus, killing it, there was a possibility of accidents happening, and there was a possibility that it could escape in the end. Xiao, a sharp piercing sound rang out as Yi Xian's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot out like lightning. In an instant, he charged into an intermediate level forbidden area. Originally, there were 2 Universe Masters guarding this place, but the other one had gone out not long ago for some reason, so the only one guarding this intermediate starry sky forbidden land was that 5th-tier space rat. Li. Almost as soon as Yi Xian's figure charged into the forbidden area of space, the space weasel discovered him. There was an earth-shattering roar, and then a body rushed out from a giant star of ferocious beasts. It looked like a rat and a wolf. It looked a little weird, but its body was 30 million feet long, and the power it exuded was no joke. It was definitely a level 5 Universe Master. Yi Xian kept his body at 30 feet tall. He activated the bloodline in his body and turned into a space-raging ape. His power was at level 6 Universe Master. The reason why Yi Xian didn't directly enter the 9th transformation and shrink his body to a size of around 3 meters to launch a sneak attack was because Yi Xian didn't want to easily expose this ability. Only at critical moments in the future would he be able to achieve the best effect. Right now, seeing that the main character had already appeared and was definitely the same as the Lord of the Blood Sea back then, Yi Xian didn't hold back anymore. He raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 9th transformation. The next moment, there was a loud roar, and there was a huge explosion in the space-raging ape's body. Within a breath, its body had completely expanded, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying power spreading out. Within half a breath, the raging ape's body, which was originally 30 feet tall, expanded to 30 billion feet at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles long. Besides, as its body expanded, the power of the raging ape's cultivation rose at the same time. It went from level 6 Universe Knight to level 6 Universe Master in the blink of an eye. "You're just a space rat, yet you can cultivate to such a level," said Yi Xian. "You have the power of a pinnacle middle stage Universe Master. That's rare and commendable. However, today, you can't escape death." Hong. Bao Yuan's divine sense voice came out of his mouth. In the next instant, before he finished speaking, his shoulders shook, and his figure had already rushed out. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the space weasel. Xiao. At the same time, a nine-colored flame rushed out of Yixian's body. The flame swelled with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had already transformed into a boundless sea of flames with 9 colors. It surrounded the space rat from all directions, and directly cut off its escape route. Since the sea of fire has appeared, there's no more suspense about your death. As the 9-colored sea of fire formed and surrounded the space rat, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. This was a mid-stage universe lord at the 5th step. Adding on the fact that he was already well aware of Yixian's terrifying battle prowess, if he was on guard, even if Yixian could catch up to him, it would still take him a certain amount of time. The key was that he didn't have that time now. More powerful universe masters could come at any time. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible. The next moment, the raging ape rushed toward the space trapped in the sea of fire and punched. Pung! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge explosion rang out from the void. The space rat didn't even have the chance to cry out before its huge body exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, its huge and terrifying body exploded into a brilliant mist of blood and spread out. Xiao. After everything was over, the raging ape waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic, formless force rolled out of his body and covered an area of 10 million miles. For now, Yixian's heart was instantly filled with incomparable joy as he rushed out of the intermediate-level forbidden area guarded by the space rat. This was the blood essence of Universe Lord that could only be condensed from the flesh and blood of Universe Masters. Every single one of them was extremely precious. And now, Yixian had unknowingly obtained 4 of them. He was only 1 more away from the minimum requirement of 5 to create a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Every time he thought of this, he immediately felt a sense of relief in his heart. With Yixian's current level of cultivation, killing a Universe Master was a piece of cake. He didn't have to worry about level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills anymore. However, when he thought of the level 28 Almighty Pellet, a bitter smile appeared on his face again, revealing a deep sense of helplessness. Fortunately, there were only 2 types of treasure pills after the level 27 treasure pill. Level 28 was for breaking through to the primordial great being. Level 29 was for breaking through to the primordial great being. Maybe there was still the so-called level 30 Supreme Treasure Pill, which was for breaking through to the level of the Headless Infant Corpse and the Primeval Heaven's Eye. But even if he counted the level 30 Supreme Treasure Pills, there were only 3 types of Supreme Pills to be condensed after level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills. No matter how difficult it was, the end of this path of cultivation wouldn't be too far away. 4 drops of blood essence of Universe Lord now. I'm only 1 away from being able to create a level 27 Universe Lord treasure pill. It seems like it's time for me to quickly improve my level of cultivation. As Yixian muttered to himself, he didn't hesitate anymore. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. This time, he locked onto the jump coordinates near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest body. Xiao, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure of the violent ape appeared. After turning its head to identify the direction, it instantly turned into a flash of light and blasted toward the abandoned star where it broke through last time. After a short while, Yixian arrived at his destination. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly into the core of the star. At the same time, in the intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area where the space rat was guarding, less than 2 hours after Yixian left, several figures of different sizes, but their entire bodies were shrouded in a layer of fog, shot over one after another from different directions around the Forbidden Area. These few Universe Masters were the ones who had their eyes on Yixian's small circle. The few people who were rushing over were the ones who were the closest to them. The moment they arrived, the few Universe Masters didn't hesitate at all. They plunged headfirst into this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area and started a comprehensive search. As powerful Universe Masters, they wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. However, they had a common goal, which was to obtain the Bloodline God Art of 9 Devil Ape Transformation, which was in Yixian's hands. Out of greed, these few powerful Universe Masters rushed over as soon as they received the news from the space rat. However, they were still 1 step too late. After all, the distance was too far. By the time they arrived, Yixian had already left. At this moment, after a round of investigation, they found no clues. They couldn't even find a trace of the ferocious space rat ape's whereabouts. This result made the few universe masters feel very frustrated. After a short moment of silence, a series of low godly consciousness voices were heard one after another. D***MN. He actually succeeded again. This time, this violent ape didn't even search the space rat's lair, and all the treasures and cultivation resources were left untouched. From this, it seems that he's already become vigilant, and after he succeeded, he fled at the first possible moment. It seems that he already knows about the existence of our little circle. D***MN. It must be Blood Ocean Master who leaked the news. That D***MN idiot. We shouldn't have pulled him into our group. What should we do now? The ferocious ape is already on guard. If we want to scheme against him again, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Don't be discouraged. He will definitely strike again. No matter what the ferocious ape's motive is, before this, whether it is undying emperors or universe knights, he has already killed more than 10 universe knights. And now, he has only killed 4 universe masters. We still have at least 6 more chances. At the same time, in the core of the abandoned star where Xian was cultivating in seclusion, Xiao. Along with the sound of air breaking, streaks of light shot out and hovered in front of Xian. These were all the training resources that Xian had taken out from the undying world within his body, including the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other training resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. They were all top-tier items, and they emitted a powerful aura that dazzled people. After doing all this, he activated the domain power of the Xianxia cauldron and compressed all the training resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. A new round of breakthroughs began at this moment. Huala. In the next instant, the earth-shattering sound of chains rang out from within Xian's body. This time, there was only one shackle in his body, which was to be expected. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Xian activated the energy river that had just formed within his body and began to circulate great circulatory cycles in all the meridians within his body, accumulating energy. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. When all the energy had been refined, it only took one hit for the shackles that had appeared within his body to break apart. As the shackles completely broke apart, the anticipated system notification rang out in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, level 6 universe knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of the fleshly body. Current level, level 6 universe knight. Level 6 universe knight. This breakthrough had undoubtedly increased Xian's combat power by a large margin. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's strength had been at level 5 universe knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach level 6 universe knight. If he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape again and reached level 9, his combat power would immediately soar to level 6 universe knight, but now, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a level 7 universe knight. This was already the late stage of this realm, and if he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the demonic ape again, he would directly enter level 7 universe knight. His pinnacle battle power would reach the level of a 7th stage universe master, which was also the level of the late stage universe master. If he were to include the terrifying power of blood essence within his body, which was 60 million miles long, he would reach the level of an 8th stage universe master. It could be said that the peak combat power that Xian could achieve now was enough to ensure that he would be unscathed in a head-on battle with a level 9 universe knight who was a half-step supreme knight. Although it was highly likely that he would not be able to defeat his opponent, at least he would have nothing to fear. After a long time, he calmed down and stood up. He stepped out of the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then, he waved his hand and put the cauldron into his body. I'm already at the 7th level of the Aeon Lord realm, and my battle prowess is comparable to that of an 8th level Aeon Lord. Now, it's time for me to obtain the last drop of Aeon Lord blood essence needed to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he didn't hesitate anymore. After he rushed out of the core of the abandoned star, he immediately accelerated. He rushed toward the supreme forbidden area surrounding the Milky Way star field in the distance. This was clearly the rhythm of changing places after every shot. To Xian, the next target was of utmost importance. He already had 4 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. If he could successfully kill the next target, then he would have 5 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. That way, he would meet the minimum requirement of Eternity Lord blood essence needed to make a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. At the same time, this hunt, compared to the previous ones, was likely to have the most variables. Previously, when he was hunting Blood Ocean Master, the 10 Universe Masters in the small circle who had their eyes on Xian weren't sure if Xian already knew about their existence. At most, they were just suspicious, but this time, after Xian successfully killed the Space Weasel, the 9 Universe Masters in the small circle would definitely be sure that Xian knew about their existence. Under such circumstances, they would definitely be more vigilant, and the next hunt would be more difficult than the previous one. Unfortunately, Xian had no choice. He already had 4 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. With 1 more, he would be considered to have completed his initial goal. Only then could he calm down and lie low for a while to find a place to deduce the perfect formula for a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. No matter what, this hunt must succeed. Xian subconsciously clenched his fists. He maintained the activation of the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the form of a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape. He shot towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. This time, his target was a Space Bug tribe member. Of the 9 Universe Masters in the small circle that had already targeted Xian, there was only one from the Space Bug race. As Xian fought more and more with this small circle, this Eternity Lord insectoid made Xian feel more and more uneasy. The Space Bug race was very special. Basically, all of them had unique biological frequencies. When Xian was in the state of activating the perfect oscillation secret technique, ordinary human experts and space beasts would have a hard time discovering his existence. However, the space insectoids, whose cultivation was on par with Xian, were not included in this list. It could be said that if Xian had not directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body after killing the Lord of the Blood Sea and the Space Weasel, he would have left without leaving a trace. Then, with the existence of this Eternity Lord insectoid, it was very likely that they would be able to find some clues after a careful search and pursuit. From there, they would be able to locate Xian's whereabouts. In fact, in addition to the unique biological frequencies with different powers that were all extremely strange and could be said to be impossible to guard against, the Space Bug race also had different bloodlines, which gave them all kinds of special bloodline abilities and abilities. If in the midst of a battle, the moment these mysterious abilities were suddenly activated, the threat that they would pose to Xian was absolutely not to be underestimated. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Xian had decided to target this Eternity Lord insectoid. According to the information obtained from the remnant soul of the Lord of the Blood Sea, the power of this Space Bug race was at the 6th level Universe Master level, which was the same as the Space Weasel that Xian had previously killed. However, even though they had yet to meet face to face, Xian was already mentally prepared. He had long since realized that this 6th level Eternity Lord insectoid would not be as easy to deal with as the Space Weasel. Unfortunately, other than this 6th level insectoid, the other 8 Universe Masters in this small circle were all beings at the 7th level or above. Even with Xian's current power, it would be slightly difficult for him to hunt them down. At least, it would not be easier than killing the 6th level insectoid. Therefore, he had no choice but to set his eyes on this 6th level insectoid. The only thing that comforted Xian was that in the intermediate Supreme Forbidden area where the 6th level insectoid resided, he was also the only Universe Master. However, there were quite a number of Universe Knights below the level of Universe Master, a total of 8 of them. In fact, even now, Universe Knights were still the targets of Xian's hunting because the blood essence of Universe Knights could be used to refine a level 26 Eternity Lord treasure pill. Although Xian still had 12 Eternity Lord treasure pills in his possession, which was enough for the time being, but this was a top-grade Universe Master level treasure pill. Who would complain about having too many top-grade treasure pills? Besides, other than using them to refine a level 26 Eternity Lord treasure pill, Xian could also use the blood essence of Universe Knights as top-grade cultivation resources. After swallowing them, they could be used to achieve breakthroughs in one's cultivation level. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, he would still hunt down Universe Knights without hesitation if he encountered one. However, in fact, in the previous 2 hunts, although he had obtained 2 Eternity Lord blood essences, he had not obtained any Universe Knight blood essences. There were no Universe Knights on Blood Sea Master's side at all. The entire forbidden area of Blood Sea was empty, and he was the only one who was alone. As for the supreme forbidden area where the Space Weasel resided, although there were 4 Universe Knights, there was simply no time for Xianxia to make a move on this Universe Knight, so he could only wring his hands and give up. This time, his target was the same. Although there were as many as 8 Universe Knights in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th grade bug clan member resided, to Xianxia, they were completely meaningless. His only goal was to successfully kill this 6th grade bug clan member, then take advantage of the fact that the other 8 Universe Lords in the small circle had yet to arrive to quickly escape as far as he could. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th grade bug clan member resided was located in the far right side of the border area of Milky Way star field. Currently, Xianxia had yet to enter the state of the 9th transformation, so his speed was not at its peak, and it took him half a month to arrive. This was what it should be. The reason for this was that Xianxia did it on purpose. After all, the longer he delayed, the lower the possibility of encountering variables. Xiao. Not long after, a 6th-level Undying level beast rushed out of the Forbidden Land in front of him. It transformed into a beam of light and shot toward the left. Almost as soon as his figure appeared, Xianxia had already set his eyes on this Forbidden Area's fierce beast. However, he didn't immediately make a move and continued to lie dormant. After all, it was only an ordinary Undying level beast. With Xianxia's speed, he could easily catch up with it even if he ran for another 10 days or half a month. After half a day, there was no longer any movement at the edge of the forbidden area. Only then did Xianxia relax. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed as he chased after the fierce beast from the forbidden area. In less than half an incense stick of time, at the end of the void in front of him, the figure of the fierce beast of the forbidden area appeared. As if sensing something, he subconsciously turned his head to look. When the figure of the starry sky ferocious ape entered its line of sight and concealed a powerful aura that was thick and boundless like the sky, the expression of the ferocious beast in the forbidden grounds changed greatly. It raised its head and roared before turning around and fleeing towards the right. Its speed was much faster than before. It had improved tremendously. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his cultivation base, no matter how much his speed increased, it was completely meaningless to Xianxia. Even if the cultivation base he displayed right now was only at the 6th level of the universe sovereign realm. Hong. With just one punch, the ferocious beast of the Forbidden Land turned into a cloud of blood mist and dispersed. This was only an ordinary Undying level beast. At Xianxia's current level, he couldn't even be bothered to collect the blood and flesh of the Undying level beast. Xiao, with a thought, an invisible force shot out and pulled out a wisp of soul from the blood and flesh of the Undying level beast. He immediately started to search the soul. The final result made Xianxia feel completely relieved. The space bug with the power of a 6th-level universe master was indeed in the Forbidden Land in front of him. Besides, the other 8 universe knight level beasts in the Forbidden Land were also there. However, other than that, there were no other abnormalities in the Forbidden Land. Of course, there could be abnormalities or even ambushes. However, the level of this Forbidden Land beast was too low, so it wasn't qualified to know. After all, Xianxia's target was the master of the universe, the strongest person in this forbidden area. As for the beast that he had searched the soul of, it was only an ordinary undying beast. The difference in level between the two was too great. However, Xianxia had no other choice. Hesitation was not his style. After pondering for a while, he quickly turned around, transformed into a ray of light, and shot towards the direction he came from. After about half an incense stick of time, the edge of the intermediate supreme forbidden area once again appeared in front of him. Xian Devin, Hell. 9 changes of Demon Ape. 9th change. As soon as he charged into this forbidden area, Xian directly shot towards the right. At the same time, a roar came from his mouth, and a huge explosion sounded out from the starry sky. Berserk ape's body, in the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, grew in size in less than a breath's time. His speed was swift to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end, while the energy within his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, while an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura effused out from within him. At the same time, the aura of cultivation exuded from the body of Raging Ape soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Raging Ape had soared from a level 7 Universe Knight to a level 7 Universe Master, 7th level Universe Master. This was a late-stage Universe Master, in the blink of an eye, as the terrifying pressure of a late Eternity Lord spread out and enveloped the entire vast forbidden area. Countless cries rang out from the various great beast stars in the distance, as if responding to the pressure. Almost subconsciously, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land crouched on the ground, not daring to move at all. Even the 8 Universe Knight level ferocious beasts had retreated to the depths of their caves and lairs, trembling in fear. In front of a powerful late-stage Eternity Lord, they didn't even dare to think about fleeing. Not to mention, in this intermediate supreme forbidden area, there was a powerful space bug of the same level that had also reached the 6th level of the Eternal Lord realm. From a certain point of view, if a battle were to break out, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious in the end. At this moment, as his body grew and his cultivation soared, Xianxia's speed increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the hibernating 6th level bug. He originally didn't know where the hibernating 6th level bug was, and this space bug was very good at hiding its aura. It wasn't any weaker than Xianxia's perfect oscillation spiritual power technique. Even if he used his divine sense to search, he might not find anything. However, killing the immortal stage ferocious beast solved this problem, allowing Xian to know the location of his target's lair before he even entered this intermediate level forbidden area. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Xian didn't find it troublesome and killed an undying level beast to search its soul. Come out. You can't hide. Hong, following the arrival of the violent ape, Xian's voice sounded out with his divine sense. In the next moment, the violent ape's shoulders shook and its body instantly charged out. Its speed was so fast that it caused one's hair to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the star. Xiao, the next moment, a 9-colored flame rushed out of Bao Yuan's body. The flame expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an endless 9-colored sea of fire. It enveloped the gigantic star in front of it and cut off the escape route of that bug. The next moment, Bao Yuan rushed toward the star trapped in the sea of fire and punched. There was no suspense in what happened next. Bam! A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void, and the entire huge star exploded in an instant. Amidst the shattered star fragments that filled the sky, one could clearly see a black bug with a gigantic body. Under Xian's terrifying power this time, its body completely exploded into a black mist of blood and spread out. Xiao. Seeing this scene, Xian's heart relaxed, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up. After being absorbed into his body, Xian immediately sent it into the Shen-Nong cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. No. It disappeared again. However, in the next moment, Bao Yuan's expression changed drastically, and Xian's cry of alarm subconsciously came out. The boundless qi and blood that he had just sent into his body had mysteriously disappeared. Along with Xian's subconscious exclamation, the surrounding void space in the distance seemed to respond instantly. A few voices were transmitted, and all of them were filled with ridicule and mockery. There was also obvious smugness. Who would have thought that you would be fooled by a mere perfect illusion? Looks like you're just SOSO after all, violent ape. That's right. Fellow Taoist Heizun's perfect illusion technique is indeed very strange. Even with this violent ape's 7th order universe lord level cultivation, he didn't see anything wrong with it from beginning to end. He even took the majestic blood mist that appeared after the perfect illusion exploded for real and absorbed it into his body with a wave of his hand. Only when the illusion disappeared did he realize it. Fellow Taoist Heizun contributed greatly in this battle. Furthermore, he lost a star nest and will have to use the most powerful sealing technique to seal this star field for us. I suggest that after killing this violent ape, we'll have fellow Daoist Heizun's share of the spoils. Fellow Daoist Heizun will be the first to choose. That's right. Fellow Daoist Heizun, you should be satisfied with this, right? Next, I'll have to rely on you. Otherwise, with the mysterious ability of this violent ape, he might be able to escape without anyone noticing this time. No need to hesitate. Use the sealing technique immediately. As these voices were transmitted, 8 balls of dazzling light of different colors shot over from different directions. Each of the balls of light was at least 30 million feet tall, and the auras emanating from them were all universe masters. They weren't at the early or middle stage of this realm, but at the late stage. This meant that the beings hibernating in these 8 balls of dazzling light were at least 7th-order universe masters. In fact, the strongest 2 fellows were even at the 9th-order consummate level of universe masters. In the blink of an eye, 8 universe masters who weren't any weaker than himself had arrived, and 2 of them were half-supreme masters. Xian was instantly in a desperate situation. What made him feel even more uneasy was the words they spoke. There was no doubt that the so-called Bug Clan's Black Sovereign, who hadn't shown up yet, seemed to have some kind of extremely powerful seal besides the perfect illusion technique that had bewitched Xian and fooled him. Forbidden divine ability. At this moment, with the arrival of these 8 universe masters, the vast void space within a radius of 10 billion miles had become extremely heavy under the pressure of multiple universe masters. Even though Xian had activated the interstellar coordinate jump that was attached to the system within his body, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. Although he could still activate it smoothly and use it to leave, the activation time had been unknowingly extended by several times. According to his estimation, it would take at least 10 breaths to activate it and successfully leave. 10 breaths of time was enough for these 8 powerful Eternity Lord rank existences to do many things. Therefore, out of caution, Xian gave up on this strategy. The facts proved that he was right. Buzz, this was because almost the instant he gave up on the interstellar coordinate jump ability, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. Immediately after, this universe with a radius of 10 billion kilometers was enveloped by an extremely strange and mysterious power. This was a biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan, but Xian had never encountered it before. Judging from its power and effect, this biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan actually contained a trace of the aura of the primordial chaos space law. If this was really the case, even if Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave this place. This interstellar coordinate jump ability was indeed very powerful, but the primordial chaos space law was also not to be underestimated. Those nest stars that were nurturing chaos demon gods, including the entire vast Milky Way star field, were protected by a mysterious primordial chaos space law power. It was protected by the primordial chaos space law. A part of it was the primordial chaos space law. It could be said that even if this mysterious biological wave frequency of the space bug clan known as Black Sovereign only contained a trace of the primordial chaos space law power and only touched on the surface, it would definitely be able to affect Xian's interstellar coordinate jump ability. It could cause a great impact. When this mysterious biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan enveloped this void space, it was very likely that Xian's interstellar coordinate jump ability would no longer be able to be successfully activated. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and instantly absorbed the 9-colored sea of flames that enveloped the entire shattered star into his body. At the same time, as he waved his hand, another 9-colored light shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a terrifying cauldron that was even larger than a star in the blink of an eye. It was the Shenong cauldron. Without the slightest hesitation, Xian immediately rushed toward the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. At this moment, his body was originally 60 million kilometers long, a size larger than the Shenong cauldron. However, as his figure shot forward, he quietly activated the power in his body and used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique that had fused with the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Small size. However, in order to not expose the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, Xian didn't shrink his body to the smallest possible limit. the change wasn't even obvious. It had merely shrunk from its original size of 60 million kilometers to around 10 million kilometers. Although it was still a few times thinner, it was still at least 10 million kilometers in size. It shouldn't be enough to make the 8 late-stage eternity lords surrounding it think too much. At this moment, following the appearance of the Xianxia cauldron, Xian's figure blurred and rushed into the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Under the supreme power of the treasured cauldron, he was protected. Within the 8 huge balls of light that were shooting over from all directions, a wave of gasps and cries of shock could be heard. What? This is such a familiar giant cauldron. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Hiss. The Xianxia cauldron. It's actually the Xianxia cauldron. This is a primordial treasure of the desolate era. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of this violent ape of unknown origin. It's definitely the Xianxia cauldron. Do you see that? The 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron is the biggest symbol of this cauldron. Not good, this violent ape clearly summoned a 9-colored majestic sea of flames before he smashed Senior Hay's star nest with a punch. However, it was later absorbed into his body. Could it be the Xianxia 9-colored flame? How is this possible? Legend has it that the Xianxia exotic flame in the Xianxia cauldron is the #1 flame in the desolate era. However, this flame has 9 layers of power. It can evolve by itself, but it needs to devour other top-grade exotic flames. 1-colored flames are the weakest, while 9-colored flames are the strongest. Just now, this violent ape summoned an incomparably majestic 9-colored sea of flames with a wave of his hand. This means that the Xianxia exotic flame in the Xianxia cauldron in his hand has grown to its peak. Its state. Hong. Long. Long, a deafening roar resounded in the void space, followed by cries of surprise. The 8 balls of light, each with a diameter of 30 million feet, approached in the blink of an eye, stopping in the void space of the universe 300 to 400 million miles away from Farmer God Cauldron. They surrounded the cauldron and Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Within each of the 8 balls of dazzling light, there was a universe master hibernating within each of them. Each of them had the power of a universe master at the late stage of this realm. At this moment, they were hovering in all directions, sealing off all paths of escape for the cauldron. In addition, the secret method of the Zerg clan, which was still hidden in the dark and whose location was unknown, was activated by the Zerg clan's secret method. This universe void with a radius of 10 billion miles was almost completely sealed off. Regardless of whether Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body or activated the Farmer God Cauldron, which gave him protection, using this most direct method to cross the void space, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape easily in a short period of time. He left quickly. Without a doubt, this place was bound to experience a fierce battle in the following period of time. Although Xian had the protection of the cauldron, it was only temporary. However, he didn't have much time. If these 8 powerful late-stage universe masters were certain that they couldn't do anything to him, they would most likely ask for help from a terrifying being at the level of a universe supreme. If that was the case, Xian's situation would be even worse, and his chances of successfully escaping would become slimmer and slimmer. Hence, he had to think of a way to escape from their encirclement before these 8 late-stage universe masters decided to ask for help from a universe supreme and share the majority of the benefits. He could forget about the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. This time, he had lost the initiative, so such a powerful secret technique had temporarily lost its place to be used. His only way out was to activate the Farmer God Cauldron beneath him. Under the protection of the cauldron's power, he would use the 9-colored sea of fire to open a path and force his way out. However, the biggest drawback of this most direct method of traversing space was that its speed wasn't satisfactory. At the very least, Xian wouldn't be able to shake off the 8 late-stage eternity lords whose cultivation bases weren't any lower than his. As such, even if these 8 late-stage eternity lords feared the terrifying might of the 9-colored sea of flames and could only chase after him and wait for an opportunity to attack, he still had the Farmer God Cauldron and the 8 enormous balls of light behind him. It was too eye-catching. If he ran a little further away, the effect of the commotion would be immeasurable. Then, it was very likely that a universe supreme would be attracted in a short time, The only way was to first kill 3 or 4 of the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords before fleeing. That way, Yi Xian's chances of successfully escaping would be even greater. In the end, I'm still too weak. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. In order to kill 3 or 4 late-stage Eternity Lords that aren't any weaker than me, besides relying on the terrifying might of the Xianxia 9-colored flames, I still haven't completely deduced the secrets of the Blood Sea clone. The technique also needs to be fully completed. At this point, he didn't hesitate any longer. Gritting his teeth, he gave the devouring system within his body in order to temporarily postpone the derivation of the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill. At the same time, he gave another order, which was to draw out all the deductive abilities of the devouring system within his body to fully deduce the incomplete body technique of the Blood Sea clone that had been integrated into the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline technique. After these 2 commands were given, the devouring system in his body quickly responded and made corresponding adjustments. All of the system's calculation and deduction abilities were used to deduce the Blood Sea clone secret technique. Yi Xian didn't stay idle either. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, he closed his eyes. At the same time, he fully activated his powerful godly consciousness of a 7th-stage universe master to the maximum. Coupled with the deductive abilities of the devouring system within his body, he started to fully deduce the perfect mysteries of the Blood Sea clone technique. At the same time, within the 8 balls of resplendent light that were suspended around the farmer god cauldron 300 to 400 million miles away, the voices of the 8 late-stage universe masters once again resounded. Eh? Look, that violent ape is actually sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, and he's even closing his eyes. Is he going to shut himself away and train? Isn't it too late to make a last-minute effort? At this time, who would still have the mood to shut himself away and train? Besides, even if he were to break through a small level in a short period of time, facing 9 powerful late-stage universe masters who aren't any weaker than him, what's the point of that? That's right. From what I see, this violent ape must be using some other tricks. Fellow friends, be careful. The enemy is cunning and not easy to deal with. Don't fall into his trap again. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make a move now. While he's tied up and can't activate the 9-colored flame within the farmer god cauldron to defend against the enemy, we can totally give it a try and see if we can break through the protective power of this cauldron. Farmer god cauldron, a primordial treasure of the era of the prehistoric era. It's really well known. Today, we can finally test its power. Hell, the last sentence came from the blood-colored ball of light that was guarding 300 to 400 million miles to the north of the farmer god cauldron. As this sentence was said, an earth-shattering roar came from within the blood-colored ball of light, causing the universe void within 10 billion miles to tremble slightly. At this moment, the other 7 resplendent light clusters became silent. Even the low buzzing sound of the bloodline secret technique of the rank 6 arachnid known as Sovereign Hay seemed to have paused for a moment. It was clear that the beings hibernating in the 7 brilliant orbs, as well as the mysterious rank 6 insectoid, were all focused on the blood-red orb. He wanted to see if the existence hibernating in this light ball could break through the power of the farmer god cauldron's domain with a full-force attack. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble resounded as a gigantic fist shadow with a diameter of more than 10 million miles charged out from the blood-colored ball of light in the void 3 to 400 million miles to the north of Xianxia cauldron. At this moment, the terrifying aura of an 8th-stage universe master spread out and enveloped the entire expanse of the middle-grade starry sky forbidden area. Moreover, this 8th-stage universe master's terrifying aura had clearly been pushed to the limit, and it exuded an endless amount of power. It was filled with murderous intent. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Pung, hong! Long! Long, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, followed closely by the rumbling sound of aftershocks that sounded like a thunderclap. The giant fist that had rushed out of the blood-colored light finally arrived before the farmer god cauldron. With one punch, it slammed into the outer wall of the cauldron. Unfortunately, although the commotion was not small, it could even be said to be shocking. Within billions of miles of the surrounding void, countless ferocious beasts of the forbidden grounds with weaker cultivation bases exploded just because of the impact of the aftershock of the sound wave. They all died. However, the farmer god cauldron, which was larger than a gigantic star, didn't even shake. It wasn't shaken at all. When this scene fell into the eyes of the universe masters hibernating in the other 7 light balls, the scene instantly fell into a deathly stillness. Somewhere in the distance, a faint sigh could be heard. This should be the reaction of the 6th-stage bug known as Black Sovereign, who hadn't shown himself and had been hibernating in the dark all this time. However, was this sigh because the 8th-stage Aeon Lord in the blood-colored light ball hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron at all despite his full strength? Or was it because a large number of ferocious beasts in the surrounding several billion miles of ferocious beast stars had been caught in the crossfire and exploded one after another? That was unknown. Perhaps it was a combination of both. This scene was simply too unexpected. Even a late-stage Aeon Lord couldn't help but feel disheartened. Although they had long expected that the farmer god cauldron, a primordial treasure of the prehistoric era, wouldn't be so easily blasted away by an 8th-stage Aeon Lord, they still hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron. There wasn't a single mark left on the cauldron's wall. Wasn't this a little too disrespectful? A dignified 8th-stage Aeon Lord, yet this was the result of his full-strength attack. How could they accept this? Roar. I don't believe it. It's just a broken cauldron. Even if it's a primordial treasure of the prehistoric era, it shouldn't have not shaken at all under my full-strength attack. This is absolutely impossible. The 8th-stage Aeon Lord hibernating in the blood-colored light ball had clearly been greatly agitated. The deathly stillness in the surrounding void continued. His furious roar immediately came from the blood-colored light ball. From his tone, he seemed to be extremely unconvinced. In fact, this was indeed the case. His full-strength attack hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the slightest. This kind of embarrassing matter made the 8th-stage Aeon Lord hibernating in the blood-colored light ball feel greatly embarrassed. He decided to attack again. This time, it wasn't the cauldron energy attack from afar. If this didn't have any effect, then it was simply heaven-defying. Fellow Taoists, protect the surroundings thoroughly. Don't let this ferocious ape find a loophole and take the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Within the blood-red light, the voice of the 8th-step Aeon Lord rang out once more, emitting a thick and fierce aura. This was clearly the sign of anger in his heart being provoked by the previous attack. I want to personally make a move and use my full strength at close range. Even if I still can't break through the power of this cauldron's domain, at least I can roughly test its true power. These last words had clearly convinced the other 7 late-stage Eternity Lords, and they all chose to remain silent. This was their tacit agreement with the 8th-stage Eternity Lord lying dormant within the blood-colored light to test the waters. Walala. Whoosh, in the next instant, the sound of water splashing filled the air. The blood-colored light ball guarding the north side of the farmer god cauldron scattered in an instant. In less than an instant, the blazing blood-colored light shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, entering the body of a blood-colored vicious beast. This vicious beast was 100 million meters long. Its whole body was blood-colored, and its blood-colored eyes were bulging. It exuded a boundless aura of violence. This was clearly a blood-eyed vicious bear. Among all the vicious beasts in space, it belonged to the category of vicious beasts known for its physical strength. It was no wonder he was so upset that his full-strength attack hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the slightest. To the blood-eyed vicious bear clan, which was known for its physical strength, such a result was simply a slap in the face. It hurt their pride and dignity too much. Similarly, the 7 late-stage Aeon Lords hibernating in the other 7 balls of light had tacitly agreed with this blood-eyed vicious bear's intention to attack and test the farmer god cauldron's true strength at close range. Clearly, it was also because they believed in his powerful bloodline power. Launching an energy attack from a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers away and personally attacking with one's physical body at close range. These were 2 completely different concepts. Although this blood-eyed vicious bear had launched a punch from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, it hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the end. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything to the cauldron at close range with his physical body and bloodline power. Of the 8 late-stage Aeon Lords hibernating in the 8 balls of light, this blood-eyed vicious bear's cultivation wasn't the highest. There were still 2 peak-stage Aeon Lords present. However, in terms of physical strength and bloodline power, this blood-eyed vicious bear was the only one who could erupt with such strength in an instant. If even he couldn't shake the cauldron under such circumstances, then there was basically no need for the other 7 late-stage Aeon Lords to try. They had to come up with another plan. Roar. Vicious ape, you better pray that this broken cauldron is sturdy enough. Otherwise, once the sovereign breaks through its domain, I'll definitely tear you apart. Roar. At this moment, after rushing out of the blood-red light cluster and absorbing all the energy of the light cluster into its body, this blood-eyed violent bear that was originally 100 million feet in size suddenly grew several times in an instant after raising its head and letting out a roar. In the blink of an eye, his size had attained an enormous height of 500 million meters. Even though it was still far from being able to compare to the terrifying size of the starry sky ferocious ape that was 60 million kilometers in size, merely this alone allowed one to deduce that he had definitely activated the bloodline energy of the Blood-Eye Ferocious Bear clan. Under the full activation of his bloodline power, his physical body had expanded by 5 times, and the increase in strength was definitely even more terrifying. At this moment, the blood-eyed vicious bear roared again. His huge physical body was like a meteor that streaked across the void at extreme speed. With an incomparably violent aura, he crashed toward the farmer god cauldron that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Vicious Ape, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a 9-colored sea of fire rose into the sky from the inside of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped the figure of the violent ape at the entrance of the cauldron and appeared outside the cauldron. Just as Blood-Eye Raging Ape was about to hit the outer wall of Xianxia cauldron, Raging Ape, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, opened his eyes. His figure flashed and he had already rushed out of the mouth of the cauldron. A voice came out of his mouth, "You delivered yourself to me. So, don't blame the Star Master for not being polite." In the next moment, as Bao Yuan waved his hand, a 9-colored sea of fire spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Then, 3 huge figures rose from the 9-colored sea of fire at the same time. These 3 enormous figures were all bodies of Yixian. To be more precise, they were Blood Sea bodies formed by the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master. These were the 3 demon bodies of ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was Space Raging Ape. The other was a body of bones without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, and it gave off a ferocious aura. The last one was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a raging ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 rays of purple light. It was very strange. These 3 demon bodies, in the complete form of ancient demon ape, were a trinity. Their backs seemed to be glued together. However, although Yixian had borrowed the Blood Sea secret technique to split the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 Blood Sea clones. Previously, after Yixian had obtained the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master, he had tried to integrate it into the bloodline power of 9 changes of Devil Ape. In the end, he had succeeded. When Yixian performed the bloodline power of 9 changes of Devil Ape, he could change his size at will. It didn't affect his cultivation power. However, although he was able to create 3 Blood Sea avatars with this secret technique, he was still able to create 3 Blood Sea avatars. However, at that time, the cultivation level of these 3 bodies had all dropped to the level of a 3rd stage universe master. At that time, he was in the 9th form of 9 changes of Devil Ape. If that experiment had been successful, these 3 demon ape bodies would have all become 6th stage universe masters. 1 into 3, but the cultivation power didn't change. It was as if there were suddenly 2 more of himself, and they could join forces with the original body to fight the enemy. This way, the power of the Blood Sea secret technique was meaningful. However, if one's cultivation level dropped, the power of this secret technique would completely lose its meaning. At that time, Yixian didn't have the time to continue deducing. On one hand, it was because he wanted to continue the hunt, and on the other hand, it was because of the devouring system in his body. All of his calculation and deduction abilities were fully focused on deducing a level 27 supreme treasure. The perfect elixir formula. This matter, at that time, it had been put on hold. Right now, Yixian was in danger and could only rely on the power of the Xianxia cauldron to protect himself. He was surrounded by 8 terrifying late-stage universe masters, and in the distant unknown, there was even an even more troublesome 6th-order bug clan Black Venerable hibernating. Wait. Faced with such a predicament, the only way for him to escape with his life was to kill at least 3 or 4 of these 8 universe masters who were surrounding him. Although his cultivation level had already reached the 7th stage universe master level, none of these 8 powerful universe masters were weak. Even the weakest one had the cultivation level of a 6th stage universe master. In this way, if he wanted to kill his opponent in an instant without putting himself in danger, the only way was to successfully deduce the power of this clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. In order to deal with such a situation, Xian had no choice but to order the devouring system in his body to temporarily stop deducing the formula of the 27th level supreme treasure. Instead, it was to use all its deduction and deduction abilities on the power of the Blood Sea secret technique body. Come. With the cooperation of Xian's powerful universe master spirit, all of this was finally completed at the most critical moment. At this moment, as the huge body of the blood-eyed berserk ape rumbled over like an extremely fast meteor, the berserk ape that was originally sitting upright at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog instantly disappeared. A 9-colored, endless sea of fire whizzed out and appeared outside Xianxia cauldron with the raging ape. The next moment, before the other 7 universe masters hundreds of millions of miles away could react, this boundless, endless 9-colored sea of fire had surrounded the blood-eye raging bear, who was charging over with a rumbling sound. As the 3 blood sea bodies appeared, all of them were at 7th stage universe master level. In an instant, the blood-eye raging bear came to an abrupt halt. This is impossible. Even if it's a body technique, it's impossible not to drop in level. Feeling the powerful aura of the 3 raging apes surrounding him, the blood-eye raging bear's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock. Although the 3 raging apes were only at 7th stage universe master level, the boundless energy and blood he felt was too terrifying. With the support of the energy and blood, the 3 raging apes' true combat power was already comparable to that of a 7th stage universe master level. Their combat power was comparable to that of an 8th stage universe master level. In other words, the current him was fighting 1 against 3, and all of them weren't weaker than him. This was definitely going to cost him his life. You don't have a chance anymore. Die. Following the arrival of the violent ape, Xian's voice sounded out with his divine sense. In the next moment, the 3 violent apes shook their shoulders and rushed out. Their speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of him. The next moment, the 3 raging apes attacked at the same time with a punch. There was no suspense about what happened next. Pong. Along with this punch, 3 boundless energy storms rushed out in a triangular shape, forming a pincer attack. A huge roar resounded from the void space, and the huge body of the blood-eye raging bear exploded in an instant. It completely exploded into a black mist of blood and spread out. Seeing this scene, Xian's heart relaxed. He no longer hesitated. One of the berserk apes immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably boundless and formless energy swept out from its body, enveloping an area of 10 million kilometers. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into its body. Immediately, it was sent into the Xianxia cauldron by Xian to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, the 3 raging apes didn't stay any longer. Their bodies merged into one in an instant, and then they sank into the sea of fire beneath their feet and disappeared. A weak sound broke through the air, and the boundless sea of fire that was hundreds of millions of miles away condensed into a weak 9-colored flame seedling in half a breath's time. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron. The 9-colored flame seedling disappeared, and the raging ape's body appeared again at this moment, still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. In an instant, as they made their moves, the 3 raging apes, all of whom were level 7 universe masters, attacked at the same time. However, due to their huge sizes and the support of their physical bodies and blood energy, their true battle power was comparable to that of level 8 universe masters. Even though Blood-Eye Raging Ape was at this level, he had no chance to resist at all. In an instant, his physical body exploded with a loud bang, becoming a cloud of bloody mist. One of the raging apes waved his hand and absorbed it into his body, sending it into the internal space of Xianxia cauldron. The central region volcano started to condense the blood essence. At this point, Yi Xian finally had 5 blood essences of Universe Masters, which was the minimum requirement to make a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. At this moment, Yi Xian felt relieved. However, the situation before him still wasn't the time to try to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to shake off the 8 Universe Masters chasing after him. He would still end up in a tragic situation. If he wanted to escape, the most suitable opportunity had yet to arrive. At the very least, he still had to kill 3 more powerful enemies. However, he couldn't use the same method as before. The fall of the Blood-Eye Raging Bear was a warning, and the other 7 late-stage Universe Masters wouldn't be fooled so easily and charge forward alone. As for the 6th-level bug, who was hiding in the void space in the distance and had used a secret technique to seal this vast void space, it wouldn't show up easily. However, there would always be an opportunity, which was why Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and waited quietly for the right time to come. At the same time, the 7 other late-stage Eternity Lords surrounding the Farmer God Cauldron, which was larger than a gigantic planet, cried out in shock as they watched the blood-eyed tyrant bear fall from the sky in an instant. How is this possible? The Blood-Eye Raging Bear has fallen? Within that terrifying sea of fire, 3 raging apes jumped out in an instant. They were of different shapes, but they were all Universe Masters at level 7. If one were to add on the terrifying vital energy within their gigantic bodies that were tens of millions of miles long, these 3 raging apes would be able to withstand the tremendous vital energy. Their true power was comparable to that of an 8th-level Universe Master. No wonder the Blood-Eye Raging Bear was killed. Moreover, it was killed in an instant. These were 3 existences of the same level. Moreover, they had the support of that boundless 9-colored sea of flames. Let's not talk about the Blood-Eyed Raging Bear, who is merely an 8th-stage Universe Master, but even we, who are Universe Masters at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, would be in trouble if we were to encounter these 3 raging apes at the same time. Even if we don't die from one hit, we would be severely injured and have to withdraw from this battle. Fellow Taoists, we need to be more vigilant. This raging ape is not simple. What he just displayed is clearly the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master. D***it. Even Blood Sea Master himself hasn't fully comprehended the power of this level of the Blood Sea secret technique. But how long has that raging bear? Damn that Blood Sea Master. He didn't do his job well. Not only did he expose us, but he even gave his own bloodline technique to the enemy. He's just too good for nothing. It's useless to talk about this. Be on guard and think of other countermeasures. But before that, no one can attack on their own. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. That's right. There were 8 late-stage Universe Masters surrounding the Raging Ape and Xianxia Cauldron, and they were in charge of one direction. It was perfect. But now, there are only 7 left. There's a flaw in this trap array, but luckily, it's not big enough to affect the overall situation. However, if other friends are killed, the situation will be different. Everyone, be on guard. Hong. Long. Long, as these exclamations sounded, in the universe void 3 to 400 million miles away from the Xianxia Cauldron, endless thunder roared in an instant. Apart from the blood-colored ball of light belonging to the Blood-Eye Raging Bear that had disappeared, the other 7 balls of light were slowly moving. Originally, they had a total of 8 late-stage Eternity Lords, each in charge of one direction, forming an incomparably perfect trapping array. But now, following the death of the Blood-Eyed Violent Bear, one of the 8 directions had no one guarding it. Helplessly, the other 7 light clusters could only slowly shift their positions to fill up the empty space. In this way, the gap between every 2 balls of light was widened. It didn't affect them too much now, but as more balls of light disappeared, the gap between every 2 balls of light would grow bigger and bigger. In the end, Xianxia Cauldron would be able to easily escape. The remaining 7 late-stage Universe Masters obviously wouldn't let this happen. So, as they exclaimed at this moment, it was as they said. If nothing unexpected happened, a situation like the Blood-Eyed Tyrant Bear from before, where he charged forward alone to fight at close range, should absolutely not appear again. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank. After pondering for a while with furrowed brows, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he came up with a new plan in an instant. Since the late-stage universe masters hibernating in these 7 balls of light were no longer good to deal with, then he would think of a way to force out the 6th-stage insectoid that was hibernating in the distance and whose exact location he didn't even know. Even if it was only to force the insectoid to reveal its exact location, it would be of great significance to Xianxia. As long as he knew the insectoid's exact location, then there would be a possibility of him being caught off guard and killing the insectoid with a thunderous strike. And as long as he killed the 6th-stage insectoid, then the situation of this space being sealed by its bloodline secret technique would be resolved in an instant. Then, although there were still 7 late-stage universe masters around him, releasing a powerful pressure that enveloped a radius of 10 billion kilometers. But as long as he tried to kill 1 or 2 more targets, at that time, Xianxia would be able to find an opportunity to put away the Xianxia cauldron and activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability in his body. In an instant, he would be able to escape into the endless void and escape. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately stood up from the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Who? In the next moment, as Xianxia waved his hand, a 9-colored light shot out from the inside of the cauldron beneath him in the blink of an eye. After rushing out of the cauldron, it expanded with the wind, and in half a breath, it had already turned into a majestic 9-colored sea of flames that was 100 million kilometers in radius. The Xianxia cauldron completely enveloped it. Swish! Immediately after, as Xianxia chanted, the Xianxia cauldron beneath him instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards a giant star hundreds of millions of kilometers to the right of him. Xiao! Immediately after, with a thought from Xianxia, the Xianxia treasure cauldron beneath him instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot towards a giant star that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away to the right. At this moment, the farmer god cauldron was surrounded by a sea of 9-colored flames that spanned nearly 100 million kilometers. This was a layer of protection that prevented the powerful late-stage eternity lords from approaching the farmer god cauldron from the 7 balls of light in the surroundings. They would attack the cauldron. Although Xianxia was confident in the defensive power of the farmer god cauldron, he was facing 7 powerful late-stage universe lords at the same time. Beings at this level all had their own unique techniques. Especially when there were 2 universe masters who were half-step supreme beings at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Out of caution, he had to be on guard. At that moment, as the farmer god cauldron carried the 9-colored sea of flames that spanned hundreds of millions of miles and shot toward the gigantic star on the right side of the void, one of the 7 balls of light that surrounded it happened to be right in front of the farmer god cauldron. The purple ball of light immediately dodged. At the same time, including the purple ball of light, there were all 7 balls of light of different colors that exclaimed in shock. What is that raging ape trying to do? Is he going to take the farmer god cauldron and the 9-colored sea of flames and escape through the void? That's so stupid. He can't get rid of us at all. Damn it, he's so cunning. If we let him do that, the moment he rushes out of this forbidden land to the outside world, everything will be exposed. Maybe it'll attract the attention of other universe masters or even universe supremes. Then we'll be able to escape. At that time, there's no doubt that he'll have to share the benefits he's about to get. We can't just sit by and do nothing in such a situation. The raging ape is forcing us to stop him. That way, he'll have the chance to kill us one by one like the blood-eye raging bear. He's too cunning. We can't let him get away with it. Fellow cultivators, stay alert. Don't act alone. If he advances, we retreat. If he retreats, we advance. We have to maintain the current siege formation. No, he's not trying to escape. He's rushing toward the gigantic star in front of him. What trick is this? The one guarding the giant star is only a universe knight of this forbidden land. He doesn't even have the right to participate in a battle of this level. Is Raging Ape so angry that he wants to vent his anger on such an ant? Bang! Rumble! As these exclamations sounded, the Xianxia cauldron, which was wrapped in a majestic 9-colored sea of fire, arrived in front of the giant star in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he directly crashed into it. The size of the Xianxia cauldron was even larger than this giant planet. In an instant, it cracked and exploded. Countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds within the planet all died at this moment. The entire star was reduced to dust, and even the universe knight guarding the giant star couldn't escape the calamity. It was also smashed into a bloody mist. Then, it was pulled by an invisible majestic force into the Xianxia cauldron surrounded by a nine-colored sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, Xian had already obtained a blood essence of a knight. It was extremely easy. It was a pity that the blood essence of a knight that he had spent so much effort to hunt for was no longer of much significance to him now. It had become a secondary resource that he could do without. However, this was, after all the blood essence of a universe knight's body. Even if Xian already had enough level 26 pills, these blood essences of a knight were still useful as resources for training and breaking through. Now that he had obtained one blood essence, it didn't mean much. However, if he killed the other 7 universe knights one by one and obtained 8 blood essences of knights, then it wouldn't be long before he could break through again. From this point of view, the other 7 blood essences of knights that he was about to obtain were quite meaningful. They could help Xian improve his cultivation by 1 level. At least it was better than nothing. Rumble, a huge roar sounded again. After one strike, this giant star of ferocious beasts was smashed into pieces. After harvesting the blood essence of the first universe knight, Xian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Xianxia cauldron beneath him. The vast 9-colored sea of fire that enveloped the cauldron rushed toward the second giant star of ferocious beasts in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the Xianxia cauldron, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, was already in front of this giant star of ferocious beasts. Screech! 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 A series of shrill screeches sounded. From the interior of this giant star of ferocious beasts, a large number of ferocious beasts from forbidden lands rushed out. Although they were intimidated by the powerful force of Xian's universe master, they were trembling and crouching inside the star. On the ground, they couldn't move. But now, in the face of such a gigantic cauldron that was larger than a giant star, a large number of ferocious beasts still managed to overcome the fear in their hearts. They screamed and rushed out of the atmosphere of the giant star of ferocious beasts, wanting to escape in all directions. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Pung! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Xianxia cauldron crashed hard into this giant star of ferocious beasts. Everything that happened next was as expected. The entire giant star of ferocious beasts was like a fragile egg. It burst open right away. Countless ferocious beasts from forbidden lands inside and outside the star fell, exploding into a mist of blood that spread out in the void space. Guarding this giant star was a universe knight level 4 ferocious star beast, but at this moment, it couldn't escape its fate. Its huge body was completely blown up before it could rush out of the star's atmosphere. Xiao, the next moment, as Xian waved his hand, an invisible and majestic force whizzed out and wrapped up the 4th stage universe knight's body in blood. It was directly sent into Xian's body, where he started to condense the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, the second blood essence of a knight was obtained. However, to Xian, this was only the beginning. 8 of the venerable blood essences that he had already reserved were only 2. It was only a quarter of them, and there were still more venerable blood essences that needed to be harvested. Hong, long, hu. Without any pause or hesitation, the Xianxia cauldron, which was larger than a giant star, immediately changed its direction and rushed toward the 3rd giant star of ferocious beasts with the 9-colored sea of fire burning fiercely around it. All of this happened in the short span of 10 breaths. Regardless of whether it was the countless ferocious beasts in this intermediate supreme forbidden land. What happened? Was this ferocious ape crazy? In such a short time, he actually destroyed 2 star beasts. What is he trying to do? His target is not these 2 ferocious beast stars, but the ferocious beasts on these stars. To be precise, he is aiming for the universe knights who are guarding these 2 ferocious beast stars. Previously, I clearly saw 2 majestic ferocious beast energies being absorbed by Xianxia cauldron. That's right, it must be so. This ape has been hunting beasts and collecting the majestic beasts' blood after their bodies exploded. He must have a use for it. Initially, he was only harvesting emperors, then he became universe knights, and now, he's become universe masters. And during this process, his own power is rapidly increasing. Could it be that this is the source of Bao Yuan's frightening cultivation advancement speed? What does he want to do with these beasts' blood? These aren't important. As long as we capture him and search his soul, we'll get the results. The most important thing now is, we seem to be in trouble. That's right. He's forcing us to make a move. The targets this raging ape hunts have already risen from Universe Knights to Universe Masters. The blood of Universe Knight level ferocious beasts shouldn't be very important to him anymore. The reason he's doing this now is to tell me. He's waiting for us to give up. Don't be fooled. No matter what, you can't attack by yourself. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that you'll be killed by the violent ape again. But if we join forces and attack together, the current encirclement formation will vanish into thin air, causing his chances of escaping to greatly increase. But, are we just going to let him continue like this? There are a total of 8 Universe Knights in this forbidden land, and they're all Black Knight's confidants. If we let them be destroyed, I'm afraid Black Knight. Rumble. Along with the exclamations within the 7 clusters of resplendent light, a shocking rumble resounded in the space to the right. The third gigantic star of ferocious beasts was smashed apart and turned into star fragments. Countless ferocious beasts were killed, including the Universe Knight who had been guarding the star. The majestic blood from his body also couldn't escape from Xianxia's demonic hands. As a formless majestic energy appeared, it was all absorbed by Xianxia cauldron and sent into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. 3 venerable blood essences. There were only 4 left. Finally, at this moment, Black Knight, who had been lurking in the dark all this while, let out a shocking roar. It was filled with an incomparably mournful intent, and a thunderous aura was emitted. 3 Universe Knight generals had been killed one after another, and the level 6 bug couldn't sit still any longer. However, he still didn't show himself. Only his body could be heard, but he couldn't see himself. Seems like it's still not enough, muttered Yixian. As Yixian's murmur sounded out, a cold light flashed through the violent ape's eyes. With a thought, the Xianxia cauldron beneath him circled around for a moment before instantly shooting off in another direction. Since that's the case, then let's add a few more fires to him. Hell, pung. Within a few breaths, the Xianxia cauldron rushed to the front of another star, and with another earth-shattering rumble, the cauldron crashed into this huge star. What happened next was without any suspense. The entire huge ferocious beast star was still like a fragile egg, directly exploding. Countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden lands inside and outside the star fell, exploding into a bloody mist that spread out in the void. Similarly, the Universe Knight who was overseeing this gigantic star couldn't escape his fate either. His gigantic body was completely blown up before he could even rush out of the star's atmosphere. Swish. Feeling complacent in his heart, Yixian waved his hand. In an instant, an invisible and boundless force whistled out, wrapping up the chi, blood of the powerful venerable stage fierce beast and directly sending it into its body. Thus, it began to condense blood essence. This was the 4th blood essence he had collected in less than half an incense's time. There were only 8 Universe Knight level beasts in this intermediate supreme forbidden land, and more than half of them had been killed. However, this was still not the end. Xiao, without any pause, the Xianxia cauldron shot toward the left space at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was within tens of millions of miles of the 5th target. Roar! Right at this moment, a ferocious beast roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. An enormous figure charged out from within the ferocious beast star, and it fled towards the distance in panic like a stray dog. You can't escape. Yixian's eyes flashed coldly. The Xianxia cauldron under his feet immediately changed its direction and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with the figure. Pung! In the blink of an eye, this Universe Knight level ferocious beast exploded into a bloody mist. The next moment, Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, waved his hand, and an invisible, majestic force whizzed out. It wrapped up the body and blood of this Universe Knight level ferocious beast and sent it into the cauldron. Inside. This time, although the ferocious beast star that had been chosen as the target did not explode, and the countless weak ferocious beasts in the star had all escaped the disaster, the main target still could not escape the disaster. Because of this, the number of universe nights in this intermediate supreme forbidden land was reduced to 3. 5. Soon. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Xian activated the Shen cauldron under his feet and shot toward the nearest of the last 3 targets. Screech. This time, the 6th-order arachnid that had never revealed its figure finally couldn't sit still. Accompanied by this even more mournful screech, in another direction extremely far away, a small arachnid appeared. It was only about 1,000,000 feet tall. This black bug race finally showed itself. However, Xian didn't care because the distance was too far. Especially when he was surrounded by 7 universe masters, it was too difficult for him to rush over and kill this black bug race. He had to think of a way to get this bug race to come closer so that he could find the best opportunity to attack. The last 3, don't even think about escaping. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's voice came from Baoyuan's mouth. Peng. At the same time, the Shen cauldron finally hit the target star. In the blink of an eye, it turned into star fragments and scattered in the universe void space. This time, his speed was even faster. In the distance, before the mournful howl of the rank 6 arachnid that had just revealed itself could be heard, the Shen cauldron beneath Xian had already completely smashed the enormous ferocious beast star into star fragments. Just like that, the 6th prey was killed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 8 universe knights were left in this supreme forbidden land. Screech, the level 6 bug in the distant void space, let out another shrill shriek. This time, it was even more shrill than before. Vaguely, there was a sense of extreme uneasiness. Seems like it's about time. Xian keenly captured the difference between this shrill shriek and the one before. With a gleam in his eyes, he no longer hesitated. He immediately activated the Shen cauldron beneath him and shot toward the last 2 ferocious beast stars. These 2 ferocious beast stars were in the same direction, but one was to the left and the other was to the right. The distance between them was about 100 million miles. At this moment, Xian was controlling the Shen cauldron and charging toward the ferocious beast star on the left. Screech. Seeing this, the level 6 bug in the distance could no longer sit still. With another shrill shriek, his black bug body, which was only about 3 million feet tall, instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot toward this side of the void space. Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, his breathing became rapid, and his heart was in his throat. This was because, in his opinion, the opportunity to kill this level 6 bug had finally arrived, and it was fleeting. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. However, at this moment, the distance between the 2 was still quite far, and it was not the best time to strike. Xian suppressed the impulse in his heart and restrained his desire to immediately turn around and charge toward the level 6 bug. Peng. Almost at the same time, from the ferocious beast star on the left, a ferocious beast that was 3 million feet tall rushed out. However, its speed was far slower than that of the Shen cauldron. In a flash, the treasured cauldron rushed to the back of the ferocious beast star and ruthlessly crashed into it. A deafening explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, the powerful venerable one ferocious beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, the ferocious ape sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen cauldron waved its hand. In an instant, an invisible majestic force whistled out and wrapped up the qi, and blood of the powerful venerable realm ferocious beast and sent it directly into the cauldron. Inside. What surprised Xian was that although the rank 6 insectoids were charging in this direction, their precise target was clearly not the ferocious beast star on the left where Xian had just killed the venerable one. He was obviously heading to the star on the right. The distance between the 2 stars was about 100 million miles. Screech. Just as Xian activated the Shen cauldron and turned around, heading toward the last target on the right, the rank 6 insect clan that was still 300 to 400 million miles away let out another roar. That sense of panic and mournfulness was much more obvious than before. This scene revealed a sense of strangeness. Not only was Xian puzzled, but the 7 universe masters who were trapped in the 7 dazzling light clusters hundreds of millions of miles away in the universe void space surrounding the Shen cauldron were also puzzled. Soon, the answer was revealed. As the rank 6 insectoid roared, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ferocious beast star in front of him. The aura emanating from his body indicated that he was a rank 3 universe knight. Obviously, this figure was the Universe Knight who was guarding the ferocious beast star in front of him. He was also Xianxia's last target. What surprised him even more was that this Universe Knight who had just rushed out from the atmosphere of the star was clearly a space insectoid, and his entire body was pitch black. He looked exactly the same as the rank 6 insectoid that was rushing in his direction at top speed, so, it's a bug. No wonder he's so anxious. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind, and he instantly understood everything. Without a doubt, this black insectoid that had just rushed out from the ferocious beast star was the bloodline descendant of the rank 6 insectoid. Otherwise, the rank 6 insectoid would not have been so anxious. At this moment, Xian was controlling the Xianxia cauldron and had already shot to an area that was only tens of millions of miles away from the ferocious beast star. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand at once, and a dazzling 9-colored flame shot out from the Xianxia cauldron beneath him. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already tens of millions of miles away. With a loud whoosh, this 9-colored flame shot up against the wind in less than 1/10 of a second, and it transformed into an endless sea of fire that enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. It directly trapped the rank 6 insectoid and the Universe Knight who had just converged. All the rank 6 insectoids were trapped in the center of the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down completely. Because he knew that this rank 6 insectoid would no longer be able to escape. Although your eagerness to protect your child has moved this Star Lord, on the one hand, this Star Lord hates the insectoids the most. On the other hand, it was you who trapped this Star Lord first. With a thought, the Xianxia cauldron beneath him rushed into the 9-colored sea of flames with Xian on it. Xian's voice sounded at this moment, so, today, you will definitely die. However, seeing that you are so eager to protect your child, this Star Lord promises you that I will spare this bug's life. Leave immediately. The last sentence was almost a roar from Xian. At the same time, along with this roar, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames in front of him separated from the middle, directly separating the two black insectoids that were about to gather together. It opened up. In the next moment, the 9-colored sea of flames that surrounded the black insectoid opened up a passage that led to the void of the universe outside the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, the black insectoid was stunned for a moment. Then, without any hesitation, its body flashed, and it directly turned into a black ray of light that rushed out of the sea of flames and fled into the distant void. In the blink of an eye, it was already gone. Screech. At the same time, the rank 6 insectoid that was still trapped in the sea of flames raised its head and let out a ruthless roar once again. However, this time its ruthless roar was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. However, it no longer had the fear and uneasiness from before. On the contrary, there was a sense of relief. Boom. Almost in the next moment, before the ruthless roar could fade away, the rank 6 insectoid's figure had already flashed, and it took the initiative to charge into the vast 9-colored sea of flames in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the body of the 6th-stage bug exploded, transforming into a black mist of blood that spread out. Immediately after, Xian waved his hand and swept it up, keeping it in the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron beneath him. He then sent it to the flame pool to spread the blood essence. He had condensed it. At this point, the number of blood essences of universe lords in his possession had increased once again, reaching a total of 6. If he were to use the 6 blood essences of universe lords to condense them, Xian was more than 60% confident that he would be able to produce 2 level 27 supreme treasure pills. However, the probability of producing 3 pills instantly plummeted to around 30%. After doing all this, Xian waved his right hand and immediately collected the 9-colored sea of flames that had spread out in the space before him, sending it into the Xianxia cauldron beneath him. However, he still did not collect the 9-colored sea of flames that surrounded the cauldron, which was tens of millions of miles deep. With the presence of this sea of flames, the 7 universe masters who were standing guard in the space of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away from the cauldron did not dare to recklessly approach it. This was because even with their terrifying level of cultivation as late-stage universe lords, when faced with the Xianxia 9-colored flames that had already evolved to the pinnacle, they were still unable to resist it head-on. The moment they came into contact with it, under the intensity of the flames, their bodies would definitely explode in an instant, just like the sixth-stage bug that had exploded in the sea of flames earlier. Immediately after, Yi Xian sank into deep thought. Now, after the sixth-stage bug had been killed, that incomparably deep yet continuous strange buzzing sound in the space had completely disappeared. However, there were still 7 universe lords who had activated their own pressure to the maximum, superimposing and affecting the space. Yi Xian wanted to directly activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape, but he still did not want to show himself. On the contrary, the continuous battles had allowed the power within Yi Xian to maintain a state of complete agitation. Unknowingly, a feeling as if he was about to make another breakthrough instantly assaulted his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he immediately sat down at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, as he waved his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. They were all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out from the undying world in his body, including the 9-colored divine medicine and a large amount of other cultivation resources. For example, the all-evil origin elixir. These cultivation resources were all top-grade items. They emitted powerful auras that dazzled people. Hundreds of millions of miles away in the void space of the universe masters who had surrounded Shenong Cauldron and were urgently thinking of a countermeasure, suddenly let out a wave of sound after a short moment of silence. Cries of surprise. Damn it! What's this violent ape doing? Revered He had already been killed by his tricks, and the sealing power in the void had been greatly weakened. Didn't he have some kind of mysterious escaping secret technique? Why didn't he leave? He actually stayed. Look at the items he took out with a wave of his hand. They all seem to be cultivation resources. Hiss. This is impossible. I actually saw a 9-colored divine medicine with a radius of 1,000 feet. It emitted an extremely dense energy aura. Definitely. It's indeed a 9-colored divine medicine. This violent ape is unbelievable. He actually refined the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. Isn't this the method of the remnants of the ancient era? He has the Shenong cauldron, and the Shenong strange flame in this treasured cauldron has already entered the 9-colored flame level. It's not surprising that he was able to refine a 9-colored divine medicine. It seems that this is the secret behind his cultivation level advancing so quickly, but why is he taking out these top-grade cultivation resources now? To make a breakthrough? At this time, he actually has the mood to make a breakthrough in front of so many powerful enemies? Is this violent ape crazy? This is strange, but it's fine. We can discuss how to deal with this situation in the future. In short, we can't let him escape today. Whether it's the Shenong cauldron or the 9-colored divine medicine, we must get them. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. Then, he directly activated the domain of the Shenong cauldron, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. A breakthrough. Walala, very quickly, the sound of chains that covered the sky and covered the earth sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared within his body. This was something that was to be expected. Next, everything was familiar. Yi Xian activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians, accumulating energy. However, this breakthrough came so quickly, perhaps because it started immediately after the consecutive battles, and the surging energy and blood in his body were fully mobilized. In just one day, when all the energy in the meridians in his body had been refined, with just one impact, the shackles that had appeared in his body this time instantly broke. As the shackles completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 7th level universe night. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body energy and blood. Current realm, 7th level universe night. 7th level universe night. This was the advanced stage of the universe night. With the arrival of this breakthrough, Yi Xian's combat power would undoubtedly soar again. After the previous breakthrough, the strength of his original body was at the 6th level of the universe night. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 7th level. If he performed the 9 changes of Demon Ape and reached the 9th change, his combat power would immediately increase. He would soar to the 7th level of the Universe Master, but now, after Xian activated the bloodline power of the ancient Demon Ape in his body, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the Universe Knight. If he performed the bloodline power of the 9 changes of Demon Ape again, he would directly enter the 9th change. His ultimate peak combat power would instantly reach the 8th level of the Universe Master level. Although he would still be at the advanced stage of the Universe Master level, it would be completely different from the previous 7th level. Because below the 8th level, if the terrifying energy and blood within the enormous physical body of 60 million miles was included in the 9th change, Xian's true combat power would reach the level of the 9th level of the Universe Master level. It could even be said that with the current peak combat power that Xian could achieve, he could more or less guarantee that he would be unscathed in a head-on battle with the Universe Supreme at the 1st level. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent, but at least he could guarantee that he would be unscathed. As for the 7 advanced stage Universe Masters who were trapped in the void space of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away, if it were a one-on-one battle, even if Xian didn't use the power of the Blood Sea technique body, no one would be able to do anything to him. Even the 2 Universe Masters who were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Master level only had combat power equal to that of the 9th change. It could be said that the current him was invincible within the realm of Universe Masters. Xian had activated the energy isolation ability of the Xianxia cauldron when he was trying to break through. Therefore, when he shrunk his body in order to break through the bottleneck of his realm, the 7 late-stage Eternity Lords didn't sense the drop in his cultivation base and aura. And now, with the completion of this breakthrough, the first thing Xian did after opening his eyes was to once again use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation. In an instant, his body expanded tremendously, and his cultivation level soared to 8th level Universe Master. However, the size of his body, which was 60 million miles long, stopped at 10 million miles long. Otherwise, the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron would have been too congested. After doing all this, Xian removed the energy isolation ability of the Xianxia cauldron. The next instant, as his terrifying power as an 8th stage Universe Master was sensed by the 7 late stage Universe Masters in the distance, there was a brief moment of silence within the 7 dazzling balls of light. Then, once again, there was a tidal wave of exclamations of astonishment. See! The power emanating from the body of the ferocious ape is at the 8th stage of the Universe Master level? How is that possible? In just one day, he successfully broke through the 1st stage. Previously, he was at the 7th stage, and now he's at the 8th stage. This is a Universe Master. Since when did the breakthrough of a small stage become so easy and fast? Without a doubt, the secret behind this ferocious ape's cultivation speed has been deciphered. All of this is due to the 9-colored godly medicine. After all, that's a legendary item. We don't even know about the godly medicine, let alone the godly medicine. We haven't even tasted the godly medicine, so we can't imagine its power. What a pity. So what if we've deciphered it? Without the 9-colored flame and the Xianxia cauldron, we can't make the 9-colored godly medicine at all. This is really unfair. We're all late-stage Eternity Lords, yet we're besieging a violent ape in the same realm that relied on a secret bloodline technique to forcibly raise his cultivation to this level. Not only are we helpless to do anything about it, but we're also forced to watch as he goes into seclusion. He broke through the 1st stage of the Universe Master level. This is... what a disgrace. I feel like I'm about to vomit blood from anger. No matter what, we must kill this violent ape today. The significance of the 9-colored divine medicine is too great. We didn't realize it before, but it's not too late to realize it now. Exactly. This matter is too important, and the opportunity is fleeting. With the speed that this violent ape grows, if it's allowed to escape today, then the next time we meet it, I'm afraid we'll be reduced to prey. Xian did not pay any attention to the cries of surprise coming from all around. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he looked at the 7 balls of light surrounding him. In the end, he seemed to have determined the target of his attack. With a wave of his hand, a strand of 9-colored flame sprang up from the Xianxia cauldron under his feet. After rushing out of the Xianxia cauldron, he directly shot towards the blue light on the right. The 9-colored flame sprout expanded explosively in the wind. Although the tail of the flame was connected to the 9-colored flame sea surrounding the Shinnon cauldron, the head of the flame that shot forward was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already within tens of millions of miles of the blue light. During this time, the violent ape, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the Shinnon cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, was not idle either. Hell! With a roar, the violent ape disappeared from the entrance of the cauldron. When he reappeared, he was already at the forefront of the vast 9-colored flame sea. In other words, he had now crossed hundreds of millions of miles of void space in the blink of an eye. He was now at the forefront of the flame bridge, only about 30 to 40 million miles of distance from the blue light. This kind of speed even surpassed the teleportation of a universe master. Because this vast sea of flames that was like a void flame bridge had always been connected to the Shinnon cauldron, Yi Xian was able to appear anywhere on the flame bridge with a thought. This was the effect of activating the power of the Shinnon cauldron. At this time, as he waved his hand and spread out a terrifying flame bridge, his body instantly approached the blue light within tens of millions of miles. In the 6 other light balls in the surrounding void space, there was an exclamation of incomparable shock. What? 2 more of them? The violent ape used the Blood Sea Master's Blood Sea secret technique. This is a diversion. We have been fooled. His real target is the golden light ball that is rushing to the rescue. Damn it, the speed is too fast, and these 2 bodies directly rushed out from the 9-colored flame sea under our feet. There was no sign in advance, so it is impossible to guard against. There is no warning sign at all. It is too late. Damn it, is he going to succeed again? If this continues, I suddenly have an extremely uneasy feeling. I am afraid today's matter will not be settled peacefully. I am unwilling to accept this. This is too despicable, too shameless. Screech. Xiao. With these exclamations, the blue light ball did not hesitate at all and directly retreated at an extremely fast speed. The other 2 light balls, which were closest to it, also rushed over at the same time, intending to help. The light ball on the left was slightly closer, and the flame bridge was quietly extending to both sides as it rushed forward toward the blue light ball. It was just that the speed was slower, so it looked inconspicuous. Therefore, the golden light ball rushing from the left was only 30 million miles away from the left edge of the flame bridge in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the eyes of the violent ape standing at the front of the flame bridge flashed coldly, and he directly activated the Blood Sea secret technique's power of the bodies. Xiao. Xiao. Almost at the same time, at the extreme left edge of the flame bridge, 2 gigantic figures that were tens of millions of miles tall rushed up into the sky. They were the skeleton body and the black mist body of the ancient demon ape's 3 bodies. Because these 2 bodies were activated by the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, the aura that emanated from their bodies was that of an 8th-stage universe master. Without hesitation, these 2 8th-stage universe master bodies of the ancient demon ape attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, attacking the golden light ball that was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Pung! There was no suspense at all. The golden ball of light was caught off guard. It didn't even stop and directly exploded into a majestic golden blood mist that spread out. Xiao. At this moment, the violent ape standing at the front of the flame bridge disappeared, and the 2 bodies of the ancient demon ape that had set up an ambush to kill the golden light ball waved their hands and collected the majestic golden blood mist that had spread out in the void space. Then with a shake of their shoulders, they directly merged with the 9-colored flame bridge under their feet. Everything that had happened before seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The speed was simply too fast. A 9-colored flame sprout shot out from the farmer god cauldron and transformed into a bridge of flames that rapidly spread out. By the time the late-stage Eternity Lord hibernating within the golden light was slain, the ape had returned to the cauldron, and the bridge of flames had been withdrawn. From beginning to end, it took less than 3 breaths of time. At that moment, as Ferocious Ape returned, he sent the majestic golden blood mist that he had just collected into Shinnon cauldron and began the condensation of the 7th blood essence of a universe lord. In the universe void hundreds of millions of miles away, there were only 6 remaining dazzling lights. Within the ball of light, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. How is this possible? In just a few breaths of time, we lost another late-stage universe lord? At first, there were 8 late-stage universe lords that trapped Ferocious Ape. Including Black Knight of the Bug Clan, there are 9 universe masters in this intermediate supreme forbidden land. But now, 3 have been lost, and only the 6 of us are left? And in terms of time, it hasn't even been 2 days. This is simply unimaginable. I have an extremely bad premonition. This situation seems to be going on for a long time. How is this possible? Would Ferocious Ape dare to use the same method a second time? Even if he has the guts and isn't afraid of us beating him at his own game, what happened just now? How can we be fooled again? Adjust the formation. So what if there are 6 late-stage universe lords? We still maintain an absolute advantage, and we can still form an effective seal around Xianxia Cauldron. As long as we think of a way, he won't be able to escape today. As the cries of shock rang out, the 6 dazzling lights in the void space hundreds of millions of miles away adjusted their positions in an instant, spreading out the position of the previously destroyed golden light. This way, although the gap of the trap array widened, at least the seal could still be effectively formed. Yixian didn't care about any of this. After pondering for a while, he once again sat cross-legged at the mouth of Xianxia Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He wanted to continue breaking through. After another small breakthrough, his cultivation level would reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier universe night level. Then, he would be able to consume a level 26 Eternal Lord pill and officially become a universe master. However, since he had just broken through once, it would be difficult for him to break through again in a short period of time under normal circumstances. However, Yixian was not worried about this because he still had 7 Venerable One's blood essences and 8 titled Emperor's blood essences. If he swallowed all of them this time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to complete level 9 Universe Night. After making up his mind, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he once again activated the isolation ability of the Xianxia Cauldron. Swish, 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 following the sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yixian. They were all the cultivation resources that he retrieved from the undying world within his body, including the dozens of Venerable One's blood essences and titled Emperor's blood essences, 9-colored godly medicines, and a large amount of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. They were all top-tier items that emitted powerful auras, which once again stunned the remaining 6 late-stage Eternity Lords hundreds of millions of miles away. After a short moment of shock, the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords, who had been feeling uneasy for a long time, once again let out a roar of shock. Look, that damned ape is sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron again and taking out 9-colored godly medicines and other top-tier cultivation resources with a wave of his hand. What is he trying to do? Break through again? But how is this possible? He just broke through level 1 a few hours ago and ended his seclusion. But if he isn't in seclusion, what is he trying to do? We've already seen it once. What other questions can there be? This damned violent ape, is it trying to kill us on the spot? Pfft. This sovereign can't take it anymore. It's so unbearable that I feel better after spitting out this mouthful of blood. Crazy, he must be crazy. This sovereign doesn't believe that he can successfully break through again this time. That's simply a nightmare. Cries of shock rang out, but Yixian completely ignored them. At this moment, he had already activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, almost at the same time, the sound of chains that blotted out the sky and covered the earth sounded out from within Yixian's body. There was still only one shackle that appeared. Everything that happened next seemed to repeat itself. In front of the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords gathered hundreds of millions of miles away, Yixian unhurriedly closed his eyes and focused his mind. Then, he activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body and began to circulate it in his meridians. Accumulating energy. Accumulating energy. This time, it took a slightly longer time, a full 4 days. Finally, when the great river of energy in his body was refined, Yixian only needed to charge once to break the shackle. And as the shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 8th stage universe night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body and blood energy. Current realm, 8th Stage Universe Night. 8th Stage Universe Night. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Xianxia's combat power to soar again. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's strength had been at the 7th Stage Universe Night. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 8th Stage Universe Night. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations technique and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 8th Stage Universe Night. Now, after Xian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly have the strength of a 9th Stage Universe Night. This was already the pinnacle of this realm. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations technique and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the 9th Stage Universe Night, which was also the pinnacle of this realm. In fact, if he included the terrifying power of the blood energy in his enormous physical body, which was 60 million miles long, Xian's combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 1st Stage Universe Night, even if it was because of the gap between realms. The power of the enormous physical body would be slightly reduced. But even if he couldn't reach the level of a true 1st Stage Universe Night, the difference wouldn't be too big. In other words, the peak battle strength that Xian could currently achieve was enough to completely crush a Universe Master, who was a half-step supreme being at the peak of the 9th step. Up until now, Xian had a total of 7 drops of blood essence of Universe Masters. If he immediately started the condensation of the level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill, he was more than 70% confident that he would be able to produce 3 Supreme Treasure Pills from this furnace of Supreme Treasure Pills. He was close to 50% confident that he would be able to produce 4, however, in reality, it was still far from time to start the condensation of the level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. On one hand, it was because he still hadn't figured out the perfect pill formula for the level 27 Paragon Supreme Pill. On the other hand, it was because the battle in front of him was clearly far from over. There were still 6 late-stage Universe Masters surrounding the Shen-known cauldron hundreds of millions of miles away. Xian didn't dare say that he could kill all 6 of them, but he could at least kill 2 or 3 of them. Every time he killed one more, it meant that he would have at least one more level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill in the future. This temptation was too great, and even he couldn't resist it. At the beginning of this battle, Xian's cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the Universe Night. After activating the demonic ape bloodline within his body and using the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations bloodline ability, his cultivation level would reach the 7th level of the Universe Master. Due to the enormous body of 60 million miles and the tremendous power of blood and vital energy, it had the effect of increasing his power by 1 level. Therefore, his true battle power was comparable to that of an 8th level Universe Master. But now, in the midst of the great battle, Xian had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now, his own cultivation base had already reached the 8th level of the Universe Night. Once he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Universe Night. This way, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9th transformation, Xian would become a true 9th Rankian Lord. Coupled with the support of his boundless blood and chi energy, even if his combat strength still couldn't reach the 1st rank of Universe Supreme, the difference wouldn't be too great. Yes. More importantly, he had the power of Blood Sea Secret Technique, and when activated, he had the power of 3 beings that were infinitely close to the power of Universe Supreme beings. In this sort of situation, even if there were still 6 powerful late-stage Eternity Lords surrounding him in the surrounding space hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Xian would still be able to deal with the situation by himself. At the beginning of this battle, Xian was at an absolute disadvantage. His only wish at that time was to find a way to escape. However, now that the situation had developed to this point, everything had turned around in just a few days. In terms of combat strength, Xian was definitely the one with the upper hand. What he was thinking about now was no longer the matter of retreating far away. If it was necessary, he could calmly escape at any time now, without the slightest pressure. The problem he was currently considering was how to kill the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords waiting in the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away as much as he could. To him, every late-stage Universe Master represented a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill that was about to come out of the furnace. The significance was too great, so Yi Xian had to maximize the benefits as much as possible. Because the next time he wanted to make a supreme treasure pill, he didn't know when he would have to wait. Universe Masters weren't easy to find, and only by gathering 5 would one be able to meet the minimum requirement of making a supreme treasure pill. The threshold made one speechless. Although he now had the power to crush these 6 late-stage Universe Masters, they were still late-stage Universe Masters, after all. If they realized that something was amiss, it was highly possible that they would want to escape. At this moment, as Yi Xian successfully made another breakthrough and opened his eyes, the 6 late-stage Universe Masters, who had been secretly discussing in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from Xianxia Cauldron for the past few days, immediately noticed him. Like a tide, cries of surprise rang out from the 6 dazzling balls of light. What? How long has it been? It's over again? This guy can't really have successfully broken through to the next level of cultivation, right? In just a few days, this is the second breakthrough. Has the 9-colored godly medicine's effect really reached such a terrifying level? Before he used that mysterious bloodline ability, he was only a 7th-stage Universe Master. Now, he's already a 9th-stage Universe Master. Once that mysterious bloodline ability is used, it will instantly increase his power by 1 level. Doesn't this mean this raging ape already has the combat power of a Universe Master at level 9 complete realm? He's already not weaker than any of us. In fact, even the 2 9th-stage Universe Masters among us wouldn't be his match in a one-on-one battle. That's right. Including the terrifying power of blood and energy in Pang Debao's body, even if it's in a situation where he's a whole realm higher, it can at least increase Bao Yuan's battle power by half a level or more. In other words, he's now infinitely close to a true Universe Master. He's already a Supreme Master. How can we fight like this? Even if we defend, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to trap him again. Is today's battle going to end with a grievance? We can't let this happen. If we miss today's opportunity, this Bao Yuan will grow even stronger. When that time comes, even if a Universe Supreme Master comes personally, it'll be difficult to subdue him. Don't worry about it anymore. Quickly invite a Supreme Master. In this situation, we can only share the benefits and invite a Universe Supreme Master. Only then can we have a chance of winning today's battle. Otherwise, everything we've done before will be in vain. I'll go. 5 friends, you must trap this bastard here. At most 3 days, I'll be back. Roar. The last sentence came from a black ball of light on the west side of the Xianxia Cauldron. As the last roar rang out, the black ball of light suddenly released a strong black light and disappeared in a flash. Hung long long. Hung, with the disappearance of the black ball of light, the 6 balls of light that were originally trapped in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from the Xianxia Cauldron were reduced to 5. A gap appeared in the west side. But soon, continuous rumbling sounds rang out. The 5 balls of light moved together and began to move. In the blink of an eye, they had filled up the gap left by the black ball of light. However, as a result, the gap between every 2 resplendent balls of light was a little larger than before. But overall, the situation of being trapped still existed. It was very clear that the 5 late-stage Eternity Lords within the 5 balls of light still hadn't given up hope. They had actually gritted their teeth and braved the danger of staying behind. Previously, Yi Xian had already broken free from the bloodline god power of 9 transformations of demonic ape due to his secluded cultivation. Hence, he had only activated the bloodline power of 9 transformations of demonic ape, but he hadn't displayed the power of the bloodline god power of 30 meters. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a 9th-stage pinnacle universe knight. However, at this moment, as he stepped out of the mouth of Xianxia Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, the 30-meter-tall raging ape raised his head and roared, "Roar, 9 transformations of demonic ape." 9th transformation. As this roar rang out, a huge explosion erupted from within the body of the raging starry sky ape. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 100 feet tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath of time. His speed was simply swift to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end. The energy within his body surged like a roaring river, and his limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. Moreover, there was even an imperceptible strand of an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura that effused out. At the same time, the aura emanating from the raging ape's body soared rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, the raging ape had soared from a 9th-stage pinnacle universe knight to a 9th-stage pinnacle universe master. Miraculously, the raging ape's cultivation level was achieved in half a breath's time. This scene made the eyelids of the late-stage eternity lords within the 6 dazzling balls of light in the void of the outerverse for hundreds of millions of miles around them twitch. Their hearts were filled with endless envy and jealousy. In an instant, as this incomparably terrifying pinnacle eternity lord power spread out and enveloped this vast and boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area, countless cries could be heard coming from the various ferocious beast stars in the distance. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden area crouched on the ground almost subconsciously. They did not dare to move at all. There were even some popping sounds that could be heard. However, many of the weaker ferocious beasts in the forbidden area couldn't withstand this terrifying aura, which was infinitely close to that of a universe supreme. Their bodies exploded instantly, and there were signs of them dying. Previously, when they were besieged for such a long time, Xianxia had made several moves, and he had even killed 3 powerful universe masters in the face of adversity. But these 3 times, without exception, they were all sneak attacks. After one attack, they immediately retreated. Otherwise, they would be in danger. It could be said that he had put himself in danger all 3 times. Coupled with his current situation of being trapped, the grievance that had accumulated in Bao Yuan's heart was naturally obvious. However, that was all in the past. Now, as his cultivation level had skyrocketed by 2 small levels in a few days, Bao Yuan now had a terrifying battle power that was infinitely close to that of a universe supreme. Although there were still 5 late-stage eternity lords lying in ambush in the surrounding space hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Xianxia didn't fear any one of them. The exciting moment of turning the tables and crushing the enemy had finally arrived. Roar! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan, who was agitated, immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Before he finished his roar, Xianxia's voice was transmitted through his spirit consciousness. It was played down, neither too fast nor too slow. Although it was gentle, it enveloped the vast void of the supreme forbidden area, revealing an endless sense of tyranny. Didn't you think that you could besiege this Star Master because you had the advantage in numbers? If that's the case, then this Star Master will now fight 1 against 5, 1 against all of you. Either you fight or scram. Roar. Blood Sea Secret Technique. As the last roar was transmitted, Bao Yuan's gigantic body, which was 60 million kilometers long, collapsed instantly, turning into a vast and boundless blood sea that permeated the void of the universe. With the Shinnon cauldron as the center, it rapidly spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, the Blood Sea Secret Technique had been activated to the extreme by Xianxia, and a boundless blood sea with a radius of nearly 1 billion kilometers appeared in the void. When this vast sea of blood spread out in all directions, all the stars in the void, whether they were ferocious beast stars with forbidden grounds and ferocious beasts in hibernation or abandoned stars, were all destroyed and turned into cosmic dust without exception. With a radius of 1 billion kilometers, such a vast area had already shrunk the 5 resplendent balls of light that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away into the sea of blood. Now, this almost boundless sea of blood was just below these 5 resplendent balls of light. At a glance, this scene was as if 5 huge stars of different colors had risen from 5 different directions above the vast sea. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions came from 3 different locations in the vast sea of blood. Then, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant from the shocking and boundless sea of blood. They were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was the body of flesh and blood, which was the space-raging ape. The other was the body of bones, without any flesh and blood. It was merely a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless and ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The other was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a raging ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its eyes were merely 2 clouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. Under normal circumstances, the 3 demon bodies were a trinity, and their backs were stuck together. However, now, Xianxia had actually used the Blood Sea Secret Technique to divide the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 blood sea bodies. Besides, he had already completely comprehended the power of the first level of the blood sea body. Hence, the three blood sea bodies all exuded the aura of cultivation at the ninth stage pinnacle level of a universe master. They were only one step away from becoming universe knights. Come on. Didn't you want to trap and kill me? Now, the time for a great battle has come. Just like what I said before, either we fight or, get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The three blood sea bodies were all tens of millions of miles in size. At that moment, they rose from the ground. Their feet were still connected to the boundless blood sea, but Xianxia's voice was coming out of their mouths. They were filled with endless disdain, and they wanted to fight 5 universe masters at the late-stage universe master level by themselves. Pong, 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 pong. As the three blood sea bodies roared furiously, the terrifying power of a half-step supreme in their bodies also rose to the extreme. At that moment, in the universe void space outside the blood sea, within the various ferocious beast stars, there was an extremely clear sound of explosions. It was only one roar filled with overwhelming demon power, and within the various ferocious beast stars of this intermediate supreme forbidden area, countless ferocious beasts had fallen. All of them couldn't withstand the terrifying power and exploded one after another. What? It's this move again? As expected, he has fully comprehended the Blood Sea Lord's Blood Sea secret technique. He just broke through and condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, and all of them have the same cultivation level as his main body. We're talking about 3 powerful 9th step eternity lords, existences that are half-step supremes. Although we have 5 people, there are only 2 of them, so we don't seem to have the advantage. It's too shocking. Everything is like a forbidden realm. Not long ago, the situation had developed to such an extent. At first, we clearly had an absolute advantage, but now, everything has changed. We are already evenly matched. The so-called seal is just a joke. Fellow Taoists, now, where do we go? Now, we can only do what this violent ape said. Either we grit our teeth and fight, or, scram with our tails between our legs. It's really too sullen. Let's end the battle then. Even though we've imperceptibly lost our advantage, we're still evenly matched and haven't fallen into a disadvantageous position. As long as we persist for a while and wait for reinforcements to arrive, this violent ape can only perish on the spot. Fight. Screech, along with these cries of alarm, the auras of the 5 canopies, which had been restrained and didn't emit too strong of an eternal lord's pressure, were instantly filled with furious roars and howls. For a time, incomparably austere and cold murderous intent surged out like a raging river, violently gushing out from the 5 bright balls of light of different colors. Bang! Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the killing intent of 5 powerful late-stage eternity lords overlapped in the vast void of this intermediate supreme forbidden zone. Around the blood sea, in the various ferocious beast stars. Immediately, as if in response, a dense series of explosions rang out again. This time, countless innocent ferocious beasts in the forbidden area couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and exploded to death in grievance. Roar! 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 At the same time, 3 heaven-shaking roars rang out. The waves of the endless sea of blood surged to the extreme. The 3 demonic ape clones with the sea of blood beneath their feet swung their right fists at the same time, charging off in different directions. 2 of them rushed to the 2 green and blue canopies emitting the same half-step supreme being auras. The other flesh body, Xianxia's original body in the form of a violent ape, rushed directly to the green canopy in front of it. The aura emanating from this green ball of light was only that of a 7th-stage universe master, and it was the weakest of the 5 late-stage universe masters who were still lingering in this place. Almost in the next instant, the violent ape rushed out abruptly and arrived within 10 million miles of the green canopy in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it threw a punch. Everything that happened next was without suspense. Bang! A huge roar rang out in the void space, and this green canopy exploded in an instant. Among the shattered green canopies, one could clearly see a green luan bird with a body of 30 million feet. Under Xianxia's terrifying power this time, its body completely exploded into a green bloody mist and spread out, catching the enemy off guard and killing it with one blow. It was simply a one-hit kill. Such a result made Xian relax, and a sense of joy appeared in his heart. Without any hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body and enveloped a radius of 10 million miles. The green bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, transforming into a green waterfall of majestic chi and blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly scuttled into the towering Xianxia cauldron in the center of the blood sea and started the blood essence condensation. This scene happened too suddenly. The other 4 late-stage Eternity Lords in the resplendent light canopies didn't have time to react at all. By the time they came back to their senses, the existence in the green canopy had already been killed by the violent ape's punch. At this time, the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone had already rushed within 10 million miles of the green and blue canopies. Without any hesitation, they also threw a punch. Another one was actually killed? How is this possible? Screech. Go all out. Roar. In the midst of shock and anger, a monstrous roar came from the 2 canopies of light. At the same time, a ferocious green beast head that was 30 million feet long and a blue beast limb of the same size that was covered in barbed scales stretched out from the canopies of light. There was also a terrifying aura that didn't show any weakness as it blasted towards the 2 blood sea clones that punched out. Bang! Bang! Ka-cha-cha! 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded as the blood sea surged for hundreds of millions of feet. The green beast head and blue beast limb collided head-on with the 2 blood sea clones, and the terrifying force that erupted caused even the cosmic void above the blood sea to shatter inch by inch. The turbulent flow of space shot out, and the entire bloody battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos. This attack was actually evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. The Black Mist clone and Skeleton clone didn't gain any advantage, and the 2 half-step Eternity Lords in the green and blue canopies of light also didn't gain any advantage. Roar, roar. This result obviously made the 2 blood sea clones of Xianxia extremely dissatisfied and unwilling to accept this result. After raising their heads and roaring angrily, the 2 blood sea clones punched out again at the same time. The 4 half-step supremes at the Great Circle of the 9th Step Eternity Lord realm instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. The entire cosmic void within a radius of several hundred million kilometers was completely shattered. However, this was the mysterious primordial void after all, and the power of the laws had reached its peak. Although the power of half-step Eternity Lords could already shatter the void. After the shattering void, it immediately healed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shocking scene was strange and magical, and at the same time, it was dazzling, but at the same time, it couldn't help but be terrified. Only the half-step Eternity Lords and the 9th level Eternity Lords could continuously shatter and rapidly repair the void under the background of such a scene. Under this, they were still fighting fiercely. And just as the 4 half-step Eternity Lords and the 9th level Eternity Lords were gradually fighting in full swing, the flesh clone on the other side, Xianxia's true body in the form of a violent ape, also smashed the green canopies of light with a punch. He turned his head and looked at the other 2 resplendent light canopies in front of him on the left. These 2 light canopies were red and purple, and the cultivation auras emitted from them were both at the 8th level of Universe Lords, only 1 step away from the 9th level of Eternity Lords. In the blink of an eye, the green ball of light exploded, and the 5 late-stage Eternity Lords turned into the current 4. Seeing this scene, the red and purple balls of light that were originally shooting towards the violent ape instantly stopped midway, their surging momentum coming to an abrupt end. Immediately after, a few soft cries of shock rang out from the 2 balls of light. What? The green one actually fell? Hiss. The original 3 against 1 instantly became 2 against 1. With our cultivation of the 8th stage, how can we fight this half-step supreme stage terrifying violent ape when it's only 2 against 1? Quickly retreat, today's battle is no longer necessary. That's right, although the benefits are tempting, we can't do it. The most important thing is still our own lives. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before the voices had even finished, the 2 balls of light had already turned around and retreated the way they had come. From their words, it was clear that they wanted to retreat immediately upon seeing that the situation was hopeless. This was expected. After all, the violent ape's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage, half-step supreme stage. If there were 3 late-stage Eternity Lords at the 7th or 8th stage, they would be able to barely resist each other and protect themselves by rushing to each other's aid. But if there were only 2 8th-stage Eternity Lords, it was obviously impossible to achieve this. Previously, before the green Luan beast within the green ball of light had fallen, even if Xian had condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, his strength would only be on par with the 5 resplendent balls of light. But now, following the fall of the green Luan within the green ball of light, the comparison of strength between the two sides instantly changed. Xian, who had condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, became the stronger side. As for the remaining 4 resplendent balls of light, they landed on the weaker side. Among the 4 balls of light, the green and blue balls of light each faced a Blood Sea avatar, so they were not affected by the change in strength. On the contrary, the pressure on the red and purple balls of light greatly increased. Under such circumstances, if they were to forcefully resist, it was very likely that they would end up like the green Luan within the green ball of light, dying on the spot. Facing such a situation, retreating immediately was the only choice, and there was no need for hesitation. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Today, none of you 4 will be able to escape. Not a single one of you can be missing. Roar. Seeing the 2 balls of light shooting toward the path they came from, Xian's cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. Then, after raising its head and roaring, its terrifying body that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size instantly turned into a bloody mist and scattered. It sank into the boundless sea of blood below with monstrous waves. Almost at the same time, in front of the red ball of light's retreating path, a monstrous wave rose from the sea of blood. The berserk ape's enormous figure, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, rose from the ground and suddenly rushed out. With just a single step, it arrived in front of the red ball of light in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of tens of millions of li, he did not hesitate at all as he punched out, bang. A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void as the red ball of light exploded in an instant. Amidst the red specks of light that filled the sky, one could clearly see a blood-colored crocodile beast with a body that was tens of thousands of meters long. Unfortunately, just as the crocodile beast's figure appeared, its body was completely blown up into a bloody mist by the terrifying power of this strike, rapidly spreading out. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the violent ape waved its hand at the first possible moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant, transforming into a scarlet waterfall of boundless blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly rushed into the Xianxia cauldron that stood in the middle of the sea of blood, and directly began to condense blood essence. Screech, seeing this scene, in another direction 200 million miles away, an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl came from the purple ball of light that was rushing towards the edge of the sea of blood, revealing endless panic and fear. It was obvious that the late-stage Eternity Lord that was hibernating in the purple ball of light was finally afraid. In this vast area where the endless sea of blood spread, the universe was affected by the power of the sea of blood. Even late-stage Eternity Lords were unable to directly teleport away. They could only use their extreme speed to rush to the edge of the sea of blood before they could teleport away. However, although their speed was fast, no matter how fast they were, they could not compare to the violent ape, who was one with the endless sea of blood. As long as they stepped on the sea of blood, whether it was the violent ape, the other 2 skeletons, or the body of black fog, they could merge with the sea of blood beneath their feet at any time. At the same time, they could soar into the sky from any other location in the sea of blood. The gap between them had reached a level that could be completely ignored. Just now, the reason why the violent ape was able to kill the giant star crocodile in the red ball of light with a single punch was because it had this advantage. Otherwise, although there was a great disparity in strength between a 9th-stage Eternity Lord and an 8th-stage Eternity Lord, it would not be easy for the former to stop the latter within the 1 billion-mile radius of the sea of blood. At this moment, after the giant star crocodile in the red ball of light was killed and its blood essence swept away and sent into the farmer god cauldron, Xian now had 9 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. 9 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence. If he opened the cauldron to refine a grade 27 Supreme Treasure pill, Xian had an 80% chance of being able to refine 6 pills, and even 7 pills would be around 50%. However, this was far from the end. Right before his eyes, he was about to obtain another drop of Eternity Lord blood essence. Roar! Raising its head and roaring, the violent ape's enormous body directly dissipated, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood below. At the same time, 200 million miles away, in front of the purple ball of light that was fleeing in panic, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The violent ape, whose body was 10 million miles long, directly rose from the ground. Without the slightest pause, it roared and threw a punch at the incoming purple ball of light at the same time. No, seeing this scene, the purple ball of light that was originally moving at an extremely fast speed came to an abrupt halt, followed by an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl from within the ball of light. Boom! Before the howl had even faded away, the violent ape's punch had already landed on the purple ball of light. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood within a radius of 100 million miles stirred up an endless hurricane. The purple ball of light cracked, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely exploded. A cloud of purple blood mist spread out from within. Whoosh! At the same time, the violent ape did not hesitate and immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, the purple ball of light exploded, and the majestic blood energy formed from the explosion became the material for Xianxia to refine the 10th blood essence of Eternity Lord. 10 blood essences of Eternity Lord. If he were to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill, Xianxia was more than 80% certain that he would be able to refine 7 of them, and even 8 of them would be around 50% certain. However, this was still far from the end. On the other side of the blood sea, not far away, he was about to refine another 2 blood essences of Eternity Lord. At that time, as long as the last 2 balls of light were blown apart and the universe masters that were hibernating within them were killed, the number of Eternity Lord blood essences in Xianxia's hands would reach a terrifying 12 blood essences of Eternity Lord. If he were to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill, he was more than 80% certain that he would be able to refine 9 of them, and even 10 of them would be around 50% certain that he would be able to refine 9 level 27 supreme treasure pills. In the future, every single one of them would represent the emergence of a universe supreme level being among his subordinates. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia's heart instantly surged, and his breathing became rapid. With this kind of intense anticipation, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he turned his head to look at the other side of the blood sea in the distance. Over there, the skeleton body and the black fog body were still engaged in an intense battle with the pinnacle Eternity Lords within the green and blue balls of light. Although the battle had only just begun, because both sides had used their full strength without holding back, the battle had entered a state of unbridled ferocity in a short period of time. However, in general, the 2 battlefields were basically evenly matched. The 2 blood sea bodies and the 2 balls of light were fighting each other, and no one was able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, this equilibrium was clearly about to be broken very soon. Hong, long, long, Hong, long, long, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, Bao Yuan no longer hesitated. His terrifying figure that was tens of thousands of miles in size instantly rushed toward the other side of the sea of blood step by step. At present, the remaining green and blue light balls had been completely restrained by the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. Even if they wanted to escape now, it was impossible. Hence, Bao Yuan was not in a hurry and directly ran wildly. This scene was too shocking. In the boundless sea of blood, one after another, blood-colored waves surged into the sky like a canopy of the heavens. On the surface of the sea of blood, a ferocious ape that was millions of kilometers long strode forward with a terrifying presence. Even the space around it rumbled with the sound of thunder, roar, screech. At the end of the sea of blood in the distance, the 2 peak Eternity Lords lying dormant in the green and blue light balls had clearly seen this scene and were aware of the battle situation here. In an instant, shocking roars and screeches rang out from the 2 resplendent light balls. Following closely behind were the voices of divine senses that were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Trash. All of you are trash. 3 late-stage Eternity Lords of the 7th and 8th stage couldn't even last half an incense stick's worth of time before they were completely wiped out. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It's over. There's no hope in today's battle. With just you and me, facing 3 half-step supremes of the same strength, we definitely won't be able to last 3 days. Let's retreat. I can't accept this, screech, As these voices filled with resentment and unwillingness rang out, the two peak eternity lords lying dormant in the green and blue light balls had clearly reached a consensus at the first moment. There was no need to continue fighting. Right now, their only wish was to be able to safely escape. This was simply infuriating. A few days ago, they had set up an ambush here and surrounded their opponent, but now, in just a few short days, they had fallen to the point where they didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in being able to escape unscathed and escape in a hurry. This kind of sullen battle was simply unprecedented in their lives, but they had no choice but to face it. How could they endure it, however? No matter how unwilling they were, they had to give up. If this dragged on, the final result would definitely be death. Buzz. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a low buzzing sound came from both the cyan and blue balls of light. This commotion was roughly the same as the commotion caused by the activation of the bloodline secret technique of the rank 6 arachnid that Xian had killed earlier. Evidently, these two peak half-step supremes had most likely learned the secret technique that originally belonged to the insectoid race from that 6th stage insectoid. This was also understandable. After all, Xian's 9 devil ape transformation bloodline ability was obtained from the bloodline of the blood-devouring lion clan. Now, the two half-step supremes in the green and blue light balls suddenly activated this bloodline secret technique that belonged to the 6th stage insectoid race. Their purpose was naturally not to trap their opponent, but to escape. Insectoid secret technique? Want to escape? It's not that easy. As these two low and strange buzzing sounds rang out, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape, who was running wildly in the endless sea of blood. Xian's incomparably cold voice instantly sounded out. Roar. Walala, with a roar, endless splashing sounds rang out. The violent ape's huge body directly dissipated, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood below. At the same time, in the left area hundreds of millions of kilometers away, near the cyan light ball that was emitting a low buzzing sound, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The violent ape, which was tens of millions of kilometers in size, directly rose from the ground. On the other side of the skeleton, the cyan light ball was sandwiched in the middle. You can't escape. Die. Boom. At this moment, Xian's voice rang out once again. Before it had even landed, the violent ape and the clone in the skeleton had already punched out at the same time, heading straight for the cyan light ball. Screech, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood within a radius of 100 million kilometers stirred up an endless hurricane. The cyan light ball exploded with an incomparably shrill howl, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely exploded, and a cyan blood mist spread out from within. Whoosh! At the same time, the violent ape waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and absorbing the cyan blood mist that had just spread out into the Shenong's treasure cauldron. Immediately after, without any hesitation, the violent ape and the skeleton clone that had just killed a powerful enemy exploded at the same time, turning into two majestic and endless rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, Raging Ape and the skeleton body attacked at the same time. With one punch, they killed the Pinnacle Universe Lord hiding within the green light, turning him into a cloud of green blood mist. Then, without any hesitation, Raging Ape and the skeleton body disappeared at the same time, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dispersing into the vast blood sea beneath their feet. At the same time, Raging Ape and the skeleton body left the side of the last blue light in an instant. And rose. Together with the black mist body that was originally entangled with the blue light, they formed a triangle and trapped it in the middle. This was clearly the rhythm of the three blood sea bodies attacking at the same time and blasting it apart. Screech, realizing that a life and death crisis was approaching, an incomparably mournful roar came out from the blue light cluster. At the same time, the blue light cluster that was originally emitting a blazing light, at this moment, the bright blue light also burned to the extreme. Wang, with a low and strange buzzing sound, the blue light flickered and disappeared. Boom, at the same time, the fists of the three blood sea clones landed on the spot where the blue light ball had disappeared. Immediately, cracking sounds could be heard in the void. They were so dense that it sent chills down one's spine. Unfortunately, the existence within the blue sphere of light had still managed to escape. This sort of bug race secret technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. Moreover, the peak Eternity Lord within the blue sphere of light had been using it for some time now, so the possibility of such an unexpected outcome wasn't small. Hell, such an outcome made Xian extremely unwilling. The three blood sea bodies raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. The skeleton body and the black mist body dissipated in the next instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dispersing into the blood sea beneath their feet. With a thought, Xian put away the blood sea technique. Xiao, hua la la, with a thought, the vast and boundless blood sea rapidly gathered and disappeared in the blink of an eye, merging into Xian's body. At the same time, Xian broke free from the state of the ninth form. His body returned to its original height of 30 meters. His original level of cultivation as a universe master at level 9 pinnacle fell back to that of a universe knight at level 9 pinnacle. His figure flickered, and he immediately returned to the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron that was enshrouded in 9 colors fog and sat down cross-legged. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he murmured, "In the end, one still managed to escape." Adding that to the one who went to invite the so-called Supreme, this Star Master has already killed 7 of the 9 Eternity Lords this time. There were already 4 Eternity Lord blood essences before, and with these 7, there's a total of 11. With 11 Aeon Lord blood essences, if he were to refine a 27 level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill, he had an 80% chance of being able to refine 8 of them. In fact, he even had a 50% chance of refining 9 of them. After pondering for a while, Xian decided not to leave for the time being. Instead, he would stay here and attempt to become a universe master. Although he had just broken through 2 small levels not too long ago, he had just been engaged in a series of battles. His opponents were all late-stage universe masters, and the blood sea technique could be said to have been interpreted to the extreme. The time for another breakthrough had arrived. As long as he made one more breakthrough, even if he didn't activate the Demon Ape bloodline in his ordinary human form, he would have the power of a 9th-stage universe knight at the pinnacle level. Then, he would be able to take a level 26 pill. Once he swallowed it, he would be able to become a universe master in a short time. Then, even if a knight came, he wouldn't be afraid. A universe supreme? I've been looking forward to a great battle with such a being for a long time. This time, it's impossible for them to invite 2 universe knights, as that would take away more benefits. At this point, Xian's eyes flashed again. This is a rare opportunity. Not only can I fight a universe supreme who came alone, but I might even have the chance to kill him, as long as this universe knight is only at level 1 to level 3. At level 3, there's a chance. After making up his mind, his eyes flashed coldly, and he activated the isolation power of the Shinnon cauldron again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Soon, the sound of the air breaking was heard, and rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Xian. They were all resources he took out from the undying world within his body, the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, were all top-tier items that exuded powerful forces. After that, Xian activated the domain power of the Shinnon cauldron and compressed all the resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Hua, la, la, almost at the same time, the earth-shattering sound of chains rang out from his body. There was still only one shackle that appeared. Xian closed his eyes unhurriedly and focused his mind. Then he activated the energy river that had just formed in his body, and it started to circulate in his meridians time and time again to accumulate power. The time it took to break through this time was still acceptable, as it only took him 1.5 days. Perhaps it had something to do with the continuous battles that he had fought to his heart's content. Soon, when the energy river in his body was refined, Xian only had to attack once, and the shackle broke. When the shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, 9th stage universe knight complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, 9th stage universe knight complete. 9th stage universe knight. He had finally reached the 9th stage universe knight complete. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Xian's combat power to soar again. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's combat power was at the 8th stage of the universe knight complete. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 9th stage. And if he used the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would be even higher. He would instantly reach the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. But now, after Xian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly possess the combat power of a 1st stage Universe Master. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and entered the 9th transformation directly, his combat power would reach the level of a 1st stage Universe Supreme. In fact, if he were to include the terrifying power of blood energy in his enormous body, which was 60 million miles long, under the 9th transformation, Xian's combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 2nd stage Universe Supreme. The key was that he still had the blood seed technique. Once he activated the power of his other bodies, he could instantly create 3 bodies of this level of combat power. In this way, even if a supreme being of the 3rd step were to descend, although Xian couldn't guarantee that he would be able to kill the supreme being, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ensure that he would be able to easily leave at any time. But this was actually not the end of this breakthrough. Because now, he could already take a level 26 pill and break through the bottleneck of a major realm, allowing his combat power in the ordinary human state to enter the level of a true Universe Master. Complete level 9 Universe Knight? Finally. I'm going to break through to the true Eternity Lord level. Xian muttered to himself as he forced himself to calm down. Then, he closed his eyes again. He didn't have much time left. If there were no accidents, that Universe Supreme would arrive within 2 days at most. Although Xian had the Xianxia cauldron to protect him and had nothing to fear, if he delayed for too long, it was inevitable that something unexpected would happen. If he could complete this breakthrough before the other party arrived, it would naturally be the best-case scenario. Xiao. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Xian. They were still all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world within his body. However, this time, other than the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, the most important thing was a level 26 Eternity Lord level pill. After consuming this level 26 Eternity Lord level pill, Xian only had 11 Eternity Lord level pills left. However, it was still enough. After doing all this, Xian activated the domain of the Xianxia cauldron. After compressing all the resources to the size of an infant fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hua la la. The sound of chains covering the sky and earth rang out from within his body. This time, although there was only one shackle that appeared, it was much thicker than before. After all, this time, he was breaking through to the next major realm between Universe Knight and Universe Master. Neck. Xian focused and activated the energy river that had just formed within his body. He began to circulate great circulatory cycles in his meridians to accumulate power. The expected pain came quickly. The impact of the bottleneck of a major realm was much more intense than the impact of an ordinary small realm. However, to Xian, it was still nothing. He had long since gotten used to it. Time passed slowly. Under Xian's wholehearted focus and full power circulation, this time, it only took him a day and a half to completely refine the great river of energy in his body. Xian only needed one attack to break this incomparably thick shackle. When the shackles were completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, 1st level Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current level, 1st level Universe Master. A Universe Master, the breakthrough this time was a great leap forward. It had undoubtedly increased Xian's battle prowess greatly. Previously, his original body's cultivation base had been at the 9th Order Venerable Realm. Once he activated the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline, he would be able to ascend to the 1st Order Eternity Lord realm. And if he were to use the 9 changes of demon ape and reach the 9th change, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 1st Order Universe Supreme realm. But now, with the completion of this breakthrough, Xian would instantly possess the power of a second-order universe master after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape. If he were to use the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape again, he would directly enter the 9th change. His power would be equivalent to that of a second-order universe supreme realm, adding in the terrifying energy and blood within his enormous body that was 60 million kilometers long under the 9th transformation. Xian's true combat strength was basically on par with a universe sovereign at the 3rd step. In other words, no one below the level of a middle-stage universe supreme could do anything to him. If there were no accidents, any universe supreme being at the level of an initial stage would either be annihilated or forced to flee in embarrassment when they encountered him. This was because as long as Xian executed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his body, he would be able to instantly split himself into 3. With the same power level, he would be able to crush his opponent. Calculating the time, these 2 breakthroughs have taken almost 3 days. This means that the so-called Universe Supreme Realm Supreme should be arriving soon. After calming down, Xian's eyes flashed coldly. As he muttered to himself, he had already rushed out of Shenong Cauldron. Xiao, with a wave of his hand, the cauldron transformed into a ray of light and rushed directly into his body. Immediately after, Xian raised his head to look at the horizon as he muttered once more, "I wonder what kind of power the Eternity Lord Tribulation possesses. However, all of my aura is currently restrained and not emitted, so the lightning tribulation has yet to arrive." This was expected. A thunder calamity was bound to arrive when a Great Order Universe Supreme Realm breakthrough. Although there was no existence like the primeval heaven's eye in this primordial chaos void, the law of space operation here was perfect and complete. Because of this, the thousands of nests that gave birth to chaos demon gods and the entire vast Milky Way star field were enveloped by an invisible force of primordial chaos law. Even the supreme beings of the primordial chaos era and the supreme beings of the primordial chaos era couldn't break through and force their way in. One could see a thing or two after entering. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian had already realized this, he would have immediately concealed his aura before he rushed out of the Shenong Cauldron. He wouldn't have leaked the slightest bit of it. At this moment, he would probably be undergoing the Eternity Lord Tribulation. Of course, Xian had never been interested in the Thunder Calamity. He wasn't afraid and even looked forward to it. This was because every time he experienced the baptism of the Thunder Calamity, he would be able to completely stabilize the level of cultivation he had just broken through. Solidify. But this time a great enemy was about to arrive. He had other plans for the upcoming Eternity Lord Calamity. After a short while, as long as I reveal a little bit of my aura, the Eternity Lord Calamity will arrive immediately. Unfortunately, it's only an Eternity Lord Calamity after all. It won't cause any harm to the universe supremacy who's about to arrive. However, it's not a bad idea to take advantage of this opportunity to confuse the enemy and set up an ambush. After saying this, he immediately activated the Perfect Oscillation Spiritual Force secret technique and concealed his body. His aura was concealed again, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Not a single trace of his aura could be sensed. At the same time, in the universe void tens of billions of miles away from this intermediate supreme forbidden area, a ball of light was rapidly approaching. This ball of light was dark yellow, and the aura it emitted far surpassed that of a universe master. This was clearly a powerful universe supremacy. Within this dark yellow ball of light, one could vaguely see a smaller black ball of light. It was the late-stage Eternity Lord who had taken the initiative to ask for reinforcements. Tens of billions of miles of void wasn't a short distance, but to a universe supremacy, it was nothing. After a short while, this huge dark yellow ball of light plunged headfirst into this intermediate supreme forbidden area and arrived at the bloody battlefield. In the void where the battle had taken place. Immediately after, on the right side of where Xian was hiding, it came to an abrupt stop. What happened here? The moment he rushed out of the dark yellow light, a shocked exclamation came from within the black light. This late-stage universe lord was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that he could still see a large amount of shattered star fragments in the distant void 10 billion miles away and the thick smell of blood in the air, he would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. 3 days ago, he had left this place to ask for reinforcements. Now that he had returned, it had only been 3 days, and everything had changed greatly. That farmer god cauldron that was even larger than a star had disappeared, that freakishly talented space-raging ape was gone, even the 6 late-stage universe lords who had surrounded the cauldron when he had left, were gone. Damn it, these bastards. They surrounded me for a few days and still couldn't think of a way to deal with that raging ape. Now, after being stunned for a few moments, the being within the black light let out a furious roar. But now, it's only been 3 days since I left, only 3 days, and not only did they get rid of the raging ape, they even cleaned up the battlefield and left calmly. The bloody battlefield within a radius of 10 billion miles is so clean that it's like a dog licked it. This is clearly to erase all traces. They want to cut off the rhythm of this Supreme Lord's pursuit. This is simply too much. Hong. Long. Long, just as the late-stage universe lord within the black light flew into a rage, a series of earth-shattering rumbles came from the universe void 10 billion miles away to his left. Turning his head to look, he saw a dense and jet-black tribulation cloud gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with jet-black tribulation clouds. Right at that moment, a space-raging ape with a height of about 30 meters appeared below the region shrouded by the clouds. The aura emanating from its body was that of a first-level universe master. This raging ape had clearly just broken through, which was consistent with the sudden arrival of the universe Lord Thunder Calamity. No matter who saw it, they would not have the slightest bit of suspicion. At this moment, when the raging ape entered his sight, the late-stage universe knight within the black light was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had originally thought that the raging ape had been dealt with by the beings within the 6 light balls in just 3 days. But now, it seemed that the truth was the opposite. It wasn't the raging ape that had been dealt with, but the beings within the 6 light balls. Those were 6 universe masters, and all of them were late-stage universe masters. There were even 2 universe masters who were half-supreme masters at the pinnacle of the 9th level, even if not all of them had perished, and there were still some who had managed to escape. This ferocious ape, with its own strength, was able to accomplish this in a short 3 days, and this was still enough to shock everyone. Oh, no, in just 3 days, he hadn't done all's raging ape. If he remembered correctly, when he left 3 days ago, the strength of this ferocious ape was only at the peak of the 9th order venerable realm. But now, looking at his body shape, it was obvious that he hadn't activated that mysterious bloodline ability. Even so, this raging ape's power had leaped from the pinnacle of the 9th level to the 1st level of the universe master. What did this mean? It meant that he had broken through again. In just 3 days, he had dealt with the 6 late-stage universe masters, and he had even taken the opportunity to make a breakthrough, and it was a breakthrough that had leaped a great realm. If those 6 fellows hadn't been killed by him, would they have been killed by him? Moreover, counting from the beginning to the end, this fellow had actually broken through 3 times in a short period of less than 10 days since they'd first besieged him. Moreover, this included a breakthrough that allowed him to surmount an entire realm. This was simply too frightening. If he didn't kill him today, in a few years, wouldn't he grow to the level of a great being from the primordial era? These thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, the killing intent of the late-stage Eternity Lord that was hibernating within the black ball of light towards Xianxia instantly rose to the extreme. However, just as this strand of killing intent surfaced in his heart, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and his entire body instantly trembled a couple of times. The situation wasn't right. This fellow had a powerful bloodline ability. Once it was activated, it could instantly increase his power by a great realm. There was no doubt about this. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it with his own eyes before. In other words, he was now a first-level universe master. If he were to activate that mysterious bloodline power, wouldn't he become a first-level universe supreme master in an instant? This was already the same level of cultivation as the person he had invited this time. However, once this ferocious ape activated that mysterious bloodline secret technique, its body would instantly expand to 60 million kilometers in size. At that time, with the support of the terrifying blood and chi energy in this enormous body, its cultivation strength would still be able to increase. His power would increase by a small level. In other words, once Bao Yuan activated that mysterious bloodline technique, his true combat power would directly soar to the level of a second-level universe supreme, and the existence that he had invited was merely a level 1 ultimate universe realm expert. He wasn't a match for him at all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, they became clearer and clearer. The existence of the black ball of light caused his entire body to tremble violently. It even affected his body. The black ball of light that covered everything also started to sway slightly. Even his voice was trembling. Niden, this raging ape's power has broken through, and he's now a universe master. We're no match for him at all. Why don't we retreat? While he's going through the universe master thunder trial, we should still be able to make it. Hell. Are you out of your mind? Hearing his voice, within the dark red light ball beside him, a harsh voice was heard. He's only a first-level universe master. Don't forget, you're a 7th-level universe master, just as well. While he's going through the universe master thunder trial and hasn't used the farmer god cauldron to defend himself, this is the best chance to kill him. Don't worry. After killing this raging ape, I'll take the farmer god cauldron first. As for the other treasures, you guys can pick first. Hell. Raging ape, you little rascal, give me your life. After the last sentence was said, within the dark red light ball, there was another shocking roar that was filled with endless excitement. With a flash, it shot toward the land of the thunder trial that was close to 10 billion miles away. Crack! An ear-piercing crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purple gold lightning smashed down. As this bolt of lightning struck down, the dark tribulation clouds that covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles instantly dissipated. Although there was only one bolt of Eternity Lord Thunder Tribulation, its power was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulation Xianxia had experienced before. There was no comparison at all, and it emitted an endless aura of destruction. However, Xianxia was still fearless in this regard. After curling his lips, his figure flashed and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. He did not dodge, and instead, his figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble! The scene in front of him was too shocking. Within the incomparably vast purple-gold tribulation clouds, terrifying explosions continued without end. The vast expanse of space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was completely enveloped by the exploding purple-gold sea of lightning. Even the space was trembling slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although it was only a single wave of tribulation lightning, it wreaked havoc for nearly 10 breaths of time. At this time, the vast sea of lightning above his head had long since disappeared. The vast expanse of space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was thus cleared. Swish! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out from the void high up in the sky. However, there was not the slightest wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly and emitted an endless aura of the Eternity Lord. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void of the universe nearly 10 billion miles away. Roar! Violent ape, hand over your Shinon cauldron, and this sovereign can leave you with an intact corpse. This divine sense voice came from the dark red ball of light that was emitting the aura of a supreme being. It gave off an incomparably clear feeling of a lofty mountain. It was full of a sense of superiority, as if the ruler of the heavens was overlooking the masses. Xianxia turned his head to look. When he saw that the other party was only a first-order universe supreme, he immediately grinned. The disdain and ridicule in his words were not concealed at all. Oh, is that so? Then let's see, if you have the ability. Following this divine sense voice that was filled with endless disdain came out from the mouth of the ferocious ape, in the next instant, it raised its head and let out a furious roar, roar. 9 demonic ape, 9th transformation. Along with this roar, the space ape, the violent ape, its body. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath's time. Its speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was also an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura that spread out. At the same time as its body expanded, the aura of cultivation that spread out from the violent ape's body also rose rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, it had soared from a first-level universe master to a second-level universe supreme in the blink of an eye. Previously, although Xian had activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and raised his cultivation by one level to become a second-level universe master, he had deliberately concealed his cultivation by one level. After all, he was undergoing the lightning punishment of an eternity lord, and the power of a first-level universe master was more appropriate for the situation. Now that he had unleashed the ninth transformation of the 9 devilish ape transformations bloodline ability, this concealed cultivation base was instantly revealed. On top of that, his combat prowess had been enhanced by an entire major realm through the ninth transformation. Now, he had reached his current pinnacle state in an instant. He had become a universe knight at the level of level 2, moreover, due to his body size reaching 60 million miles, the power of blood and vitality was simply too majestic and abundant, and it had boosted his cultivation by one level. Therefore, the current Xian's combat power was already comparable to a third-level universe supreme. Seeing this scene, the dark red light ball that was shooting over from afar came to an abrupt halt midway in the void space. Within the light ball, a voice that was filled with endless astonishment cried out at the same time, "What? A second-level universe master? In an instant, his cultivation has skyrocketed by one level? How is this possible?" It was no wonder that he was so shocked at this moment. Previously, when the 7th-level universe master hibernating within the black light ball went to ask him to come out and help, he didn't reveal the fact that the target, the violent ape, had a terrifying bloodline technique. He had only said that the raging ape possessed a Xianxia cauldron, and it was now trapped. However, the defensive power of the treasured cauldron was too strong, so even eternity lords were unable to break through it. Thus, they needed to request the help of a universe supreme. After all, as a universe supreme, since he had intervened in this matter, then no one else would want to get their hands on the Xianxia cauldron. The existence in the black ball of light thought that it was only asking him to help and easily suppress the violent ape. Such a primordial treasure of the primordial era as a reward was more than enough. As for the mysterious and powerful bloodline technique in the violent ape's hands, although he didn't mind sharing it with this powerful universe supreme, he was worried that this universe supreme would immediately leave after capturing the violent ape after learning of this matter, leaving them to draw water with a bamboo basket. All for naught. After all, the smaller the range of this kind of heaven-defying bloodline technique, the more advantageous it would be for him. The few universe masters didn't have the ability to restrict this matter, but this universe supreme could. If he really had such thoughts, he might really do it. It was precisely because of this concern and consideration that the hibernating being within the black light ball concealed this point, which caused the universe supreme within the dark red light ball to be so shocked to see such a scene occur. What? He's actually a second-level universe supreme? If that's the case, then this violent ape's true combat power is already comparable to a third-level universe supreme? Just as this first-level universe supreme came to an abrupt halt and let out a cry of shock, in the universe void 10 billion miles away, the black light ball that had been hovering in the distance and didn't dare to approach at all, let out another cry of shock. Although he knew that the violent ape had a terrifying bloodline technique that, once activated, could immediately raise his cultivation level by a whole realm, he didn't know that after Xian activated the violent ape bloodline in his body, he could actually raise his cultivation level by a small level. Therefore, he previously estimated that the violent ape's peak combat power was a first-level universe supreme, comparable to a second-level universe supreme. Just like that, the first-level universe supreme he invited was already no match for the violent ape, not to mention the violent ape's true combat power had now become a second-level universe supreme, comparable to a third-level universe supreme? Now you want to run? What were you doing earlier? Seeing that the black light was trying to escape, Xian's voice came from the mouth of the raging ape. Xiao, with a cold glint in his eyes, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, he disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the black ball of light, completely blocking its escape route. Immediately after, without waiting for the other party to react, the incomparably enormous right fist of the violent starry sky ape suddenly smashed out. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the void space. The later stage Eternity Lord hiding in the black light didn't even have the chance to make a sound before his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood-green mist. As soon as it spread out, Yixian waved his hand and sent it into the Shen-known cauldron inside his body, where he started to condense the blood essence. Now, he had a total of 12 blood essences of Eternity Lords in his hands, of the 10 Universe Masters in the small circle of Eternity Lords who had been thinking about him, including Blood Sea Master. Other than the pinnacle Eternity Lord who had escaped previously, the other 9 had all been annihilated. Of course, Yixian wouldn't let go of the one who had escaped. Now, his strongest combat power had reached the level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a third-stage Universe Supreme. If he went straight to that guy's lair, he could kill him instantly. However, this wasn't a matter of urgency. Although the last later-stage Eternity Lord in the Black Light had been annihilated, there was still a first-stage Supreme beside him, Xiao. Almost at the same time Yixian turned his head to look at the dark red ball of light, an incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from that direction. The scene that fell into his line of sight almost shocked Yixian to the point that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. That gigantic dark red light with a diameter of 10 million miles was actually fleeing at an extremely fast speed. This was clearly the rhythm of an escape. Those who could cultivate to the level of Universe Supreme were naturally not fools, and they definitely weren't impulsive people. Right now, Yixian's power and cultivation level had already formed a crushing force. Even if he was unwilling, so what, was it more important than his own life? You sure are straightforward. However, as a Jizuan realm expert, if you can't even withstand a single blow from him, wouldn't it be a little too embarrassing for you to turn around and flee? Seeing the other party running away, Yixian's figure flashed, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and chased after him. As he chased, he also sent out a voice with his divine sense, trying to tempt him. How about this? I won't bully you. One of the levels of my third order supremacy battle prowess is supported by the boundless energy and blood in my huge body. If worst comes to worst, I'll just shrink my body and not use this level of vitality to boost my combat strength. That should be fine, right? After saying that, with a thought from Yixian, his terrifying figure that was 60 million kilometers long instantly shrunk to around 10 million kilometers. It was roughly the same size as the dark red ball of light that was escaping at top speed. PFFF, what made him extremely gloomy was that he had taken the initiative to shrink his body and give up the one-level boost that the energy and blood in his huge body provided to his cultivation level. Now, Yixian's true combat strength had already fallen between the third-order supremacy and the second-order supremacy, and he was even closer to the second-order supremacy. However, not only did the dark red light that was fleeing at top speed not stop, but it also seemed to be in a rage, and there was a faint sound of blood spurting out of its mouth. At this very moment, the Universe Supreme that was hibernating within the dark red light was having a mental breakdown. When had a Jizuan realm expert ever been ridiculed like this? The fellow chasing after him was too infuriating. Even if he gave up the one-level boost that the energy and blood in his huge body provided to his cultivation level, he still had the combat strength of a second-order supremacy. He was still one level stronger than him, and he still had the cheek to say that he wouldn't bully him. Besides, the one-level combat strength that he gave up could be recovered at any time during a great battle, right? He actually wanted to use such a trick to deceive him. How shameless, these thoughts flashed through his mind. Not only did the dark red light not slow down, but it also suddenly increased its speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed out of the border of this intermediate supreme forbidden area. Xiao. Almost in the next instant, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out in the starry sky at the border of the forbidden area. The raging ape, whose body had shrunk to about 10 million miles in size, rushed out and chased after the dark red light that was fleeing at top speed. There was only a little more than 200 million miles between them. It was only a distance. Hey, the one in front, do you still have any shame? A Jizuan realm supreme is actually like a stray dog. Isn't this too degrading? Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Yixian was also depressed. It was not easy for him to become a Jizuan realm supreme. Originally, he could immediately fight to his heart's content with a powerful Jizuan realm supreme, but he didn't expect to meet such a coward. This was simply a disgrace. As he thought of this, the anger in Yixian's heart immediately surged. Xiao. With a flip of his palm, a big-headed black rod instantly appeared in the right hand of the giant ape. It was transformed from the Xianxia medicinal pestle that was compatible with the Xianxia cauldron. The moment the big-headed black rod appeared, the raging aura within the raging ape's body suddenly skyrocketed by 30%. He used this big rod too well, and it had long become a habit. Now that he held it in his hand, the feeling instantly came. At this moment, Xianxia's figure was a giant raging ape that was 10 million miles in size, and the big-headed black rod in his right hand was 10 million miles in length. It was incomparably thick and solid. After all, it was a primordial supreme treasure, and it had long disappeared after being used by Xian many times. A ferocious aura had accumulated in its form, and at this moment, it was invisibly seeping out. It was simply impossible to look at it directly, and it made one's heart palpitate with fear. At this moment, the existence in the dark red light that was fleeing in front suddenly had a feeling that there was a dagger at its back. With a bad feeling in his heart, he subconsciously turned around to take a look. It was this glance that instantly made his soul scatter. A big-headed black rod, emitting a murderous aura that made one's hair stand on end, was smashing towards him from behind, covering his head. Although there was still a distance of about 200 million miles between him and the raging ape, the big-headed black rod was a primordial supreme treasure. With Xian's current cultivation and strength, the rod could still hit him from such a distance. Bang! Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The big-headed black rod ruthlessly smashed into the dark red light ball, causing the flames of the light ball to shake violently a few times. Puff! At the same time, a dull light sound clearly came from within the dark red light ball again. This was the sign that the existence that was hibernating in the light ball had been hit by the rod. It was probably not light, and most likely had already vomited blood. Looking at this situation, even if it was not a serious injury, it was definitely a light injury. Awoo! Xian had guessed correctly. Or perhaps, the being within the black light was howling too loudly, thus exposing itself. Within the light, there was indeed a wolf beast, and it was a greedy wolf. Although its bloodline was not pure, compared to the sub-blood greedy wolf that Xian had killed before, it was much purer. It was estimated that the bloodline of a true primordial greedy wolf was as pure as the bloodline of a true primordial greedy wolf. The difference would not be too great. Awoo! At this moment, as Xian swung the big-head black rod and smashed it onto the black ball of light, the greed wolf within the ball of light raised its head and let out a long howl. The black ball of light that originally enveloped its body shook violently and gradually became unstable. Finally, it collapsed with a boom. The black light collapsed, revealing the appearance of the being hibernating within. This was a blood-colored greedy wolf without a single strand of mixed hair. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call it a blood-colored greedy wolf. At that moment, this blood-colored greedy wolf was obviously not in a good state. Its face was ferocious and filled with resentment, and there was a huge bump on its head. As its body was at least 10 million miles long, the bump on its forehead was caused by the big-headed black stick. Its size was practically the size of a shooting star. It was simply a ghastly sight to behold. Hell, ferocious ape, what are you trying to do? At that moment, as its body was revealed, the speed of this blood-colored greedy wolf did not decrease at all. It was still extremely fast. As it fled into the void space ahead, it turned its head and roared at Xian, who was chasing behind it. Its expression and tone were filled with grief and indignation. There is no enmity between us, so why are you clinging on to me and not letting me go? You are simply unreasonable. Reasonable? Did you have *King reason with this Star Master when you first arrived? Xian looked at it with disdain and ridiculed the blood-colored greedy wolf mercilessly. Previously, when you saw that this Star Master was only a first-stage universe master, weren't you *King arrogant? Jumping and jumping, you wanted to rush over and open your mouth to rob. Now that I see that your cultivation level is lower than mine, you know how to reason with this Star Master? Hell. I'm sorry, but the Violent Ape clan has never been reasonable. Xiao, after saying the last sentence, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the Violent Ape's right arm, swung the shocking big-headed black stick over his head, and fiercely smashed it down again. An extremely sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded, accompanied by the cracking sound of space shattering inch by inch. The black stick that was as huge as a star carried an unstoppable supreme might as it smashed forward with a loud bang. Boom, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Seeing the staff smash down, the scarlet greedy wolf, which had already tasted what it was like, shuddered in fear. Its running speed suddenly increased. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. As his body suddenly leaped forward, although the club did not hit his head, it hit the back of the left side of the scarlet greedy wolf's thigh. A heart-wrenching pain came, and the blood-greedy wolf howled at the sky again. A huge bump appeared on its left thigh, and it was a shocking sight. "Oh woo, Bao Yuan, you've gone too far. That strike of yours almost crippled me." The scarlet greedy wolf roared, and it was so angry that it almost spat out blood. He turned his head around and fiercely glared at Xianxia. His figure, which was originally charging forward, suddenly changed directions and shot towards the left in an oblique manner. At the same time, he said something that sounded like a warning. "Violent ape, don't forget that your cultivation level is only increased by some kind of secret technique. I don't believe that you can maintain this level of cultivation forever. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter. This is the Hongmeng Void, the forbidden land of the Milky Way star domain. There are many powerful forbidden lands and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way. You're only a beginner universe supreme, and you haven't reached the level where you can do whatever you want. Don't follow me again. I can pretend that nothing happened. The next time we meet, we'll still be friends. If you dare to follow me, I can't guarantee that you'll die today and fall on the right bank of the Milky Way, hell. If you're not afraid of death, then follow me." After the last roar, the scarlet greedy wolf didn't say anything else. It glanced back cautiously from time to time to guard against the big-headed black stick that could come crashing down on it at any time. On the other hand, it used its maximum speed to shoot ahead. Now, he had changed the direction of his advance. Previously, he was rushing towards the far right edge of the Milky Way, but now, looking at the direction he was heading, it was clearly heading straight for the right bank of the Milky Way star field, just slightly to the left. Already, at this time, Xianxia and the scarlet greedy wolf were still a few trillion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. However, both of them were powerful universe knights, and now, one was running for his life, and the other was chasing. They unleashed all the power in their bodies and pushed their speed to the limit. Under such circumstances, although the distance of a few trillion miles was far, it only took 2 to 3 days to leave it behind. 2 days later, they were very close to the left bank of the Milky Way. At most, they would reach it in less than a day. During these 2 days, Xianxia and the scarlet greedy wolf were chasing each other, and the gigantic raging ape behind them would occasionally swing its terrifying big-headed black stick and hit the scarlet greedy wolf once or twice. This caused a huge commotion. Along the way, there would occasionally be some ferocious beast stars hibernating like independent cultivators. They were all shocked by this unexpected scene. Regardless of whether they were universe knights or universe masters, none of them dared to show themselves. As the saying went, when the gods fought, the little devils suffered. This was a fight between two powerful universe knights. With their level of cultivation, if they really wanted to show themselves, even if it was just to watch, they would not be able to. It would be lively. In the end, there was a high possibility that they would be affected and destroyed along the way by one of the existences, as if to vent their anger. Another half a day later, they were only a few 100 billion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. At this time, the raging ape, who had been chasing closely, once again swung the big-headed black stick in its right hand. Without any hesitation, it raised the stick high above its head and smashed it hard on the back of the scarlet greedy wolf's head. Awoo! An incomparably shrill howl of agony was heard. This time, because it was smashed on the back of the scarlet greedy wolf's head, it was especially painful. The howl of the scarlet greedy wolf was especially shrill. Besides, they were only a few 100 billion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. With such a shrill howl, coupled with the strong sense of grief and indignation of a universe supreme master, almost in the blink of an eye, all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme star regions on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way in front of them were completely destroyed. At that moment, Xianxia and the bloody greedy wolf were chasing each other toward the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way star field. With Xianxia hitting the greedy wolf's head with his staff, the bloody greedy wolf's howl was especially shrill. In the left half of the vast right bank of the Milky Way, all the forbidden lands and star fields, big and small, fell into a dead silence. Immediately after a few breaths of time, cries of shock and disbelief rang out one after another. What happened? Why is the wolf howling so shrill? And vaguely, I can clearly sense the powerful pressure of a universe supreme. A universe supreme being is being beaten up, said Luo Feng. Howling so miserably, what kind of torture is this? It's unbelievable. The voice sounds familiar. It seems to be the bloody greedy wolf from the Blood Wolf Star Field, with the power of a first-level universe supreme. But, to be able to torture him to this extent, I'm afraid even a third-level pinnacle initial stage supreme would find it difficult to do so? Generally speaking, even universe masters are unlikely to have a war of this magnitude, let alone universe supreme masters. What exactly is going on? Luo Feng wondered. Judging from the commotion, this scarlet greedy wolf seems to have been chased all the way here from afar. It's clearly like a stray dog. For a dignified supreme being to be forced to such a state, it's really embarrassing. Let's go and have a look. Pung! Hell, along with the cries of shock, several figures rushed out from the forbidden lands and star fields, big and small, on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way, hundreds of billions of miles ahead. After all, this was a battle between universe supreme masters. Those who dared to come out and watch the show had to be at least a 9th-level universe master or a half-step supreme. If one's power was lower than this level, even if one just watched from afar, it was still an extremely dangerous thing to do. There was a possibility that the two universe supreme masters, who were in a rage, would hold a grudge against them. Therefore, in the forbidden lands and star fields, big and small, on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way, although there were countless space beasts and ancient survivors, basically all of them were hibernating in their own lairs. They could only quietly shut themselves in. All of this was happening. Only a few dozen figures rushed out, and all of them were half-step supreme masters, early supreme masters, or middle-stage supreme masters. Those powerful beings at the late-stage supreme master level needed to shut themselves in to break through to the next level, so basically, they wouldn't care about such boring things. As for the few who had surpassed the level of universe supreme and reached the level of primordial great beings or even primordial supreme beings, there might be some in the forbidden lands and star regions on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way. However, for many years, existences of this level had never appeared in public on both sides of the Milky Way. The reason why existences of this level were lurking here was because they were after the primordial luck in the Milky Way star field. They were no longer interested. Among the dozens of figures that were shooting toward them, more than half of them were universe masters or half-supreme masters at pinnacle level 9. None of them dared to rush out of the supreme forbidden lands or supreme star fields they were in. They stopped at the edge of the forbidden lands and supreme star fields and looked over in surprise. Bian Yen extended his spirit consciousness and started to investigate. Only a true supreme being of the universe would dare to charge out of the edge of the forbidden area. However, they didn't truly approach Xian and the blood-colored greedy wolf. Instead, they stopped about 50 to 60 billion kilometers in front of them. There were more than a dozen figures like this. They were of different sizes, and their bodies were all enveloped in dazzling light balls of different colors. Generally speaking, beings at the level of universe masters and above would do this when they went out. The light balls that enveloped them represented the comprehension of some kind of primordial law of these powerful beings. Not only could the light balls hide their bodies and conceal their auras, but they also had defensive abilities. At this moment, the dazzling light balls of different colors rushed out of their respective forbidden lands and star fields. They stopped in the universe void tens of billions of miles in front of them and looked from afar. With just one look, they could see clearly what was happening here. Immediately after, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. Hiss! Is this still bloody greedy wolf? What kind of grudge? How could he be tortured to this extent? I almost couldn't recognize him. What happened to him? His head and body are full of bumps. There are at least 100 of them. He's a universe supreme. If he were a universe master, he would have died hundreds of times. A ferocious ape? Hiss. A second-stage supreme master with a body that is tens of millions of miles long and exudes an extremely dense aura. This is at least a first-stage supreme master. This ferocious ape's true combat power is comparable to a third-stage Supreme Master. It's comparable to a first-stage Supreme Master. That's right. He's only one step away from becoming a middle-stage Supreme Master. Bloody greedy wolf, what's going on? Doesn't he know that space berserk apes are famous for their bad temper? No wonder he was beaten up like this. He must be out of his mind. A first-stage Supreme Master actually went to, provoking a being comparable to a third-stage Supreme Master, and it's an unreasonable space berserk ape. Pung. Hell. Just as these universe knights were exclaiming in shock, the ferocious ape, who was chasing after bloody greedy wolf tens of billions of miles away, swung the big-headed black stick in his right hand again with a cold gleam in his eyes. He smashed the stick down, and this time, he was lucky. It hit the back of bloody greedy wolf's head. The latter had been hit hundreds of times in the past 3 days. There were big swollen lumps all over his body. At this moment, he was caught off guard and was hit on the back of his head again. He immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. He didn't slow down at all, and after howling in agony, he turned to the group of Universe Supremes who were watching from afar and started to plead bitterly. Fellow Taoists, please save me. Can you not just make sarcastic remarks? It's not easy for all of us Supreme Masters. Hurry up and stop the fight. Black Bear, we're friends. We even got together last time. It's only been a few hundred years. Don't tell me you've forgotten? Seeing me like this, you don't want to help me. That's too disloyal of you. In the end, the scarlet greedy wolf's figure shot over while asking for help. It even nodded. The other Universe Supreme Masters didn't care, but Space Black Bear, who was shrouded in a black light that was tens of millions of miles long, was frustrated. Raging Ape, we're both Supremes. That's enough. You won't be able to kill him if we continue. Universe Supremes don't die so easily. They all have their own life-saving methods. With a flash, the black light rushed forward for tens of billions of miles and stopped abruptly in the void. Immediately after, the Space Black Bear's muffled voice came from the light. Although he wasn't willing to pay attention to such matters, as he said, Universe Supremes weren't like Universe Masters. Which Universe Supremes didn't have life-saving methods, as a Universe Supremacy, it wasn't so easy to truly die. Since the bloody greedy wolf had already called him out, if he didn't do anything, he would definitely be hated by the Space Black Bear later on. There was no need for that. Besides, the bloody greedy wolf had already pleaded. Universe Supremes all had their own reputation. If he still didn't do anything, it would leave a bad impression in the eyes of the other Supremes. So, even if he was depressed in his heart and would probably owe this violent ape a great favor, he had no other choice but to make an appearance. As for the bloody greedy wolf, seeing that the Space Black Bear that had been hibernating in the black light finally showed up, he immediately expressed his thanks. His tone was obviously much more relaxed. Even his body that was charging forward at extreme speed stopped in front of him. It was obvious that he believed that the violent ape that had been chasing him relentlessly would definitely give up and find a place to descend. After all, the Space Black Bear's cultivation wasn't weak. It had already reached the peak of the early Third Order Universe Supremacy. If they were to really compare, it wasn't any weaker than the Raging Ape. Moreover, although he had been chased by the Raging Ape for the past 3 days like a stray dog, it was simply embarrassing. This was because he hadn't used his life-saving methods at all. That required a certain price to pay. Unless it was a true life and death moment, no Universe Supremes would easily use such a trump card. And this Raging Ape was following behind him. Although it had been strong all along, he had only suffered some physical pain. It was far from reaching the level of near life and death crisis. The Raging Ape should be clear about this. Hence, since it knew that it couldn't kill him, it was naturally the best time to get off the donkey. Not only did he gain enough face, he also vented his anger. He even made the starry sky Black Bear owe him a big favor. It could be said that in the face of such a situation, any Universe Supreme would know how to choose. Unfortunately, even though this was the reason, he'd forgotten something. This time, he'd offended a starry sky ferocious ape that was renowned for its violent temper. If Xianxia was really so easy to deal with, then would anyone fear him? The reason why he had chased them all the way here was to make a bigger commotion. After all, he now had the combat power of a peak early-stage Universe Supreme. It was indeed necessary for him to deliberately show off and establish his brutal and unreasonable image. It's time to come, roar. That's enough? Black Bear, this Star Lord here is still far from enough. As soon as the starry sky Black Bear finished speaking, the violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. It continued with incomparable indignation, this Star Master has no enmity with him. When we suddenly met in the void, he actually jumped out and wanted to kill this Star Master and steal his treasure. I'm afraid even you can't stand being involved in this kind of thing, right? This Star Lord has a short temper, and I definitely won't let him off. Black Bear, if you want to stand up for him, this Star Lord will at most fight 1 against 2, and I'll beat you up all the same. Hung, long, xiao. After the last sentence, the huge body of the starry sky ferocious ape suddenly collapsed into a pool of blood and spread out. As it moved along with the wind, it expanded over 10 billion miles in an instant, and it happened to be able to absorb the bloody greedy wolf, who had just stopped abruptly in front of it, into this blood sea. In it. Roar. Roar. Screech, then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. Then, from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky ferocious ape. The other was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple gold skeleton, and it exuded an endless ferocious aura, which was extremely ferocious. The other was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a ferocious ape, its body was a cloud of black fog, and even its eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which was extremely strange. Under normal circumstances, the 3 great demon bodies were a trinity, and their backs seemed to be stuck together. However, Yi Xian performed the clone power of the Blood Sea secret technique and separated the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 Blood Sea bodies. Now, he had completely comprehended the power of this level of the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, the 3 Blood Sea bodies all exuded the aura of a second-level Universe Supreme. Moreover, as the 3 Blood Sea avatars were all 60 million miles long, they were like the largest giant star. The power of chi and blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic, directly causing their actual battle strength to soar by 1 level. In other words, the 3 Blood Sea bodies all had the combat power of a 3rd-level Universe Supreme, and any one of them was not weaker than the starry sky ferocious ape. As for the crimson greedy wolf, if it was only the ferocious ape, it might have been difficult to kill it, but now that the 3 Blood Sea bodies had joined forces and besieged it, it was impossible to kill the crimson greedy wolf. There was no more suspense. Seeing this scene, especially from Yi Xian's words just now, he roughly understood the cause and effect of the scene in front of him and the cause of the incident. In the void ahead, there were more than a dozen dazzling balls of light of different colors, and in an instant, there were exclamations of surprise again. What? Kill and steal? Is there something wrong with the crimson greedy wolf's brain? A 1st-level Supreme wants to kill and steal the starry sky ferocious ape, who has the combat power of a 3rd-level Supreme. This is simply courting death. Hiss. This is the Blood Sea secret technique. I heard that there was a master of the Blood Sea who, although he was only a universe master, had 5 Blood Sea bodies. As long as the Blood Sea bodies were not destroyed, he would not die. It seems that that fellow has already died in the hands of the ferocious ape. The Blood Sea secret technique was stolen, and it was deduced to the perfect form by the ferocious ape. In this form, the ferocious ape is equivalent to 3 3rd-level Supreme beings. Only a 6th-level Supreme being at the peak of the mid-level Supreme realm can kill it. Faced with all this, especially the complete Blood Sea secret technique displayed by the ferocious ape, even the starry sky ferocious ape was a little dumbfounded. This blood wolf was stupid to take the initiative to provoke a 3rd-level starry sky ferocious ape, and it caused the starry sky ferocious ape to lose face. It was simply depressing. Hell. Big wolf dog, come and accept your death. Seeing the black mass of light retreat in frustration, it was obvious that it was planning to leave the matter at that and not care about the rhythm of this matter anymore. The 3 bloody sea bodies rose from the ground, and they all raised their heads and roared. Even if we can't kill you today, we'll at least cripple you, Hong, Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of flesh and blood that was holding the big-headed black stick, which was also Violent Ape, raised the big-headed black stick high above its head and smashed it forward. On the other side, the skeleton body clenched its fist that was as huge as a meteor. With a sway of its body, it threw a punch at the bloody greedy wolf. The black fog body was the most bizarre. Its form was originally an energy form, and it was ever-changing. At this moment, Xian used the black fog body to execute the netherworld bloodline and transformed into a ferocious ghost head that was tens of millions of feet long. It had dense fangs, and as it roared, it opened its mouth and attacked the bloody greedy wolf. The bloody greedy wolf went wild. The three bloody sea bodies didn't show their attacking forms, but their power wasn't weak. All of them had a powerful aura that was comparable to a third-level universe supreme. At this moment, they formed a triangle and attacked the bloody greedy wolf that was trapped in the middle. In an instant, the bloody greedy wolf that was surrounded by them started to tremble all over. These were three beings with a combat power that was comparable to a third-level universe supreme. With the bloody greedy wolf's strength as a first-level universe supreme, he couldn't even defeat one of them. If he were to face them head-on, he would only be beaten up, let alone now when it was 1 against 3. Previously, when he was chased by Xian for 3 days, he didn't feel that a true life-and-death crisis was about to befall him. But now, at this moment, when the 3 bloody sea bodies that surrounded him in a triangle attacked him with all their strength at the same time, the bloody greedy wolf finally felt that something was wrong. Even if he could take this attack head-on and not die, he would at least be half dead. If he really fell into that kind of situation, today's matter would really be tragic. Once he was heavily injured, he would not even have the chance to use his trump card. Being surrounded by 3 powerful Blood Sea avatars in the Blood Sea, he would definitely be tortured to death. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the scarlet greedy wolf immediately made its decision. "Oh, Bao Yuan, I'm not done with you for today's matter. There will come a day when I will personally take revenge for what happened today." Grief and indignation appeared on the wolf's face. It raised its head and let out a long howl that was filled with unwillingness and anger. He suddenly roared, "Greedy wolf, disintegrate!" Bang! Rumble, almost at the same time he shouted the last sentence, an incredibly violent and restless aura suddenly surged out of the trapped blood-greedy wolf. Immediately after, before Xian could react, his enormous figure that was tens of thousands of kilometers long completely exploded in an instant, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. This scene looked like self-destruction, but it was obviously not self-destruction. This should be some kind of life-saving technique of the greedy wolf clan, similar to the sky demon disintegration. Using self-destruction as the price to escape in pain, at this moment, as the bloody greedy wolf's gigantic body exploded in an instant, the void where its body was originally was also torn apart by this incredibly majestic impact. Immediately after that, in less than 1/10 of a breath's time, the endless cloud of blood mist formed by the explosion of the bloody greedy wolf's gigantic body seemed to have a mind of its own. All of it scurried into the shattered void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After all, this was the Hongmeng void, and the Hongmeng law's power was too strong. Even if a universe supreme used a secret technique to create a terrifying shockwave storm that looked like self-destruction, it would only cause the void to shatter for less than a moment. The moment the cloud of blood mist from the bloody greedy wolf's body scurried in, the shattered void within a radius of 100 million miles was completely mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the powerful Hongmeng law. The greedy wolf clan actually has such a bloodline secret technique? They can actually use the void to locate their position and instantly self-destruct their body to escape. Looking at the rapidly mending void before him, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed, and Xian's voice came out of his mouth. "Forget it. Even though I didn't destroy it, the result is the same. The price of such a secret technique is too high. This time, after this bloody greedy wolf escapes, even if it can reconstruct its treasure body, its power will definitely drop to the level of a universe master. Humph. How shameless. When he was a universe supreme, he couldn't do anything to me, and he was tortured to the point of self-destructing his body to escape. Now that he's about to drop to the level of a universe master, he still dares to say such words? The next time I meet him, I'll definitely kill him on the spot." Hong. At the same time, the skeleton body and the cloud of blood mist instantly transformed into 2 clouds of blood mist and collapsed, merging into the boundless blood sea beneath their feet. Immediately after, Xian removed the blood sea secret technique, and the boundless blood sea that covered an area of 10 billion miles rapidly shrank into Bao Yuan's gigantic body within a breath's time. After that, Bao Yuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he mumbled again, "Yes, this bloody greedy wolf has been dealt with. Even though it didn't die, it won't be able to come out of seclusion within the next 100 years. I'll definitely try to reconstruct my treasure body. I'm afraid I won't be able to find it in such a short time." However, other than this bloody greedy wolf, there was another one who wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. He was a universe master who was a half-step supreme at complete level 9. Even though he escaped long ago, I already know his background. He can run, but he can't hide. Previously, I couldn't find the time, but now that I've dealt with the bloody greedy wolf, I've dealt with him. Then, it's time for me to kill my way to that intermediate level supreme forbidden land and find that half-step supreme at complete level 9. Find him and kill him with a stick to vent my hatred. After saying that, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He raised his right arm, and the terrifying big-headed black stick was instantly placed on his right shoulder. Then, with a flash of his body, he dashed toward the distance to the right. That half-step supreme who had escaped was in an intermediate level supreme forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way. Now that the bloody greedy wolf had escaped and wouldn't appear again within the next 100 years, Xian wasn't worried that the bloody greedy wolf would spread some of his secrets. However, he definitely couldn't let that half-step supreme guy go. Silencing him was the right thing to do, Xiao. The ferocious ape, who was 60 million miles tall, carried the big-headed black stick, which was filled with a ferocious aura, and left in a hurry. The dozen universe supremes, who had been left behind, were stunned for a short while. Then, they exclaimed again. They got up, "My friends, did you hear that? Other than that stupid bloody greedy wolf, there's also a half-step supreme being who wanted to kill this ferocious ape and steal its treasure? Damn. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? A half-step supreme being at level 9 of a universe master wants to rob a ferocious ape that's comparable to a level 3 supreme being? Without a doubt, the bloody greedy wolf must have given him the courage to do so. These two bastards must have other arrangements and a sneak attack. That's why they have the guts to do so. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. The bloody greedy wolf was lucky enough to use the life-saving technique of the greedy wolf race. It paid a heavy price and self-destructed its physical body to escape. But that universe master, who is a half-step supreme at level 9, might not be so lucky. It is only a small intermediate supreme forbidden area, and it is impossible for a universe supreme to guard it. He should be the strongest being in that area, and now he has been killed. But now, he has been killed. Now that the ape is here, it's going to be a bloodbath. This violent ape can't be provoked, it's too vengeful. It's a grand second-rank supreme being, its battle prowess is even comparable to a third rank of this realm. Even if it was provoked, it still forced a supreme being level blood-colored greedy wolf to self-destruct and flee. The anger in its heart is actually, it's still angry and wants to find trouble with a half-step supreme being. It's obviously bullying the weak. The ferocious ape race is indeed a little hot-tempered. There's no reason to reason with them at all. As these cries of surprise rang out, the dozen or so resplendent balls of light of different colors all turned around one after another and returned to their respective high-level forbidden areas. Through this battle, they had an extremely deep impression of this irascible and unreasonable starry sky ferocious ape. Without a doubt, as the news of this battle gradually spread, in the future, if it was not necessary, within the area of the right bank of the Milky Way, even universe supreme beings would not easily provoke this violent ape. One day later. Swish! In the void, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A ray of light streaked across the void at an extremely fast speed, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared from sight. This light was none other than Xian. At this moment, he was still maintaining the 9th form of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. His body was 60 million miles long, and the aura emanating from his body was that of a second-level universe supreme. However, his actual combat power was comparable to that of a third-level supreme. It was to the extent that even the big-headed black stick with an incomparably dense baleful aura was still carried by one of his arms on his right shoulder at this moment. 10 billion miles ahead of them was the right bank of the Milky Way. That universe master, who was a half-step supreme at the 9th level, who had escaped, was in an intermediate supreme forbidden area more than 10 billion miles away. He was the most powerful being in that intermediate supreme forbidden area. Previously, after killing Blood Sea Master, Xian had a detailed understanding of the other 9 universe masters in the small circle who had been secretly keeping a close eye on him. The original form of this half-step supreme who had escaped was a space blue wolf, and at this moment, Xian was rushing over with a strong momentum. His only objective was to kill this wolf to silence it. Other than this space blue wolf, there was another universe master in the intermediate supreme forbidden area more than 10 billion miles ahead of them. However, this universe master was only at the 3rd level of this realm. To Xian, this universe master was simply an ant. Even if he did not use the bloodline secret technique of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, he could easily kill this universe master. Swish, to Xian, who was in the 9th change and had the combat power of an early-stage supreme master, the distance of more than 10 billion miles of void space only took him a moment to cover. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying figure of the raging ape, which was 60 million miles long, transformed into an extremely fast-flowing arrow and rushed into this intermediate supreme forbidden area. Previously, Xian and the bloody greedy wolf had rushed to the edge of the right bank of the Milky Way star sector at an extremely fast speed from the ambush site. They did not waste any time along the way. The speed of these 2 universe masters was obviously far beyond that of the half-step supreme level space blue wolf. After that, Xian forced the bloody greedy wolf to pay a huge price by using the bloodline secret technique to self-destruct its physical body and escape. He did not waste any time and rushed over here directly. Hence, under normal circumstances, that space blue wolf, who had escaped first, should not have made it to this intermediate supreme forbidden area where he was guarding. It was most likely that he was still on his way back. However, Xian was not worried about this at all. This was because when the enemy had escaped, it had used the bloodline secret technique of the universe master of the Bug clan, who was called Black Knight. This type of escaping secret technique of the Bug clan had a very strange power. Even in the void space that was shrouded by the Blood Sea secret technique, it could easily escape in an instant. This alone was enough to show how powerful it was. Hence, according to Xian's estimation, this half-step supreme level space blue wolf had most likely already returned to this intermediate supreme forbidden area in front of him after using that secret technique of the Bug clan. He would never have thought that Xian would be able to get rid of the first stage universe master bloody greedy wolf in such a short time. It was extremely likely that he never thought that Xian would actually dare to directly come knocking on his door. Furthermore, he'd rushed over as soon as he finished off the blood greedy wolf. Roar. Space blue wolf, you coward, come out now and accept your death. At this very moment, after transforming into a ray of light and rushing into this intermediate supreme forbidden area at extreme speed, Xian immediately raised his head and roared angrily. The voice of his deific consciousness immediately spread out. In an instant, within his terrifying physical body that spanned 60 million miles, a surge of majestic supreme pressure that made one's hair stand on end instantly spread out like a raging river. Within a breath's time it had already enveloped this vast and boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area. At the same time, Xian's terrifying supreme level deific consciousness immediately swept through the entire intermediate supreme forbidden area. In an instant, he locked onto 2 gigantic ferocious beast stars on the left and right sides of the distant void space in front of him. These 2 ferocious beast stars each had the aura of a universe master. Without a doubt, they were the nests of his 2 targets this time. Lee. Screech. Screech. 2 incomparably shrill screeches rang out. From the 2 giant ferocious beast stars in front of them, 2 gigantic figures soared into the sky. After rushing out of the atmosphere, they did not stop at all. Instead, they headed straight for this intermediate supreme being, one on the left and one on the right. They shot toward the edge of the forbidden land. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to seize the opportunity to escape. The 2 figures were only 30,000 feet tall. Obviously, they had deliberately shrunk their bodies, but the aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was that of a universe master. One of them was at the early stage of this realm, and the other was at the 9th stage of this realm, which was half a step into the supreme level. It's too late to think of leaving now. Seeing this scene, the mouth of the violent ape immediately let out a chilling voice. Without any hesitation, its terrifying body, which was as big as 60 million miles, instantly transformed into a fine ray of light and shot out. In half a breath's time, it had already blocked the path of the figure on the right. The one who had chosen this side to escape was the space blue wolf. At this time, its body had shrunk to around 30,000 feet. Compared to the 60 million miles huge violent ape, it was simply less than an ant. In reality, this starry sky blue wolf that was completely blue in color was just like an ant when compared to the current violent ape. As the violent ape's body swayed and blocked its path in front of it, the momentum of the space blue wolf's dash came to an abrupt halt. Two traces of despair shot out from its eyes, and there was also a faint sense of confusion, as if it was in a dream. At this moment, he stared at the violent ape in front of him, and in his heart, there was indeed an illusion that he was in a dream. Thinking back, not long ago, he and the other 8 universe masters had set up a trap and besieged this violent ape. The other party was just a beast in a cage, and it was not even possible for it to pull out and escape. At that time, they could be said to be complacent, and they even began to look forward to killing or capturing the violent ape later on. How would they distribute the benefits? However, the changes in reality were shocking. In a short period of time, the other 8 universe masters were killed one by one, and only he managed to escape. Furthermore, if there were no accidents, even the universe supremes who were invited later would most likely have fled in embarrassment. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a ferocious expression appeared on the face of the space blue wolf. He glared fiercely at Xianxia, and the voice of his consciousness transmitted, "Bao Yuan, I just want to know one thing. After I left, which universe supremes were invited? How is it now?" Although he's still alive, he used a secret bloodline technique to self-destruct and escape. A light flashed in his eyes as Xian's voice sounded out from the mouth of the violent ape. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be hiding in a nest that can't be seen in the light right now and think of a way to reconstruct his treasure body. As for his cultivation strength, it must have fallen to the point where it can't be seen. Now that he's in the venerable realm, he's not much different from a semi-cripple. Screech! Hearing these words, Space Blue Wolf finally lost all hope, and a dim light appeared in his eyes. He raised his head and let out a shrill cry, revealing an endless sense of grief and indignation. Even a true universe supremes had such an ending, and he was only a half-supreme at the 9th level of a universe master, so what could he do? Today, he was bound to die. "Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time, Peng." After the ferocious roar, the expression of the starry sky blue wolf instantly became extremely ferocious. Knowing that there was no hope for him to survive, he finally roared angrily and directly self-destructed. The huge body exploded into a blue blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Ka-cha, ka-cha-cha, pung pung pung. This was a half-supreme at the 9th level of a universe master, and at this moment, both his godly soul and body exploded at the same time, and he died just like that. However, the powerful destructive force that was produced as a result also instantly annihilated all the large and small stars within a radius of 100 million miles. Even the void space was shattered inch by inch. At the same time, dense crackling sounds rang out, and at the same time, endless turbulence of the void space also appeared. Turbulence surged out. With the appearance of these turbulence of the void space, the cloud of blue blood mist that had exploded from Space Blue Wolf's body scattered in all directions in an instant. It looked like it was about to be swept into the raging turbulence of the void space. This is a piece of supreme-grade blood essence of a universe master. How can it be wasted like this? Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. At the same time, he waved his hand and wrapped up all the spreading blue blood mist and sent it into his body. After doing all this, Xian did not hesitate at all. He turned his head and looked in another direction. Over there, the universe master, who was fleeing at top speed like a stray dog, was only at the initial stage of this realm. Even if he unleashed his top speed and fled for a while first, to the raging ape, it didn't affect him at all. Even the half-supreme self-esteem of a universe master at the 9th level of a universe master self-destructed. You. Don't tell me you still think you can get away by luck? Bao Yuan's words were filled with endless disdain. With a shake of his shoulders, his enormous body that was 60 million miles long disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already close to 10 billion miles to the left. Coincidentally, he was 200 to 300 million miles away from this initial stage universe master, blocking his path. Li. This initial stage Universe Master's body came to an abrupt halt. His eyes were filled with intense despair as he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. Pung, there was no suspense in what happened next. A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void space. Bao Yuan's body flashed, and he threw a punch. This initial stage Universe Master did not even have the chance to howl in grief before his enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, his 30,000-foot-tall Universe Master body completely exploded into a dazzling bloody mist and spread out. Xiao. After ending all this, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first instant. An incomparably majestic, formless force rolled out from his body and enveloped an area of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Immediately, it was sent into Shenong Cauldron by Yi Xian to begin the blood essence condensation process. Xiao, xiao xiao xiao. The next instant, as Yi Xian pushed his godly consciousness to the maximum, it enveloped the entire boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area. In an instant, everything within the two-star nests of Universe Masters, regardless of whether it was big or small, was clearly reflected in his godly consciousness. Within. A piercing sound rang out as streaks of light rushed out from within the two-star nests. They pierced through the atmosphere of the star nests and headed straight for the gigantic space violent ape. Before embarking on this hunt, Yi Xian had never imagined that he would be able to collect so much essence blood of eternity lords before the first refinement of the level 27 supreme treasure pill. It was important to know that every essence blood of eternity lords represented a powerful Universe Master, and it could only be refined with the help of the Farmer God Cauldron's Farmer God Strange Flame after the complete explosion of the Universe Master's body. As for Yi Xian, although he could already possess the powerful battle prowess of a second-level Universe Supreme under the state of the ninth transformation of the demonic ape, his true cultivation level was only at the first-level Universe Master level, and he had just made a breakthrough. He had just entered this state, and yet he was able to kill more than a dozen Universe Masters of the same level who were several levels higher than him in terms of cultivation level. Such a feat was unimaginable to anyone else. It was precisely because of this that he was able to use this to rapidly increase his cultivation level. Time and time again, he was able to smoothly and effortlessly break through the bottleneck of the various levels, which was why it was so rare. Currently, other than Yi Xian, there was probably no one else who could refine the various levels of treasure pills. He was definitely the only one who could do so, and there was no other. On one hand, this was because he needed the Farmer God's Strange Flame to unleash the refinement, and this alone limited everyone else because Yi Xian was the only one who possessed the Farmer God Cauldron. On the other hand, it was because he possessed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. If he didn't possess this heaven-defying bloodline ability, and if he hadn't deduced it to the 9th transformation, which allowed him to instantly increase his cultivation level by 1 level after fully activating it, even if Yi Xian possessed the Farmer God Cauldron, he wouldn't be able to kill a powerful ferocious beast of the same level. It would also be futile to refine the essence blood of a ferocious beast. A level 27 supreme treasure pill could allow a Universe Master, who was a half-step supreme at the peak of the 9th level, to smoothly break through to the level of a Universe Supreme in a short period of time. Such an item probably didn't exist even during the Great Wilderness era of the previous Primordial era. At most, there were some innate treasures with similar effects or treasures of the Primordial Chaos level. But now, the old Primordial era was about to end and the new Primordial era was about to arrive. This heaven-defying supreme treasure pill was about to appear in Yi Xian's hands. Of course, if he wanted to refine a level 27 sovereign supreme pellet, there was still a crucial problem that needed to be solved immediately. That was the perfect pill formula for the 27th grade supreme treasure pill. This time, it was indeed quite embarrassing. The blood essence of the Eternity Lord needed to refine the 27-level supreme treasure pill had all been prepared, and the amount had far exceeded his expectations. But even now, Yi Xian still hadn't been able to deduce the perfect pill recipe for the 27-level supreme treasure pill. During this period of time, I'd been preoccupied with hunting down Universe Masters, especially when I was trapped by the 9 Universe Masters. I forced myself to make breakthroughs 3 times in a row. After all, I was in too much of a hurry, Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Now, I can make use of the opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the 27-level supreme treasure pill to consolidate my state of mind and strengthen my foundation. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately shrunk his body to a height of about 3 feet. However, he didn't release himself from the bloodline ability of the ninth transformation of the demonic ape. Instead, he merely used the blood sea secret technique to shrink his body. Hence, even though his body had shrunk to a height of about 3 feet, the power within his body didn't change. He was still at the level of a second-level Universe Supreme. The only difference was that the majestic power of blood and energy within his huge body gave his overall combat power a boost of 1 level. That was all. Even though his body had shrunk, Xian still had the power of a second-level Universe Supreme. Once he activated the power within his body, he unleashed his extreme speed. Compared to before, it was obvious that he was much faster. A ray of light streaked across the void at a speed far faster than lightning. In an instant, it was already far away and disappeared. After leaving this intermediate supreme forbidden area, Xian directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body. With a sway of his body, he instantly transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. This time, the coordinates he locked onto were still near the source nest star that nurtured Xian's most powerful body. This was necessary. With his current power, which was at the level of a second-level Universe Supreme, even if he used the method of crossing the void to arrive here from the intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area, it wouldn't take him much time. However, above the Supreme level, there were still Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era and Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. Xian couldn't be sure if he had been targeted by such beings. Even with the protection of the Farmer God Cauldron, it was still better to be careful. After all, now that the Space Blue Wolf had been killed, and the bloody greedy wolf's body had been destroyed, it probably wouldn't appear again for the next 100 years. In this part of the Chaos Void, there were no external enemies who knew that Xian possessed the Farmer God Cauldron. It was naturally best not to expose this, lest some beings coveted it. After arriving near the source nest star, Xian's body transformed into a ray of light and disappeared, heading toward the giant abandoned star in front of him. With familiarity, he directly entered the core of this abandoned star and summoned the Farmer God Cauldron with a wave of his hand. Of course, it was in its shrunken form. Otherwise, even this giant abandoned star was only comparable to the complete form of the Farmer God Cauldron. It wouldn't be able to contain it at all. After that, Xian's body flashed, and he directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body. He pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the extreme, and with the help of the terrifying divine consciousness of a second-level Universe Supreme, he began to analyze the level 27 treasure pill. He fully deduced the perfect pill formula. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula of the level 26 treasure pill, Xian had spent nearly half a year. This time, on one hand, Xian's current cultivation level had reached second-level Universe Supreme, and his divine consciousness was much, much more powerful. On the other hand, it was because he had already deduced a part of the perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill previously. Therefore, this time, it only took him about 3 months to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill. After a short 3 months, Xian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of passion in his eyes. The perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill. I've finally completed it successfully. After deducing the perfect pill formula, Xian let out a long sigh of relief. As he muttered to himself, an incomparably excited light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although my current cultivation level is only at the first level of the Eternity Lord Realm, and I'm only at the first level of the Eternity Lord Realm, there are still 8 levels to break through before I can consume a level 27 treasure pill. After calming down his excited emotions, Xian fell into deep thought. From time to time, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he softly muttered, "But I'm afraid I can't hunt for Eternity Lord blood essence in the short term to avoid attracting unnecessary attention." With a gleam in his eyes, Xian made up his mind. Without further delay, he would make use of this opportunity to refine the level 27 treasure pill he would use to break through to the Universe Supreme level in the future. At that moment, Xian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen Nong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, 14 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence the size of an infant's fist appeared in his right palm. Among them, 2 of them exuded the aura of an Eternity Lord, and it was especially strong. These were condensed from the majestic aura of the 2 Universe Masters, who were half-supreme beings at the peak of the 9th tier. They were condensed from the majestic aura of Eternity Lords after their bodies exploded. If nothing unexpected happened, just these 2 top-grade Eternity Lord blood essences would be able to allow Yi Xian to refine 2 to 3 more level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills when they came out of the furnace. However, it was still unknown how many Supreme level Treasure Pills would be produced from this cauldron. These 14 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence would be the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 27 Supreme level Treasure Pill, along with a large number of other top-tier precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial creatures. Besides these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil liquid and top-tier resources he had found in the Hongmeng Void. When everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand abruptly and took out all the resources and top-tier precious materials required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes. The next moment, in the internal space of the Shen-known cauldron within his body, in the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano, xiao, 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 along with the sound of the air breaking, various colored lights shot out from the mouth of the cauldron in the sky above the central region volcano. They appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and stopped abruptly. They were all the top-tier materials and training resources that Yi Xian had prepared for this level 27 Supreme level treasure pill. Who? Immediately after, a sound like the howling of a violent wind sounded. Almost in the next instant, below these top-grade resources, from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Shenong 9-colored flame roared up. In the midst of the violent wind, the 9-colored flame sea instantly condensed into a 9-colored furnace that was about 10 feet in radius. Cauldron. The entire cauldron was small and simple. It gave off an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron formed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames took shape, the materials and resources that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically. Entering this small cauldron that was only a few feet wide, the refining of the first batch of level 27 pills officially began. Just one level 27 treasure pill was enough to make a 9th stage complete level 9 Universe Master become a Universe Supreme Master in a split second. Its importance and value could be imagined. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Xian had refined a level 27 pill, so he didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. From the very beginning, he was wholeheartedly controlling everything. Very quickly, one medicinal concocting technique after another was formed by Yi Xian's hands. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into incomparably obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano. Unknowingly, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region in the space of the cauldron, there was a loud roar. The furnace condensed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames dissipated instantly. The 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool at the bottom of the cauldron like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 14 round beads the size of an infant's fist. The surface of the round beads glowed with 9 colors, and there was a layer of dreamy halo around them. They gave off an ancient and heavy aura. They were level 27 supreme pills. Just one pill was enough to allow a 9th stage consummate universe master to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time and directly enter the 27th level of the universe supreme realm. This was the supreme treasure pill. There are 14 of them? Looking at the 14 supreme pills floating in front of him, emitting a strong supreme aura, Yi Xian gasped. As he muttered to himself, his eyes blazed with a dark light. Under normal circumstances, there should be about 10 level 27 supreme pills produced from the 14 drops of blood essence of Eternity Lord. Other than the 2 top-grade blood essences of Eternity Lord, the additional 4 pills were mostly due to the Shenong 9-colored flames. In this way, apart from the one he swallowed, the remaining 13 pills would allow Yi Xian to have 13 more powerful Universe Supreme Beings among his subordinates in the future. Universe Supreme Beings guarded Senior Forbidden Lands, but in fact, an ordinary Senior Forbidden Land only had 3 Universe Supreme Beings at most. Even in a top-tier Forbidden Land guarded by a great being from the Primordial Era, the number of Universe Supreme Beings guarding it would never reach 13. At most, there would be less than 10. In this way, if all of the level 27 treasure pills in Yi Xian's hands were consumed, then the combined strength of him and his subordinates would even surpass that of a top-grade forbidden area. To the current him, all of this was simply like an unreal dream. However, Yi Xian believed that this day, it wouldn't be too far away. However, at the thought of the level 28 supreme pills, Yi Xian's joy vanished instantly. A deep sense of helplessness appeared on Bao Yuan's face. A level 28 supreme pill could allow a 9th stage consummate universe supreme being to break through to the primordial era in a short period of time. As for the raw materials used to make the level 28 supreme pill, other than the other supplementary materials that would be derived in the future, at least 5 pieces of supreme blood essence would be required. That was supreme blood essence, which could only be condensed by killing a universe supreme and using the majestic blood essence formed by the explosion of his complete body. Compared to universe masters, there were even fewer universe supreme beings. Even in the most powerful forbidden areas on both sides of the vast Milky Way star field, the total number was probably not too many. In fact, even if Yi Xian really encountered a universe supreme being, with his current power and techniques, he would not be able to do anything to him. For example, the blood-greedy wolf from before, Yi Xian's true battle power was comparable to a third-order universe supremacy, and he even used the Blood Sea secret technique to activate the power of his avatar and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars of equal strength. It was equivalent to 3 third-stage universe supreme beings besieging and killing Bloody Greedy Wolf alone. And Bloody Greedy Wolf was only a first-stage universe supreme, but in the end, he still managed to escape. It's not just the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of supreme blood essence. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deduce the perfect formula of the level 28 supreme treasure pill. As he muttered to himself, the look of helplessness on Bao Yuan's face grew stronger. The primordial era is different from the universe supreme realm. It's beyond the current starry sky realm, and it's related to the chaos era that ended in the last primordial era. If that's the case, it won't be easy for me to break through the shackles of the universe supreme realm and reach the desolate antiquity realm with just one elixir. Just based on this, I can see that the difficulty of deducing the level 28 supreme treasure pill will surpass all the previous ones. I'll need to have a breakthrough in quality to complete it. As for the time, it's needless to say. I'll be lucky if I can successfully deduce it within a year. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to transfer all the system's ability to deduce the perfect formula of the level 28 supreme treasure pill. This matter had to be carried out with all its might from now on, so that the system was in the process of deducing at all times. Otherwise, when it really came to the time when he needed the level 28 pill formula, it would be too late to make a last-minute effort. After doing all this, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out 14 small jade bottles. He stored the 14 pieces of supreme treasure pills floating before him and kept them in his undying world. Then he stood up and walked out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he kept the cauldron in his body and disappeared. After that, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was considering his next step. He had already refined a level 27 sovereign treasure pill, but his true power was only at the level of a first-level universe master. Even if he swallowed a level 27 sovereign treasure pill and became a universe knight, he would still be able to do so. It was too far away. Under such circumstances, the 5 pieces of supreme blood essence needed to refine the level 28 supreme treasure pill wasn't necessary to hunt now. In fact, with his current strongest combat power, which was only at the level of a third-level universe supreme, and with the techniques that he currently possessed, it was basically unrealistic for him to kill a universe supreme. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed as he muttered softly, "It seems that I can take advantage of this time to make a trip to the mosquito forbidden area." He was talking about the ferocious mosquito forbidden area that Xue Ben had gone to. It was a senior forbidden area with a universe supreme being guarding it. Previously, Yi Xian had already decided that once he had the battle prowess of a universe supreme, he would immediately set off for the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Now, in the state of the 9th change of the demonic ape, his cultivation level had reached the level of a second-level universe supreme, and his combat power was comparable to that of a third-level supreme. Thus, the journey to the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was laid out before him. This time, he wasn't going to the ferocious mosquito forbidden land just to find out Xue Ben's whereabouts. More importantly, he wanted to see if he could find the ancestors of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as the descendants of the mysterious guest from the home planet that they followed. Down. This person's identity was too mysterious. The bloodlines left behind by his followers in the three main dimensions of the starry skies were beings at the level of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor. One could imagine how powerful he was. Now, Xian could basically confirm that the original bodies of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher had already entered the Hongming Void. Among them, the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, like Xian, had entered a nest star to steal the Hongming fate of this Hongming era. When he was reborn, he would transform into one of the chaos demon gods that was born with the Hongming fate. As for the original body of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, his whereabouts were still unknown, but according to Xian's guess, he was either like the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, stealing the Hongming fate of a certain nest star, or he was in the hands of a supreme star domain that was controlled by the remnants of the primordial era. After all, he was a demon, not a ferocious beast, and should not be in a supreme forbidden land where ferocious beasts ran rampant. In addition to the two of them, the father of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, as well as the mysterious old man that they followed, was most likely in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. After all, Xue Ben had said before that he felt the calling of two bloodlines in this Hongming Void. One of them was confirmed to be the Source Hive Star, where the true body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Xue Ben's father, was sleeping. The other was even more intense and ancient. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the primordial ferocious beast that followed the mysterious old man. Mosquito. In other words, Xue Ben's grandfather. The reason why Xue Ben had decided to leave alone and enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was also for this reason. Since Xue Ben's grandfather was in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, then the mysterious old man should also be in the same situation. Although Xian still did not know the origin of this mysterious old man, he only knew that he was a guest from the mother planet who had entered the three main starry sky planes of the current era. One of his descendants had left behind the demon bloodline there, and the other had followed him. The primordial ferocious mosquito had left behind the Mad Mosquito Emperor's bloodline. Since then, this mysterious old man had left the three main starry sky planes of the current era with his descendants, as well as the primordial ferocious mosquito race. They had entered the Hongming Void and embarked on a journey to find the way back to the mother planet, but for some reason, Xian always had a very strong intuition that this mysterious guest from the mother planet should be inextricably linked to him in some way. He even felt that many of the doubts in his heart would be answered one by one after meeting this mysterious guest from the mother planet. According to the information obtained previously, the ferocious mosquito forbidden land is a senior and supreme forbidden land, and the strongest person guarding it is only a universe supreme. As for the location, it is in the area behind the right half of the right bank of the Milky Way star field, and from here, it is at least a few trillion miles away. After making up his mind, Xian immediately fell into deep thought. With my current speed, if I rush at full speed, I can reach it in a dozen days or so. Saying this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the star where he was cultivating in seclusion and entered the Hongming Void outside the star. Xiao, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. At this time, Xian was still in the 9th form of the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline technique, and his power was at the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme. The reason why the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was named ferocious mosquito beasts was because more than 60% of the ferocious beasts that lived in the countless inhabited stars in this high-level forbidden land were ferocious mosquito beasts. As to why this happened, no one knew. No one could even be sure whether the strongest person in this mosquito forbidden area was a powerful mosquito beast or not. Even the outside world had no idea whether there was one or two Universe Supreme beings guarding this senior supreme forbidden land. However, one thing was for sure. Not only was there a Universe Supreme being guarding this advanced forbidden land, but this Supreme Being was definitely not an ordinary Supreme Being. This was because thousands of years ago, two powerful ferocious beasts at the level of Universe Supreme had come together and entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. No one knew what their purpose was. However, the cultivation level of these two supreme-level ferocious beasts was publicly known to the outside world. They were both at the 6th level of the Universe Supreme level. Level 6 was the pinnacle of the intermediate stage. One more step, and he would be able to enter the final stage of the Universe Supreme. At that time, when these two powerful peak middle stage supreme beings entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, countless ferocious beasts from other forbidden lands had witnessed it with their own eyes. Not long after, the sound of an earth-shattering battle could be heard from this mysterious forbidden area, and it lasted for a full month. No one knew what was going on inside, and no one knew whether the two peak mid-stage supreme beings were fighting against a single existence of the same level, or more, but after that, the two supreme being ferocious beasts at the peak of the middle stage never appeared again, and the news that came from the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds was that they had died in the battle. As soon as the news spread, all the forbidden lands and star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way were shocked. That was a supreme being of the universe. Beings of this level all had powerful life-saving means. Even a first-stage supreme being would be hard to kill. What's more, two peak mid-stage supreme beings of the sixth step were killed in a single battle. At the same time, if this news was true, then the strength of the mysterious existence in this forbidden mosquito ground was simply shocking. However, no one was able to confirm the authenticity of the news. After all, even if these two universe supremes at the pinnacle of the middle stage didn't die, they wouldn't end up well. They would either be imprisoned in fierce mosquito forbidden land, or he was forced to use some kind of life-saving trump card, paid a huge price, and fled in a sorry state. If even they were like this, who would dare to easily enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land and take the risk to seek this matter? It had been thousands of years since that incident. Since then, the already mysterious mosquito forbidden land had become even more mysterious. Basically, outsiders would not easily step into the starry sky territory of the mosquito forbidden land. Even when they were close to the edge of this high-level forbidden area, they still had to be cautious. However, in fact, although the ferocious mosquito beasts were the most numerous in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, other ferocious beasts of various races were not rare in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Furthermore, in this mysterious high-level forbidden area, there were even tribes and planets that belonged to the survivors of the primordial era. All in all, the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a place where there were a lot of different races in the starry sky. However, the beings that lived in this high-level forbidden area, whether it was the ferocious mosquito beasts of other races or the survivors of the primordial era, basically, they rarely went out, even if they wandered to the edge of the starry sky outside the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Very few of them. Xian had already understood all of this beforehand. Hence, although he wasn't a ferocious mosquito beast, as long as he was discreet when he entered, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as he entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, everything would be fine. This was a rare and mysterious forbidden land where there were a lot of different races in the starry sky. It was obviously named after the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, but there were even survivors of the primordial era inside. Xian entered in the form of a ferocious ape, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. That's right. He didn't plan to enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in his human form. Although there were actually star tribes of the primordial era in this high-level forbidden land, and there were probably quite a lot of them. After all, it was a high-level forbidden land, and the territory was too vast. Just the various life stars alone, there were probably dozens or hundreds of them. 10,000, however, it was still somewhat inconvenient for humans to walk around in their human form. Unfortunately, Xian did not possess the bloodline of the vicious mosquito race. Even if he changed his appearance, it was only an appearance. He did not possess the bloodline aura of the vicious mosquito race. Otherwise, he would have turned into a primordial mosquito like Shui Ben and entered the place. However, although Xian did not have the bloodline of the ferocious mosquito, there were tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in his blood mosquito war scroll. Moreover, after the last great leap in the life level of the war scroll, there were tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in the blood mosquito war scroll. The mosquito beasts were no longer weak in terms of cultivation and strength. There were even many official level undyings, and hundreds of emperor level undyings. Although this bit of strength was not significant in battle, it was more than enough to use these tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts as scouts to gather information or to carry out some arrangements when entering the vicious mosquito forbidden land. It could be said that the existence of the blood mosquito war scroll and the tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in the war scroll gave Xian more confidence in entering the vicious mosquito forbidden land this time. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an extremely fast beam of light shot over from the distant end of the void. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived and stopped abruptly at the back of an abandoned star. A space-raging ape appeared. It was only about 3 meters tall, but the aura of cultivation that emanated from its body was extremely powerful. It was a second-level universe supreme. This raging ape was Xianxia. In front of them was the border of the vicious mosquito forbidden land in another few billion miles. Due to the outstanding reputation of this supreme forbidden land and its mysteriousness, very few outsiders came near it. The ferocious mosquitoes, other ferocious beasts, and the survivors of the primordial era that lived in this supreme forbidden land rarely came out. Therefore, this supreme forbidden land was very long. The border of the starry sky territory had always been deserted. In this sort of situation, even if Xianxia had shrunk his body to only about 3 meters tall, if he were to approach and rush in like this, he would most likely be exposed and be targeted by some powerful existence within the forbidden area. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Xianxia, who had used the blood sea secret technique to transform into a tiny drop of blood, directly rushed into the fierce mosquito forbidden land. Because it was only a tiny drop of blood and Xianxia had used the perfect vibration secret technique of mental power, although there were still some fierce mosquito beasts wandering inside the fierce mosquito forbidden land, none of them discovered Xianxia's arrival. It had arrived. This tiny drop of blood, which had used the perfect vibration secret technique of mental power to conceal all of its aura, did not stop for a moment after entering the fierce mosquito forbidden land. It kept moving forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the border area and entered the fierce mosquito forbidden land. In the hinterland of the forbidden land. Along the way, Xianxia saw many indigenous fierce beasts in the fierce mosquito forbidden land. In addition to the fierce mosquito beasts, there were also some fierce beasts of the starry sky of other races, including the fierce apes of the starry sky, which made him quite speechless. But his heart was more at ease. He even saw a few battleships of the ancient survivors in the void, which showed that the situation here was the same as the rumors outside, and that the fierce mosquito beasts were the main force. But there were also many fierce beasts of the starry sky of other races and the ancient survivors. In this way, whether Xianxia appeared in the form of the fierce ape of the starry sky or as a human, there would be no problem, and he would not attract too much attention and suspicion. Soon, a star area with many planets of life appeared in front of him. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of planets of life in the distance. Going in and out of these planets of life were not fierce mosquito beasts, but other kinds of fierce mosquito beasts. Fierce beasts of the starry sky of different races. Among them were the fierce apes of the starry sky. With a thought, Xianxia's tiny drop of blood, which was moving at an extremely fast speed in the void, slowed down in an instant. He chose to appear in this area in the form of the fierce ape of the starry sky, but in the beginning, his cultivation and strength should not be too high to avoid attracting too much attention. Finally, after figuring out the general situation in this area, Xianxia would choose a target to kill, transform into his appearance, and replace his identity. In this way, in the future, he would be able to move freely in this mosquito forbidden area. Even if someone started an investigation, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Xianxia had never been so cautious before, but this time it was different. This ferocious mosquito forbidden land was too mysterious, and the most powerful being who was hibernating within it could even kill a universe supreme being. Even Xianxia had to be cautious. At the very least, even if he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformation in his body and pushed it to the 9th form, his power would only be at the level of a second-level universe supreme. Even if he used the power of the blood sea secret technique to form 3 blood sea bodies, it was still impossible for him to completely kill a universe supreme. Not to mention that there had been 2 powerful universe supreme beings who had entered this place, but there had been no news of them ever since. That was definitely something that the current Xianxia could not achieve, Xianxia observed for a while. Of the various races of space beasts entering and exiting the atmosphere of the hundreds of life stars in this area, basically all of them were at least at the undying level. And the ones with the highest power were at the level of emperors. Every time an emperor walked out of a life star and rushed into a distant void space, the surrounding space beasts that sensed his aura would all stop and respectfully wait in the void space until he left. Of course, this didn't mean that the emperors were the most powerful beings within these hundreds of life stars. At the very least, within a short period of time, Xian saw a few emperors enter these life stars, which meant that within these hundreds of life stars, even though emperors were considered the upper echelons, there were still quite a number of them, and they definitely weren't the most powerful beings. If there were no accidents, there should be at least a universe knight guarding these hundreds of life stars. Although it wasn't certain that every life star had a universe knight, there should be at least a few of them. And, if there were no accidents, within these hundreds of life stars, there should be at least a few universe masters. From the looks of it, if Xian were to appear with the strength of an immortal emperor, he would definitely attract the attention of all the fierce beasts nearby. At that time, once they saw that he was unfamiliar with them, they would immediately become suspicious. However, the number of emperors was much higher. Within a short period of time, Xian saw at least a few dozen of them. When an emperor walked out of a life star, even though there would be space beasts nearby watching, the ones far away wouldn't. This was enough to prove that the emperors here were only small leaders and didn't have much influence. This meant that any emperor wouldn't be recognized or recognized outside his own territory. That was completely understandable, as he wouldn't attract the suspicion of any of the beasts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian instantly made a decision. He would show an undying starry sky berserk ape in this area, then investigate and roughly understand the situation in the entire area. Then he would decide on the next step and the follow-up plan. Screech, after making the decision, Xian didn't have time to do anything. He didn't even have time to release the blood sea technique and transform into a drop of blood. He didn't even have time to remove the perfect vibration of his spiritual energy. In the distance, in the direction of the extreme end of the forbidden mosquito land, there was an earth-shattering, ferocious howl. The oppressive aura emitted by this violent howl was too shocking. Even Xian, who was currently maintaining his cultivation as a universe master, felt his mind tremble as soon as he heard it. Without exception, the hundreds of planets with life in the distance all trembled slightly in the violent howl. Although the situation inside the stars could not be seen, all the ferocious beasts in the universe void outside the atmosphere of the stars, after hearing this roar at the same time, instantly crouched down in the void, trembling slightly. Even the emperors in sight were doing the same. Xian was stunned for a short while. His heart was beating wildly, and his expression changed drastically. He almost cried out in alarm. A primordial great being, he was all too familiar with the force emitted by the howl. It was a primordial great being. After all, at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shinnon cauldron within Xian's body, there were still quite a few corpses of the supreme beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the primordial era within the giant sealed caves. How could he not recognize such an aura? In the depths of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, an earth-shattering roar was heard, and the one who made the roar was a powerful being from the primordial era. All of this caught even Xian off guard. He was stunned on the spot, and it took him a long time to recover from the extreme shock in his heart. A powerful being from the primordial era guarded a top-tier forbidden land, and the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land. At least that was how the outside world saw it. Within a senior forbidden area, the strongest being guarding it should only be a universe supreme. But why was there a powerful being from the primordial era here? And judging from the anger in the roar, there might be more than one powerful being from the primordial era in the area where the roar came from. After all, how could a mere universe supreme be able to infuriate a primordial god to such an extent? Most likely, it had to be a being of the same level. In other words, there were at least two powerful beings from the primordial era in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. How was this a top-tier forbidden land? This was clearly a top-notch forbidden area. Even among the top-tier forbidden lands, this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was definitely one of the best. After all, some of the top-tier forbidden lands only had one powerful being from the primordial era guarding it. But here, there were at least two of them. At this moment, Xian finally understood why the two universe supremes who entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land together had died here. It was indeed difficult to kill a universe supreme. For example, Xian had used 3 third-level universe supreme blood sea bodies to besiege a first-level universe supreme enemy, but in the end, the enemy still used a secret technique to escape. But if the one who attacked was a powerful being from the primordial era, it was a different story. The two Universe Supremes had died here because a powerful being from the primordial era guarding the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had attacked. In other words, even at that time, this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was already a top-tier forbidden land guarded by a powerful being from the primordial era. This meant that at least one of the two powerful beings guarding this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a veteran powerful being from the primordial era, and his cultivation level was definitely not at the early stage of the primordial era. The reason for this situation was that the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land, but the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land guarded only by a Universe Supreme. The reason was simple. Ferocious beasts from the outside couldn't get out once they entered. They were either killed or imprisoned. The ferocious mosquito beasts from the primordial era resided in this top-tier forbidden land of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, as well as other races from the primordial era, and the survivors basically wouldn't get out. Even if some of the stronger existences went out occasionally, they would not come into contact with other existences outside of the forbidden area. So, the news was cut off, and no one knew that this was actually a top-rate forbidden area, so it was completely understandable. What the F***ck was this? Originally, Xian thought this was a top-tier forbidden land. Even though he wanted to come in and check it out, he waited until he had the power of a Universe Supreme under the ninth change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique. Take action. This was because the most powerful beings in the advanced forbidden lands were all Universe Supreme beings. With the same level of power, Xian had the confidence to deal with any unforeseen events calmly. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But now, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. There were powerful beings from the primordial era here, and there was more than one of them. One of them was at least at the middle stage of the primordial era, even under the ninth change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique. Xian's power was only at the second level of the Universe Supreme. Compared to the powerful beings from the primordial era who were at the middle stage of the primordial era, he was more than one level weaker. If he was targeted by the primordial era, it was still unknown whether he could successfully activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body and escape. After all, it wasn't the first time such a situation had happened before. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian fell into deep thought. Now that the situation had changed, and he had only just entered this mosquito forbidden land, he hadn't started his operation yet. It could even be said that he didn't even have a plan for what to do next. Since he didn't go in deeper, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave quietly again. So, he was now faced with two choices. One was to continue moving forward according to his previous plan and appear in the form of a space-violent ape with the power of an emperor-level undying. He would figure out the general situation of this area and then decide what to do next. What should he do next? Otherwise, he would simply leave as he came and take advantage of the fact that he had yet to show himself and quickly leave this forbidden area for ferocious mosquitoes. When he had the ninth change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique in the future and had the power of a primordial era supreme being, he would enter to explore. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind as he considered these two options. For a moment, Xian was in a dilemma. Whatever, since I'm already here, I'll just take it as it comes. So what if this is a top-tier forbidden land? As long as I don't provoke the two primordial era supreme beings and keep a low profile, there shouldn't be any problems. After some hesitation, Xian finally made a decision. He decided to grit his teeth and take the risk to stay and act according to his previous plan. On the path of cultivation, if I consider everything thoroughly and hesitate in the face of a little danger, how can I have the heart of a great being? When he spoke up to here, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately withdrew the blood sea secret technique with a single thought. The originally weak drop of blood instantly vanished and transformed into a 30 m tall starry sky ferocious ape. However, the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique was still activated, perfectly concealing the aura around him. After doing all this, Xian's attention shifted to the outside world. He found that in the surrounding void space, the various space beasts that were lying on the ground and shivering had all returned to normal one after another. Because after the roar of the desolation era almighty being sounded, there was no follow-up movement. The powerful pressure in the void gradually dissipated, and only then did the ferocious stars beasts break free from their trembling state. After a round of investigation and confirming that all the surrounding space beasts had returned to normal and that there were no longer any abnormalities, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He still maintained the perfect state of the mental energy secret technique and quickly rushed to the back of a life star. Xiao! A weak breaking sound resounded as a 30-meter-tall space berserk ape rushed out from the back of a life star, appearing in the environment of this region. The aura emitted from his body was impressively that of a rank 3 emperor. This berserk ape was Xian. As soon as he appeared from the back of a planet with life, some of the ferocious beasts of different races in the vicinity sensed his aura. Very quickly, these space beasts looked at Xian. Those with cultivation levels lower than the Undying Emperors had even stopped moving. Among the ferocious beasts of various races within a radius of several 100 million miles, there were 2 emperor-level insectoids and 2 emperor-level ferocious apes. They didn't stop when they saw Xian appear. They continued to move in the same direction. However, they all turned to look at Xian and nodded slightly, as a form of greeting. Xian was slightly nervous. He naturally wasn't afraid of these ants, but he was worried that he would be seen through and attract the attention of the ancient beings in this mosquito-forbidden zone. Carrying this nervousness, he mimicked the 4 emperors and slowly walked towards a life star. He didn't stop and only nodded at them as a form of greeting. Very quickly, the 4 emperors were far away, and the surrounding space beasts within a few 100 million li of space returned to normal, no longer paying attention to him. The first time he made his debut, Xian easily withstood it. This caused his confidence to instantly soar, and he was filled with confidence. However, this was only the first step. It was merely a transitional step. It was impossible for Xian to merely use the strength of an immortal emperor to walk through this forbidden area of mosquitoes. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of Xue Ben or find out anything related to the mysterious visitor from the mother planet. These weren't things an emperor-level Undying could come into contact with. If he wanted to come into contact with these things, Xian had to at least have a reasonable identity as a universe knight, preferably a universe master. Moreover, it would be best if the owner of this identity was a starry sky violent ape like him. That way, there would be no need for him to change the aura of his bloodline. That way, even if the 2 primordial era almighty figures in this ferocious mosquito-forbidden land noticed him and began to investigate him. However, he couldn't expose himself. This was because he had the demon ape bloodline in him, which was the same bloodline as the space berserk ape. Although there were hundreds of planets with life in this area, they were not crowded in one place. Instead, they were scattered. Basically, there were only 3 or 4 planets with life in the void of the universe within a radius of several 100 million miles. The space beasts entering and exiting these life stars were of various races. This was something Xian had noticed before. Among the various space beasts in the entire area, there were starry sky berserk apes. Xian had long since noticed that the starry sky berserk apes that appeared in the void were basically entering and exiting the atmosphere of a few of the life stars. If he wasn't mistaken, the most powerful beings guarding these life stars should be space berserk apes. After all, although this mosquito-forbidden zone was like a hodgepodge with all kinds of space beasts and even ancient survivors, they were basically all living in groups. At this moment, the target star Xian was heading toward was one of these life stars where a large number of space berserk apes were entering and exiting. He was looking for a powerful space berserk ape, which had to be at least a universe knight, preferably a universe master. Then he would find a way to get close to it, kill it quickly, and replace it. After doing all this, Xian would have an official and reasonable identity in this mosquito-forbidden zone. This way, when he carried out other operations later on, he could avoid all kinds of troubles as much as possible. Xiao, a faint air-breaking sound was heard, and Xian transformed into a beam of light. After arriving at the target star, he didn't hesitate at all. He passed through the atmosphere and entered the star. Everything in front of him suddenly became clear. The spirit energy of this star wasn't considered dense. There were green mountains and rivers, and it was full of life. Although there were some space beasts of other races in this star, at a glance, more than 80% of them were space berserk apes. Of course, even space berserk apes had different sizes and appearances. For example, the human race, although they all had one nose and 2 eyes, their appearances were still different. After entering, Xian was even more inconspicuous. An Emperor-level Undying was probably just a small leader in this top-level Forbidden Zone. Yi Xian looked around. Even within this star, there were many Emperors. This scene was definitely not something the beginner and intermediate Forbidden Zone Yi Xian had encountered before could compare to. Even the so-called senior Forbidden Lands guarded by Universe Supreme Beings were far inferior to this. However, the star field within this star was a bit strange. Yi Xian tried, but his Emperor-level spirit energy couldn't envelop the entire star. This was most likely due to the fact that the soil contained too many magnetic minerals. If that was the case, it would be a little troublesome for him to investigate the details of this entire star. He had to go to more places and investigate separately. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to do so. After pondering for a while, he secretly activated the bloodline ability of 9 Devil Ape and performed it to the 9th form. Of course, at the same time, he also activated the Blood Sea technique and the Perfect Vibration spiritual power. Hence, although the bloodline ability of 9 Devil Ape was performed to the 9th form, Yi Xian's body didn't change. He was still only 30 meters tall. Although the cultivation level within his body had instantly reached the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme Realm, due to the perfect spiritual energy concealment technique, the current Yi Xian's cultivation level aura was still the same as before. He was the Emperor Realm. Level 3 Undying. However, in fact, he already had the terrifying spirit energy of a Level 2 Universe Supreme level. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian activated his spirit energy to the maximum. Under the premise of concealing his aura as much as possible, he completely enveloped the interior of this life star. Almost instantly, the entire situation of this life star was recorded in Yi Xian's mind. His spirit was instantly shaken because he had discovered the strongest expert guarding this life star through his divine sense. It was indeed a space-raging ape. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't very big, only about 1,000 feet tall. However, its power was extraordinary. It was a 6th-level universe master, and it was only one step away from reaching the advanced stage of this level. As Yi Xian silently activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape within his body to the 9th transformation, everything within the life star beneath his feet was instantly stored in his mind. In practically an instant, Yi Xian had already locked onto the position of the strongest person in this life star. It was a vast valley sandwiched in the middle by 3 huge peaks. This space-raging ape with the power of a 6th-level universe master really knew how to enjoy life. It was like spring all year round in this valley, and on its left, right, and back were towering mountains with countless spirit fruits. One could enjoy them at any time with a wave of the hand. And in front of the last valley, there was a vast sea. Although the ocean was undulating, there was not a single space beast to be seen, both on the surface and under the water. Obviously, this expansive sea was used by this formidable violent ape to admire the scenery. As a Starsky violent ape with a violent temper, this fellow had rather refined interests, and the places it chose for its lair were all valleys with a seascape, and it was truly beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, all this was meaningless, because he had been targeted by Yi Xian today, and he was destined to die here. Although the current Yi Xian was only 30 meters tall, he had given up on his enormous body of 60 million kilometers. It could be said that his boundless vital energy and blood had the effect of increasing his cultivation by 1 level. Even so, on the surface, he was only a 3rd-level Undying Emperor, but the power surging within his body was still at the terrifying 2nd-level Universe Supreme level. Compared to this 6th-level Universe Master Raging Ape, who had not even reached the late-stage Universe Master level, he was much stronger. He only needed 1 strike to kill his opponent instantly. After retracting his spirit consciousness and making sure everything was normal, Yi Xian immediately made the decision to take action. Xiao. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, when he reappeared, he was already in the valley with a view of the ocean. The valley was vast, and there were no other ferocious beasts inside, not even a raging ape. There was only one blood-maned raging ape that was 300 meters tall, and it was taking a nap in the depths of the valley. This blood-maned berserk ape, whose entire body was like blood, was Yi Xian's target. It was a powerful existence that was overseeing the life star beneath his feet and had reached the 6th level of the Universe Master level. Although Yi Xian had perfectly concealed the power of a second-level universe supreme level in his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, he still showed the power of an undying emperor on the surface in order not to attract attention. This level of power was not concealed at all. Therefore, the blood-maned raging ape, who was taking a nap in the depths of the valley, immediately sensed his arrival. However, it obviously sensed the bloodline of the raging ape in Yi Xian's body, so it was not alarmed. It didn't even care. It didn't even open its eyes, as it was still taking a nap. After all, in this life star, it was the ancestor of the raging ape race. Since he was an ancestor, how could he possibly have any so-called vigilance towards an ant-like junior of the same clan? However, although it wasn't alarmed, this powerful raging ape, who obviously liked peace and quiet, was obviously dissatisfied with the sudden arrival of Yi Xian, who was only an emperor-level undying, who was like an ant. His figure didn't move, and he was still leaning against the huge green stone that was like a throne, pretending to sleep. He didn't even open his eyes, but a voice filled with dissatisfaction instantly spread out and resounded in this vast valley. "Little brat, you're already an emperor-level undying, yet you still don't know my rules? Scram, go to the space above the ape sea and self-destruct." Even though they were of the same race, space beasts rarely cared about blood ties. What's more, there were too many space berserk apes here. Any random emperor-level space berserk ape, even if it had blood ties with him, would be extremely insignificant. Weak. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the blood-maned berserk ape sitting on the azure lustrous stone throne didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the clan's younger generation that had suddenly arrived and disturbed its rest. For such a small matter, it actually wanted Yi Xian to self-destruct, and he couldn't even do it here, in case he dirted the place. He had to go to the sky above the ape sea outside the valley to self-destruct. He already wanted someone to die, yet he still wanted him to go to the designated place and commit suicide. Without a doubt, this raging ape was not only cold-blooded, but also extremely cruel. Even Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. "Seeing that you're a raging ape, this Star Master felt a little uncomfortable, but now it seems that you only have yourself to blame. You deserve to die." As the words that were filled with endless disdain came out of its mouth, the violent ape's shoulders shook, and its figure instantly disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already inside the valley. It was only a few meters away from the blood-maned violent ape that was taking a nap on the green lustrous stone throne. "Only 5 kilometers, you." At this moment, the raging ape finally realized that something was wrong, and its eyes that had been closed tightly suddenly opened, and 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from them as it glared at Yi Xian. Moreover, a strand of extremely powerful and terrifying aura instantly effused out from within its body, and it enveloped the planet beneath its feet in the blink of an eye. It caused the countless ferocious beasts in the other areas of the valley to lie prostrate on the ground in fear and shiver. Unfortunately, that was all. Even though it had realized that there was something wrong with Yi Xian, it didn't have the chance to make a move at all. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next, and an enormous rumble resounded from the valley. As the raging ape's figure shook, it directly smashed its fist forward. The raging ape didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. In an instant, its body that was only around 300 m tall had completely exploded into a dazzling mist of blood that spread out. Swish! After it finished all of this, the raging ape waved its hand at the first possible moment, and an extremely powerful and invisible force swept out from its body and enveloped the entire valley. The boundless mist of blood that had just spread out was swept over and absorbed into its body, and then it was immediately sent into the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian to start the refinement of blood essence. At the same time, there was even a strand of the raging ape's soul within the spreading mist of blood, and it was directly absorbed by Yi Xian before he immediately started to search its soul. After a short few breaths of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes once more, and bright light flickered within them without end. Even though it was merely a strand of soul and didn't obtain much information from the search, Yi Xian still didn't know much about the situation in the ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. But at the very least, he had a sufficient understanding of the raging ape that he'd just killed. After killing the blood-maned raging ape with one punch, Yi Xian gained another drop of blood essence from Universe Master. However, he didn't care about it anymore. Ape Demon King was the name of this blood-maned raging ape. In fact, he wasn't just the most powerful being on the planet he was standing on. Within a radius of 10 billion miles, there were dozens of life stars, and he was the leader. Of course, within these dozens of life stars, there were other universe masters and universe knights. Among them, there were 3 universe masters, all of whom were 2 stars of this level. As for the universe knights, there were 10, and their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9 complete. It could be said that Xian was quite lucky this time. He had randomly picked a life planet, and it was the best target. After sighing inwardly, he quickly transformed his body to a height of 1,000 feet. As he was originally in the form of a raging ape, he didn't need to change anything else. He only changed the ape mane on the surface of his body to the color of blood. This way, he looked exactly like the blood mane raging ape he had just killed. Of course, there was also the cultivation level. Xian's original cultivation level was at level 1 Universe Master. After activating the 9 Devil Ape Changes bloodline within him, he became a level 2 Universe Master. Now, he needed to reach the power of a 6th level Universe Master to activate the bloodline technique of 9 Devil Ape to the 4th transformation. After all this was done, Xian was no different from the bloodmane raging ape from before in terms of body size, appearance, cultivation level, and even the aura of the raging ape changes bloodline. Although other universe masters, such as those from the Bug clan, could also transform into this form, they couldn't withstand detection, and the great beings of the primordial era could still see some clues. However, this problem didn't exist for Xian at all. He had the raging ape changes bloodline within him, so everything was very real. After everything was done, Xian lowered his head and looked at himself. Everything was flawless, without a single flaw. At this moment, his heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down completely. As his heartstrings relaxed, even his state of mind subconsciously improved a little. After a long period of high tension, it was understandable that his heartstrings would suddenly relax. However, to Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. This was because the improvement of his mental state meant that his opportunity to make another breakthrough had arrived. "That's good," said Luo Feng. "I'm only a 1st level Universe Master now. The sooner I break through to the 9th level Universe Master level, the sooner I become a Universe Supreme Master, the sooner I can become a Universe Supreme Master. The 9th transformation of 9 changes of Demon Ape will allow me to possess the power of a great being from the primordial era. Combat power. In this way, even in this forbidden mosquito ground, there is no need to be overly cautious. Even if I still keep a low profile and be careful, at least, my confidence is completely different." At this point, Xian didn't say anything else. He suddenly decided to take advantage of this opportunity to start another round of closed-door cultivation and break through to become a 2nd-level Universe Master. Swish! After making his decision, Xian's figure flashed and directly entered a huge cave at the bottom of the mountain behind the valley. This was obviously the place where the bloodmane ape was in seclusion. However, it had now fallen into Xian's hands. The space inside was very large, and there were many top-grade treasures, medicines, and equipment refinement materials. After all, the bloodmane ape was a 6th-level Universe Master and was only one step away from becoming a late-stage Universe Master. It was still very rich. Without any hesitation, Xian waved his hand and swept up all the treasures, keeping them in his undying world. Then he waved his hand and sealed the cave entrance. After setting up layers of isolation seals, he took out the Farmer God Cauldron. Of course, it was a smaller version. Shape. Swish, swish, swish. With a step, Xian entered the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, the sound of air breaking rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources he took out from his undying world. Origin. Including the blood essence of Universe Master that he had obtained from killing the bloodmane ape. He also took it out and prepared to consume it as a cultivation resource. This way, he could guarantee a smooth breakthrough. In any case, he already had enough level 27 Supreme Pills, 14 of them, so he didn't need to store the blood essence for the time being. Very soon, Xian activated the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Walala, as expected, the sound of chains covering the sky and earth instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Xian concentrated and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He began to circulate it in his 100 meridians, accumulating power. A heart-wrenching pain instantly engulfed his entire body and mind, but to Xian, it was still nothing. He had long since gotten used to it. Time slowly passed. Under Xian's wholehearted attention and full circulation, this time, it only took him about a day and a half to completely refine the large river of energy in his body. Xian only had to attack once, and this incomparably thick shackle had already broken. When this shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Xian's mind very quickly, ding. Congratulations, host, on a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 2nd level universe master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body's blood essence. Current realm, 2nd level universe master. 2nd level universe master. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Xian's combat power to soar again. Previously, his original body's power had been at the 1st level universe master level. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could climb to the 2nd level universe master level. And if he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 2nd level universe supreme level. But now, with the completion of this breakthrough, Xian's power would instantly reach the 3rd level universe master level after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations again, he would directly enter the 9th transformation. His power would reach the 3rd level universe supreme level. This was already the pinnacle of the initial stage of this level. If he went one step further, he would be able to step into the intermediate stage of the universe supreme level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying power of blood and energy in his enormous body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Xian's true combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 4th level universe supreme level. In other words, at this point, any initial stage universe supreme level who encountered him would end up dying or fleeing in a sorry state. Even if it was an intermediate stage universe supreme level, whether it was a 5th level or 6th level universe supreme level, Xian could already fight head-on and ensure that he would not be defeated. In just 1.5 days, Xian successfully made another breakthrough. Now, his cultivation level had reached the level of a 2nd stage universe master. If he were to perform the 9th transformation of the bloodline technique of 9 demon ape, he would instantly possess the terrifying combat power of a 3rd stage universe supreme master. Xiao, after calming down, Xian waved his hand and stood up. He walked out of the entrance of the Shennon cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shennon cauldron into his body. Immediately after, he removed all the layers of isolation restrictions that had been set up previously. After opening the cave, Xian stepped out. The aura of a 7th stage universe master in his body was instantly activated to the maximum. Hell, after walking out of the cave on the mountain wall and into the valley outside, Xian raised his head and let out a ferocious roar. He was filled with boundless joy. Since he had made a breakthrough, he should let the outside world know. At this moment, as the powerful aura of a 7th stage universe master in his body completely spread out, the star beneath his feet trembled slightly. Countless space beasts within the star all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. At the same time, light exclamations of surprise resounded throughout the star from time to time, and they revealed joy and excitement. Their ape demon emperor had finally made a breakthrough. From a 6th stage universe master to a 7th stage universe master, he had become a powerful late stage universe master. This was naturally something to be happy about. Xian was extremely satisfied with such an effect. However, after letting out a roar, he ignored them and sat down on the green lustrous stone throne in the valley. He was thinking about his next move. Although he had successfully obtained the identity of the demonic ape king, it was only a foundation for everything that came after. He had 2 goals for entering this top-tier forbidden area, and one of them had yet to be carried out. To be honest, there was no progress at all. Naturally, he couldn't delay for too long. At this moment, there was a familiar throbbing in his body. It was the movement of Yen Luo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out Yan Luo. Xiao, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out as Bao Luo whizzed out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a pink silk that was over 300 meters long. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the same time Bao Luo was summoned, Fairy Xiao's voice rang out. It was gentle and pleasant, and it made one's bones feel lighter. Master, the gains from this time's seclusion are too great. My sisters have all broken through. At Universe Night level. What? Yi Xian stood up in shock. He stared blankly for a moment, then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era in the Yan Luo were Hamba Corp's ancestor, Ho Qing Corp's ancestor, Desolate Electra Lady, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Xianxia Fairy. The 7 of them were once the most beautiful in the primordial era. They were known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era, and they were famous for a time. Later on, the Great War of the primordial era broke out, and the 7 beautiful cultivators all fell. However, each of them had a trace of consciousness origin sealed within the primordial treasure Yan Luo. Countless years later, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian. During that time, they went through various dangers and obstacles. Until today, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era, who were once famous in the primordial era, had finally all become universe knights after reuniting. Of course, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era were all powerful beings of the primordial era. Although they had now recovered their powers of the universe knight level, they were still a distance away from the primordial era. He was still a distance away from the pinnacle of his previous life, but he was not too far away. After all, after becoming a universe knight, he would become a universe master, a universe supreme, and after that, he would be able to reach the primordial great power level. In other words, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Yan Luo were only 3 realms away from recovering their powers of the primordial era. With the amount of top-notch resources that Yi Xian had provided for them, in addition to the speed of their recovery, it was possible that they would be able to reach the primordial era in just 3 sessions of deep sleep. Thinking up to this point, Yi Xian's breathing became heavy, and his chest rose and fell. He was obviously very excited. He was looking forward to that day. Once it came, he would have 7 powerful beings of the primordial era under his command. This would definitely be a terrifying army that could sweep across the primordial era. Throughout the ages, it was rare to see such a luxurious scene. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. Just as he was feeling excited, a series of weak sounds broke through the air. From the space in front of him, 7 figures rushed out of the Yan Luo. In the space in front of Yi Xian, they lined up in a row. They were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era. These were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era. No matter which one it was, they were all extremely beautiful and had outstanding figures. At this time, at a glance, they gave people the feeling that even if they grew a pair of eyes, they would not be enough. Although they'd already come into contact with each other quite a few times, Yi Xian still couldn't control himself. His heartbeat faintly accelerated, and even his breathing quickened. His nose seemed to be slightly itchy, and blood seemed to be about to flow out at any moment. Greetings, Master. As their bodies appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era smiled and bowed to Yi Xian. They softly called out, Master. Shortly after, they discovered Yi Xian's current level of power. Thus, one after another, soft voices sounded like a tide. Rise, see. Master, your power actually improved so quickly? How long has it been since we last met? You actually soared to the 7th level of Universe Master? Originally, I thought that just recovering our power from our previous lives was already considered extremely fast. Who would have thought that compared to Master, it was not enough at all? That's right, that's right. We swallowed so many 9-colored godly medicines and tried our best to break through in our sleep, but we only recovered our power to the Universe Knight level. Master has already become a late-stage Universe Master. This is obviously not the same speed. It seems that staying by Master's side will make us cultivate faster. Sisters, why don't we not sleep in the primordial era anymore? Why don't we just stay by Master's side? Perhaps it won't be long before we recover our power to the pinnacle of our previous lives. After saying a few words, the group of girls started chattering and laughing from time to time, causing Xian to be speechless. Stop fooling around. I know what you mean, depressed. Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of 9-colored godly medicines from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Shen cauldron. Just like last time, he divided them into 7 portions, each of which was tens of thousands of cubic meters. This way, the batch of 9-colored godly medicines that Xian had refined previously was suddenly reduced by a small half. It was like a huge weight, and this was the second 1/5. Xiao. It had to be said that even Xian himself felt the pinch when he gave away these 7 pots of 9-colored godly medicine that were tens of thousands of cubic meters. Although it was not a problem to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, every time it was refined, it had to consume the remains of many powerful primordial beings. Although Xian still had quite a few corpses from the primordial era in his possession, there weren't many supreme beings from the primordial era. Unfortunately, it was the remains of a primordial being at the level of a quasi-primordial being, which was a 9th-level pinnacle universe supreme being. If he were to use it to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, he was afraid that the efficacy would be slightly reduced. As for the more powerful primordial supreme level remains, although he had some, the headless infant corpses were not allowed to be used. Last time, the 9-colored godly medicine he refined, including the ones he threw out this time, had consumed 40% of the 7-colored godly medicine. The remaining 60% had been consumed by Xian himself and his subordinates. It was about half. In other words, he only had a total of 40% of the 9-colored divine medicine that he refined last time. Fortunately, it was not a problem to hold on until broke through to the universe supreme level. He did not need so much, as the 7 pots of 9-colored godly medicine that were tens of thousands of cubic meters were taken out by Xian and suspended in the air in front of him. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard again. These 7 girls were clearly used to it, and they were not polite at all. With a wave of their snow-white arms, they instantly put these 7 canopies into the 9-colored godly medicine, which could make countless universe knights go crazy for it in the outside world, and they gently put it away. They entered their bodies. Then, as if what they had just done was a trivial matter, they turned their heads and looked around as if they did not know what to do. While looking at the surroundings of the valley, they continued to chatter incessantly. Hey, where is this? Master, the scenery is not bad. There are so many violent apes. At least 70% of the beasts in the entire star are space violent apes. Master, are these all your cubs? They are so good at giving birth. Outside this star, there is a faint extraordinary aura. Hiss, there is a brilliant galaxy in the distance. It looks like the Milky Way star field where the mother planet is. No, it is not just similar. That is the Milky Way star field where the mother planet is. Back then, during the Great War of the Ancient Era, the entire Milky Way star field flew together with the mother planet. No one knows where it is. Who would have thought that it would appear again in this life? Hongmeng Void. It turns out that the Milky Way star field flew to Hongmeng Void. So many powerful auras. There is an extremely familiar aura in the deepest part of this star field. That's right. Although it is obscure, it is definitely that old man from back then. Sisters, we found the culprit. Our great enemy is still alive. He's lived from the ancient era to the present, and he's been hiding in the deepest part of this starry sky. The 7 girls had all recovered their universe night level power. Out of curiosity, they extended their godly senses to the outside of this star and even to the outside world through the edge of this mosquito-forbidden land. They saw the right bank of the Milky Way star field in the distance. During this process, the 7 girls were exploring and discussing the things and sights they had found with their godly consciousness. Although it was inappropriate, they were still in the mosquito-forbidden land. However, Xian didn't stop him too much. After all, this was a top-notch forbidden area. There were quite a few universe masters, and even more universe knights. Even if there were a few universe knights probing in the void with their divine senses, it was impossible for them to attract the attention of the mosquito-forbidden area. It would attract the attention of the 2 primordial beings in the deepest part of the forbidden land. Otherwise, even the great beings of the primordial era who paid close attention to these things would be exhausted both physically and mentally. They would have long since passed out from exhaustion. Besides, the 7 girls had been sleeping in the internal space of Yuluo, and it was rare for them to come out. Yixian knew that they were just looking for something new and would soon lose interest. Then, he would put them in Baoluo, and everything would be peaceful. However, the development of the situation had clearly exceeded Yixian's expectations. An accident that he hadn't expected suddenly arrived without any warning. As the chatter of the 7 girls continued, they seemed to have caught a familiar aura in the void of this mosquito-forbidden area. According to the girls, this aura was very obscure and weak, but they were very familiar with it. It seemed that the aura had interacted with the 7 girls in their previous lives, and this kind of interaction was clearly not a friend but an enemy. According to the girls, the direction of this mysterious aura was in the deepest part of the starry sky, which was obviously the core area of the mosquito-forbidden land. If there was no accident, it should be the area where the primordial beings in the Forbidden Land were guarding. This was reasonable. This made perfect sense. After all, the 7 girls were all terrifying existences of the remote antiquity era in their previous lives. How could they be weak if they could become enemies with them at the same time and plot against them behind their backs? At the very least, it had to be a primordial being. It could even be a primordial supreme being or a half-step desolate master at the peak of the primordial level 9. After all, the 7 girls were reborn, and their power had not yet recovered. However, he had been alive all this time. He had lived from the distant desolate era all the way to the present. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying super-old monster. Even Yixian was shocked when he heard the words of the 7 girls. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. For a moment, he seemed to be stunned. While he was in a daze, the 7 girls who had caught the familiar obscure aura in the deepest part of the mosquito-forbidden land were instantly enraged. After looking at each other and exchanging glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. They turned their heads to look at Yixian at the same time. The playfulness from before had long disappeared. The expressions on the faces of the 7 girls were incomparably solemn. Their eyes were filled with determination, and there was even a hint of coldness and sternness in them. "Master, you should leave now and leave this place." "That's right, we sisters have encountered a great enemy from our previous lives, and it is an unresolvable hatred. We must take revenge, but we can't implicate our master because of this. The other party is very strong, and we may not be their match. But we can't avoid this battle. Our master has given us a new lease of life. We can die and return to the ruins, but our master must leave. Master, please fulfill our wish." Hearing Yixian's words, the 7 girls were a little dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and although their faces showed anger, they did not dare to say anything to Yixian. In their hearts, Yixian had given them a new lease on life, and this master was not a casual word. It was a form of address. "Okay, let's enter the Baoluo first, so as to avoid unnecessary attention when we were exploring with our divine sense. It would be troublesome if we were to attract the attention of a remote antiquity expert." As he spoke, Yixian raised his hand and pointed to the Yanluo hanging in midair. "What is the specific situation? After entering the Baoluo, we will communicate with our divine sense. First, tell me in detail." Seeing this, the 7 girls did not insist. After nodding, they all turned into streaks of light and entered the Baoluo in an instant. Yixian did not delay any longer. With a wave of his hand, the Baoluo was stored in his undying world. Then, he extended his divine sense, rushed out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet, and entered the void of the universe outside the star. After investigating for a while and confirming that what had happened before had not disturbed any existences and attracted their attention, he was relieved. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yixian's figure flashed, and he turned around and walked to the green stone throne in the valley and sat down. It seemed that he was taking a nap, but in fact, he was secretly communicating with the 7 girls in the Baoluo. Yixian was also very interested in the words of the 7 girls, and he was very concerned about them. This was related to the secret of a powerful existence in the depths of the mosquito-forbidden land. Perhaps it could uncover the mystery of his identity. He was not in a hurry to express his opinion, but asked the 7 girls in detail about what had happened that year. This time, the 7 girls did not chatter, and the other 6 girls all kept silent. Only the last to fall, Fairy Xianxia, narrated everything that had happened that year. It turned out that when the War of the Primordial Era broke out, the 7 girls, who were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Primordial Era, did not join any of the camps of the Headless Infant Corpse and the Primeval Heaven's Eye. In fact, they did not participate in that battle at all. They were not interested in it. But in the end, the 7 girls had all perished. Their bodies had either completely exploded, or because of some kind of secret technique or opportunity, they had left behind a damaged body. Only in this life were they retrieved by Xian and rebuilt their precious bodies. In his previous life, the 7 girls were known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity. But in fact, before they died, although some of them knew each other, they were not familiar with each other. Some of them did not have any relationship with each other at all. Intersection. As for why they were involved in the Battle of the Untainted Age, the reasons were different. Some of them had accidentally encountered a powerful enemy in the void. The other party attacked them first, and they were forced to fight back. In the end, they died. Some had suddenly received some news related to some secret treasures or resources in the starry sky, and couldn't help but set out to explore. In the end, accidents happened and they fell in battle. Because of this, the 7 girls did not have any doubts about all this. They thought that the reason why they died was because they were unlucky. Even the wisps of remnant souls that they left behind after their deaths were all absorbed into the ancient treasure, Yuyan's silk net, and sealed within it. The 7 girls did not suspect anything before. They thought that this should be a powerful existence in the Untainted Age, the owner of the desolate antiquity. When he was walking in the starry sky, he encountered the remnant souls left behind after they died, so he conveniently collected them in the treasure net. It was pure luck. In the end, they coincidentally collected all the remnant souls of the 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity. It wasn't until the end of the previous hibernation and they woke up that the 7 girls were chatting in the Bao Luozhong. They talked about how they had fallen in their previous lives. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had discovered a huge conspiracy. That was the 7 maidservants who had originally hidden away from the world and had no intention of participating in that great war. The reason why they all fell one after another was actually because there was a mysterious mastermind controlling everything behind the scenes, because when they talked about the process of their deaths in their previous lives, the 7 girls discovered that before they died, they were involved in a great battle and finally died because of it. It was all related to a mysterious existence. It could be said that the death of the 7 girls seemed to be unsuspicious, but in fact, it was all the result of this mysterious person's manipulation and guidance. Before they died, they all came into contact with a mysterious old man of the human clan. Whether it was deciding to set out to explore a certain starry sky relic, or accidentally wandering in the void, encountering a strong enemy, and then a great battle broke out. It was all related to that mysterious old man. From this point of view, if there was no accident, that mysterious old man of the human clan should be the person behind the scenes who caused their deaths, and the remnant souls left behind after their deaths were all collected by the mysterious old man of the human clan. Within the Yan Luo, there was no seal. However, the 7 girls didn't know how this Bao Luo ended up in the hands of Yi Xian and the 3 main planes of the starry sky. The 7 girls didn't know what happened during that time, so they couldn't guess or deduce it, but just now, when they used their divine senses to escape the atmosphere of the star under their feet and went to the void of the universe outside the star to investigate, they clearly captured a familiar aura from the deepest area of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. It belonged to that mysterious old man of the human clan. With the cultivation level of the 7 girls in the primordial age, it was naturally impossible for them to make a mistake about this kind of thing. Besides, it was fine if 1 or 2 people made a mistake, but 7 people all made a mistake at the same time. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Basically, there was no such possibility. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian finally understood the feelings of the 7 girls at the moment. No wonder they were so excited just now. Even if they knew that the mysterious existence had a powerful cultivation level, they, who had only recovered their cultivation level of universe night in this life, were not a match for him at all. As long as they went, they would definitely die again. Pity. This kind of thing, no one would be able to stand it if it happened to them. In their previous life, they had been plotted against by the other party, but they had been kept in the dark all this time. It was only after they were reborn in this life that they unexpectedly found out the truth of the matter in an accidental chat. They suddenly realized that they had been deceived for endless years, and until their deaths, they had not realized the truth. They had died in such a muddle-headed and wronged manner, so it would be strange if they did not go berserk when they suddenly found out the truth. It's been hard on all of you. However, even if I understand your feelings now, I still want to stop you from taking revenge, at least not now. After all, it is also an opportunity to be reborn in this life. Shouldn't you cherish it? After Xian finished speaking, Bao Luo instantly fell into silence. It was obvious that the 7 girls were fighting with each other, and their hearts were conflicted. In the end, perhaps it was because they had told Xian everything that had happened back then, the anger that had suddenly ignited in their hearts had subsided a little. Or perhaps it was because Xian's persuasion had worked, making the 7 girls realize their impulsiveness and immediately go to him. Not only would they not be able to take revenge, but they would also be plotted against again. It was really not worth it. Therefore, after a short period of silence and internal conflict, the 7 girls all seemed to have thought it through. One after another, they expressed their views to Xian. Master, we were wrong. Although this matter is indeed very frustrating, and no one can bear it, we were indeed a little too impulsive just now. If we rushed out so recklessly, not only would we implicate Master, we would also not be able to take revenge. Instead, we would be killed by him again. Wouldn't that be even more frustrating? Master is right. Since we have lived a second life, this is a great opportunity. As long as we are alive, we will be able to recover the peak cultivation of our previous lives one day. It is even possible to go one step further and enter the Supreme Ancient Realm. When that time comes, we will definitely be able to kill that bastard. Only then can we take revenge. Don't worry, Master, we will not be impulsive again. In the future, we will do our best to recover our cultivation, and strive to recover the peak cultivation of our previous lives as soon as possible. After that, the 7 girls described the appearance of the mysterious human race expert they had met in their previous lives. They were very specific, and even Xian could be sure that they had met the same person back then. However, as the 7 girls described the appearance of this person, Xian sketched in his mind. When the 7 girls finished, the face that appeared in Xian's mind made him tremble violently in an instant. He exclaimed in horror, "What? Xingbo? The human race's technological pioneer Xingbo? This is impossible." Although Xingbo had been dead for tens of thousands of years, as a technological pioneer of the human clan, his portrait had always been preserved and was widely circulated in the 3 main planes of the universe. In particular, Xingbo had become a godlike existence in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. This was because the seed of the human race's science and technology camp had sprouted in his hands. It had grown step by step and finally reached its current state. Xian had seen Xingbo's portrait before. Not only had he seen it in the immortal dynasty's capital, but many of the technology faction's administrative planets also had Xingbo's portrait hanging there. In addition, as long as you enter the Starry Sky network and search for it, you will get the results. Furthermore, those portraits of Xingbo were most definitely real. They had been left behind from several tens of thousands of years ago, before Xingbo had died. Therefore, when Xian sketched out the appearance of the mysterious old man in his mind according to the description of the 7 girls, he immediately recognized who he was. But this was completely impossible. Caught off guard, Xian was so shocked and exclaimed on the spot. This change was so shocking that even Xian was unable to recover for a long time. It was not until several breaths later that his body shook and he realized something. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a large number of images of Xingbo from the information database of the Devouring system in his body. He copied them with his divine sense and then sent them to Bao Luo. His divine sense voice was also heard at this moment, revealing a sense of nervousness and anxiety. "Look, that mysterious old man from back then. Is it him?" Without any delay, the 7 girls clearly recognized him at a glance. In an instant, a series of exclamations came from Bao Luo. "That damned old man, it's him. He was the one who gave me the ruins in the Starry Sky, tricked me into going there, and finally died. Yes, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Back then, when I was wandering in the Starry Sky, I accidentally came across him and a few of the clan's juniors and retainers by his side. We were just chatting for a while, but suddenly other strong enemies came, and I couldn't get away in time. And died. Master, why do you have his image? Do you know this old man? Xingbo? His name is Xingbo? Following these exclamations, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His face was gloomy, and his mind was in a complete mess. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled, and he immediately asked again, "Right, what did you say just now?" He was accompanied by a few of the younger generation of the clan, as well as a few retainer-like beasts. Yes, there were a total of 5 people. 3 of them were juniors like him, all middle-aged men of the human race. In addition, there were 2 ferocious beasts, a desolate fierce mosquito, and a weeping soul demon ape. What? There was a desolate fierce mosquito? Could Xingbo be that mysterious visitor from the home planet? This time, Yi Xian's exclamations were even more shocking. According to the 7 girls, the mysterious human race old man they met back then was not only the human race's Xingbo, it was very likely that he was the mysterious visitor from the home planet that Yi Xian had been looking for all this time. Because according to some of the information he learned from the demon emperor Mo Zhutian, and after entering the primordial void, the mysterious visitor from the home planet did indeed have 5 people following him. To be precise, it was 3 people and 2 beasts. Among the 3 juniors, one of them had left behind a demon race bloodline in the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, one of the 3 was the true demon race bloodline progenitor. Of the other 2 retainers, the desolate era fierce mosquito had left behind its lineage in the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, the desolate era fierce mosquito was actually Xue Ben's grandfather, the father of the mad mosquito emperor. As for the other retainer beast, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He suddenly recalled the weeping soul demon ape he'd seen in the images of the Heavens Fall Bao's legacy in the Primordial War. Although that fellow was also a supreme of the Primordial era, he hadn't participated in the Primordial War. He'd merely watched from the back of a star in the celestial battlefield. Whether or not that fellow had died in the end was still unknown. However, Yi Xian had obtained a weeping soul blood horn, so it should be the bloodline of this weeping soul demon ape. At that time, within the desolate ancient cage, a weeping soul demon ape whose bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots wanted to escape, but in the end, it was annihilated by the green-eye clone of the desolate heavenly Tao. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's entire body once again fell into a daze. His mind rumbled and he was in complete chaos. The sudden discovery was too shocking. Everything seemed confusing, making him feel like he couldn't believe it. But the truth was right in front of him, and it was impossible not to believe it. The person who murdered the 7 girls back then was the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. There was basically no doubt about this. It was impossible for the 7 girls to recognize the wrong person at the same time. And Xingbo was also the mysterious guest from the mother planet that Yi Xian had been looking for. This was basically confirmed. On one hand, both sides had 3 people, 2 beasts, and 5 followers, and among them, there was an ancient fierce mosquito. This was completely consistent. However, it was unlikely that there was such a coincidence. On the other hand, Xue Ben had said before that in this fierce mosquito forbidden area, he felt a bloodline summoning power that surpassed that of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body was Xue Ben's father, and the aura of the bloodline density was stronger than his. It was the primordial ancestor of the fierce mosquito lineage, which was Xue Ben's grandfather. From this point alone, it was basically certain that the mysterious guest from the mother planet was in the depths of this fierce mosquito forbidden area. And just now, the 7 girls also caught a familiar aura. It was their previous life's great enemy, and it was also in the depths of the fierce mosquito forbidden area in front of them. Could this be a coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Without a doubt, the mysterious guest from the mother planet was Xingbo. What shocked Yi Xian even more was that the other of the 2 fierce beasts following beside Xingbo was actually a weeping soul demon ape. This kind of existence was rare, and Yi Xian had a bold guess in his heart. Perhaps, the weeping soul demon he saw in the Heaven Falling Bao's inheritance scene was hiding behind a star and spying on them in the starry sky battlefield of the Great Desolate Era. The demon ape was the one beside Xingbo. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. That weeping soul demon ape was an ancient supreme like the golden divine dragon. If he was just a retainer beast by Xingbo's side, then how strong was Xingbo? Also, he sent his retainer beast into the starry sky battlefield of the Great Desolate Era to spy on them. What was he planning? Including murdering the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Great Desolate Era and sealing a wisp of their remnant souls into the Yanluo. Right, this Yanluo was in his hands in the end, and he happened to get the seed of the devouring system he created. Thinking of this, Yi Xian trembled. He had a feeling that he had been schemed against him. What made him even more uneasy was that he didn't even know about this matter. Just like the 7 great amorous cultivators, he had been kept in the dark. At the same time, the 7 great cultivators were probably confused as to why that mysterious human elder had plotted against them back then. As for Yi Xian, he felt the same way. He didn't know what Xingbo was plotting, nor did he understand why all of this was related to him. It's a mess, a complete mess. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt bad. His mind was buzzing, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. However, the more he thought about it, the stronger the fear in his heart became. For a long time, he had been thinking about the mysterious guest from the home planet. However, although he felt that he was mysterious, he was not comparable to the headless baby corpse and the primeval heavenly Tao's green eyes. But now, as he suddenly understood so many secrets today, the mystery of this visitor from the home planet, Xingbo, instantly soared by several levels. In Yi Xian's heart, he had already reached a level that was comparable to the headless infant corpse and the great desolate heaven. Dao Qingyan was on par with him. It could even be said that compared to the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye, Xingbo now made Yi Xian feel like there was a dagger in his back. Although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was powerful, it definitely had various arrangements and would be fully activated very soon. At that time, the primordial world that had completely collapsed in that incomparable battle in the primordial era would completely descend into this world as a result, but all of this, although it involved Yi Xian, was not targeted at him. The same was true for the headless infant corpse. The reason why he chose to turn into a corpse lamp tattoo and attach to Yi Xian after meeting Yi Xian was because he saw that Yi Xian had a wisp of great desolate destiny. This was something that the headless infant corpse had already confessed to Yi Xian when he woke up the last time. To put it bluntly, he did not have any ulterior motives towards Yi Xian. He only wanted Yi Xian to be on the same side as him. With the help of Yi Xian's strand of luck that belonged to the primordial new era, he was able to defeat the primordial heavens in the final battle of the primordial world that had yet to truly end in the previous era and was about to descend upon the primordial world when the primordial new era began. Dao Qingyan. That was all, but Xingbo was different. He seemed to be plotting against Yi Xian. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? The Yanluo that he had painstakingly created had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The devouring system that he had created, the purpose of which was still unknown, had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Although all of this is too confusing, it seems like I can't analyze any results at all. I can't find any clues. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian took a deep breath and shook his head. He temporarily threw everything in his mind to the back of his mind. As he muttered softly, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the depths of the mosquito-forbidden ground outside the stars. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but all of this doesn't matter. At the very least, Xingbo's whereabouts have been confirmed. He is in the deepest part of this mosquito-forbidden ground. In the depths. Even if he is very likely to be an incomparably powerful existence, I can still grow quickly. Moreover, right now, he is in the light, and I am in the dark. I know of his existence, but he does not know that I have arrived. As long as I have time and find an opportunity, all of these mysteries will be solved one day. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. In an instant, it burned to the extreme. Even the words that came out of his mouth were filled with endless coldness. If he had never schemed, it would have been fine. On the contrary, even if he is already a terrifying existence on the same level as the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye, this time I will still kill him. Yi Xian's words were not empty words. He had the confidence. Because the new primordial era was about to begin, and in this new primordial era, among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were still being nurtured, the strongest demon god that possessed the laws of primordial era was a seed that Xian had planted, his strongest clone. Even before the new primordial era began, everything that belonged to the previous era would return to dust, to earth, and come to an end. Only a few terrifying existences like Xingbo, the headless infant corpse, the primeval heaven's eye, and the void giant tortoise could survive because of their own strength and various arrangements. Even Xian's devouring treasured body and his original body had completely fallen the moment the new primordial era began. Things are getting a little complicated now. After temporarily putting aside all the messy thoughts in his mind, Xian once again sent a message to the 7 girls in the Bao Luo. Then he said, "The mysterious human elder who schemed against you all back then is very likely to be the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo. You all know that I have the devouring system he created in my body, and the Bao Luo is also in my hands now. It seems that his final target is very likely to be me. Moreover, he has another identity, and that is a mysterious guest from the home planet. It is said that he walked out from the home planet and came to the 3 main dimensions of the universe, and not only did he leave behind the identity of the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo, even the 3 people, 2 beasts, and 5 followers who followed him left behind 2 bloodlines of the demon and 2 bloodlines of the ferocious mosquito beasts in the 3 main dimensions of the universe. In short, everything is confusing, and I'm afraid that things are not as simple as we think." At this point, Xian changed the topic, "But don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. You all don't have to worry about it for the time being, and first calm down and restore your cultivation. When you can restore your cultivation to the peak of the primordial age in your previous life, then you can help me. Of course, if you can go one step further than in your previous life and reach the supreme primordial age, then it will be even more perfect, and we will have more confidence." Hearing these words, the 7 girls fell into a short period of silence. Clearly, the shock in their hearts was also very intense. Previously, they had thought that the mysterious human old man had only plotted against the 7 of them and nothing more. But now it seemed that the other party's plot was far more than that, and they could not even guess what it was. Just as Xian had said, he wasn't in a hurry to pursue all of this. Because even if they found out the truth, so what? Without the corresponding strength, even if they knew everything, there was nothing they could do. No matter what, in the end, one's own strength was the most important. And the 7 of them, if they wanted to help Xian, the only choice was to enter a deep sleep again and restore their cultivation to the peak of the primordial age in their previous life as soon as possible, or even go one step further and reach the supreme primordial age. Thinking of this, the 7 girls did not hesitate anymore. After greeting Xian, they quickly fell into a deep sleep one after another. There was no more sound coming from the Bao Luo. At this point, Xian also let out a sigh of relief. He was very confident in the potential of these 7 girls. He believed that the next time they woke up from their slumber, their power as primordial antiquity knight would have improved again. It was very likely that they would return to the level of Universe Master. In this way, after 2 more hibernation, he would be able to return to the peak of the primordial era. After Bao Luo Zhong left the consciousness, Xian immediately fell into deep thought again. He was thinking about his next step. Of course, the breakthrough and improvement of one's strength were extremely important. But he had just experienced a breakthrough. In a short time, if there was no unexpected improvement in his state of mind, he was afraid that it would not be good for him to break through again. Besides, after a few big battles, he had completely digested and integrated all the gains from the previous breakthrough into his body. It seemed that this star under his feet was not suitable for him to continue staying here. If he stayed here and could not break through, wouldn't it be a waste of time? After thinking for a while, Xian quickly made a decision. He decided to leave this place and head to the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, Hong Long Long. Right at this moment, the star beneath his feet suddenly shook violently, and a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded incessantly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Xian stood up in shock. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a flash of his body, he instantly arrived in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the stars. In fact, it was not the star he was on that was shaking. Instead, it was the entire cosmic void that was shaking. And the source of this violent shaking was in the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. there was no doubt that some kind of shocking change had happened. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light, shooting forward. At this moment, he had a strong intuition that he had to rush over, or else he would miss something. Even if there were at least 2 primordial age almighties in the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, and there was even a possibility that there was an existence stronger than the primordial age almighties. Crouching. He did not hesitate. In fact, it was not only him. In this vast and boundless fierce mosquito forbidden land, there were many existences who made this decision at the same time. At this moment, it could be said that the clouds were moving in all directions. Within this mosquito forbidden area, there were all sorts of different races of space beasts, as well as a large number of ferocious mosquito beasts, as well as ancient survivors. Today, within these races, the level of small leader and above, that is, the level of emperor and above, all belonged to their own races. They rushed out from the planets that they were guarding. As if they had made an agreement, they shot forward toward the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. From a gigantic life planet, 2 human figures shot out. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. However, the auras of cultivation that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. They were actually late-stage universe supremes at the 7th level. In addition, in a few other fierce beast planets in another direction, there were several fierce beast planets with huge bodies roaring as they shot toward the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. These fierce beast planets were also universe supremes. The most powerful one was at the 8th level of universe supremes, and the weakest one was at the 2nd level of universe supremes. In addition, several powerful fierce mosquito beasts also rushed out of the planets that they were guarding and shot in the same direction. These few powerful fierce mosquito beasts, without exception, were all universe supremes. He glanced around and saw a total of 20 universe supreme beings darting toward the deepest part of the mosquito forbidden land. There were survivors of the primordial era, ferocious mosquito beasts, and space beasts of other races. Other than these 20 universe supremes, there were also quite a number of universe masters and universe knights. Yi Xian, who had transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall violent space ape, was not at all eye-catching among them. As for emperors and emperors, they were as numerous as carps crossing the river. At a glance, there were at least hundreds and thousands of them. This was indeed a top-tier forbidden land, and it was one of the best of the best. It was very likely that it could even be compared with the supreme forbidden lands that stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid of space powers, Hong. Hong. Hong, long, long. At the end of the void space ahead, the thunderous sounds continued, and they became even more violent. It was as if the primordial void space was about to be torn apart. Such a shocking change had never happened before, even in a top-tier forbidden land like the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. The entire boundless void space of the forbidden land was alarmed, and thousands of undying emperors and above were swarming forward like a swarm of bees. Pouncing forward was proof of that. As for the undying emperors and above, whether it was the primordial survivors, the ferocious mosquito beasts, or the various space beasts of other races, even if they had the power of a 9th-level emperor at pinnacle, they were only half-emperors. At this moment, without exception, all of them were lying down extremely silently within their respective stars, and they didn't dare make the slightest movement while shivering. In fact, it wasn't just this ferocious mosquito forbidden land that was affected. The huge movement here had already spread to the outside of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. It was unknown whether the left bank of the Milky Way had sensed it. Even if they sensed it, it wouldn't be too strong. Besides, even if they sensed it, they couldn't do anything because they were separated by the law of primordial void space. It was impossible to cross the Milky Way star field that was protected by the law of primordial void space. On the right bank of the Milky Way, all the supreme forbidden lands and star fields of different levels all sensed the disturbance within the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. At this moment, countless gazes in the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme star fields were fixed on the deadly mosquito forbidden land as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Among them, there were many powerful godly consciousnesses that rushed out from the supreme forbidden lands and star fields where they were guarding. They looked toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden land across the endless void space. They were all shocked and uncertain. Among them, there were both survivors of the primordial era and all kinds of space beasts, but without exception, they were all beings with cultivation levels above universe knights. Otherwise, under such a shocking change, they wouldn't have had the courage to extend their spirit consciousness and carry out a little investigation. They weren't qualified at all. There were too many godly consciousnesses like this, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Most of them were universe knights, and quite a few universe masters, but there were a lot fewer of them at universe supreme level. However, some of the godly consciousnesses clearly showed the aura of great beings and supreme masters from the primordial era, and there were many of them. However, these divine consciousnesses were only looking into the distance across the endless void. None of them entered the fierce mosquito forbidden land, which was the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Even the closest ones only extended their godly consciousnesses to the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land and wandered outside the forbidden land. They didn't go in at all, as if they had realized something. At the same time, in the forbidden area for mosquitoes, this supreme forbidden land was simply too vast, and the void was boundless. Even at this moment, the tens of thousands of silhouettes rushing out from the life stars were all emperors, and the strongest were all emperors. His power had even reached the 8th level of the Universe Supreme. He was only one step away from becoming a Universe Supreme at Pinnacle Level 9, which was equivalent to a great being from the primordial era. However, at this moment, no one had arrived at the source of this sudden disturbance. Hong, hong. Long. Long, howl, screech. It was also at this moment that the thunderous rumbling that had been going on in the depths of the forbidden land of ferocious mosquitoes, which was already extremely shocking, suddenly sounded again. This time, as the thunderous sound resounded again, a few shocking roars and screeches came from the deepest part of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, which was the source of this sudden disturbance. At this moment, the tens of thousands of figures, including Xianxia, that were shooting towards the deepest part of the forbidden land of ferocious mosquitoes, all trembled violently as they trembled. There were a total of 4 roars and whistles coming from the depths of the void in front of them. As these 4 roars and whistles sounded, 4 incomparably terrifying oppressive auras spread out from the depths of the void at this moment and pounced towards them. Among the 4 forces, 2 of them were great beings from the primordial era, and they should be mid-stage great beings between level 4 and level 5. This was basically the same as what Xianxia had guessed before. However, what Xianxia didn't expect was that the 2 mid-stage great beings from the primordial era weren't the most powerful beings in this top-tier forbidden land at all. To be more precise, this wasn't a top-tier forbidden land guarded by a great being from the primordial era. In a top-tier forbidden land, the most powerful being guarding it was a great being from the primordial era. And in the top-tier forbidden lands and star regions of the universe, the supreme beings guarding them were the supreme beings from the primordial era, who were at the same level as the golden godly dragon, the void tortoise, and the primordial Xianxia. The ferocious mosquito forbidden land that Xianxia was in was a top-tier forbidden land. This was because among the 4 powerful forces in front of him, apart from the 2 mid-stage great beings from the primordial era, the other 2 were even more powerful, supreme beings from the primordial era. Although they were only at the early stage of the first and second stage of the primordial era, they were far from being comparable to the primordial Xianxia, the golden godly dragon, and the void tortoise, who had reached the late stage of the primordial era. But no matter how weak they were still supreme beings from the primordial era. Even in the distant primitive world, they were the most powerful beings. Their cultivation level was second only to the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye. Xianxia couldn't afford to offend such an existence right now. In the other party's eyes, he probably wasn't even an ant. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia's slightly trembling body suddenly stopped in the void space as if it was a conditioned reflex. Then, completely out of instinct, he immediately performed the blood sea technique and shrunk the 1,000 zhong tall violent ape to the size of a drop of weak blood. That wasn't all. At the same time, he even performed the perfect vibration spiritual power technique to the extreme to hide his own force as much as possible. Xiao, at this moment, the 1,000 zhong tall violent ape disappeared. Even the force of the 7th stage universe master that had been extremely violent just now disappeared as if it had evaporated into thin air. Without a sound, a tiny drop of blood that had concealed all of its presence fled in the direction it had come from with a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light. Almost at the same time, at the end of the void space in the depths of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, 4 beings suddenly shot up into the sky. The forces of cultivation coming out of their bodies belonged to two great beings from the primordial era and two supreme beings from the primordial era. Of the four beings, three were from the human race, and the other was a gigantic primordial mosquito. Seeing this scene, Xian came to a sudden realization. This was obviously one of the three people and two beasts that followed Xingbo. Xingbo had a total of 3 people and 2 beasts as his followers. However, only 3 people and 1 beast had appeared. The weeping-souled demon ape that Xian was most concerned about was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Xingbo himself was not present. Among the 3 people and 1 beast that appeared at this moment, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito and one of the old men of the human clan emitted the aura of the ancient supreme. This old man's face was quite similar to that of Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. If there was no accident, he should be. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was the father of his original body. As for the other 2 human clan experts, they were both middle-aged men in their 40s. Of course, this was just their appearance. Their real age was probably an astronomical figure. No one knew how long they had lived. They were truly super old monsters. The auras of these 2 people belonged to the primordial era. If nothing unexpected happened, then the weeping-souled demon ape that was nowhere to be seen should also be the ancient sovereign. If that was really the case, then this ape must be the devil ape that Xian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen bow that was spying on the battlefield. Yes. This proved that Xingbo surely had some sort of shocking scheme. Otherwise, why would he send that weeping-souled devil ape to the battlefield in the starry sky where the primeval and unparalleled battle that destroyed the primeval times all those years ago? Looking at the scenery, 2 of his 5 followers were primordial masters and 3 were supreme masters of the primordial era. So, how strong was Xingbo himself? It was definitely on par with the primeval heaven's eye and the headless infant corpse. This was also the reason why Xian had suddenly retreated. If it were just the primordial era, he might be able to escape unscathed. However, the primordial era supreme was here. This was a terrifying existence that was on par with the golden divine dragon, primordial Xianxia, and spatial giant tortoise. What's more, there was still a Xingbo who was more powerful than the primordial supreme and comparable to the primeval heaven's eye and the headless infant corpse in the dark. That's right, the headless infant's corpse was still on his body, but this guy had been sleeping the entire time. Although Xian could feel that the headless infant's corpse was recovering its strength in this way, his cultivation was slowly becoming stronger. However, when he met Xingbo, Xian was not sure if he would attack this level of existence. The safest way to deal with it was to escape. The primordial era supreme and the primordial supreme had both appeared. This was definitely not an ordinary big event. If something went wrong, someone would definitely die. Boom. Rumble, crack. Just as Xian transformed into a tiny drop of blood and retreated with a perfectly oscillating mental energy secret technique, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded out from the depths of the forbidden mosquito area in front of him. What followed after was the extremely clear sound of ripping silk. A crack appeared high up in the void. It was extremely wide, bigger than the size of a giant star. Even the Shenong cauldron in its full form could easily fit in this crack. At this moment, Xian's scalp went numb. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. The scene in front of him seemed to be the rhythm of an extremely terrifying existence that was about to descend. Xian did not know who or what was descending, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that the other party was definitely not to be trifled with. In fact, it was very likely that they were not to be trifled with. After all, there were already 2 primordial era supreme and 2 primordial supreme here. But the other party was still descending in such a domineering manner without the slightest hint of concealment. It was easy to imagine how powerful the other party's cultivation was. Clatter, just as Xian's mind was spinning as he tried to guess who the descending existence was, the sound of rattling chains suddenly came from the huge spatial rift in the sky above the vicious mosquito forbidden area. It was so familiar that he instantly understood everything. Netherworld furnace. It was actually the Netherworld furnace. The existence that was rushing out of the huge crack in the void was actually the Netherworld furnace. At this moment, a sense of alarm rose in Xian's heart. An incomparably strong sense of danger instantly arose. He had always been very wary of the Netherworld furnace. Every time it appeared, it represented endless slaughter. Of course, what Xian was really wary of was not the Netherworld furnace itself, but the heavenly Tao's green eye that stood behind it. This was the primordial void. Although he already knew that the netherworld furnace had entered the primordial void through the forbidden land of rising sun, Xian knew nothing about the netherworld furnace's true purpose in coming here. He did not even know whether it was the netherworld furnace's own actions or the result of someone manipulating it behind the scenes. If it was the latter, the primeval heaven's eye, which Xian had always regarded as his greatest enemy and whom he did not dare to face even after he had grown to such a high level, would most likely suddenly appear here. Because the primeval heaven's eye was behind the netherworld furnace. Clatter. At this moment, the clatter of chains was heard, and a huge cauldron like a star rushed out of the crack in the void high above the primordial void in the primordial void. On the surface of the cauldron, 20,000 huge rune chains were waving like spiritual snakes and giant pythons, emitting endless ferocious aura. Facing all this, the tens of thousands of emperor-level and above great beings of the primordial void forbidden land, who were swarming forward, were all shocked. At this moment, finally, some of them began to retreat in horror like Xian. Xian could not be sure whether these fellows knew the origin of the netherworld furnace, but even if they did not, just the ferocious aura they sensed in front of them was enough to make them realize that the netherworld furnace was not to be trifled with. The reason why these powerful beings all retreated one after another was because they realized that something was wrong. The four supreme beings who appeared in the void at the end of the primordial void forbidden land did not react at all to all this. A huge primordial mosquito the size of a star and three great beings of the human race, a total of 4 figures, all stood quietly in the void. They slightly raised their heads and focused their gazes on the netherworld furnace that had just rushed out of the crack in the void. In the void. This scene seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, welcoming the arrival of someone. At this moment, a light flashed in Xian's mind, and his entire body trembled slightly. The primeval heaven's eye, the 4 supreme beings who appeared in the void at the end of the primordial void forbidden land were waiting for the arrival of the primeval heaven's eye. What? What is their relationship? A murmur that sounded like a dream came out of Xian's mouth. At this moment, the speed at which he retreated became even faster. At this moment, in the sky above the deepest part of the primordial void forbidden land, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Hong. Hong long long. Hong. Hong long long, Kacha. Along with rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, a second rift silently appeared high up in the sky at this moment. At this moment, Xian's heart was pounding madly. His heartstrings were taut, and his breathing seemed to have stopped. He realized who the being that was tearing through the void and descending was. As expected, almost in the next moment, his guess was confirmed. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the void was heard, and a figure rushed out of the huge void crack. To be precise, it was a vertical eye. A vertical eye that was several times larger than a giant star, and it was green and misty. It was still closed, but it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Roar. Screech. In the surrounding void, the tens of thousands of ferocious mosquito beasts with cultivation levels above emperor level, the various races of ferocious beasts, and a small number of ancient survivors all roared in shock and fear. Xian wasn't sure if they knew the identity and origin of this giant vertical eye, but even if they didn't, they could roughly guess based on the terrifying aura that was emitted from it. This should be the original body of the Heaven Path Green Eye, because the aura that was emitted from its body had already surpassed that of ancient Desolation Supreme. It was more powerful than the Golden Godly Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the desolate ancient Xianxia, and it wasn't just a little bit stronger. It had a crushing advantage, and it was extremely clear. Previously, in the desolate ancient prison void, Xian had also encountered a blood-red Heaven's Eye. Even when he was still so weak, he had already joined forces with the headless infant corpse to battle it and severely injured it. The difference in strength between that blood-red Heaven's Eye and this giant green eye was like heaven and earth. The former was earth, so it should only be a clone, and most of it was incomplete. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? As for the latter, which was the giant green eye in front of him, it should be the original body of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Its aura was too strong, even though Xian had already grown to such a height. He, who had transformed into a tiny drop of blood, had already performed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demon ape to the 9th transformation, and had the terrifying battle power of a 3rd-level universe supreme. However, in front of this giant green eye, Yi Xian still felt inferior to an ant. One had to know that this giant green eye was still closed. It had never opened at all. Once it opened its eyes, its own pressure would be completely mobilized and spread out. At that time, what kind of scene would it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly felt a chill down his back. And his scalp went numb. Although he had always feared the green eyes of the desolate heavenly Tao and knew how powerful the other party was, and he had always thought that this kind of understanding was very profound, it was only now that he truly faced the green eyes of the desolate heavenly Tao. In the end, he still underestimated the other party. Its strength was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It was no wonder that it could experience the Great War of the Primordial Era and emerge victorious at the final stage. After that, it set up various arrangements and survived until now. It was the master of the Primordial Era. It was the god of the Primordial Era, how could it not be strong? After realizing this, Yi Xian shot backward even faster. Although it was invisible and traceless, it was faster than the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles. He was already close to the area where the netherworld furnace and the primeval heaven's eye would descend. More than 10 billion miles away, in the next instant, his figure came to an abrupt halt. Yi Xian did not want to, but he had no choice. This part of the void was instantly imprisoned. It was like flowing water had instantly turned into solid ice. Buzz, a weak and incomparably low buzzing sound was heard. At this moment, the giant green eye that rushed out of the huge void fissure in front of them suddenly opened. A green light burst forth, instantly enveloping the void within a radius of 1 trillion miles. In this area enveloped by the green light, all the ferocious star beasts that were retreating, including Yi Xian who had used the perfect oscillation secret technique to restrain his aura. However, without exception, all of them came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was completely sure that the perfect oscillation secret technique would not be able to escape the illumination and detection of this green light. The moment the green light enveloped his body, despair had already surfaced in his heart. This was because once the perfect oscillation secret technique lost its effect, his sudden appearance would most likely attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. At that time, he might really be exposed. In a moment of desperation, he even directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability as quickly as possible. He only wanted to leave this place immediately. However, when the order was issued, the devouring system in his body did not respond at all. On the contrary, he felt a burning sensation in his chest, a slight heat spreading through his body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a warm current flowing from his chest to the surface of his body in an instant. It was at this moment that the green light finally came into contact with his body. However, it passed through his body as if there was nothing there. There was no abnormal reaction. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that at the critical moment, the headless corpse still made its move in the end. A strange energy flowed out from the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, protecting Yi Xian's body. It even prevented him from being detected by the mysterious green light of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, as expected of the headless infant corpse who could fight head-on with the primeval heaven's eye back then, and although it was defeated, it did not completely perish. It was definitely in existence on the same level as the primeval heaven's eye. Just this move alone was enough to prove this point. Unfortunately, after the warm current flowed out from the zombie lantern tattoo on his chest, there was no other reaction. Although Yi Xian was not exposed, even if the green light still shone on him, it did not affect him at all. It seemed to be the effect of the warm current flowing through his chest. As a result, it lasted. At least, this effect did not disappear in a short period of time. However, that was all. Yi Xian was still unable to move, imprisoned in this area of 1 trillion miles that was enveloped by the green light. In front of him, the distance between the netherworld furnace and the primeval heaven's eye was only slightly more than 10 billion miles. For the terrifying existences of the primordial era and above, this distance was simply no different from being right next to them. In other words, Yi Xian was still not safe, and danger could still befall him at any time. Buzz. At this moment, within the primeval heaven's eye, a misty green light suddenly flashed, and an incomparably deep buzzing sound sounded, as if it was transmitting some kind of order. Whoosh! Huala la. At this moment, the netherworld cauldron began to move. The 20,000 rune chains on the cauldron began to move, and they charged forward. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the group of space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era who were closest to the netherworld cauldron. These guys were all universe supreme beings, and they were the ones who were the fastest, dashing toward the forbidden mosquito zone ahead. Then, with the arrival of the netherworld cauldron, they realized that something was wrong and immediately turned to flee. However, the primeval heaven's eye arrived almost immediately. After it opened, under the illumination of the green light, the void space within a radius of 1,000,000,000,000 miles he was imprisoned. All the survivors of the primordial era and space beasts couldn't escape at all. Just like Xianxia, who had turned into a drop of blood and completely concealed his aura, they could only stop abruptly in the void space, unable to move, and now, as the netherworld cauldron dashed toward them, those who were the fastest and had the strongest cultivation instantly became the first victims. Huala la. The sound of the chains was earth-shattering, and the netherworld cauldron rushed into the crowd of people and beasts. The 20,000 rune chains were as agile as snakes, and they were like ferocious space pythons. After sweeping up the survivors of the primordial era and space beasts, they were directly thrown into the mouth of the cauldron. This scene looked like a giant spider with countless legs hunting in the void space, and the mouth of the netherworld cauldron was the ferocious bloody mouth of this strange spider. Creak creak creak, kacha kacha. In the netherworld cauldron, the sound of the huge flesh millstone rotating quietly rang out, accompanied by countless fine cracking sounds of bones breaking. The moment it entered one's ears, it made one's whole body feel cold, and one's hair stood on end. Xianxia had already raised his vigilance to the extreme, and he was paying close attention to the netherworld cauldron. Fortunately, the netherworld cauldron hadn't rushed toward him for the time being. It was still far away, and judging from the direction it was heading, it didn't seem to be heading toward Xianxia. After calming down, he looked into the depths of the forbidden mosquito ground. In their line of sight, the primeval heaven's eye, which had torn through the void and arrived, was still suspended high in the sky of that region. Its green eyes were open, and within them was an incomparably deep green light that shot out and enveloped the cosmic void that was billions of miles away. Beneath the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao, 3 people and 1 beast, as well as Xingbo's followers, stood in the void as well, quietly watching all of this. The 2 of them were at peace. Although these 3 people and 1 beast were the strongest people in this mosquito-forbidden ground, and the netherworld furnace summoned by the primeval heavens I was slaughtering the ferocious beasts and the higher-ups of the survivors in the mosquito-forbidden ground, they were completely indifferent. This scene was too strange. Xianxia's heart was filled with doubt as he watched, and he almost doubted his own eyes. In the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly had a bold guess. They were on the same side, the primeval heavens I was definitely on the same side as these 4 people. If that was really the case, then the relationship between Xingbo and the primeval heavens I was probably even more unusual. After all, according to Xianxia's speculation, Xingbo should be in existence on the same level as the primeval heavens I. Since they were on the same level, and they were on the same side, then the relationship between Xingbo and the primeval heavens I was definitely not that of a subordinate and a superior. They were either partners, or they were even closer. This discovery was so shocking that even Xianxia himself was shocked. He had thought about it many times, but he never expected that Xingbo was on the same side as the primeval heavens I. In other words, he was in existence on the opposite side, and he was a big boss. The crux of the problem was that Xianxia still had the devouring system that Xingbo had created in his body. Right now, the devouring system in his body had obviously not evolved to its final stage. Even now, Xianxia was extremely suspicious of the purpose of Xingbo's creation of the devouring system. This was definitely not good news. His body had a powerful system created by a big boss of the opposite side, and he still had no idea what the ultimate purpose of this system was. At this moment, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, and he didn't feel good at all. Whoosh! Walala, creak creak creak. Kacha kacha. During this process, the dark cauldron didn't stop for a single moment. It waved the 20,000 rune chains outside the cauldron, wandering in the void ahead. Every time it approached a group of primeval survivors and cosmic beasts, the rune chains outside the cauldron would be like a giant cosmic python. In an instant, they would be wrapped around and sent into the cauldron. Then, they would be crushed through the huge millstone inside the cauldron. However, Yi Xian had an extremely strong intuition that this time, the dark cauldron was definitely not like before, where it hunted the flesh of these powerful beings just to refine the all-evil origin elixir. This was because in the deepest void of the forbidden mosquito grounds ahead, the 3 people and 1 beast that followed Xingbo were still quietly standing there. This was clearly a rhythm of waiting. The Dark Cauldron's current massacre must have something to do with this. Including the sudden arrival of the primeval Heaven's Eye, it must also have something to do with this. Everything that happened today was definitely not just for the sake of refining the all-evil origin elixir. If that was really the case, there was no need to alarm the primeval Heaven's Eye and make it come personally. What are they planning? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian muttered softly. His heart grew heavier, and a bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. Boom! Rumble. Right at this moment, at the end of the void in the forbidden mosquito grounds, a shocking rumble suddenly sounded again. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked into the distance. In his line of sight, high up in the void, another void fissure appeared. However, the spatial rift that appeared this time was not very large. It was only about 3 feet tall, and could only allow a single human to walk out from it. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly beat wildly. Who else but Xingbo would be able to descend at such a time and in such a place? Sure enough, almost as soon as he guessed this possibility in his mind, a figure walked out of the void crack in the distance in front of him. This was an elder of the human clan. He was thin and tall, and he wore a gray robe. He looked very kind and had a faint smile on his face. However, the light in his eyes was very cold. This person was Xingbo, and Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. As soon as he walked out of the spatial crack, Xingbo's gaze swept around the spatial crack. Facing the merciless slaughter that was unfolding in the netherworld furnace, he acted as if he did not see it. There was still an amiable smile on his face, as if all of this was insignificant. With the sudden appearance of Xingbo, Yi Xian fell into a state of extreme shock. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, guessing that the existence that was about to walk out of this void crack at this moment was most likely Xingbo. But guesses were guesses. When everything became reality, when he saw the guesses in his heart come true with his own eyes, the feeling was different. In fact, although he had already guessed that Xingbo was still alive through various clues, and that he was the mysterious visitor from the mother planet. Not only did he send the weeping soul demon ape following him to sneak into the place of the great battle of the primordial world, but he also spied on something. Furthermore, there must be all kinds of unknown schemes. Their arrangements and means had even extended to the 3 main starry skies of the current era, leaving behind the bloodline of the demons and the ferocious mosquito beasts. Moreover, he had left behind the legend of the pioneer of the human race in the human race. In the end, he had successfully escaped with the excuse of being betrayed and killed by De. All of this proved that Xingbo's scheme was not small, and it made Yi Xian extremely vigilant. But in fact, in his heart, he had always hoped that all of this was fake, that it was just his own private conjecture. After all, in his heart, the image and status of Xingbo, the pioneer of the human race's technology, was still quite high and glorious. The devouring system in Yi Xian's body, as well as the life fortress and Long Yi Xian's wild dragon ship, were all left behind by Xingbo. It could be said that Yi Xian had received a lot of favors from him. It could even be said that without Xingbo, without the devouring system he left behind, there would be no Yi Xian today. It was also because of this reason that Yi Xian was actually unwilling to believe and accept that Xingbo was the mastermind behind all of this. Although he had speculated the general truth from various clues, in his heart, there was still a trace of luck. But now, with the appearance of Xingbo, the last trace of luck in Yi Xian's heart was completely extinguished. The shock that all of this brought to him was too intense. For a moment, Yi Xian wasn't able to recover from this extreme shock. It was also at this moment that Xingbo, who had just ascended, seemed to have sensed something. He subconsciously turned his head in the direction of Yi Xian and looked over from afar. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt as if a life and death crisis had finally descended upon him. Xingbo was different from primeval Heaven's Eye. Even though the two of them were on the same level, This could be seen from Xingbo's position in the void after he descended and stood on the same level as the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had descended before him. Meanwhile, the other 3 people and 1 beast were clearly below him, which could be seen clearly. However, Yi Xian had the devouring system that Xingbo had created in his body. Therefore, even though the primeval Heaven's Eye was unable to detect Yi Xian's existence despite both of them being at the same level, this did not mean that Xingbo could not sense it either. Perhaps what he sensed was not Yi Xian, but the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Wang. Just as Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and did not know how to react, the zombie lantern tattoo on the left side of his chest suddenly heated up again. A second, more intense current instantly flowed out and completely enveloped his body. This kind of change caused Yi Xian's heart to relax. However, his heart hadn't completely calmed down and was still hanging in his throat. After all, Xingbo was different from the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. Yi Xian's body contained the devouring system created by Xingbo. The final result made him feel relieved. The headless infant corpse did not disappoint him in the end. After all, it was also in existence on the same level as the primeval Heaven's Eye. In fact, it was even more mysterious than the primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, when the primeval war that destroyed the entire primeval age broke out, the headless infant corpse had actually just been born. It was still a baby and was far from being fully grown. Even so, although he was defeated in this great battle, he still survived. Furthermore, in this life, before the start of the new primordial era, he would start a new battle with the green eye of the primordial era. He would settle the unresolved issue back then. TSK, it would be settled in this world. Just from this point alone, one could see how strong the headless infant corpse was. Although Yi Xian still did not know Xingbo's true identity and origin, he always had a feeling that the headless infant corpse was definitely stronger than him. At this moment, as the zombie lantern tattoo formed by the headless infant corpse transmitted a second current that flowed out and enveloped Yi Xian's body, Xingbo, who was originally looking in this direction from afar, had an obvious look of confusion on his face. The feeling that he suddenly caught earlier had clearly disappeared, and there was no trace to follow. This feeling should have given Xingbo the idea that it was an illusion. Therefore, after shaking his head slightly, he quickly turned his head away and no longer paid attention to Yi Xian. This was completely understandable. After all, at their level, what other methods could they possibly use to evade their detection? Perhaps Xingbo was too confident. When he realized that there was nothing here, he subconsciously judged the weak feeling from before as his own illusion. As for Yi Xian, it was this confidence of his that allowed him to survive another calamity that almost befell him. Hua. Walala, creak. Creak. Kacha, kacha. In the void, the netherworld cauldron did not stop for a moment. It was still waving the 20,000 rune chains outside the cauldron, wandering around. Every time it approached a group of ancient survivors and space beasts, the rune chains outside the cauldron, like a giant space python, would instantly move. They would coil around the cauldron. It was wrapped up and sent into the mouth of the cauldron. Then, it was crushed by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. There were not many ancient survivors and space beasts in the void. Although all of them were terrifying existences with the cultivation of emperors and above, the total number was only in the tens of thousands. The netherworld furnace was enormous, and there were 20,000 talisman-marking chains that danced in the air at the same time. They were like enormous pythons in the starry sky that unfolded to sweep and slaughter. There were only a few tens of thousands of survivors of the primordial era and ferocious beasts in the starry sky, and they were truly unable to endure for long. In fact, only less than half an incense stick of time had passed since the netherworld furnace was activated. Yet more than 90% of these few tens of thousands of survivors and ferocious beasts had been swept away into the mouth of the netherworld furnace and crushed into nothingness. After a short while, the last 10% of the ancient survivors and space beasts had completely disappeared. The void leading to the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land was already empty. In just a little more than half an hour, tens of thousands of primordial remnants and space beasts at emperor level and above were completely annihilated. They were all wrapped up and sent into the mouth of the netherworld cauldron. Along with a series of hair-raising creaking and cracking sounds, they turned into flesh and blood under the huge millstone. In front of them, the vast void with a radius of 10 billion miles was completely empty. In the void, other than the netherworld cauldron, there were only the 3 humans and 1 beast, Xingbo, and primeval heavens I left. Yi Xian was at the outermost periphery of this 10 billion mile area, and he still couldn't move. However, at this moment, his heart was in his throat again. Because he didn't know what was going to happen next, but he could guess that it was definitely not a small matter, and definitely not a good thing. And as long as Xingbo and primeval heavens I were here, there was still a possibility that Yi Xian would be discovered. It could become a reality at any time, huh? There's actually someone who dares to spy in the dark. Just at this moment, just as Yi Xian was feeling anxious and uncertain, Xingbo suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. He turned his head and looked toward the end of the void in the distance to the right. At this moment, primeval heavens I and the 3 humans and 1 beast standing in the void below all turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Yi Xian naturally did the same. Very quickly, several 100 billion miles to the right, 2 ripples appeared in the void, and 2 figures quietly appeared. They were in a rather sorry state. Obviously, Xingbo had used some kind of technique to force them to reveal themselves. This was a distance of several 100 billion miles, but Xingbo still managed to discover them. This showed how powerful and terrifying he was. This also made Yi Xian, who was only about 10 billion miles away, feel lucky. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse was more powerful. Otherwise, without his technique, Yi Xian would most likely be the first to be discovered, and he would be directly pulled out like those 2 fellows in the void hundreds of billion miles away. It was really hard to predict what would happen to him at that time. After all, Yi Xian's body contained the devouring system that was created by Xingbo. His current scheme and purpose were still unknown, and he also had an extremely deep relationship with the netherworld furnace and the primordial heavenly Tao green eyes. But in short, one thing was certain, and that was the outcome. It was definitely not a good thing. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the figures of the 2 fellows who were forced to appear from the ripples in the void hundreds of billions of miles away on the right were finally clearly visible. When he saw who they were, even Yi Xian's level took a deep breath. Yi Xueben's power. The other person was an old man from the human clan. Judging from his appearance, he was 90% similar to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was also extremely powerful. He had actually reached the level of a powerful being from the remote antiquity era. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He instantly knew the identity of this old man from the human clan. Without a doubt, this guy was the original body of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He had disappeared for countless years and even sealed the memory of his clone, which was Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Who would have thought that he would come to this primordial void as expected? However, Yi Xian had previously obtained information from Old Devil Mosquito Butcher that his original body should have gone to look for his father, who had left behind his bloodline. That was the group of mysterious visitors from the mother planet. But now, it seemed that he had clearly come here, but he was hiding thousands of miles away and had not shown himself. If he was not mistaken, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body should have seen through some secrets and had doubts in his heart. Therefore, although he had found his father, he chose not to show himself. Back then, Xingbo had a total of 3 people and 2 beasts following him. Now, apart from the weeping soul demon ape who had not shown himself and whose whereabouts were unknown, the other 3 people and 1 beast were in the void ahead. Among them, the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito had left behind the ferocious mosquito beast race in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. The mad mosquito emperor's true body was his son, but now he had entered a source hive star, after the start of the new primordial era. He would appear in the world as a chaos demon god. As for Xueben, he was the grandson of this desolate ancient mosquito. Of the other 3 people, 2 had left behind their bloodlines in the 3 main starry sky planes. One of them had left behind the demon clan, and the demon emperor was his son. The other person had left behind Mosquito Butcher's original body, which was the old fellow who had been discovered now, and the one who had left behind Mosquito Butcher's original body should be the strongest of the 3, the human clan elder who had reached the same level as the desolate ancient mosquito, the supreme primordial expert. This was because when Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body was pulled out of the void hundreds of billions of miles to the right, among the 3 of them, only this supreme primordial human clan elder's expression changed the most. Of course, the other two people were also stunned, including the desolate ancient mosquito. The aura in his body also stagnated, obviously also sensing the bloodline aura in Xueben's body that was passed down from his bloodline. Even Xingbo seemed to be surprised by all this. After a dim light flashed in his eyes, he grinned. "You're quite capable, actually chasing me here." Speaking of this, Xingbo paused, but still had a smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the three people and one beast. Then he said, "Back then, among the 5 of you, 3 of you left your bloodlines in the 3 main planes of the current universe. I didn't expect that 2 of you would find this place. Among you, 1 of you has reached the supreme primordial expert level. I really don't know how he did it. Not bad at all. As for the other one, Mosquito, you have a good grandson. Although he's still young and his cultivation is a bit weak, only reaching the supreme primordial immortal level, he has a good foundation. He actually has the bloodline of the desolate ancient mosquito like you. This is truly great news. In this way, the problems of the 2 of you have been perfectly resolved. The only ones that this old man is still worried about are the 2 of them." As he spoke, Xingbo turned his head to look at the other 2 middle-aged men who were only supreme primordial immortals. Whoosh! Whoosh! A faint air-breaking sound was heard. Just as Xingbo said these words, no one among them moved at all. However, in the void thousands of miles to the right, Xueben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, who had just been pulled out of the void by the 2 ripples, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It was as if an invisible force was pulling them. They turned into 2 fine lights and shot over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the void in front of them, between Yixian and Xingbo, and suddenly stopped. As soon as Xingbo finished his words, the 3 men and 1 beast looked at Xueben and Mosquito Butcher at the same time. Their gazes were complicated, especially the elder with the supreme power of the remote antiquity and the desolate ancient fierce Mosquito Butcher. Their eyes flashed, and they seemed to be struggling and hesitating. Could it be, you haven't thought it through? At this moment, Xingbo had already turned around and walked deeper into the fierce mosquito forbidden land. However, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he saw everything behind him. His cold voice was heard again. This time, they could vaguely feel a trace of sternness in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingbo had already reached the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. He seemed to be walking slowly, but he was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to 100 billion miles away. In the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, he sat down cross-legged and turned around again. His cold eyes fell on the 3 men and 1 beast. Xiao. The green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land also shook slightly. In the blink of an eye, it had also arrived at the deepest part of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land that was close to 100 billion miles away. It stood in the void with Xingbo on the left and right. However, there was no movement at all, as if it was waiting for something quietly. Hua la la, the sound of chains came. The netherworld furnace was still floating in the center of the void 10 billion miles away, but the sound of the grinding stone and the cracking of bones had stopped. Without a doubt, the tens of thousands of ancient survivors and space beasts above the Emperor level had all been crushed by the grinding stone and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. At this moment, the netherworld furnace stood there quietly. The 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace moved slowly with the wind, giving people the feeling that they were waiting for something too. At this moment, it seemed that everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 men and 1 beast in the center of the void. Even Yixian was the same. His heart was filled with doubts, and his heartstrings were tight. His mind was spinning rapidly, guessing what was going to happen next. At this moment, the 3 men and 1 beast were looking at each other, communicating with their eyes. Finally, they seemed to have made some kind of decision and nodded at the same time. What happened next caught Yixian off guard. His entire body was instantly stunned. He was stupefied by lightning. Hong, 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 3 earth-shattering booms rang out. 3 of the 3 humans and 1 beast had self-detonated at the same time. Before Yixian could react, the bodies of the 3 of them had already completely exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out in the void 10 billion kilometers in front of them. 2 primordial experts and 1 primordial supreme had self-destructed at the same time. One could easily imagine the destructive force. Even if they were in the primordial chaos, a huge black hole would be blasted out of the void. However, such a scene didn't appear. In the core area where the three of them had self-detonated, although the void had shattered inch by inch due to the raging majestic and terrifying energy, it had not completely collapsed and formed a black hole. This was clearly the result of the power of self-destruction being controlled. And although they suspected that Xingbo and his followers had some kind of shocking conspiracy, they couldn't be sure of what it was. But now, they thought that the answer would be revealed immediately. Unexpectedly, such a scene happened in front of them. Self-destruct. 3 of the 3 men and 1 beast actually self-destructed. What the hell was going on? At this moment, these thoughts appeared in Yixian's mind, but his heart immediately sank. He had a very strong intuition that the real conspiracy would be revealed soon. And the implementation of this conspiracy required 2 great beings from the remote antiquity and a supreme being from the remote antiquity to sacrifice themselves and self-destruct. From this, one could see how shocking it was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, while Yixian was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his mind was in a complete mess, a faint sound of air breaking suddenly came from the majestic aura spreading out in front of him. 3 figures rushed out and shot out. They only stopped when they were 10 billion miles away from the right side of the void. They turned around and looked at the desolate fierce mosquito that was still there. These 3 figures were the 3 guys who self-destructed just now. 2 great beings from the remote antiquity and 1 supreme being from the remote antiquity. They didn't die just like that. Their godly souls were preserved. It was only their physical bodies that self-destructed just now. At this moment, the 3 of them stood there side by side. They looked completely the same as before, as if the self-destruction just now didn't happen at all. The only difference was that they had flesh and blood before. They were complete life forms of flesh and blood. But now, they were in an energy form. Only their godly souls were left, and their physical bodies were gone. This directly caused their energies to weaken, and they even dropped by a realm. The 2 great beings from the remote antiquity were now supreme beings of the universe. And the other supreme being from the remote antiquity had become a great being from the remote antiquity. Of course, if they could find the most compatible physical bodies, they could quickly recover their cultivation and strength after tempering their new physical bodies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian reflexively turned to look at Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. If there was no accident, the original bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were most likely the targets of that elder and the desolate fierce mosquito to possess them. They were related by blood to begin with. Shui Ben's bloodline had even undergone ancestral awakening, giving him the same pure constitution as the primordial fierce mosquito. With them as the bodies for the old man and the primordial fierce mosquito to possess, they would be able to improve their cultivation at the fastest speed possible. Speed recovery. Just as this thought flashed through Yixian's mind, causing him to be extremely shocked, a new change occurred in the space in front of him. Screech! The desolate fierce mosquito that was still in place suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. As this screech sounded, the 3 streams of vital energy and blood that were spreading out in the void not far in front of it were instantly sucked in by an invisible force. They kept rolling and moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all of them drilled into the desolate fierce mosquito's huge mouth. It was swallowed by it in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, the desolate fierce mosquito turned its head and looked at Shui Ben, who was also dumbfounded, but seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed greatly. It raised its head again and let out another screech. Its incomparably huge blood-colored physical body suddenly exploded. Bang! With a loud boom, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito self-detonated right after the 3 of them. Its huge body instantly turned into an even more majestic blood mist and spread out. Kachacha! This time, the space where the desolate mosquito was still in didn't directly collapse into a black hole. It only shattered inch by inch. The power of laws in the primordial chaos was extremely strong, so this level of damage was quickly repaired. Seeing this scene, Yixian was stunned again. He didn't understand what these guys were doing, but he knew that this had to be a necessary procedure. Otherwise, why didn't they just self-detonate at the same time? Why did it have to be so troublesome and split it into 2? If there were no accidents, the majestic qi and blood formed by the explosion of the bodies of the three people before was swallowed by this ancient fierce mosquito. It should have gone through some kind of unique bloodline talent, or it should have been mastered by this ancient fierce mosquito. Some kind of powerful secret technique should have undergone some kind of qualitative change. And now, after everything was completed, the desolate mosquito also self-detonated. The majestic blood and qi that was formed when its body exploded should have some kind of use, whoosh. Just as Yi Xian was deducing all this in his mind and guessing what would happen next, a figure suddenly rushed out of the majestic blood and qi. It looked like the desolate mosquito from before, but it was only its soul. Its body had also exploded and ceased to exist. After this energy soul body rushed out of the blood mist, it directly went to the place where the three people had been standing. It did not do anything else, and just like the three people, it quietly watched everything from the side, as if it was an outsider. It was clearly waiting for the next step to unfold. They were equally concerned about the final result, even more so than the important matter of possession. Whoosh, at this moment, as the desolate mosquito's soul flew out and rushed to the side, the dark cauldron suddenly moved. On the outer walls of the cauldron, the 20,000 rune chains suddenly waved rapidly, each one like a giant python. In the blink of an eye, as the dark cauldron approached, the 20,000 rune chains all reached into the majestic blood mist formed by the desolate mosquito's self-detonation. Then, without exception, the dense and obscure runes on the 20,000 rune chains all lit up and bloomed with blood-red light. And the majestic blood mist formed by the desolate mosquito's self-detonation began to rapidly decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was very clear that the blood mist was completely absorbed by the 20,000 rune chains. Through the chains, the blood mist was sent into the netherworld furnace. During this process, as the blood mist was sent into the netherworld furnace along with the rune chains, a light shone on the chains. This blood-red rune should also have some kind of mysterious power effect. But what exactly it was, Yi Xian wasn't sure. Very quickly, after less than half an incense stick of time, the void became empty again. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the ancient mosquito was all sucked away and sent into the netherworld cauldron along the seal pattern chains. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, the rumbling sound of thunder came from the dark cauldron again. Yi Xian was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of that huge millstone starting to rotate again. However, the tens of thousands of desolate survivors and space beasts that were above the emperor level that were thrown into the dark cauldron had long been crushed into minced meat. Therefore, this time, there was no sound of bones breaking at all. But the hair on Yi Xian's back immediately stood up. He had entered the dark cauldron for internal treatment before, so he knew everything inside. Therefore, even though he couldn't see the situation inside, he could clearly imagine. There was no doubt that the space in the center of that huge millstone was already filled with the half-liquid meat that was crushed by the tens of thousands of desolate survivors and space beasts. And now, as the huge millstone rotated again, this half-liquid meat was stirred up again in an instant. The reason for this was undoubtedly to mix the blood mist that was absorbed and swallowed by the rune chains. Mix? What were they trying to do? All these actions were becoming more and more strange and unpredictable. Yi Xian's mind raced as he made all kinds of guesses, but he still couldn't figure it out. Wang. Right at this moment, a low buzzing sound rang out. The dense and obscure runes on the 20,000 chains outside the netherworld cauldron's walls all dimmed at this moment. However, on the huge cauldron's walls, there were also countless runes that were densely packed and innumerable. But all of a sudden, they all lit up, emitting a blazing blood light. At this moment, the rotating sound of the enormous millstone in the netherworld furnace disappeared. Obviously, the millstone had stopped rotating, and the flesh formed from the crushing of the bodies of the tens of thousands of survivors of the primordial era and the ferocious beasts of the starry sky had already been absorbed and swallowed by the blood mist by the runic chains. It had become a fusion. And at this moment, the countless runes that suddenly lit up on the outer wall of the cauldron should be some kind of final blessing to the blood mist and meat in the holes of the millstone. All of this was very mysterious. Perhaps only the creator of the netherworld furnace, the green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land, would know what the meaning of these dense blood-colored runes was and what the effects of these runes were. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian subconsciously looked at the primeval heaven's eye that was even further away in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, the green eye of the way of the heavens in untainted land, which had been silent since it arrived, suddenly shone with a green light beam. A green energy beam shot out from the green eye of the way of the heavens, which was even larger than a star. It shot out and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was extremely far away in the void above his head. Boom! Rumble! Hiss! A rumble that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was closely followed by the extremely clear and melodious sound of ripping silk. High above his head, a crack was torn open in the primordial void. However, behind the crack, there was no darkness or darkness. Instead, there was a dreamlike starlight pouring out from it. At this moment, Xian was stunned, and his expression changed wildly. Although he could only see a small corner of the Milky Way through this crack, he still recognized it at a glance. It was the Milky Way star field. That's right, the other end of this void crack that was torn open actually led to the Milky Way star domain. But of course, this was only the periphery. From this angle, this corner of the Milky Way star domain was still enveloped by a translucent light curtain. No matter how powerful the primeval heaven's eye was, it couldn't be compared to the primordial void laws. He could. This old man's plan to steal the heavens is finally at its final step. Rising to his feet, a smile appeared on Xingbo's face, but his eyes were shining brightly. He turned his head and glanced at the souls of the 3 people and 1 beast who were standing in the void in the distance as if they were spectators. He nodded slightly and then glanced at the netherworld furnace that was covered with countless blood-red runes. Finally, he turned his eyes to the primeval heaven's eye and said, "Don't hesitate. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get to the homeworld after we get in. As long as I can do that and get that thing, I'll be able to get all of you. Lure them in. Qing Yan, only I can do this. What are you still hesitating for? The new primordial era is about to begin. This is your last chance. Otherwise, when the new primordial era begins, everything that survived the last primordial era will turn to dust. Even if you were once the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, you will still die. It's the same. You don't have the time or the opportunity. You can only join hands with this old man and fight one last time." Swish. These words clearly had an effect. Just as Xingbo finished speaking, the primeval heaven's eye once again shot out a beam of green light, but this time, it didn't shoot towards the sky, but towards the netherworld furnace. An incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the green light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron and directly came out of it. Xiao. Almost in the next instant, the second sound of something breaking through the air rang out. This time, it was even sharper and resonated with the void. A low buzzing sound that caused one's soul to tremble could be heard. At this moment, the countless blood-colored runes on the outer walls of the netherworld cauldron suddenly shone brightly before extinguishing at the same time. Even the aura of the cauldron dimmed. A beam of blood-green light shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace. It was only about half an inch in diameter, and could be said to be insignificant. However, its radiance was incomparably bright. It was obviously a dark blood-green color, but it made people unable to look at it directly. Moreover, the speed of this tiny blood-green light beam was extremely fast. It seemed that as soon as it shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace, it had already reached the void crack high up in the sky. Swish. Xingbo did not hesitate in the slightest. His figure disappeared without a sign and turned into an even fainter gray light. He followed closely behind the blood-green light pillar that shot out. Seeing this, Xian understood everything. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The entire Milky Way star field was not open yet. It was protected by the powerful primordial chaos void law, just like the nearly 3,000 nesting stars that gave birth to a chaos demon god. Originally, all of these would only be released and revealed after the new primordial era officially began. But now, Xingbo was going to enter the Milky Way ahead of time. His purpose was obviously not as simple as entering the Milky Way star sector ahead of time and setting up his arrangements. Based on what he said to Primeval Heaven's Eye, Xingbo's ultimate goal in entering the Milky Way star field seemed to be to infiltrate the mother planet and look for something. Through that thing, he would have the ability to take the Primeval Heaven's Eye from the mother planet, as well as the followers around him who had sacrificed a lot for this stealing the heavens plan. They had even self-destructed their physical bodies and dropped their realms. This was definitely a blatant attempt to steal the heavens. Yi Xian did not know what he was looking for. He did not know Xingbo's true identity and origin. He did not know why the primeval heavens I could not do this and only he could do it, but there was one thing that Yi Xian was clear about, and that was, if Xingbo entered the Milky Way star field, the result would be no different from him stealing the heavens. The new primordial era that would officially begin soon would most likely be affected because of this, and the consequences would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian had the intention to stop or destroy this matter, he did not have the ability to do so. Not to mention Xingbo or the primeval heavens I. Even the 3 people and 1 beast who had self-destructed their physical bodies and were only left with a wisp of soul could destroy him. Although Yi Xian was anxious, he was not a reckless and impulsive person. If this matter was not stopped, the impact would be too great and far-reaching, and the consequences would be immeasurable. But at least there was still a chance. But if he showed up now on impulse and disappeared here, then there would be no chance at all. He was very clear about the importance of this matter. Therefore, even though his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, Yi Xian was still restraining himself. He forced himself to calm down and become calm. He didn't want to be careless and really rush out. That would be a bad dish. In fact, not to mention him, even the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and was attached to Yi Xian's left chest did not move at all at this moment. This showed the problem from another perspective. Although the headless baby corpse did not move, Yi Xian believed that he must have been paying close attention to everything that was happening. He was as clear as Yi Xian about what was happening in the outside world. In fact, due to the gap between the two of them, which was like a heavenly abyss, perhaps the headless baby corpse could see more things and understand more secrets. Even he did not have any intention of making a move, so Yi Xian really did not have to make the most stupid and impulsive choice in this situation. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air disappeared in a flash. The extremely thin blood-green light beam, along with the gray light that Xingbo had transformed into, entered the void crack high in the sky above in the blink of an eye. It directly shot into the Milky Way that was shrouded in it. On the layer of primordial void law light screen in the star domain, there was no suspense in what happened next. The protective light screen formed by the power of the primordial law was indeed powerful. Even primeval heavens I and Xingbo were unable to break through it. However, this blood-green beam of light was too thin, less than half an inch long. Moreover, it was created by the combined efforts of primeval heavens I and Xingbo, using all sorts of mysterious methods that Yi Xian could not understand. With all of these factors added together, it was obviously not a problem to pierce a small hole in the thin light screen formed by the power of the primordial law. And this small hole did not need to exist for too long. A 10,000th of an instant was enough. It was enough for the faint light formed by Xingbo's figure, who was following closely behind the blood-green beam of light, to take advantage of the critical moment to rush in. The next scene was exactly like this. A small hole was pierced through that thin layer of light screen. The blood-green light pillar's energy was exhausted and disappeared directly. The faint light that was Xingbo's body also smoothly passed through the light screen and rushed in. In less than a 10,000th of an instant, the small hole that was pierced through by the blood-green light screen closed again. At this moment, the void crack that was torn apart by the beam of light shot out by primeval heavens I was also slowly repairing itself. Hong! Hong long long, Sila, without waiting for Yi Xian to recover from his shock, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out once again. Following closely behind was an incomparably clear sound of silk ripping apart. This time, it was still primeval heavens I who made a move and tore open a crack in the Hongmeng void. However, this time, behind the crack was no longer a corner of the Milky Way star field filled with dreamy starlight. Instead, it was dark and deep, and no one knew where it led to. Obviously, Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star field. This time, the first step of his plan to steal the sky with primeval heavens I had succeeded. Since that was the case, there was no need for primeval heavens I to stay here any longer. He must have other arrangements, so he wouldn't have so much free time. Sure enough, almost at the moment when this void crack appeared, the green eyes of the Way of Heaven flashed, and it turned into a green light. It went into the void crack and disappeared. Huala la! Immediately after that, the netherworld furnace, whose aura had become much weaker, also waved the 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace and rushed into the void crack as well. Soon, the crack closed and disappeared, leaving only Shui Ben, Mosquito Butcher's original body, and the 3 people and 1 beast with only their soul bodies left in the void. These 3 people and 1 beast were originally 2 supreme beings and 2 supreme beings of the primordial era. But now, because of the self-destruction of their physical bodies, their cultivations had all dropped by 1 realm. They were now 2 supreme beings and 2 supreme beings of the primordial era. Although their overall combat power was like heaven and earth compared to before, to Yi Xian, it was still not something he could shake. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, and there was a strong sense of depression in his heart. Since leaving the 3 main star planes of the current era, Yi Xian's cultivation power had improved rapidly. Now, he had already become a 2nd-level universe master. If he unleashed the ninth transformation of the demon ape bloodline, he could even possess the terrifying battle power of a 3rd-level universe supreme. Coupled with the majestic power of blood and chi within his body that was 60 million miles long, his true battle power was comparable to that of a 4th-level universe supreme. Even so, he was still unable to deal with the 4 fellows in front of him. Even the 2 weakest universe supreme beings were at the later stage of this level, not to mention the other 2 supreme beings at the middle stage of the ancient era. Previously, Xingbo wanted to steal the sky and successfully entered the Milky Way star field ahead of time. Yi Xian was powerless to stop him. But now, when he saw that Shui Ben and old bastard Mosquito Butcher were about to be possessed, he was still unable to stop it. What was the point of all the hardships he had gone through to reach this cultivation level after so many years? Swish! Swish! Just as 100 thoughts were running through his mind, he suddenly became frustrated and angry. 2 whistling sounds came from the void in front of him. It was the 2 most powerful people among the 3 people and 1 beast. It was the primordial fierce mosquito, who still had the cultivation level of a supreme being from the ancient era, and the soul body of the other elder from the human race, who suddenly moved at the same time. Their targets were precisely Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. This was simply too cruel. In order to have a body that was the most compatible with the soul body, they wanted to use this opportunity to recover their peak power as quickly as possible. These 3 people and 1 beast didn't even care about their blood ties. One had to know that to this elder from the human race, Mosquito Butcher's original body was his own son. Even Shui Ben was the grandson of that primordial fierce mosquito. But now, as an elder, he actually wanted to possess the body of the 1st and 2nd generation descendants of his direct bloodline. This was simply cold-blooded and heartless. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian rushed out immediately. In the process, he directly performed the bloodline power of 9 changes of demonic ape to the 9th transformation. In addition, he also used the secret blood technique and the power of his clone. Hell! 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 In an instant, a small drop of blood transformed into 3 bloody sea-raging apes that were 60 million miles in size. Their bodies were different, but the auras they emitted from their bodies were all 3rd-level universe supremes. They also had the same fierce aura of anger. Like a river, they roared and transformed into 3 streaks of light in the blink of an eye and shot forward. Eh? This brat has the aura of my clone? Second brother? Hurry up and leave, you're not their match. At this moment, perhaps because Xingbo had already left, Mosquito Butcher's original body and Shui Ben were still unable to move, but they could speak. Shui Ben recognized Yi Xian immediately. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He reminded Yi Xian to leave. As for Mosquito Butcher's original body, he was stunned for a moment. He had captured a faint aura of old devil Mosquito Butcher from Yi Xian's body. He was caught off guard and was stunned. There's actually an ant here. Forget it. Regardless of whether it's compatible or not, I'll just borrow his body first. At most, I'll just exchange for it while looking for it. At this moment, one of the 2 middle-aged men who hadn't moved before had a gleam in his eyes. With a flash of his body, he charged toward Yi Xian. Judging from his words, he was planning to possess Yi Xian's body. At most, he would just find a body that was most compatible with his soul in the future and exchange for it at any time. Hell! Screech! Ant, how dare you stop me from possessing your body? If it weren't for the fact that your body is still somewhat useful, I would have torn your soul apart. At the same time, the human elder who still had the terrifying power of a primordial great being raised his head and roared angrily. He turned to look at Xian, and his eyes glinted coldly as he issued a stern warning. Although the desolate fierce mosquito, who had the same cultivation level and was now at the 6th level of the primordial great being, did not send out a sound of divine sense, it raised its head and let out an extremely cold and ruthless howl. However, during this process, the two of them did not slow down at all as they charged toward Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The speed of a primordial great being was naturally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, when Xian was still 6 or 7 billion miles away, the human elder and the desolate fierce mosquito had already arrived in front of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. At this moment, both Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body were still turning their heads to look at Xian. The speed of a primordial great being was simply too fast for them to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two extremely weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The souls of the human elder and the desolate fierce mosquito directly rushed into the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body respectively. They entered at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Screech! At this moment, the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body instantly stiffened, as if they were having a spasm. Their bodies twitched violently, and there were even painful groans and violent howls coming out of their mouths. Screech! Seeing Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito's original bodies being invaded by the powerful godly souls of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a screech. He was about to flee. Although the two old men's realms had dropped, they were still powerful beings of the primordial era even though they were only left with godly souls. They were also at level 6 of the primordial era, only one step away from becoming a late-stage powerful being. Although Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body had also become a powerful being of the primordial era, he was only at the initial stage of the primordial era. He was definitely no match for the human elder's godly soul. As for Shui Ben, his strength was only at the emperor level. Compared to the ancient fierce mosquito, he was even less than an ant. Xian was no match for these two old men. Even if he used all his skills, he would never be able to defeat a level 6 powerful being of the primordial era. Besides, these two old men had lived from the primordial era to the present. How could they not have powerful godly powers and secret techniques? However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he had to rush forward. A real man had his reasons. If he considered the consequences of everything, what was the point of living? Mosquito Butcher's original body was fine, but Xian couldn't just ignore Shui Ben. When he took Shui Ben away from the fierce mosquito planet, Xian had promised Mad Mosquito Emperor that he would protect Shui Ben. Even if he didn't consider how to explain this to Mad Mosquito Emperor, if something really happened to Shui Ben, he couldn't even get past his own conscience. At this moment, Xian was on the verge of going crazy. He pushed the vital essence in his body to the limit, and blood dripped from the corners of his eyes. He shot forward like a madman. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the left side of his chest. This was the sign that the headless infant was about to make a move. Perhaps he hadn't planned to make a move, but now he felt Xian's madness and had no choice but to change his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, almost at the same time, two blood-red lights smaller than fireflies shot out from the left side of Xian's chest and shot forward at high speed. To be more precise, these two almost imperceptible dots of light actually shot out from the corpse lantern tattoo on Xian's chest. This was the power of the headless infant corpse. It looked insignificant and weak, but even Xian did not dare to underestimate its power. At this moment, his frenzied emotions finally calmed down a little, and the expression on his face eased slightly. This was because he knew that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Shui Ben should be fine. He dared not say that they could escape this calamity of possession, but at least they could protect their own lives. There was absolutely no problem. If Xingbo or Primeval Heavens I were still here, Xian might still be worried. However, these three people and one beast were definitely no match for the headless infant corpse, not to mention that their cultivation had dropped by a large realm. Even if they did not, they still had peak battle strength. The two weak dots of light shot out at an unimaginably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the glabellas of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Between the glabellas was the sea of consciousness of the spirit. Possession would involve a battle of the spirit, and it would take place in the sea of consciousness. There was no doubt that these two dots of light had drilled into the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher respectively. Poof, poof. This aura, it's him. Run. Almost in the next moment, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher spat out blood arrows at the same time. They turned to look at Yixian, their eyes filled with endless horror. They were not afraid of Yixian, but the headless infant corpse. Obviously, they had already captured the aura of the headless infant corpse in the faint blood light that drilled into their glabellas. That was why they were so shocked. Just by relying on a faint blood light, they could instantly determine the identity of the headless infant corpse. It was enough to prove that the two of them were extremely familiar with the headless infant corpse. Perhaps they had even dealt with it in the past. It was unknown. Boom. Boom. Rip. Hiss. Almost in the next moment, there was a rumbling thunder in the distance, followed by a crisp sound of tearing silk. Two cracks were torn open in the void. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were extremely shocked, turned into two rays of light and rushed in without looking back. Among them, in less than half a breath of time, the two spatial rifts were quickly mended by the power of the Hongmeng void. After all, they weren't big to begin with, only half a foot wide, so mending them was naturally much faster. Seeing this scene, Yixian's expression changed again, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Before escaping at the last moment, the voices that came from Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's mouths were clearly different from before. It was not the voices of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butchers at all, but the voices of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito. This meant that the two of them had won the battle for the divine soul. In other words, the possession was successful. This result was completely unacceptable to Yixian. The headless infant corpse had already been used, but it still could not turn the situation around. This psychological gap caught him off guard. At this moment, Yixian's left chest burned again. This time a message entered his mind. It was from the headless infant corpse. Seeing this message, Yixian's heart finally settled down, but his expression was still gloomy, and he looked extremely worried. The infant corpse did have the strength to kill the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, but the situation just now was different. The two old guys were both in their divine soul state, and had already entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. If the headless infant corpse directly attacked, although the two old guys would definitely die, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body would not be able to survive and would be destroyed in body and soul with them. For fear of harming the innocent, the headless infant corpse could not even trap them before they escaped. After all, everything had happened too quickly. Faced with this situation, he could only take a step back and protect the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body first. The two weak blood lights that had shot out just now were not for attacking, but for protection. After they entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, they instantly wrapped around their divine souls and protected them. Although the blood light seemed very weak, the headless infant corpse's level was there. With the strength of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, it was impossible for them to break through. In other words, although Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had been seized and their entire bodies had fallen into the control of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the possession of these two old guys had not succeeded. This was because the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were still in their sea of consciousness and were protected. One day, as long as Yixian found them and tried to trap them, the headless infant corpse would have enough time to attack and protect Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. The two of them can leave, but the two of you must stay. Yixian immediately turned his head to look at the souls of the other two middle-aged men as soon as the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito fled. His expression was incomparably gloomy, and his voice was filled with a dense baleful intent. This time, his anger had really been provoked. Must only by killing someone would he be able to calm down a little. Before these two fellows self-destructed their bodies, they were at the level of a late-stage primordial universe supreme. Now, after self-destructing their bodies, their power had dropped by a whole realm. Although, he was still stronger than Yixian. Even if Yixian used the Blood Sea secret technique and the power of his clones to split into three universe supremes, who were comparable to 4th-stage Universe Supremes, were still far from being a match for 2 late-stage Supremes at the 7th and 8th stage. But in reality, as Xian turned his head with an unfriendly gaze, the divine souls of the two that were originally shooting towards Xian seemed to have seen a ghost in an instant. Their mouths emitted a mournful howl as they quickly retreated. Like the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, they were not afraid of Xian. Instead, they were afraid of the headless infant body. Although, the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito did not call out the headless infant body's name, but these fellows had been together for a long time. Just from the reaction of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the two middle-aged men could guess the headless infant body's name. Unfortunately, they were only late-stage Universe Supremes, so there was no chance for them to escape from the headless infant corpse. Not even the slightest chance. Xiao. You can't run away. Surrender obediently, and you can still live. As Xian made his move, a beam of 9-colored light shot out. It was so fast that it was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the two men. Immediately afterward, under the violent wind, this seemingly weak 9-color light suddenly soared in the wind. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a vast 9-color sea of fire, enveloping the souls of the two in it. All the paths around them were sealed by the sea of fire. Dante speaking of Universe Supremes, even the primordial great beings did not dare to touch the 9-colored sea of fire. If it weren't for the fact that Xian's current strength was still too weak and was only at the early stage of the Universe Supreme realm, the power of this 9-colored sea of flames would be even more terrifying in his hands. He could also temporarily trap the primordial era supreme beings. Wang! Wang! Almost at the same moment when their bodies were trapped by the boundless 9-colored sea of fire, a blood-red light shield appeared in the godly souls of the two men. It resisted the power of the 9-colored sea of fire and protected their godly souls. However, although the two men were safe for the time being, they were still trapped in the 9-colored sea of fire. There was no way to escape. In the end, they would most likely die here. Xian was very certain of this. Seeing that the two of them were trapped by the 9-colored sea of flames, his heart, which was originally in his throat, instantly returned to normal. With a flash of his body, the 3 blood sea clones instantly entered the 9-colored sea of flames and surrounded the 2 light barriers within the sea of flames. Shano 9-colored flame? This is impossible. How could it be in your hands? Your body has the aura of the system. You can only be a human. Where did the Devil 8 bloodline come from? Not only did you form 3 Devil 8 bodies, but you also mastered the Blood Sea secret technique. Who are you? At this moment, as Xian's 3 Blood Sea bodies approached, the 2 middle-aged men in the 2 light shields seemed to have sensed something in an instant. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they rebuked him harshly. The suspicion on their faces was so thick that it couldn't be dissipated. It was obvious that they had all sorts of doubts about Xian's identity and background. They didn't understand why everything they saw just now would be gathered on Xian. All of this was originally unrelated to each other. Don't you understand the situation? Now, only I am asking you. You are not qualified to rebuke me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Among the 3 blood sea bodies, the violent ape body and the black fog body remained motionless. However, the hideous skeleton body raised its left arm at this moment. Wang! A weak low buzzing sound rang out. On the skeleton body's left arm, a hideous energy bow rapidly condensed. The shape of the bow was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow body was made up of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow body was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouths were facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow body were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The bow. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads. Their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the skeleton body's eyes also emitted a strange golden brilliance. He reached out his right hand and directly pinched the energy arrow on the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. He slowly pulled the bowstring, whang, the buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The next moment, the skeleton body directly let go of the golden energy arrow in his right hand. The energy arrow that had already been filled with the power of the bowstring instantly shot out. The void instantly broke open. As the golden arrow burst out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed, as if directly ignoring the distance of space, and instantly arrived in front of 100,000 feet light shield. Destroy! It directly pierced through and rushed into the light shield as if it was rotten wood. Fallen skybow? This is impossible. Screech, as the light barrier was instantly penetrated, the expression of the middle-aged man who was protected within it changed. After crying out involuntarily, he raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. His voice revealed a wisp of endless despair. This was the bloodline ability of the supreme great being, desolate ancient Xianxia. Originally, the inheritance should have been lost, but now, in the hands of a human, it had reappeared. Desolate ancient Xianxia. Back in the incomparable battle of the primordial ages long ago, this bloodline ability had been used to shoot the heaven's eye with the bow. Even the primeval heaven's eye was incomparably fearful of this bloodline ability. Even though Yi Xian's current cultivation level was still weak, he was at least a universe supreme on the same level as his opponent. It was only natural that he would be able to use such a powerful ultimate technique to kill this late-stage human. Hong. Boom. Before the middle-aged man's voice died away, the golden arrow of the fallen sky bow had already hit his soul body. An earth-shattering boom was heard, and his soul body instantly turned into a rain of light and dissipated. It was just an arrow, but a late-stage 8th Order Universe Supreme was completely killed, while his godly soul was completely destroyed, and not even a trace of his soul was left behind. This was the effect that Xian wanted. With his current cultivation level, even if he could form Bloody Sea Body, which was comparable to a 4th stage Supreme Master, he could only rely on the power of 9-colored Flame Sea to trap and seal these 2 Universe Supremes at the later stage. But this matter couldn't be delayed for too long. The change in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land this time was too big, and it was hard to say whether the powerful beings of the ancient times or even the supreme masters of the ancient times in the surrounding forbidden lands would come to see what was going on. More besides, although Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star field, the primeval heaven's eye was still in the chaos void, and no one could be sure whether it would suddenly turn around and kill them. After all, 2 powerful beings of the ancient times had already escaped, and they might have a secret method to contact the primeval heaven's eye. So, Xian was left with no choice. He had to get rid of these 2 guys as soon as possible. Yi Xian didn't have much time. More importantly, he wanted to get all the information about Xingbo, the primeval heaven's eye, and the Milky Way star field from these 2 middle-aged humans. Originally, all of this could be done easily by the headless baby corpse. But ever since the 2 faint blood-red lights shot out, the corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest fell silent again. No matter how he called, there was no response. Yi Xian couldn't even be sure whether the headless baby corpse had really fallen into a deep sleep or if it was doing it on purpose. It didn't want Yi Xian to prematurely learn some of the ancient secrets of the past and the present through these 2 middle-aged humans. In the face of all this, and time was extremely tight, so he could only rely on himself. Choosing the fallen sky bow to kill one of the middle-aged humans in a flash was the purpose of intimidating the other one. Here at this moment, after the fallen sky bow had succeeded in killing that late-stage supreme being at the 8th level, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged human who was at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme in the other light shield. His voice was extremely cold as he warned, "I don't have much patience left. I'll give you 10 breaths. Surrender immediately and tell me everything you know with your divine sense. Then, I'll guarantee your safety for the time being. It seems that you don't know much." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a smile instantly appeared on the face of the middle-aged man within the light barrier. "This sovereign is very strange, you and him. What kind of relationship do you have right now?" Since even he didn't tell you all of this, it's absolutely impossible for you to learn about it from me. The new primordial era is about to begin. Everything in the past will return to dust. If you can't enter it, you'll just turn into nothingness. What does it matter if it's a little earlier or later? However, if he succeeds, even if we fall now, when the new primordial era begins, we can still return. So, your threat is useless against me. Peng, as soon as he finished speaking, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the middle-aged human soul completely exploded. Just like the middle-aged human from before, it transformed into a resplendent rain of light, specks of stars, and then dissipated, self-destruct. And it was a godly soul explosion. This result was no different from having one's body and soul destroyed. This middle-aged human also didn't leave behind a single strand of his soul. Even if Yi Xian wanted to capture a strand of his soul and search it to obtain some secret information, it was impossible. Yi Xian subconsciously opened his mouth wide as he stared blankly at the specks of light that were rapidly dissipating. His face was filled with a dumbfounded expression, as if he'd just been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the final result would be like this. This middle-aged human actually didn't hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and end up with his body and soul destroyed. He was unwilling to be captured and revealed all the secrets he knew. Again, or, as he said just now, as long as he had entered the star field of the Milky Way, he could infiltrate the mother planet and obtain the thing he was looking for. Then, when the new primordial era fully begins in the future, he, and the other middle-aged human who was blown up by Yi Xian's arrow just now, could still return in the new primordial era as if they had been reborn? What is the truth behind all of this? He didn't even hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and wasn't willing to reveal the slightest bit of his secret. How shocking would that be? Also, what is the headless infant corpse afraid of? Why is he unwilling to confess all of this? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He stood in the sea of blood with a blank expression on his face. He murmured softly, as if he was sleep-talking. At this moment, he was once again at a loss. He originally thought that this time, in this fierce mosquito-forbidden area, he had accidentally seen the appearance of Xingbo and the primeval Heaven's Eye, and even witnessed their plan of stealing the heavens with his own eyes, which would allow him to more or less understand the secrets of the primordial era. The various doubts that had been tangled in his heart for many years would more or less be solved, but in fact, all of this had temporarily come to an end again. However, for Yi Xian, the final result was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Originally, his doubts had not been solved. Instead, more and more puzzles and doubts had been added. This Star Master would like to see how long you can hold it in. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He murmured softly, vaguely revealing a strong aura of resentment. At this moment, what he was referring to was, of course, the headless infant corpse. Regarding all of this, the headless infant corpse obviously knew about all of this, but for some reason, he had never confessed to Yi Xian. Over time, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian not to have any resentment in his heart. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about the headless infant corpse. No matter how deep the resentment in his heart was, he could only hold it in himself. Xiao. After briefly sorting out the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Yi Xian temporarily put all of this to the back of his mind. He no longer thought about it and felt conflicted. Then, suddenly, he waved his hand. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In front of him, the vast and boundless nine-colored sea of flames spread across the vast void space of the universe rapidly shrank in an instant. In the end, it transformed into a tiny light spot, like a firefly, and shot toward Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing. There was still some pure energy remaining in the air. It was left behind after the godly souls of the two middle-aged humans exploded into a rain of light. After all, it was the godly soul energy of a late-stage universe supreme being, which was extremely precious. Even Yi Xian would not waste it easily. He collected the pure energy left behind by the self-destruction of the two middle-aged human souls, condensed it into a dazzling ball of light the size of a human head, and put it into his body. Yi Xian removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and his three clones merged into one, turning into a star-raging ape that was only 10 feet tall. Then, he fell into deep thought. The primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the Forbidden Land had all left. and even Xingbo had quietly entered the Milky Way star field. In fact, this place was still not safe for Yixian. What happened here today was too big, and it was hard to guarantee that the Primordial Era Almighties and the Supreme Primordial Era of the other Forbidden Lands and star fields in the surrounding areas would not come personally to see what was going on. Even moreover, the primeval heavens I could suddenly return at any time. The same was true for the human elder who had escaped earlier and the primordial mosquito. Both of them were Primordial Era Almighties, and they were at the late stage of this realm. Yixian was no match for them at all. Deng, however, for the sake of Shui Ben and the mosquito butcher, Yixian would definitely look for them in the future, but that was a matter for the future. He had to wait until Yixian had at least the battle strength of the Primordial Era Almighties. Until right now, the most important thing for Yixian was still to increase his cultivation strength as soon as possible. This forbidden land of the Primordial Era was not the best place for seclusion. After making up his mind, Yixian did not hesitate any longer. With a thought, he instantly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. Previously, the system in his body had not reacted at all, and Yixian could not find the reason. But, now, everything seemed to have returned to normal, which made Yixian even more suspicious. Only yes, although Yixian no longer trusted the devouring system in his body as much as before because of Xingbo, since the system was still in his body, he still had to use the various system abilities that were beneficial to him. Whoosh! At this moment, as the interstellar coordinate jump ability was activated, Yixian's figure instantly turned into an imperceptible ray of light and disappeared on the spot. This time, the jump point he had locked onto was still near the source hive star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Dang! After a weak flash of light, Yixian's figure appeared and arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. With some hesitation, his figure flickered and immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star in the distance. After entering the core of the star, he waved his hand and directly took out the Xianxia cauldron. He wanted to break through again. This time, in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, Yixian's state of mind had experienced a few ups and downs. The conditions for another breakthrough were ripe. And this time, he had also obtained the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings. After swallowing them, he would smoothly break through to the next level of cultivation. There was no doubt that he would succeed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stepping into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, Yixian sat down cross-legged. Then, with a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. Thou including the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings, he also took them out and swallowed them as cultivation resources. This way, he could ensure a smooth breakthrough this time. Soon, Yixian activated the power of the Xianxia cauldron's field. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Clang! 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 As expected, the earth-shattering sound of chains instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Yixian focused his mind and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating strength. The familiar heart-wrenching pain came very quickly, enveloping Yixian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a problem. As time passed slowly, Yixian concentrated all his energy and started to circulate his meridians with all his might. This time, perhaps because of the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings, it only took him about a day to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his body. Tight, then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dang! When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Master. Level 3 Universe Master. This breakthrough allowed Yixian's battle power to soar again, previously, his original body's battle power was at level 2 Universe Master. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could rise to level 3 Universe Master. But, if he used the 9 devil ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to level 3 Universe Master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, it would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Master. Now, with another breakthrough, Xianxia would instantly possess the power of a level 4 Universe Master after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 devil ape transformations again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Master. And, he had stepped into the middle stage of the Universe Master level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying energy and blood within the 60 million kilometer body of the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Xianxia's true combat strength would basically be on par with a Universe Sovereign of the 5th step. From then on, any Universe Supreme being at the initial level could only flee or even be killed if they encountered him. Even if it was a level 5 or level 6 Universe Master, Xianxia would be able to fight head-on and not lose. Because once he used the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his avatar, Xianxia would be able to instantly split into 3 and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars that possessed the power of the 5th step. When they joined forces to fight, even a 6th step Universe Sovereign would have no choice but to dodge. Level 3 Universe Master? But this is still far from enough. Xianxia opened his eyes, and a light flashed through them. He muttered to himself, if I want to have the combat power of at least the 1st or 2nd level of the Desolation era under the 9th form of the demonic ape, then my true cultivation level must reach the 1st level of the Universe Supreme Realm. Only when my strongest battle power is at level 1 or 2 Universe Master can I have more confidence and walk freely in the Chaos Void. Even if I encounter a Universe Master of the Primordial Era, I can at least be sure to escape unscathed. As for level 3 Universe Master, there are still 6 levels to break through before I reach level 9 Universe Master Pinnacle, but now, it's obviously not suitable for me to continue in the short term. A level 28 Supreme Being's pill could help a 9th level Universe Supreme become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. In other words, this level 28 pill could only be consumed when one's cultivation base had reached the 9th level Universe Supreme Being. Xianxia's current cultivation level was only at 3rd level Universe Master. He hadn't even reached Universe Supreme yet. From a certain point of view, he wasn't that desperate for the level 28 Supreme Being's pill. But even so, after a period of careful consideration, Xianxia still decided to immediately start deducing the level 28 pill formula with all his might. Because with the appearance of Xingbo and the primeval Heaven's Eye, Xianxia had a strong feeling that the time when the Untainted Universe era would come soon. The formula of the level 28 Supreme Being's pill would take more time to deduce. If the Untainted Universe era was coming, Xianxia would have to deal with a lot of things. He wouldn't be able to find time to deduce the formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The level 28 Supreme Being's pill was very important to him. If this pill was successfully refined, Xianxia could guarantee that he would become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Then, when he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape, his actual combat power would reach the Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. At that time, even if the subsequent level 29 Sovereign Treasure pills couldn't be deduced, for Xianxia, possessing the true battle prowess of the Primordial Sovereign would be able to ensure that he would be safe and sound during the Great Desolate Era. If he couldn't become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era without the level 28 pill, then his cultivation level would be stuck at 9th level Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, even if he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape, he would only have the power of a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Only this wasn't enough to ensure his safety, therefore, no matter what, he had to succeed in refining the level 28 Supreme Being's pill formula. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect formula. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and instantly performed the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. Tonghe also performed the Blood Sea secret technique at the same time. That was why he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen cauldron. He was still 30 meters tall, but his power had reached the level of a 4th level Universe Supreme. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body, pushing the system's calculation and deduction ability to the maximum. Tight then, with the help of a fourth-order universe supremacy's terrifying divine sense, he started to deduce the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet. First previously, Xian had spent more than 3 months deriving the perfect pill formula for the level 27 supreme pill. But this time, Xian's cultivation base had reached the fourth-order universe supremacy, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. On the other hand, it was because he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 28 supreme pill at full speed. It was already in its embryonic form. The final result was that he only used a little more than 5 months to deduce the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pill. 5 months later, Xian opened his eyes, and they shone with excitement. The perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet has finally been successfully completed. Xian exhaled and murmured softly. There was an unconcealable excitement and joy in his voice. More than 3 months have passed. Even if someone is paying attention to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, it should be over by now. So, it's time to go back and take a look. After calming down, Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he deliberately moved. Previously, he had left the ferocious mosquito forbidden area because, on one hand, it was indeed not safe there. There were all kinds of unknown factors. But, now, he suddenly wanted to go back. Other than the fact that more than 3 months had passed, more importantly, the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet had been successfully deduced. TWO level 18 was a supreme being treasure pill that could help a 9th order universe supreme being to break through to the primordial supreme being level. However, the main material required to make this pill was the supreme being blood essence condensed from the blood essence of the supreme being after the body of a supreme beast exploded. Moreover, to refine a level 28 supreme pellet, at least 5 pieces of supreme blood essence were required. If he had 6 sovereign blood essences, then Xian had a certain amount of confidence that he would be able to refine 2 level 28 supreme expert pellets. However, every single supreme expert's treasure pill represented a supreme expert of the primordial era. The degree of preciousness surpassed all the treasure pills that Xian had refined before. Therefore, if possible, he naturally chose to wait until the supreme blood essence in his hands reached as much as possible before opening the furnace to refine it. Although Xian was only a level 3 universe master and was still quite a distance away from becoming a level 9 universe supreme, it was difficult to kill a supreme being. Therefore, from now on, he had to put killing supreme beings and storing supreme blood essence on a daily basis. Don't he talk about it? No matter what, he had to collect 5 first. There are no more supreme beings of the primordial great power realm in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, but there are still many supreme beings. After all, it's a super forbidden area. Even if the dark furnace had killed 80% of the undying emperors and above, there were still some who were in seclusion. Thinking of this, Xian no longer hesitated. His eyes glinted as he murmured again, if I'm not wrong, there should be about 10 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Even if I only kill half of them, I'll be able to achieve the minimum goal of 5 supreme blood essences. Thinking of this, Xian immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shenong cauldron into his body. Then he soared up and rushed out of the core of the star under his feet. He activated the power in his body and rushed toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. It was a long journey, but Xian had already performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline in his body. He also activated the blood sea technique to shrink his body to a height of about 3 feet. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than a month to reach the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to conceal his body and all his aura. Then he flew around the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. He did this out of caution. He had to confirm whether there were any supreme beings or supreme beings of the primordial great power realm watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area in secret. If the answer was yes, then he had to make other plans. It took him a few more days to verify this matter. In the end, Xian did not find anything unusual. Just as he had predicted, so much time had passed. Even if there were people watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, they should have left by now. End of chapter 45-48. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.